In an era when beastmasters dominate the fate of the world, Song Niannian's life has undergone tremendous changes. Originally, she was just an ordinary zoology master's student on Earth, burying herself in endless academic papers every day. But one night, when she opened her eyes after staying up all night to work on her paper, she found herself accidentally traveling to a world called Blue Star and sitting in the examination room for her senior year final exam. At first, Song Niannian thought it was God's blessing, allowing her to start her life anew. She was full of joy and planned how to create a new world with her professional knowledge. However, when she looked at the test paper, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. What are the evolutionary forms of Balmon? What measures should be taken when encountering an ice rabbit in the wild? These questions were completely incomprehensible to her. She soon realized that this world had a completely different history and civilization from Earth. 8,000 years ago, a devastating disaster swept across the blue planet. Powerful supernatural creatures emerged and saved the world from the brink of collapse, and completely changed the direction of human civilization. 5,000 years ago, humans successfully mastered the ability to sign contracts with extraordinary creatures, which gave rise to the beast tamer profession, which combines power, wealth, and status. Today, beastmasters are not only the ruling class of Blue Star, but also the dream goal of countless people. Today, beastmasters not only possess powerful combat capabilities, but have also become a symbol of power and wealth. Those who have not awakened the beast-taming space can only struggle at the bottom of society. Song Niannian's identity is that of an ordinary senior high school student who is about to face the beast-taming awakening ceremony. The awakening ceremony is a watershed in the fate of every student. The government will distribute awakening potions and use radio wave stimulation to help students try to awaken the beast-taming space. However, even so, the national average awakening rate is only 67%, and true geniuses who naturally awaken are even rarer. Those who cannot awaken are almost destined to live a mediocre life. This reality puts Song Niannian under tremendous pressure. According to the information obtained from the memories of the original owner, her family conditions are ordinary, and her only relative is her grandmother, who depends on her for life. She knew very well that failure to awaken would mean a bleak future for herself and her grandmother. But fate did not completely abandon her. Song Niannian not only successfully awakened the beast-taming space, but also accidentally obtained a mysterious plug-in, an unnamed black book. This black book is hidden deep in her beast-controlling space and contains amazing abilities. It can automatically record and analyze detailed information about various extraordinary creatures and even reveal their hidden evolutionary paths. Not only that, the Black Book can also help contracted pets improve their skill proficiency and greatly enhance their combat capabilities. It can be said that this Black Book is the ultimate treasure of the Beastmaster. However, the Black Book's abilities are not unlimited. Some functions can only be used on her own contracted pets, and the skill points required to unlock evolutionary paths or improve skills are still a mystery. Song Niannian knew that awakening was only the first step towards changing her destiny. There was also a strict hierarchy among beastmasters, and only by reaching the top could she truly control her own destiny. Guangnan District, Suihui City. In an old tile-roofed house, the dim light illuminates the worn wooden table. On the table is a simple meal, a plate of vegetarian dishes, a bowl of soup, and a small dish of meat. Nanan, eat more. You have just awakened the beast-taming space, so you need to nourish your body well. Wu Ju picked up the dishes and busily put them into Song Niannian's bowl. Grandma, you should eat something too. Song Niannian picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it into Grandma's bowl. Oh, I don't like eating meat, you know. Wu Ju muttered, but quickly put the meat back into Song Niannian's bowl. Song Niannian's nose felt sore, and she didn't insist. She knew her grandmother too well. Even if life was difficult, her grandmother would always leave the best for her. Now that she had awakened and became a beastmaster, she must let her grandmother live a good life in the future. After dinner, the warm atmosphere gradually dimmed with the lights. Song Niannian lay on the bed, thinking back to the day's experience. Awakening, hospital examination, and the mysterious black book hidden in the beast control space. All kinds of thoughts came to her mind. However, the light of her phone suddenly lit up, interrupting her thoughts. She opened the class group, and messages popped up one after another. I heard that someone in the number 1 middle school next door has awakened on their own. Is this true? They're just too lucky. Please, Those who can awaken on their own are geniuses. We ordinary people should just wait patiently for artificial awakening. My dad has made an appointment for me to have radio wave stimulation. I'll definitely be able to have artificial awakening next semester. He. The last sentence hung glaringly on the screen, and Song Niannian's eyes fell on the spokesperson ID, Li Fong, the Cultural and Arts Committee member, who always liked to target her. The irony couldn't be more obvious. If it was the old Song Niannian, she might have endured it silently, but now she is no longer the cowardly girl who could be bullied in the past. She moved her fingers and replied in the group, "I have awakened." Then, she attached the awakening report from the hospital. After sending the message, she put the phone down and closed her eyes tiredly. The day's experience was too complicated and she needed to rest. However, she didn't know that this bland reply had caused an uproar in the class group. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Song Niannian woke up slowly in her little bed. The room was quiet. Her grandmother had gone out to work, but her favorite multi-grain porridge was thoughtfully left on the table. Her stomach was already growling with hunger, so she wolfed down the food before she had time to pay attention to the mysterious black book in her mind. When her consciousness entered the black book, new information appeared on the page. Master. Song Niannian, Beast Tamer level. Apprentice Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer. Not signed. Skill points. 83. Apprentice level. No problem. Song Niannian thought. She knew the levels of beastmasters, from low to high. They were apprentice level, entry level, professional level, master level, grandmaster level, and grandmaster level. And she had just awakened, so she was naturally in the initial stage. When she carefully checked the source of the skill points, the page of the black book unfolded a detailed panel. Negative energy from Wu Hui, +3. Negative energy from Li Fong, +10. Negative energy from Lu Hao, +3. Negative energy from Lu Wei, +30. Wu Hui, Li Fong, and Lu Hao were all her classmates. And Lu Wei was the head teacher, wasn't he? Song Niannian raised her eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this skill point was accumulated by absorbing other people's negative emotions. Seeing Lu Wei's contribution of 30 skill points, she came up with an idea. She turned on her phone and found 99 plus unread messages on the FAQ app and 20 missed calls from her class teacher Lu Wei. She called back immediately, and as soon as the call was connected, she quickly hung up. Lu Wei? The black book skill point page was instantly updated. Negative energy from Lu Wei +37. Song Niannian remained calm, continued to dial, and then hung up. After repeating this for more than 10 times, she finally got through. Song Niannian. Lu Wei on the other side roared angrily. This time, she didn't hang up immediately, but looked at the skill point page, which showed skill points, 120 points. She couldn't help but grin, but her tone was serious. Teacher Lu, I'm sorry, my phone is stuck. As you know, my family is not well off, and my phone often breaks down. Lu Wei on the other end of the phone was obviously less angry, and his voice softened. Hey, these little problems are not important. Let me ask you, is the awakening report you sent in the class group yesterday true? Of course it's true. Song Niannian blurted out, and then added, it's not fake. Okay. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Come to school this afternoon. The school takes this matter very seriously. We will take you for another test. If everything is confirmed to be correct, the school will focus on training you. I hope you take it seriously. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu. Song Niannian responded cheerfully. As soon as she hung up the phone, she looked down at the skill point panel. Skill points, 200 points. Teacher Lu is such a nice person. She sighed and clicked on the message in the class group. The group chat was already going wild. WTF. A genius actually appeared in our class. Big brother Niannian, please give me a leg up. A person like Li Fong still has the nerve to be mean to Niannian. Where is her shame? Seeing the news that her deskmate Wu Ning criticized Li Fong in the group, Song Niannian felt warm in her heart. Wu Ning had a hot temper, but she always cared about her silently. As for Li Fong, she would have plenty of time to repay her in the future. She simply replied with a message. What is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. See you at the beginning of the school year. Another batch of Black Book skill points were refreshed. Negative energy from Li Fong +20. Song Niannian smiled happily. Li Fong is really a good person. When Song Niannian arrived at the office, her class teacher Lu Wei and the principal, who was wearing an old-fashioned sweatshirt, were already waiting for her. Principal, this is Song Niannian, Lu Wei introduced. The principal looked him up and down with a kind face. Good boy, you are really a young talent. Those who can awaken naturally are all favored by heaven. As long as the test is fine, the school will fully support you. Thank you, Principal. Song Niannian replied politely. Let's go and get tested, the principal added with a smile. Is it at school? Song Niannian asked. Ah, the school doesn't have such high-end equipment. Let's go to Guangnan Beast Taming Center. The principal laughed, then suddenly walked to the window and picked up Song Niannian. Future genius beast tamer. It's so embarrassing to ride in a car. Come, let me take you flying. Before Song Niannian could protest, she was lifted up by the principal and jumped out of the window. Amid the howling wind, she was carried onto the back of a 4-meter-long bird with blue feathers. The bird let out a clear cry. At the same time, mist rolled in the black book and a line of text appeared. Name, Wine Bluebird, Level, Monarch, Qualification, 8- Evaluation, an elegant and deadly wind-attributed bird beast. Don't anger it, or you will experience the power of destruction. Looking at Feng Qingque's qualifications and level, Song Niannian couldn't help but be amazed. This kind old man is actually a master beastmaster? At the distant window, Lu Wei shouted, Principal, you forgot about me. Take a taxi yourself. The principal's voice faded away with the wind. Black book panel updated. Negative energy from Lu Wei, +30. Teacher Lu, you are such a good person. Song Niannian sighed with a smile, facing the wind, and flew towards the Guangnan Beast Taming Center. At the entrance of the Animal Control Center in Guangnan District, Suihui City, Principal Li Hutu, wearing an old man's shirt, looked at the test report in his hand with a satisfied smile on his face. He turned to look at Song Niannian and said in a friendly tone, Okay, my number 2 middle school has produced several naturally awakened geniuses this year. Classmate Niannian, if you have any difficulties, please feel free to ask. The school will definitely support you with all its strength. Song Niannian's eyes turned, and she said, Then I want a toothed dragon dog. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Hutu raised his eyebrows and said speechlessly, I'll give you 50 million, and you go get me a toothed dragon dog that can only evolve to the quasi-god level? Song Niannian laughed dryly. Just kidding. How about naughty cotton? Li Hutu rolled his eyes. Do you think naughty cotton is a common commodity? My naughty cotton was a wild contracted beast that I found in the secret realm of adventure. I spent all my fortune to let it evolve into a Feng Qingque. The current market price is at least 10 million. The most I can give you is 100,000, which is the limit of what the school can support. How about 200,000? Song Niannian looked at the principal with a smile. With a little more investment, maybe we can get Guangnan District's top scholar back. Li Hutu stared at the honest and well-behaved little girl in front of him and finally understood what it meant to don't judge a book by its cover. He sighed. You are not the only naturally awakened student in this school. Of the 200,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan is allocated by the school, and the other 100,000 yuan is my personal sponsorship. But there is a condition. You are not allowed to transfer from number 2 middle school. Okay, Principal. You are really far-sighted, and you will definitely not regret your decision today. Song Niannian flattered him without hesitation. Li Hutu waved his hands, his tone revealing impatience. All right, let's go and pick a beast. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll help you choose a good beast. When they arrived at the pet base, it was already 5 in the afternoon, which was lunchtime. There were few people in the base, which was convenient for selection. They were greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hello, 2 guests. How can I help you? Li Hutu said, Choose a primary pet as your first pet. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Song Niannian with a hint of surprise and enthusiasm in his eyes. This kid must be a self-awakened genius. Congratulations. You're welcome. Song Niannian waved her hand and asked righteously, Can I give you a discount? The corners of the middle-aged man's and Li Hutu's mouths twitched involuntarily. Haha, you're really straightforward, young man. The middle-aged man laughed dryly, then said, Our base generally does not have a precedent for discounts, but we can apply for a 20% discount for pets with qualifications of C level and below as a congratulations. Song Niannian's eyes lit up, and she replied with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Chun. Afterwards, Chun Tiana took them to the pet display area and asked about the budget. Within 150,000 yuan. Song Niannian said seriously. Chun Tiana flipped through the illustrations and pointed at several pets. At this price, I recommend the wind and fire dog, bubble fish, earthshell turtle, back spiny crab, kapok grass, broad-eared fox, and weatherbird. These pets are gentle and suitable for beginners. They can also reach the extraordinary level after evolution. After hearing this, Song Niannian followed Chun Tiana to look around, but silently flipped through the data in the black book in her mind. There are two pets that she pays special attention to. Wind and fire dog attributes. Wind, fire, qualification. B, comment. I wonder if you have heard of the husky among dogs. Kapok grass attributes. Wood qualification. B plus, comment. It should be very comfortable to make a blanket with cotton, right? Song Niannian's mouth twitched. Looking at the serious evaluation in the black book, she couldn't help but doubt its reliability. Just as she was hesitating, Chintiana suddenly said, in fact, there is another special pet. Although it has some congenital deficiencies, its qualifications are C-. Congenital deficiency? Song Niannian looked up. Li Hutu snorted coldly. Let me be clear, Dark Cloud Ta is extremely difficult to tame, not to mention the evolved shadow beast. You let a novice contract this kind of pet because you think her life is too long. Chun Tianhe was a little embarrassed, but he still patiently explained. Indeed, this Dark Cloud Steppe has an arrogant personality and is suitable for experienced beastmasters. But it has great potential. If the contract is successful, its ability after evolution will far exceed that of beasts of the same level. Li Huda frowned and looked at Song Niannian. Dark Cloud Steppe is too dangerous. Kapok grass is more suitable for you. If it can evolve into Kapok, it will perform well in all aspects and can help you get good grades in the college entrance examination. Song Niannian looked at the principal's serious expression, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. But she also knew that the resources needed to evolve the Kapok grass were too expensive, and she didn't want to embarrass the people who really wanted to help her. She looked down at the data of Inyunta in the black book again, and a hint of curiosity rose in her heart. Even if she failed, she still had the wind and fire dog as a backup, or at worst, she could raise a husky. Thinking of this, she made a decision. Principal, I want to try the Dark Cloud Steppe. In the Dark Cloud Beast breeding garden, the sunlight shone on the grass and rocks. The Dark Cloud Beasts and their evolved shadow beasts were scattered in twos and threes, lazily basking in the sun. When Song Niannian saw these black big cats, her eyes lit up instantly. Their silky fur shone charmingly in the sun, and their strong tails flicked back and forth, full of elegant power. But one of the particularly large shadow beasts stared coldly at Song Niannian and the people behind her, its eyes full of warning and threats. It seemed that if they got one step closer, it would pounce on them and bite them. Principal Li Hutu took a light step forward and released the pressure of a master beastmaster. The shadow beast immediately stepped back vigilantly, lowered its body, let out a low growl, and gave up the way unwillingly. Good guy, no matter how strong he is, he's just a bully. Song Niannian complained silently, then scanned the entire scene and quickly locked onto the target. In the cracks between the fallen rocks by the lake, a petite dark cloud walker was trying to shrink itself into the narrow gap, forming a sharp contrast with the other majestic creatures of the same species. Chintina pointed at the little fellow and said, "That's the Dark Cloud Steppe that I mentioned with congenital deficiencies. Its limbs are shorter than those of its peers, and its movements are slow. It is often bullied by other Dark Cloud Steppes. Its aptitude test also showed that it was only C-." Before he finished speaking, Song Niannian had already walked towards the little guy huddled in the corner. The four paws of the little Inyunta were pure white, as if he was wearing a pair of white socks, forming a sharp contrast with the black fur all over his body. This made Song Niannian think of the kitten she had raised in her previous life. More importantly, the black book in her mind gave a completely different evaluation. Name: Dark Cloud Steppe. Qualification: evaluation. What are you doing? Sign a contract. Opportunities like this don't come around every day. Song Niannian's heartbeat quickened. A-level qualification, higher than the principal's Feng Chinke. She slowly squatted down, stretched out her hand, and asked softly, "Are you willing to come with me? I can't promise to give you the best life, but I can promise that I will never betray you." Little Dark Cloud looked at her nervously, its body trembling slightly, but it did not retreat. After a moment, it slowly nodded. A white light lit up between it and Song Niannian. The contract was completed, and Inyunta officially became her first beast. After returning home, Song Niannian summoned Inyunta. The little guy meowed with a bit of a baby voice, tilted his head to look at her curiously, and then jumped into her arms without hesitation. Song Niannian stroked its head and complained, "Who said Inyunta is fierce and hard to tame? Stand out. I'll beat you to death." At the same time, the complete information of Dark Cloud Steppe was updated in the Black Book. Beast Tamer, Dark Cloud Steppe. Qualification: level, primary 1500/5000. Skills: Shadow Escape Mastered, Steel Claws Beginner, Charge Beginner, Shadow Clone Beginner. Shadow Ball Beginner. Evolution Path. Whether to spend 5,000 skill points to unlock the next stage of evolution. Seeing the evolution path column, Song Niannian was stunned for a moment. Isn't the evolution of Niannian a shadow beast? Are there other options? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. But when she saw the few skill points she had, she immediately gave up the idea. I don't have enough skill points. I'll try again when I have enough. She came back to her senses and found that Niannian was stepping on her with his two little paws, with a focused expression, as if he was performing some sacred ritual. Song Niannian felt warm in her heart, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. I can't always call you Niannian. How about I give you a name? Meow. The little guy tilted his head and looked at her. Song Niannian suggested with a wicked smile. How about calling him Dahe? Meow. And Niannian shook his head vigorously, obviously strongly opposed. The black book popped up a message. Negative emotions from Dark Cloud +2. Song Niannian became even more excited. What about Xiaohei? Meow, 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 meow. And Niannian protested frantically, as if saying, You are bullying me for not being able to speak. Negative emotions from Niannian +1. Haha, I'm just kidding. How about Snowball? Song Niannian said seriously. Xiaoanian finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded desperately, fearing that he would come up with another weird name. Okay, from now on you will be called Snowball. Song Niannian smiled and touched its head. Late at night, Song Niannian sat on the bed thinking about how to make money. The principal gave her 200,000 yuan in sponsorship, and she spent 180,000 yuan on buying Snowball and initial supplies. Now, she only has 20,000 yuan left. Snowball is an A-level qualification, so the early training must keep up and its potential cannot be wasted. I can't chase the class teacher every day to get skill points. Song Niannian pondered and suddenly had an idea. He opened his phone and sent a message to his friends. Shocked. The reason why I can awaken naturally is because of this. She attached the test report but did not provide any explanation. In less than a minute, the comment section exploded. Master, please give me the secret recipe. Sister Nian, tell me anything. Sister Nian, you are my real sister from now on. At the same time, the Black Book skill point panel began to update. Negative emotions from Li Fong +15, negative emotions from Lu Chong +10, negative emotions from Sun Tao +5. Song Niannian stared at the constantly jumping numbers, with a triumphant smile on her face. Snowball, we've made a fortune. Don't worry, I will definitely train you to be the best Dark Cloud stepper. Snowball stopped playing with the ball of wool, stared at her weird smile, and silently took a few steps back. It's over, my master doesn't seem normal. The next morning, Song Niannian took Snowball to the Guangnan District Beast Taming Center and successfully registered for an apprentice-level beast taming certificate. It is worth noting that Snowball's energy value of up to 1500 asterisk is extremely rare among primary pets. This data directly allows Song Niannian to reach the standard of a mid-level apprentice-level beastmaster. Apprentice-level beastmasters are divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Song Niannian's advancement to the intermediate level right after awakening is enough to make most beastmasters envious. After leaving the Beast Taming Center, Song Niannian decided to resign at the ULI Hotel. As a part-time dishwasher before, it was obviously not suitable for her to continue doing this job now. When Song Niannian was standing at the door of the hotel, she unexpectedly met her enemy, Li Fong, from class. Hey, isn't this Song Niannian? Li Fong walked over with a tall woman, with a familiar sneer on her face. How dare a poor guy like you come to ULI Hotel? Oh, I almost forgot. You probably just came out from washing the dishes, right? Song Niannian turned her head and saw Li Fong's familiar provocative expression. She couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand, saying helplessly, Li Fong, I shouldn't have provoked you much, right? Why do you seem to be excited every time you see me? Could it be that you like me? Bah! Who likes someone like you? Li Fong was furious. Her face flushed red. You are so shameless. No wonder Lu Tianchen is so obsessed with you. Lu Tianchen was the class monitor, and he did take better care of Song Niannian. However, Song Niannian did not think about it in other ways. She raised her eyebrows and asked, So you like Lu Tianchen? Li Fong was even more angry. Who said I like him? I just don't like you, okay? The woman next to Li Fong couldn't help but ask, Li Fong, who is this? Oh, cousin, she's a classmate of ours. Her family is very poor. I heard her grandmother works as a cleaner and is very dirty. Li Fong's words made Song Niannian's eyes suddenly cold. She could tolerate others' ridicule, but she could never accept someone insulting her family. Snowball on the shoulder, seemed to sense his master's emotions. His hair stood up, he growled, and arched his body, ready to pounce at any time. Li Fong, I have tolerated you for a long time, Song Niannian said coldly. I could pretend I didn't hear anything you said to me before. But you insulted my family, so you must apologize for this. Otherwise, we can only solve the problem in another way. Li Fong felt a little guilty, but still managed to hold on. Why are you pretending? My cousin is a student at Lufeng University. Even if you have naturally awakened, you may not be able to pass the exam. So what about Lufeng University? Song Niannian disagreed. She is a student of Lufeng University. What does it have to do with your foul mouth? If you don't apologize, I will beat you up once a day until you shut up. Li Fong was frightened by Song Niannian's eyes and trembled and was speechless. Her cousin Li Qianqian smiled and broke the deadlock. Since you are all beastmasters, why don't you have a fight? It is more meaningful to speak with strength than to argue with words. I'm not interested in fighting with her. I just want to beat her up. Song Niannian looked at Li Fong and said with a sneer. Li Qianqian didn't care and said slowly, I will use my second pet to fight you. No matter whether I win or lose, I will make Li Fong apologize to you. Song Niannian raised her eyebrows. Can you make the decision for her? Of course. Li Qianqian smiled slightly. She doesn't dare to resist my opinion. Okay, let's have a fight then. Song Niannian nodded in agreement and turned to stop a taxi. Get in the car. By the way, you guys pay for the taxi fare and the venue fee. Li Qianqian chuckled. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Guangnan District, Beastmaster Battle Square, Platform 6. Before the battle began, the referee stood in the center of the field and raised a white flag to signal both sides. Signal me when you are ready. Li Qianqian answered first. Song Niannian nodded. I'm ready too. Everyone. With the referee's whistle, the white flag fell. Snowball, Ghost-Face Fox. Two rays of light flashed at the same time, and Song Niannian and Li Qianqian each summoned their own pet. The moment the Ghost-Face Fox appeared, the black book immediately popped up relevant information in Song Niannian's mind. Name, Ghost-Face Fox. Attributes, Dark Sand. Level, Primary. Qualification, B. Evaluation, Lao Lu, who is insidious and cunning and loves sneak attacks. He loves sandstone fruit and specializes in teasing his opponents. Seeing Ghost-Face Fox's evaluation, Song Niannian became more alert. Ghost-Face Fox was a B-level aptitude, and Li Qianqian obviously had more combat experience than her, so this battle was definitely not easy. But this was also Snowball's first official battle, and she definitely didn't want to lose. Snowball, concentrate and be prepared. Song Niannian conveyed the battle strategy with her mind, and Snowball instantly entered combat state. His usual cute appearance was gone. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he let out a low, mighty roar. Li Qianqian sneered. Your Dark Cloud step is quite special, but it's a pity that my Ghost-Face Fox will not lose. Ghost-Face Fox, run. Use sand dance. The Ghost-Faced Fox moved quickly, leaving traces of sand on the field with its body, and the air around it became slightly turbid. Snowball, charge to the left and interrupt it. Snowball obeyed the order, gathered all his strength, and turned into a dark light and rushed towards the Ghost-Faced Fox. However, just when Snowball was about to hit the Ghost-Faced Fox, Ghost-Face Fox, jump up, Sandtail. The Ghost-Faced Fox jumped up, and its long tail wrapped in sand and dust swept towards Snowball fiercely. Snowball rolled to the right and avoided. Snowball rolled quickly to avoid it, but Ghost-Face Fox was faster. Li Qianqian immediately ordered. Ghost-Face Fox, spinning claw. Use Sandtail to finish it off. The Ghost-Face Fox spun rapidly in the air, and the sand and dust wrapped around its sharp claws attacked Snowball. The entire venue was instantly filled with sand and dust, and the vision was completely blocked. Beautiful, Ghost-Face Fox, Li Qianqian shouted excitedly, as if she had already seen victory. But at this moment, Song Niannian showed a confident smile. Snowball, Steel Claw's neck. In the dust, a black shadow flashing with cold light rushed towards the Ghost-Face Fox at lightning speed and accurately grabbed its neck from above. Eenh! The Ghost-Face Fox screamed in pain and then fell to the ground. The referee blew the whistle and raised the flag. Dark Cloud wins this battle. Meow! Snowball raised his little head and shouted excitedly. The audience around the venue was in an uproar. Oh my god, is this really Dark Cloud Ta? How come he is so obedient? How did Dark Cloud Ta avoid the Ghost-Faced Fox's sandtail? Too cute. Mom, I've decided Dark Cloud Ta will be my initial pet. We don't have money, kid. Wake up. Li Chanqian picked up the unconscious ghost-faced fox with a complicated expression. She was obviously a student of Lufeng University. After the high-intensity beast taming college entrance examination, the ghost-faced fox also grew into a powerful pet under careful training. But today, he lost to a girl who had just awakened in a seemingly ordinary dark cloud talon. What was going on with this dark cloud talon? It was obviously just a newborn pet in terms of age, but its control of skills was far beyond the norm. Guess? Li Qianqian murmured, and her eyes could not help but fall on the man and the beast on the field. Song Niannian picked up the slightly tired Snowball, her face full of joy. Snowball, you did a great job today. How can you be so cute? Meow meow. Snowball happily buried his head in her shoulder, and his tail wagged like a little fan. The audience around them saw this scene, and their eyes widened. This is definitely not Dark Cloud Ta. It's so cute, I decided to raise one. Asterisk. In the corner of the venue, a pink-haired boy blew bubble gum and whispered, "This battle is really exciting." She is proficient in shadow escape and can cleverly use the battlefield environment. Which high school is she from? The black-haired boy next to him looked up at him and said calmly, "No matter which high school it is, we will always see each other during the joint training of senior high school students. Unless she is not a senior high school student." That makes sense. The pink-haired boy smiled and continued to stare at Song Niannian on the field. Li Qianqian walked slowly to Song Niannian, with a complicated look between her and Snowball. "Congratulations, you won. But can you tell me how your dark cloud steps avoided the ghost-faced fox's double-accelerated sandtail?" Song Niannian held the Snowball and turned to look at Li Qianqian, but did not answer directly. "Li Fong, come here," Li Qianqian shouted coldly. Li Fong walked forward cautiously and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Louder. Li Vianyan kiket herunjeremunios. Li Fong was forced to raise her voice, almost yelling, "I'm sorry." Song Niannian hugged Snowball and raised the corner of her mouth. "Snowball, I didn't hear it. Did you hear it?" "Meow." Snowball tilted his head and looked at Li Fong innocently. Negative emotions from Li Qianqian plus 10. Li Fong finally couldn't bear it anymore and bowed deeply. "Student Song, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at your family background, let alone insulted your family." Song Niannian nodded calmly. "I hope this kind of thing won't happen again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do." Li Fong nodded repeatedly, secretly vowing in her heart that she would never provoke Song Niannian again. At this time, Li Qianqian asked again, "Can you tell me now?" Song Niannian touched Snowball's head and said with a smile, "Snowball, show me how." A black light flashed by, and Snowball instantly appeared above Song Niannian's head, using shadow escape accurately. Li Qianqian had a complicated look in her eyes. After a moment's silence, she said, "I lost this time, but I won't give up. I will definitely win next time." After that, she turned and left, and Li Fong hurriedly followed. Song Niannian looked down at Snowball in her arms and said gently, "You did a great job today. I'll give you a snack when we get home." "Meow." Snowball called out excitedly, and his little tail wagged faster. Song Niannian, her grandmother, and her beast sat together at the shabby round dining table. Snowball squatted solemnly at the corner of the table, his small body motionless, with a pure white napkin tied around his neck, which echoed with his 4 white paws, making him look particularly elegant and cute. "Come, it's time to eat." Grandma came over with the dishes and placed them on the table one by one. "Your dried red fish performed well today." Song Niannian gently placed a dried red fish worth 1,000 yuan in front of Snowball and poured a bottle of moo moo milk worth 500 yuan into its bowl. These were all nutritious beast foods specially selected for Snowball, but the price made Song Niannian frown. From the 20,000 yuan left after the last competition, there is now less than 10,000 yuan left. Xueqio's food expenses are very high, and he must find a way to make money as soon as possible. "Nanan, why are you standing there? Eat your meal." Seeing her in a daze, Grandma picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into her bowl. Snowball seemed to sense his master's mood and carefully pushed a half-eaten dried red fish in front of Song Niannian, making a soft sound. "Meow." Song Niannian looked at the concerned expressions of her grandmother and Snowball and felt a warm feeling in her heart. She touched Snowball's head and said with a smile, "This is your special food. I can't eat it. I was just thinking about something just now. Think about it after dinner. Don't wait until the food gets cold." Grandma scolded. "Okay, beautiful Ms. Wu, you're just sweet-talking." Grandma smiled helplessly, and dinner ended with laughter. Back in the room, Song Niannian sat cross-legged on the bed and probed his consciousness into the black book. On the panel, Snowball's attributes were clearly presented. Master. Song Niannian. Level. Intermediate apprentice beastmaster. Name: Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute: Dark. Level: Primary 1600/5000 plus. Beastmaster qualification. Skills: Shadow Escape, Mastered 80/2000 plus. Steel Claw, Proficient 10/500. Charge: Beginner 50/100. Shadow Clone, Beginner 10 out of 100. Shadow Ball, Beginner 5/100. Available skill points: 900 points. Snowball's experience points increased from 1500 to 1600, and his skill proficiency also improved, especially Shadow Escape and Charge, which showed obvious improvement. Song Niannian thought back to today's battle and speculated that these improvements should be related to the experience points accumulated in actual combat. She continued to look through the sources of skill points. Negative emotions from Li Feng. +1 battle victory. +200 reputation increase. +200. She suddenly realized that there are 3 sources of skill points. 1. Absorbing negative emotions. 2. Winning actual combat. 3. Improving reputation and popularity. Snowball, come here. Song Niannian waved her hand. Meow, meow, meow. Snowball's eyes lit up, thinking there was something delicious, and he turned into a black shadow and jumped into Song Niannian's arms. Little greedy cat, this time it's not for food. Song Niannian flicked its little head and said with a smile, I will use skill points to help you strengthen your skills. You should carefully feel the changes in your body. She used 100 skill points to strengthen the Shadow Clone skill, and the original status immediately changed. Shadow Clone, Beginner 10 out of 100, Proficient 10 out of 500. Available skill points: 900, 800. Snowball, try Shadow Clone. Snowball looked confused, but still followed the instructions. The next second, the space next to it twisted slightly, and a small snowball that looked exactly like it appeared in the air. Meow! Snowball was startled by his clone, waving his 2 little paws, and the clone imitated its movements simultaneously. Not to mention how cute it was. You mean, using the Shadow Clone used to be very laborious, but now it's much easier? Song Niannian observed Snowball's movements. Snowball nodded, waving his little paws, matching his big black eyes, making Song Niannian burst into laughter. Next, Song Niannian continued to use skill points to strengthen Snowball's other skills and conducted a series of experiments. The results show that the conversion ratio between skill points and experience points or energy values is 1-to-1, and each enhancement can significantly improve Snowball's combat ability. In the end, Snowball's status became Shadow Escape, Proficient 520/2000, plus Steel Claw, Proficient 10/500, plus Charge, Proficient 50/500, plus Shadow Clone, Proficient 10/500, plus Shadow Ball, Proficiency 5/500 plus. Available skill points: 0 points. Well, I feel much better now that I have mastered all my skills. Song Niannian nodded with satisfaction. All her skill points have been used up, but she is not in a hurry. There are 3 ways to collect skill points: combat, reputation, and negative emotions, which makes her goal clearer. She casually opened Fake Hue and took a photo of herself lying on Snowball's belly and sucking the cat, with a caption, I have a cat. Do you have one? In just a few minutes, the negative emotion pop-up window began to refresh frantically. Negative emotions from Li Feng. +10 negative emotions from Li Qianqian. +20 negative emotions from Wu Ning. +10 negative emotions from Lu Wei. +30. I got the skill points. Song Niannian hugged Snowball, smiling from ear to ear, and soon fell into a sweet dream. Late at night, in the stillness of the room, Snowball nimbly jumped out of Song Niannian's arms and turned around to confirm that his owner was still sleeping. It looked out the window at the dark street and said to itself, if becoming stronger can make my master happy, then I must become the strongest beast. It walked towards the window with firm steps, jumped down, and disappeared into the night. At the end of a dim street in the slums, several primary wild, supernatural creatures were rummaging through the garbage dump for food. A cat-like creature raised its head alertly, staring at the direction of the alley. A ray of moonlight shone down, and a black dark cloud figure slowly came into view, its white claws shining, making it look even more noble and awe-inspiring. Meow, Snowball called softly, but his tone was intimidating. When I first met Snowball, I said, where did this dark cloud tapper come from? He's quite good-looking. Later, I said, where did this dark cloud tapper come from? How could he attack a beast? And later, I said, don't come over here. In the morning light, Song Niannian sat on a bench, panting heavily. She and Shueqiu had just finished a 10-kilometer running training, which was their 5th consecutive day of training. Through this period of training, Song Niannian clearly felt that her physical fitness had improved rapidly, and Snowball also gained a lot. In just a few days, Snowball's level rose from beginner, 1600/5000, to 2000/5000, and his proficiency in all skills increased. But compared to directly strengthening with skill points, the speed of training is still slow. What's more troublesome is that Song Niannian's wallet is getting dwindling day by day. There are less than 1,000 federal coins left out of 10,000. Snowball, we may have to find another way. She sighed and turned to look at Snowball squatting on the grass. Snowball tilted his head and let out a soft meow, as if he understood. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Song Niannian's mind. Snowball, do you want to fight? Meow. Snowball blinked, as if to confirm what she meant. Meow. Then the little guy jumped up excitedly, with his furry tail raised high. This cat loves fighting the most. Song Niannian was holding a sign with big characters on it, sitting at the entrance of the beast taming square. The sign had a striking font that read, Dugat Shobai. Challenge and defeat the top opponent of the beast tamers of Lufeng University. Only for beginners of beast taming, the battle experience is only 200. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it if you pass by. This is the way Song Niannian thought of to make money. Earn battle fees through challenges and gain skill points at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Lose. She looked at the words on the sign, her lips slightly raised. The sign didn't mention winning or losing, and within the scope of the primary beast control, she had absolute confidence in Snowball. Not long after, a fashionable young man came over and stopped in front of her. Did you really defeat the beastmaster of Ryufu University? Song Niannian was excited. Business is coming, she said seriously. Of course. Have you heard of Li Qianqian? She just passed the exam last year, and her ghost-faced fox was knocked down by my Snowball. Li Qianqian, who was sweating during training, suddenly sneezed twice in succession. The ghost-faced fox stared at her vigilantly, as if worried that her master was sick. It's okay, Ghost-faced Fox. She touched Ghost-faced Fox's head and said through gritted teeth, let's continue training, and we will definitely win next time. The fashionable boy was a little surprised. Li Qianqian? She was my senior in the previous class, and she actually lost to you. Of course. Song Niannian patted the sign. 200 yuan per time. Do you want a challenge? Sure. The fashionable boy nodded. But how about the venue fee? You pay the 100 yuan venue fee. Song Niannian answered without hesitation, then quickly put away the sign and walked towards the battle platform. The fashionable boy stood there with a stiff expression. Negative emotions from Lu Fei +10. Please ask both players number 0171 to go to the battle platform number 9 to prepare. Song Niannian and the young Lu Fei walked towards the platform, and the referee on the stage said in a slightly majestic tone, please signal me when both parties are ready. Ready, the two said in unison. The referee raised the flag and blew the whistle, and the game began. Snowball, go on the field, Song Niannian commanded. Wind and Fire Dog, it's decided to be you. Song Niannian couldn't help but twitch his lips at Lu Fei's shouting. Why did it sound so familiar? Name, Wind and Fire Dog attributes. Wind, Fire, status, excited, level, primary, beast taming qualification, B+, evaluation, an extraordinary dog-like creature known for its speed. The thick pads under its feet are the secret of its speed. Additional evaluation, the king of huskies. Song Niannian looked at the description in the black book and became alert. Snowball, Shadow Escape is ready at any time. Wind and Fire Dog, use Fireball. Lu Fei shouted. However, the Fenghua dog just turned around twice, barked twice excitedly, then squatted down with a confused look on its face. Oh, Fenghua dog, it's Fireball. Fireball? Lu Fei stamped his feet anxiously, and even squatted down to demonstrate the action of opening his mouth and spitting fire. Fenghua dog looked at him, wagged its tail happily, and then woofed again. The audience burst into laughter. Song Niannian tried to keep her face straight and suppressed her laughter. Snowball charged to end the battle. Remember to control your strength. Snowball turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the Wind and Fire Dog at a rapid speed. Bang! The Wind and Fire Dog was knocked back a meter, but quickly stood up again. Wind and Fire Dog, come on! Lu Fei waved his fist excitedly. The Wind and Fire Dog on the field suddenly changed. Clusters of flames ignited on its body. Its eyes turned scarlet. White smoke came out of its nostrils, and its body radiated amazing heat. Snowball, be careful. Keep your distance. Song Niannian quickly commanded. The Wind and Fire Dog raised its head and howled, then pounced on Snowball. Its speed and strength greatly increased. Snowball used Shadow Escape to dodge the attack, but the wind and fire dog chased him relentlessly. As the flames rose, the temperature in the air continued to rise. Snowball, don't go head-on, hold it back. Snowball dodged flexibly, constantly consuming the wind and fire dog's physical strength. After a few minutes, the wind and fire dog was obviously exhausted, and its movements gradually slowed down. Just when everyone thought that the wind and fire dog was about to fall, it suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of scorching flames, rushing straight to the battle stage where Lu Fei was. Snowball, stop it! Song Niannian shouted anxiously. Snowball flashed in front of the flames with a shadow escape and used his steel claws to slash the flames, thus resolving the accident. At the same time, the wind and fire dog finally fell to the ground, and the flames on his body gradually extinguished, returning to his previous silly appearance. The referee raised the red flag. Wind and fire dog cannot fight. Dark cloud step wins. Song Niannian picked up Snowball, who had fallen into her arms, turned her head, and looked at Fenghua Dog, thinking. Lu Fei ran over to check on Fenghua Dog and asked anxiously, Fenghua Dog, what's wrong with you? It just lost its strength. Song Niannian said, don't you know your beast control skills? Lu Fei lowered his head a little embarrassedly. I just awakened not long ago, and I just contracted the wind and fire dog last week. No wonder. Song Niannian sighed. You don't even know your own beast taming skills. It's good that you can hold on this long this time. She pondered for a moment and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, your wind and fire dog has awakened a special state of fire-type extraordinary creatures, burning fire. Song Niannian walked all the way back home, still thinking about the beast taming knowledge that she had frantically studied during this period. Since awakening, she felt that her learning ability had greatly improved. Whether it was the beast control skills or the attributes of extraordinary creatures, she could remember them just by looking at them once. This efficiency made her wonder if it was related to the Black Book. The burning state was what she read in the Compendium of Skills of Fire-type Extraordinary Creatures. It describes a special state of fire-type extraordinary creatures. Awakening due to aptitude or external force will increase the beast's attack, speed, and other abilities by 15% with a corrosive effect. However, after this state ends, the beast will enter a weak period. She recalled the performance of the wind and fire dog just now, and became more and more convinced that this wind and fire dog had good qualifications, and could even be said to be extremely lucky. The burning state is a very rare and powerful ability for fire-type supernatural creatures, and the proportion of those who can awaken it is less than 1 in 10,000. Could this Lu Fei be a European emperor? Song Niannian secretly complained. This little girl's judgment is very accurate. The wind and fire dog has indeed entered the burning state. Suddenly, a gentle male voice came from the audience. Song Niannian and Lu Fei turned their heads and saw a young man in a neat suit walking over. He had a gentle smile on his face and politely took off his hat to greet the two. Let me introduce myself. I am Song Ci, one of the managers of the Guangnan branch of Juina Company. Juina Company? Song Niannian was stunned. She had a vague impression in her mind, but before she could think about it, the other party continued. I just watched your game. I would like to invite you to participate in the Junhe Awakening Cup in Suihui City this year. Junhe Awakening Cup? Lu Fei exclaimed first. Isn't that a national beast taming competition, specially held for beast tamers below the extraordinary level? That's right. Song Ci nodded slightly. The original intention of the competition was to provide a platform for new beastmasters to showcase their talents, and also to allow more people to understand the diversity and potential of beastmasters. As he spoke, he handed a business card to Song Niannian and said with a smile, if you are interested, you can contact me at any time. After watching Song Ci leave, Song Niannian couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and began to search for information about the Junhe Awakening Cup. After a moment, a line of words appeared on the screen that made her heart beat faster. 8th place prize, 50,000 federal coins. 1st place prize, 500,000 federal coins, plus a beast egg. This is too much. Song Niannian's eyes widened, and she almost threw a snowball in excitement. Snowball, let's go play the game. We can make money and accumulate skill points at the same time. What a perfect opportunity. Meow meow, Snowball responded excitedly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This cat was born to fight. Wait! Lu Fei's voice came from behind. He quickly caught up with Song Niannian with a little shyness on his face. Can you be my sparring partner? Sparring. Song Niannian stopped and raised her eyebrows slightly. It's like this. Lu Fei scratched his head embarrassedly. I have never participated in a beast taming battle before. You are very powerful. You can see the burning state of the wind and fire dog at a glance. If you could be my sparring partner, I could pay you 2,000 yuan per hour. 2,000 yuan? Song Niannian was stunned. Is this guy a rich man? She wanted to refuse directly, but Lu Fei added. My family opened the Lu's Beast Taming Training Hall, which has the most advanced training equipment. You can use it at will. It doesn't take much time. Just 1 hour a day will be enough. Hearing this, Song Niannian was immediately moved. She had heard of the reputation of the Lu's Beast Taming Training Hall, and the high-level training room inside charged up to 1,000 yuan per hour. If she could get the equipment for free and make some extra money at the same time, it would be a win-win situation. Deal. She nodded and gave Lu Fei her contact information. Contact me anytime if you need anything. After saying goodbye, Song Niannian carried Snowball home. As she stroked Snowball's soft fur, she began to think about her next plan. Registration, training, and skill point improvement. We must go all out next. Snowball, nestled in her arms, made up his mind. In order to help my master win more prize money, I must become stronger. Under the moonlight, the figures of the man and the beast gradually disappeared at the end of the street, and some nights were destined to become lively because of Snowball's extra training. Asterisk many wild extraordinary creatures. What are you doing here again? We were just out looking for something to eat. Chapter 11 Training and Growth. In the next half-month, Song Niannian used the Lu's Beast Taming Training Hall to significantly improve Snowball's abilities in all aspects. Snowball's value now changes to Name: Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute: Dark. Level: Intermediate, 3,500/5,000 plus. Beast Taming Qualification: Evolution Path. Do you want to spend 5,000 skill points to unlock the next stage of evolution? Skills: Shadow Escape, proficient 800/2,000, plus Steel Claw, proficient 200/500, Charge, proficient 100/500, Shadow Clone, proficient 150/500, Shadow Ball, proficient 150/500. Usable skill points: 3,500 points. The energy in Snowball's body also successfully reached the intermediate level of beast control. The skill points also reached the 5,000 mark, but I used 1,500 skill points to improve Snowball's skill value. Anyway, it will take some time for Snowball to reach the requirements for evolution, so there is no point in saving the skill points. The best choice is to use it to improve combat power to prepare for the upcoming Juanhe Awakening Cup. Beastmasters usually evolve at a high level and transform into extraordinary ones. To achieve extraordinary success is the most important step for every pet to break free from its own constraints and move forward. Once you cross over it, the world will be vast and open, and you will have the ability to evolve again. If you fail, your life will be like this. Just like the cruel human society, the Society of Extraordinary Creatures also has its own operating rules. As for why there are so many skill points, of course, I have to thank the good man Lu Fei. During this half-month, Song Niannian would go to Lu's Beast Taming Training Hall every day to fight with Lu Fei, and also use the facilities of the training hall. In addition to Song Niannian's own personal savings rapidly increasing to 4 figures. I also gain a lot of skill points from Lu Fei and his Wind and Fire dog. At the beginning, Fenghua dog often bared his teeth at Snowball. But no matter what the Wind and Fire dog did, it would be beaten up by Snowball. Now it becomes very obedient when it sees Snowball. It feels like I'm just licking the boots of Boss Shui. Song Niannian looked at the Fenghua dog, who was following Snowball like a pug, and couldn't help feeling a little amused. In addition, Song Niannian made another discovery. That is, the negative emotions of other people or pets towards Snowball will also be counted on himself. Turn into skill points. How did Song Niannian find out? The main thing was that one night, I was sleeping and I dreamed that there was an extraordinary creature staring at me. I scared myself awake. After waking up, I couldn't find Snowball anywhere in the house. As a result, I found that my skill points were skyrocketing. Negative emotions from Slowpoke towards Snowball plus 30. Negative emotions from Electric Mouse towards Snowball plus 50. Negative emotions from Mudball towards Snowball plus 20. My goodness, did Snowball kill all the wild supernatural creatures nearby? However, Song Niannian was not worried. With Snowball's mastery-level Shadow Escape, she could escape even if she encountered a high-level beast. I'm mainly a little worried about those wild, supernatural creatures. But Song Niannian turned around and thought, don't worry, my Snowball is so kind. At most, it's just a trick on them. Didn't you see that Shueqiu often asks her for snacks recently? She thought Snowball's appetite had grown, but it turned out that the food was fed to wild, supernatural creatures. Song Niannian pulled her thoughts back to real life. On the battle stage of Lu's beast taming training hall, a wind and fire dog was standing face to face with a bubble fish on the opposite side. Both sides were panting, as if they had just experienced a big battle. Suddenly, flames ignited on the wind and fire dog's body, and it rushed towards the bubble fish, leaving behind the phantom of flames in the path it ran. The bubble fish was not to be outdone and sprayed a huge column of water in the direction where the wind and fire dog was coming. The wind and fire dog didn't even try to dodge and directly crashed into the huge water column. Sizzle, sizzle. This is the harsh sound of water and fire opposing each other. A thick fog also rose on the field. A red figure broke through the mist and crashed into the bubble fish. Bubble! Manhwa dog knocked Bubblefish out of the field and fell against the iron wall of the training hall. Bubblefish cannot fight. Wind and fire dog wins this battle. Ouch! Ouch! The wind and fire dog howled excitedly. Well done, Manhwa dog. I'll give you a big dinner tonight. Lu Fei jumped up happily. Offstage, Lu Fei walked up to Song Niannian with a wind and fire dog. The Manhwa dog happily circled around Song Niannian several times. He howled again, as if he was trying to prove something to someone. Sniff! Snowball in Song Niannian's arms bared his teeth at the wind and fire dog. Be quiet. If the fire on your body splashes onto my master, I will kill you. Woof woof. The Manhwa dog, which had been full of vigor and vitality just now, immediately drooped its ears and tail and took several steps back. Stop, stop, stop hitting me, woo-woo. Niannian, thank you so much for this period of time. My wind and fire dog has made great progress. Lu Fei expressed his gratitude to Song Niannian, who was sitting on the ground. You pay me, and I solve your problem. That's what I should do. If you're really grateful, why not treat me and Snowball to a good meal? Song Niannian winked at Lu Fei playfully and smiled. Haha, no problem. So let's go now? Lu Fei took the wind and fire dog back to the beast taming space. He made an inviting gesture towards Song Niannian. This boy is quite handsome when he is serious. Let's go, Snowball. Let's go to the dog eater. Song Niannian rolled her eyes and walked out of the training hall. Under the bright lights at night, after having dinner with Lu Fei, Song Niannian said goodbye to him. He walked home holding the Snowball. Song Niannian touched Snowball's slightly fleshy belly and hesitated for a moment. Snowball, do we have any idea about food recently? Meow. Do you think I'm fat? Song Niannian, who understood Snowball's cry, immediately denied it. How could that be, little darling? I like Snowball's the most. Come, give me a kiss. After saying that, he put his mouth close to Snowball's. Where's Snowball? Song Niannian felt her hand lighten, and when she opened her eyes, she found that the Snowball had fallen to the ground. Roar! Snowball headed for the dark alley in front of him, standing in front of Song Niannian cautiously, with all the hairs on his body standing on end. There was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Something is wrong. Snowball has never been in this state before. Song Niannian suddenly became nervous, looked into the alley, and secretly put her hand into her pocket, holding her phone. Always be ready to call for help. Don't be nervous, little sister. I saw a graceful figure walking out of the darkness, with her long, smooth hair swaying left and right as she walked. By moonlight, Song Niannian finally saw the appearance of the woman in front of her clearly. She has delicately drawn willow-shaped eyebrows, purple peach blossom eyes that sparkle like gems, and the most impressive thing is the red teardrop mole under her right eye, which adds 7 points of charm. Further down, her black veil covered half of her face, and she was wearing a purple long skirt with a high slit that hung to the ground, barely revealing her toes painted with purple nail polish. In her left hand, she held a dough fan, gently waving it in front of her, and with her right hand, she was stroking a huge, terrifying scorpion. After receiving the feedback from Heishu, Song Niannian's eyes narrowed. Name: Sky Poison Scorpion. Attributes: Poison, Sand. Level: Emperor. Beast Taming Qualification: A+. Introduction: An extraordinary insect creature. Its hard shell gives it an incredibly high defense. Its excellent ability to control sand makes it a killer in the sand. Its 2 huge pincers are its natural attack weapons, and it possesses great power. The scorpion tail behind it is full of toxins, so don't try to touch it easily. Comment: You can't run away, and you can't fight. Why not try to kneel down and call me sister? Chapter 12. You have beautiful eyes. Seeing the comments column, Song Niannian's mouth twitched involuntarily. You are still joking with me at this time? You are really something? Black Book. Oh my, an A-level Dark Cloud Ta. He's been trained really well. Can you tell me how you managed to make it obey you so well? The purple-clothed woman tilted her head, twirled her hair with her right hand, and asked. She could tell at a glance that Snowball was an A-level talent. You should know that the breeders at the pet base rated Snowball as C-. This way you can use the Black Book to find loopholes. Song Niannian's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm bells. This woman is at least a master beastmaster. You should know that the apprentice-level beastmaster corresponds to primary, intermediate, and advanced pets. Entry-level beastmasters correspond to extraordinary pets. Professional beastmasters correspond to commander and monarch-level pets. And owning an emperor-level pet is the minimum standard to become a master-level beastmaster. Song Niannian's thoughts raced. His hands were in his pockets, but he never stopped. Fortunately, she left the principal's contact information and set the principal as an emergency contact. Don't try these little tricks, little sister. You have to know that the standard for becoming an emperor-level beastmaster is that the beastmaster can reach the domain. Everything in the domain is controlled by the master and the pet. What a coincidence. The sky poison scorpion next to my sister is an emperor-level one. Damn it. Such a strong beastmaster entered Guangnan District. Didn't the Guangnan District Security Office have any reaction at all? Looking at the Snowball protecting him, Song Niannian's mind was filled with thoughts. Beautiful sister, is my Snowball really A-level? I didn't even know it at the time. I chose Snowball as my partner because the pattern on his feet is so beautiful. Song Nian's thoughts wandered, and he spoke in a clever manner. There is no way. All we can do now is to delay time. I hope the patrol officers can find this abnormal area in time. Oh, then you are really lucky. You can pick a dark cloud trampler with such good qualifications at any time. Swish. A gust of wind passed by. Song Niannian only felt a moment, and the woman in purple was standing in front of her, lifting her chin. Roar! Snowball in front of him let out a threatening growl and attacked the woman. Meow! Snowball was blocked by the sky poison scorpion's pincers. Snowball, don't move! Song Niannian was worried that Snowball would get hurt, so she gave Snowball an order. But this was the first time that Snowball disobeyed Song Niannian's orders and kept trying to break through the sky poison scorpion's defense line. A sharp attack sound rang out between the two beasts. The sky poison scorpion seemed to be just standing there, not making any attacking moves toward Snowball. Song Niannian felt a little relieved. Look carefully. You have a pretty face. The purple-clothed woman put her face close to Song Niannian's. Actually, the purple-robed lady was not wrong. Song Niannian in this life is 50% similar to herself in her previous life. But in this life, Song Niannian's facial features are even more beautiful. When not smiling, she is as cold as the bright moon. When she smiles, the dimple on the right side of her cheek can melt people like a bowl of sugar water. Come on, answer me. How can a girl from a poor family make an A-level dark cloud so obedient? Of course my beastmaster listens to me. Song Niannian complained in her heart. But soon, she felt her consciousness fall into confusion. She just thought the purple-dressed woman in front of her was so beautiful. It's so beautiful that I want to give away everything I have. Buzz, golden light flashed from the black book in Song Niannian's mind. Song Niannian suddenly came to her senses. But before waking up, she couldn't help but say, "What beautiful eyes! What am I doing? This is a life-threatening moment. I am dead, and I hope that the person who found me can give me a proper burial." But Song Niannian didn't expect that. The purple-clad woman in front of her actually asked her, "Do you really think my eyes are beautiful? What is this? Is this the right way to open up to a beautiful sister?" Song Niannian thought to herself, "Don't you think my purple eyes are disgusting, ugly, and—" Song Niannian was suddenly stunned when she heard the words of the woman in purple. She looked at the sudden expression of disgust on the purple-clad woman in front of her. "It's really beautiful. Have you ever seen a purple gem? It is the finest purple gemstone. Even darkness cannot resist its radiance." Although Song Niannian didn't know why the woman in purple in front of her suddenly stopped, she still honestly told her true thoughts. Looking at Song Niannian's sincere eyes, the woman in purple stopped what she was doing. "Heavenly poison scorpion. Scorpion," she called out softly to the poisonous scorpion. "The sky poison scorpion's domain has been lifted. You can go now." "No, this woman is so weird." Snowball finally pounced in front of Song Niannian and looked at her worriedly. "Meow, are you okay, master? Why did you let me go?" Song Niannian couldn't help but ask. This woman's appearance and behavior were too strange. The purple-clothed woman jumped onto the back of the sky-poisoned scorpion and glanced at her. Why don't you leave and wait for me to take you away? Let's go now. When Song Niannian heard this, she picked up the snowball and immediately ran out of the alley. After running for some distance, he dared to turn around and shout, "Beautiful sister, you have really beautiful eyes, but that poisonous scorpion is too ugly and not worthy of you." Negative emotions from the sky-poisoned scorpion plus 1,000. Tion Duxie OS. Did I fucking recruit you? Ha ha ha. Sky-poisoned scorpion, do you think she is very interesting? The purple-clothed woman didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after Song Niannian. Instead, he asked the sky-poisoned scorpion under him, but no one saw the bitterness in her smile and the tears in the corners of her eyes. Sky-poisoned scorpion. Yes, as long as you are happy, don't worry about me. After the purple-clothed woman stopped laughing, she said indifferently to the empty street, "This is my prey. If you still want to cooperate with our clan, I advise you not to have any thoughts about her." Can a famous scorpion woman actually have compassion for a little girl? You should know that many people have died at your hands. The purple-clothed woman, known as the poisoned scorpion woman, glanced over. Okay, I won't interfere. I will never interfere." Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman patted the sky-poisoned scorpion beneath her. The sky-poisoned scorpion leaped up and disappeared into the dark night sky. On this deserted street, the space suddenly twisted. A man in a black cloak appeared under the dim street light, and next to him stood an unknown pet covered in black. He just muttered to himself, "A-level dark cloud talisman. It should be a good material for experiments. What a pity. The scorpion girl won't let me touch her. Forget it. I'll think about it after this matter is over." After saying that, he disappeared into the street. Song Niannian ran all the way to the Guangnan District Beast Control Management Bureau Center. I immediately sent a message to the principal, Li Hutu. "Help, I'm dying." Chapter 13, it's A grade. By the time Li Hutu arrived at the Public Security Bureau, I saw a girl wearing a white t-shirt and jeans squatting at the door of the Public Security Bureau eating instant noodles. It seemed that the instant noodles were a little too hot, and fine beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her small nose. Next to her, Nyunta, who was regarded as a venomous snake and a ferocious beast by the beastmasters, also sat on the ground and ate instant noodles obediently. She even gave him a small bowl, considerately. "Song Niannian, is this why you told me in the middle of the night that you were going to die? Are you dying from eating instant noodles? Do you know that sleep is very important for the elderly?" Negative emotions from Li Hutu plus 100. Song Niannian heard Li Hutu's voice. He quickly swallowed all the noodles he had been eating and rushed to Li Hutu with shining eyes. Holding Li Hutu's legs, Snowball on the side followed suit and pounced in front of Feng Chinke. "Arrogant. What do you want?" Meow, 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 meow. Negative emotions from Li Hutu plus 50. Swallow your 2 handfuls of noodles before you speak to me. Liu turor din intolerance. Principal, someone wants to kill me. Song Niannian finally swallowed all the noodles in her mouth. This instant noodles tastes better than the noodles in her previous life. Song Niannian thought to herself, smacking her lips. "I think you two want to kill me." The principal looked at Song Niannian speechlessly and smacked his lips. "Tell me what's going on." Song Niannian stopped playing tricks and said goodbye to Lu Fei after dinner. He told Li Hutu about his encounter with the woman in purple, including that his Nyunta was an A-level aptitude. It just hides the role played by the black book in my mind at the critical moment. She only said that she was dizzy for a moment, and the woman in purple let her go. After all, Snowball's skills and energy value have increased absurdly, and his A-level qualifications can't be hidden for long. Rather than waiting for others to question you endlessly later, it is better to take this opportunity to put it out in the open. Let others know that I am just a lucky person. Apart from that, there is nothing else to covet. You said that woman has an emperor-level sky-poison scorpion with purple eyes and a red mole? The principal repeated the details of the woman to Song Niannian in a rare serious tone. "Yeah, that's right. She's really pretty." Song Niannian had a look of aftertaste on her face, which made Li Hutu's eyes twitch. "Principal, I didn't dare to tell the police. I just said I was waiting for you here. I just felt that the appearance of that woman was strange. You said that the Public Security Bureau is such a large organization, and they didn't even know that such a dangerous person came in. Is there a spy inside? I was lucky today. If it were someone else, they would have lost their minds many times." After hesitating for a moment, Song Niannian still expressed her thoughts. Lei Tian, did you hear that? A student from my school was in danger of his life tonight. Your Public Security Bureau receives a lot of resources and support every year, but you can't even do such a trivial thing. You should get out of that position as soon as possible and give it to the Liu family. Negative emotions from Lei Tian plus 100. Li Hutu did not answer Song Nianyan's question, but turned and spoke to the Public Security Bureau. Is there anyone? Song Nianyan quickly got up from the ground. I don't have any ability. You old sissy, no matter how incompetent I am still better than you. You have only a master's level, but you sit in your number 2 middle school every day without moving your butt. What have you contributed to Guangnan District? A burly old man with a beard and sharp eyes walked out of the sheriff's bureau. Who are you calling a sissy? Whoever agrees to this will be the one I tell you. It seemed that the two big guys were about to quarrel. Song Nianyan jumped out immediately and interrupted with a weak hand. Well, two big guys, would you mind my safety? Snort. The two old men snorted at the same time. I heard everything you just said. Come in and talk. In the end, it was Lei Tian who spoke up and took Song Nianyan and the others to the Public Security Bureau. In the meeting room, the purple-dressed woman you just mentioned should be a federal wanted criminal, the Scorpion Woman. Song Nianyan of the Federation knew that although they were in Daxia, but this does not mean that the world is only Daxia. There are many other human-dominated countries. These countries united to form the Beast Taming Federation led by the Great Xia Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, etc. The Poison Scorpion Girl is famous for having an Emperor-level sky poison scorpion pet. Her greatest crime was slaughtering an overseas organization. It is said that the organization had a total of 836 people. When the Federation's personnel arrived, all 836 people died of the poison. Since then, she has become a wanted criminal of the Federation. Song Nianyan, who was still thinking, was suddenly startled. Slaughter an organization? So please tell us the details again. If she is really here, it will be troublesome. After Song Nianyan repeated the details, it's confirmed. It's the Poison Scorpion Woman. Xiao Zhang, report this matter to the higher-ups immediately and ask the Daxia supervisor to come over. If the Poison Scorpion Woman wants to do something here, no one in Guangnan can stop her. Yes, Director Lei. The man called Xiao Zhang responded and immediately ran out of the meeting room. As for your strange reaction of confusion at that time, it should be the special talent of the Poison Scorpion Girl. We will report this content and see the reaction from above. Lei Tian explained a few words to Song Nianyan. When she was about to ask, I heard the principal next to me ask, is your Dark Cloud Step A level? You really don't remember things. Didn't I just tell you this? Song Nianyan secretly complained in her heart, but still nodded and replied. Yes, it was her. It was the Scorpion Lady who said that. The principal suddenly fell into deep thought, then burst into laughter. Well, Dark Cloud Ta, you are really lucky. You may get a good ranking in the college entrance examination this year. Song Nianyan, right? I wonder if you want to stay in Guangnan in the future. As long as you stay, you can choose any position in Guangnan. Even my position as director is yours if you want it. Old Lei, don't be so shameless. Song Nianyan is a student of our number 2 middle school. There is no point in staying in Guangnan, a barren place. You old sissy. How can you talk like that, damn? We have to fight today, right? Hit me if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Song Nianyan looked at the two people who were fighting for her place in the last second, and they both walked out in the next second. Did you two forget something? Have you two forgotten that the genius you two are fighting for is still sitting here? I'm still here. Lei Tian seemed to remember that Song Nianyan was here, suddenly turned around and said, Student Nianyan, don't worry. Since the poisonous scorpion girl didn't attack you, it means you are not her target. I will have someone escort you home, and I will also arrange for someone to secretly protect you and your family. Just rest assured and prepare for the college entrance examination. Haha. Li Huda curled his lips. If anyone knew how to please others, it would be Lei Tian. But it is undeniable that I am alone and I don't have as many staff as his police department. So I just let him be. Anyway, Song Nianyan is a student of my number 2 middle school, and she can't run away. After being escorted home by several armed men, seeing the light my grandma left for me at home, Song Nianyan felt warm in her heart. Fortunately, I told Grandma that I would be back late tonight. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when to go. What happened tonight was really a huge stimulation to me. I had just come to this world. Because of the Black Book and Autonomous Awakening, he successfully became partners with Snowball. This all went so smoothly for her. Tonight's experience is undoubtedly a wake-up call for me. Snowball, which is only of A-level qualification, can attract such attention. If other people knew the black book in my mind, wouldn't I be caught and dissected? I am still too weak. Meow, I'm here. Snowball, who had been lying in her arms, seemed to sense her uneasiness and licked Song Niannian's face with his little tongue. Song Niannian felt warm in her heart when she felt Snowball's emotions. The little hand rubbed Snowball's head hard. Yes, I still have you. Let's become stronger together and protect our family. Meow, meow, meow. I will become very strong. So strong that what happened today will never happen again. Seeing Song Niannian smiling again, Snowball thought to himself, no matter what, it must protect its owner and home. Then it thought again, so where should we go for extra practice tonight? Chapter 14, 8 Kicks. Snowball, I can't hold on any longer. Wait for me. Song Niannian looked at Shueqiu, who had run 30 kilometers easily with 2 weights tied to his body. I was so tired that I fell to the ground. Meow. Snowball came to Song Niannian in a shadowy way, tilted his head, and stared at Song Niannian with his black eyes. It seems to be saying, why are you so weak? Snowball, do you think that a beastmaster relies mainly on the power of his pet? Song Niannian wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, ever since he was stopped by the scorpion girl the day before yesterday, Snowball has become more concerned about training. Look, before dawn, he dragged Song Niannian to start running. He also took the initiative to wear the weight-bearing device borrowed from Lu's training gym. But the direct consequence of doing so is, the one who suffers is Song Niannian herself. After running 30 kilometers, she felt like her soul was about to leave her body. No, we have to find a way to let Snowball train himself. Song Niannian saw Shueqiu nodding, seeming to agree. He quickly continued, right, you're already a mature kitten. You have to learn to train yourself, okay? Song Niannian's face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't beat fast. You are responsible for training well, and I am responsible for improving your skill points. Isn't this double progress? Snowball lowered his head and thought for a while, then nodded. Meow, yes, I'm a mature cat now, and I should learn to train myself. Song Niannian was laughing in her heart, thinking that children are so easy to fool. Me? Then what are you doing? Song Niannian, sensing Shueqiu's emotions, said seriously, I'm responsible for lying down. No, I'm responsible for adjusting your training plan. I almost let it slip, luckily I did. Look, Snowball, your skills now are Shadow Escape, proficient, Steel Claws, proficient, Charge, proficient, Shadow Clone, proficient, Shadow Ball, proficient. This is a very luxurious configuration, but it also has certain shortcomings. First of all, our melee skills do not involve the power of the tail, but only Steel Claws, and no defensive skills. Isn't this a bit of a waste? Meow, meow, meow. Snowball nodded in agreement. So now our main training direction is first to work on physical defense. Second, to see if there are other close combat abilities that can serve as a supplement to combat. As a supplement to melee combat capabilities, we can learn the following: Meteor Tail, Slap, Entanglement, etc. We can try to learn these skills first. As Song Niannian spoke, she took out her phone and found the videos of these skills and played them for Shueqiu to watch. I wasn't kidding when I said I was going to make some adjustments to the Snowball training plan. In addition to training, I have been learning the knowledge of breeders. As for Snowball's training and development plan, I actually had a plan in mind. It is just the right time to bring it out now. I saw Snowball walk to a big rock in the park and start practicing the corresponding skills according to the video. Song Niannian secretly smiled in her heart. If skills were so easy to learn, there wouldn't be so many beastmasters racking their brains to configure good skills for their beasts. She was going to go to Juna Company later to see if there were any CDs with these skills. With Snowball's A-level qualifications, it shouldn't consume too many skill discs. The skill discs of Meteor Tail, Slap, and Entanglement are not too expensive. The price is around 2,000. Once you have learned Snowball, you can directly use skill points to stack them up, and you can also give the enemy an unexpected blow at a critical moment. Seeing that Snowball was already practicing on her own, Song Niannian didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead, he took out a book called The Restraint of Attributes Between Pets from his school bag and began to review it. The foundation of the predecessor was too poor. Even with the black book, she still has only a superficial understanding of a lot of knowledge. She needs to learn more. This way, you can make correct judgments when encountering different types of beasts and fighting. After all, I'm the one who wants to reach the top together with Snowball. On the other side, Shueqiu was watching a video on his phone demonstrating the slapping skill. Suddenly a window popped up, a skill combo of Entanglement plus Air, Step plus 8 consecutive kicks. Meow. Snowball's eyes lit up. This guy looks so strong. The little white claws gently swiped across the screen. I saw a young boy who called himself Donggu introducing himself to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Brother Dong. Today I'm going to tell you about the terrifying effects that entanglement plus air, step plus 8 consecutive kicks can have in actual combat. All I saw on the barrage were mockery of Brother Dong. It's so funny, you still claim to be an expert. Why don't you learn more about the attributes of skills before explaining them to us? What the above person said is right. Nowadays, anyone dares to show off. Entanglement is not difficult to learn. As long as there are many pets with tails, they can learn it. However, as the 8 kick is an exclusive skill of fighting pets, few pets of other types can learn it. Ha ha ha. I almost died of laughter when I saw him talking. 8 kicks is a very difficult skill to learn in the fighting department, not to mention the useless skill like air step. Ha ha ha. That's right, who would let a pet learn the air walk? It looks cool and can allow a pet that can't fly to stay in the air for a second or two. But if you have this thing, why not just sign a pet that can fly? Don't talk nonsense. I'm an understanding guy. Snowball didn't understand the sarcasm on the screen, but just watch what the person on the screen said, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Continuously attack the enemy in the air? As long as you are tied up by the tail and carried into the air, there is no possibility of escape? One move? Isn't this the effect it seeks? Snowball's blood trembled as he thought about how he could kick his opponent to pieces. It needs to learn. This skill is so cool. At this moment, Donggu turned the live broadcast screen to a fighting pet that was demonstrating 8 consecutive kicks. Song Niannian will never know the name of her lovely Snowball after the tyrant. The source is actually here. Song Niannian came out of the park holding a snowball and passed by a snack stand. The snack stand was selling grilled sausages. Meow, meow, meow. Snowball pulled Song Niannian's sleeve and pointed at the sausage stall with his little paw. There's also moo moo milk and dried black fish for lunch. After eating the grilled sausages, would you like some beast food? Black fish is a new beast food that Song Niannian has given to Snowball. It contains dark power and is more suitable for Snowball's body. Meow. Snowball raised a paw and placed it seriously beside his head, looking quite like a human swearing. It seems that I can finish it if I say it again. Song Niannian was amused by the appearance of Snowball and bought 2. So the pedestrians on the road saw this scene. A girl in a white t-shirt is eating a sausage in her right hand. In his left hand, he was holding a grilled sausage, feeding it to Nyunta on her shoulder. Chapter 15, What's Wrong with Letting Him Play with It? Hello. Please show me your animal tamer certificate or pet ID card. At the security checkpoint at the entrance of a luxury building, 2 security guards stopped Song Niannian. Song Niannian took out Shueqiu's ID card and handed it to them, and looked at the 2 pets standing behind them. The information of these 2 pets already appeared in her mind. Name, Boxing Boy. Attribute, Fighting. Level, Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification, C-. Introduction, a 1.4 meter tall, humanoid, fighting, supernatural creature. The boxing gloves on its hands are its characteristic. It can turn every part of its body into a weapon for fighting. It is a natural militant, but extremely loyal to its master. Comment. Have you seen its tail? Once its tail comes down, you're basically done for. Yes, I'm talking about you. Can she give up this black book? Seeing the comments column, Song Niannian had this thought again. Because it is so cheap. Okay, no problem. Happy shopping with you and your beast. The security guard handed Snowball's ID card back, opened the door behind him, and gestured for him to come in. Thank you. Song Niannian collected her thoughts, took Snowball's ID card, thanked him politely, and then entered the building. After a bright flash of light, Meow, Snowball couldn't help but exclaim. Song Niannian was also surprised by the scene before her. Is this Juina? It is worthy of being a company that can build the largest shopping mall in Daxia. Song Niannian looked around. The entire building is in a ring shape, about a dozen stories high. Each floor sells different beast taming products or beast taming extensions. There is a transparent elevator in the middle, and there are many small flying supernatural creatures flying up and down in the air. They wear the same turquoise uniform and provide delivery services to different customers. Song Niannian and Shueqiu watched intently. The person walking towards you has a pet behind or on his body. There are also a dozen security guards constantly patrolling between floors. The point is that many of the salespeople are not even human but pets. For example, the ice cream shop in front of Song Niannian and Shueqiu has a very long queue. The shop owners are little snowmen. Name, Snowchild. Attribute Ice. Level, Intermediate. Beast Taming Qualification, F. Introduction, An ornamental supernatural creature with little combat ability. It will smack you if the sun gets a little bigger. Evaluation. Nothing good to say about it. Suddenly, Song Niannian noticed that Snowball's eyes were glued to the pet of a girl walking towards him. It was a white rat-like creature with a black bow around its neck. Meow, meow, meow. Snowball stretched out his little paws, pointed at the bow on his body, and then pointed at his empty neck. Do you want that bow? Song Niannian asked tentatively. Meow, meow, meow. Snowball looked up happily and licked Song Niannian's face. Okay, got it. Let's go buy the skill disc first, and then we'll buy one for you. It's just a bow. It doesn't cost much. After buying the skill disc for Slap and Meteor Tail, Song Niannian stood in front of the Beastmaster fashion store, looking at the bow that I just said I would buy for Snowball. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. What kind of bow costs 18,000 Daxia coins? It was enough for her to buy 9 beating skill discs. As expected, whether it is human or animal, it is easier to make money from women. Hello, ma'am. This bow is the best-selling one in our fashion store. It is made of the silk thread of the light feather butterfly when it is cocooning. Wearing it for a long time can slightly increase the light energy of the beast. The salesperson at the side saw Song Niannian and Shueqiu standing by the bow and looking at it for a long time. Hurry up and introduce yourself. Meow. Snowball jumped onto the table, and the saleswoman took out the bow and placed it in front of Snowball on a tray. Snowball pointed at the white one, and the saleswoman was about to pick it up and put it on Snowball. Squeak! Snowball growled at the saleswoman in resistance. Then he turned back to his original state and called out to Song Niannian obediently. Meow. Saleswoman. Song Niannian. Well, you're the boss. Since Shueqiu likes this so much, just buy it. It's only 18,000 yuan. Please keep the card. The saleswoman handed the card back to Song Niannian kindly, looking at the text message sent by Beastmaster Bank on her mobile phone, which showed that the balance was only 6,000. Song Niannian couldn't help feeling a little distressed. But after seeing Snowball put on a bow, she turned left and right in front of the mirror. He looked extremely satisfied. Worth buying. What happened to 1W8? I have to buy it for my little ancestor for 88,000 yuan. After coming out of the fashion store, Song Niannian looked at the time, and it was just time for dinner. I brought Snowball to Juinhe's rest area. Take out the moo moo milk and dried black fish from your bag and give them to Snowball. I went to the fast food restaurant next door and bought a hamburger. Damn it, what kind of burger cost me 30 bucks? Song Niannian, who was eating a hamburger with heartache, heard a child's voice coming from the side. Mom, this pet is so cute. Mom, I want to play with it. Mom, I want to touch it. Song Niannian frowned. Excuse me, little boy, my Snowball is not used to being touched by outsiders. This is a very normal sentence. But the boy's mother was furious. What kind of pet is this? It's not used to being touched. My child just wants to play with it. What's wrong with you letting my child play with it? After hearing this, Song Niannian's tone also turned cold. I'm sorry, my Snowball is not an item, and its species is Dark Cloud Talon. If you have a little knowledge of beast taming, you should know that Dark Cloud Talon has a bad personality. I'm dying of laughter. In Yunta, everyone knows that in Yunta is all black and has a bad temper. How is your pet like in Yunta? Besides, the woman looked up and down at the cheap clothes Song Niannian was wearing. Look at how poor you are. Can you afford a dark cloud tread worth hundreds of thousands? Yeah, what this little girl is wearing is indeed not very good, and that pet is really dark cloud trampling, and she can't afford it. A few onlookers were whispering nearby. Maybe she stole someone else's pet. Look at the bow on the pet's neck. It cost 18,000 yuan. It eats dried black fish that costs 2,000 yuan each and moo moo milk that costs 500 yuan a bottle. She eats 30 yuan hamburgers herself. You're right. This pet doesn't look like hers. Could it be that she stole it? How could she do such a thing at such a young age? Let's call the police and have them arrest her so that she doesn't steal such a good pet. The boy's mother seemed to have heard the discussions of the people around her, and she was more certain that Song Niannian's pet was not in Yunta. Said to Song Niannian, children nowadays are so young and don't learn their lessons. Not only do they steal other people's pets, but they also claim that they are their own pets. This is really a decline in morals. Song Niannian listened to the discussions of the people around her, frowned and ignored them, turned around and touched Snowball's head, signaling Snowball not to be impulsive. Oh, lo, mommy, I want it. The little boy actually started crying and pointed at Snowball and cried. Why are there all kinds of people these days? Song Niannian was just about to call Juinhe's security department to ask them to deal with the problem. Then I heard a voice coming from the side. Hey kid, don't cry. Young people nowadays are the same. What's wrong with letting him play? Come, Grandma will let you play with Grandma's pet. It turned out to be an old lady who spoke up and handed the pet in her arms to the little boy. It was a treasure-hunting rat with low combat power and a general F-level aptitude. Like the previous snow child, it is an ornamental pet. The little boy took the treasure-hunting mouse and took a look at it. Then he lifted it up and threw the treasure-hunting rat to the ground. Squeak! The treasure-hunting mouse cried out in pain. I don't care. I just want to play with that pet. Chapter 16, It's Right Not to Know. How can you be so ignorant, kid? The old lady, who had just been very kind to the little boy, picked up her pet with heartache. Call the police. I want to call the police. Why are you doing this to my pet? The little boy then felt scared and ran to hide behind his mother. What does this have to do with my son? You gave the pet to my son to play with, so why are you barking at a dog? You. The old lady's face turned red with anger. If you point your finger at me again, I'll call the police and tell them your pet is trying to attack my son. You know, it's a serious crime for a pet to attack an ordinary person. Enough. Although Song Niannian didn't have a good impression of the old lady, she thought the treasure-hunting rat was innocent. What are you yelling at me for? You're such a bitch. If you hadn't refused to let my son play with your pet, would my son have been like this? Unexpectedly, this woman turned her attention to Song Niannian, and her words became more and more outrageous. You are such a jerk. What's the point of talking about a pet beast? You just look down on us, and you look down on me for not awakening the beast control space. The woman continued to curse, and her son pulled her clothes in fear from behind her. Mother, get lost, useless thing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. The child was pushed to the ground and burst into tears. Even if Song Niannian was slow, she could still feel it. There is something wrong with this mother. She started pulling her hair, while kicking his son continuously with his feet. At this time, the security team also realized something was wrong and quickly rushed over to control the mother. Ha, you bitch, all beastmasters are bitches, all bitches. Song Niannian looked at the scene with a frown, seeing that the situation was about to get worse. Meow. Snowball squatted on her shoulder and called vigilantly in the direction of the woman. Snowball, did you find anything? Meow, it seems like a pet is controlling this woman. Feeling the emotions conveyed by Snowball, Song Niannian's eyes flashed with contemplation. Can you find it? Meow. Snowball jumped off Song Niannian's shoulder, coming to the little boy. The little boy was so frightened by his mother's change that he dared not move. There was no time to care about Snowball. Roar! Suddenly, Snowball roared towards the empty space beside the little boy. A pet suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the open space. Excellent. The information about this pet also appeared in Song Niannian's mind. Name, Yu Steam Bun. Attributes, dark, spiritual. Level, advanced. A beast taming qualification, APU. Introduction. A ghost-like supernatural creature with a semi-illusory body, good at hypnotizing people's emotions and increasing its own strength by absorbing people's negative emotions. Evaluation. Its condition is not very good. The moment she saw this special pet, Song Niannian knew why her mother was in such a strange state. Catch it. It's the one who did it. After hearing this, the security team looked towards Yuyumo. Boxing boy, come on. Several members of the security team commanded their pets to move forward. But Yuyumo's body is too flexible. It floats in the air. From time to time, he would shout "you," as if mocking them. The boxing boys do not have the ability to fly, and Ju and his other flying pets are all functional pets without combat capabilities. Just when Yuyumo was about to escape upwards, shwa shwa shwa, a black figure approached Yuyumo at an incredible speed in the air. While Yuyumo was still unable to react, it wrapped its tail tightly around its body and tied it up. Then it quickly rotates 360 degrees in the air. Bah! Yuyumo was smashed to the ground by the black figure. Only then did everyone see the black figure clearly. It is a cat-like pet with black silk-like fur all over its body and snow-white paws. Its round eyes are sparkling, and it has a white bow around its neck, an elegance that cannot be seen in the whole beast. The beastmasters on the field were so cute that their faces were bleeding. Oh, what kind of pet is this? Tell me. I want it too. At this time, everyone saw it turn around and call sweetly to the people behind it. Meow. It seems like he is seeking credit. Everyone looked over and saw a girl wearing a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans. The girl had her hair tied in a high ponytail and had a slight smile on her face. Well done, Snowball. Song Niannian stepped forward and rubbed Snowball's head. But what she praised was not that Snowball caught Yomo. But the skill of Snowball shone in her black book at this time. Master. Song Niannian. Level. Intermediate Apprentice Beast Tamer. Name. Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute. Dark. Level. Intermediate. 4,000/5,000 plus. Beast Taming Qualification. Evolution Path. Do you want to spend 5,000 skill points to unlock the next stage of evolution? Skills. Shadow Escape. Mastered 1,500/2,000 plus. Steel Claw. Proficient 200/500. Charge. Proficient 100/500. Shadow Clone. Proficient 150/500. Shadow Ball. Proficient 150/500. Air Step. Entry 80/100. Entanglement. Entry 90/100. Usable skill points. 7,000 points. Let's not talk about how to obtain skill points for now, but the new combination of Air Step plus Entanglement plus Shadow Escape on Snowball's panel is quite beautiful. As Snowball's master, Song Niannian certainly knew that. The reason why Snowball can move quickly in the air is inseparable from the mastery level of Shadow Escape. Although I don't know how it learned the Air Step, but it's worthy of being called Snowball. Is this Dark Cloud Step? Asked Li Chong, the captain of the security team. It's not that he doesn't know the value of things, but he has never seen a Yunta who is so obedient and listens to his master. Yes, Snowball is Dark Cloud Step. Those who had just slandered Song Niannian for stealing the pet heard the captain of the security team say this. They all felt the pain on their faces. Sorry for what we said to you just now. A young woman stood by and apologized to Song Niannian embarrassedly. It's okay. Snowball looks a little different from the ordinary Dark Cloud Stepper, and his personality is also better. It's normal that you can't recognize him. Ms. Song, please wait a moment. When Song Niannian came out of the Public Security Bureau after taking a statement and was about to go home with Snowball in her arms, a voice called her. Hello, Miss Song. Nice to meet you again. It turned out to be Song CI who invited her to participate in the Juinho Awakening Cup last time. It is our fault that you encountered such a thing during the consumption process. Today's matter is really thanks to you. This is a small gift from us, Juinho, to thank you for your good deed today. There's such a good thing. Song Niannian happily took the envelope that Song CI handed to him. There is a card inside that allows you to customize beast food for 1 year. You can use this card to go directly to the 3rd floor to customize beast food. It is limited to 2 pets. There is also a card for the Beast Fashion Store, where you can choose 20 items at will. Isn't this a bit too much? Song Niannian was a little hesitant. That's normal. If it weren't for you, the number of complaints I received today might have affected the seat I'm sitting in. Song CI smiled bitterly. Hearing him say this, Song Niannian was no longer polite. Thank you very much. After Song Niannian left, the captain of the Juinho security team, who was following behind Song CI, asked Song CI, Manager, isn't the compensation we offer a bit generous? Song CI glanced at him lightly. Do you know why we both joined Juinho at the same time? I became the branch manager, and you were still the captain of the security team? Have no idea. That's right, you don't know. Just figure it out yourself. Night. Snowball crawled out of Song Niannian's arms, took Song Niannian's mobile phone from the bedside, and jumped out of the window. Next to a trash can. Gee, brother, do you think that Dark Cloud will come again tonight? Oh, I'm not afraid of it, just watch my big brother do it. Squeak. But brother, no one in our area could beat him before. Oh, don't worry. A rat-like extraordinary creature and a dog-like extraordinary creature were squatting together and chatting, and did not notice a figure walking behind them. Oh, run. Squeak, brother. Don't you say you do it? I never said. Oh, well. Chapter 17 Additions. The next morning, Song Niannian only felt her chest heavy. My face was wet. No, there's a pervert. She opened her eyes suddenly. Meow. Snowball was squatting on her chest, sticking out his little tongue. Seeing that she woke up, he licked her even more vigorously with joy. Snowball, you're going to crush me to death. Snowball then got off Song Niannian, ran to the table beside him, picked up the bow, and motioned Song Niannian to put it on him. Okay. There's nothing I can do. I have to just spoil my own little ancestor. Ring, ring. Song Niannian answered the phone. It was Lu Fei. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Sending money again? Thinking of this, Song Niannian answered the phone. Sister Nian, are you here? Why didn't I see you? Where are you from? Why are you talking so strangely? Lu Fei on the other end of the phone was speechless. Sister Nian, you didn't forget that today is the audition for the Juinho Awakening Cup, right? Damn, I forgot about this. My 50W. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Song Niannian, who didn't have time to eat breakfast, got up in a hurry, put on clothes without washing her face, and rushed towards the place. Guangnan District Beast Taming Battle Square. When Song Niannian arrived here, there were already crowds of people. Sister Nian here. Lu Fei waved towards Song Niannian. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women always attracts attention, and many people stare at them for a long time. Sister Nian, you are finally here. Anyway, let's go sign up and get the name badge first. Meow, Snowball called to Lu Fei. Big Snow looks so good in this bow tie. Lu Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately offered words of praise, but he didn't dare to touch Snowball. Having been specially trained by Song Niannian and Snowball, he knew too well the power of this cute cat-like creature in front of him. Meow, Snowball nodded with satisfaction, seeming quite satisfied with its evaluation. Song Niannian and Lu Fei, who had obtained name tag numbers, found a place to sit down at random in the venue. In front of them was the number 7 battle stage. A green beetle and an electric mouse are fighting. In Song Niannian's words now, it's just a bunch of noobs fighting each other. Sister Nian, we are lucky this time. I don't know why the Awakening Cup, which was previously held in Sui City, is held in our Guangnan district this time. Otherwise, we would have to go to Sui City. So recently, a lot of people have come to Guangnan district, and my training gym has also had a lot of people from other places come to train. Some media even listed the favorites to win the championship, but we were not on the list. Sister Nian, you said they don't know me, but it's outrageous that they don't know you, Sister Nian. When Song Niannian heard that he was the favorite to win, she asked Lu Fei curiously, is there a favorite to win now? Isn't the competition just beginning? Seeing Song Niannian joining in the conversation, Lu Fei became even more excited. He took out a notebook from his bag and handed it to Song Niannian. Sister Nian, I have sorted everything out for you. In this competition, we will team up to defeat these people. Song Niannian didn't have any thoughts about this, but Snowball in her arms was quite excited. He echoed Lu Fei. Meow, meow, meow. Song Niannian flipped through the information Lu Fei handed to her. He was so thoughtful as to print out the photos. Although this competition is for beast tamers below the extraordinary level, in addition to the newbies, there are also some students from the Beast Taming University who have returned to participate in the competition. Their beast tamers are at least at the intermediate level. But I believe they are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of Sister Nian. Okay, I'm not that powerful. Song Niannian quickly stopped him. If he continued talking, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Please invite contestants number 299 and number 153 to compete at battle stage number 1. Please invite contestants number 299 and number 153 to compete at battle stage number 1. When Song Niannian saw that her number was called, she stood up and walked towards the number 1 battle stage. Sister Nian, don't worry. I will definitely record your heroic performance on the court. Song Niannian pulled the corner of her mouth and said, thank you. Snowball, on the other hand, was full of praise and used his paw to make a well-done gesture to Luffy greater than over equal to, less than over equal to asterisk. Because it is an audition, there is no commentary today. Song Niannian held Snowball and went to the number 1 fighting stage to wait for her opponent. Wow, her pet is so beautiful. Her pet is wearing a bow. So cute. What kind of pet is it? I want one too. Looks a bit like Dark Cloud Ta. Are you kidding me? How could a novice dare to sign Dark Cloud Ta? He must be at least a professional beastmaster to dare to sign Dark Cloud Ta. Snowball seemed to have heard others praising its beauty. Meow, it jumped onto the opposite platform in high spirits and stretched its body. Wow, wow, wow. This caused some screams from the audience. At this time, her opponent also stood on the fighting stage. It's a girl. Both parties signal me when they are ready, the referee said, raising the red flag. Ready. Song Niannian made an okay gesture. The girl opposite immediately signaled that she was ready. Okay, both sides get ready. Contestant number 299 Song Niannian, whose pet is Dark Cloud Step, vs contestant number 153 Qian Lai Lai, whose pet is K-pop grass. It's actually Dark Cloud? Is there really someone who dares to sign Dark Cloud at the apprentice level? When the audience heard the broadcast, they all rushed to the fighting platform where Song Niannian was. The whistle blows. The game begins. K-pop grass, take root. Qian Lai Lai immediately took command of his pet. Snowball, charge. Song Niannian didn't even communicate the battle plan with Shueqiu. In the auditions, if you act recklessly, you're doomed. A black light surged out of Snowball's body, and he gathered his strength and rushed towards the K-pop grass. The result was naturally no surprise. Snowball easily resolved the battle within 10 seconds. There is no comparison between K-pop grass and Dark Cloud. The general qualification of K-pop grass is around C+, which is already very good. I can only say that Dark Cloud is too strong. But her Dark Cloud doesn't look ferocious at all. The people who watched the game off the court were talking about it, and Snowball had already jumped lightly back into Song Niannian's arms. In the audition, each player needs to play 3 games and win 2 to advance. The rest of the game was no suspense for Song Niannian. Snowball easily solved all of them by charging within 10 seconds. Song Niannian is luckier. The event committee scheduled all her competitions for today, so that she wouldn't have to run around anymore. The auditions lasted for a total of 3 days. After 38 people were decided, an elimination round was held to decide 19 people. 1 person was given a bye, and then 9 people were decided from the 18 people. 10 people participated in the final. The auditions will not be broadcast live, but the elimination rounds will be held at the Guangnan Arena. The entire event will be broadcast live to audiences across the country. But these are not important to Song Niannian. She seemed to have forgotten something? Song Niannian thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. Forget it, I'll go home and give the skill disc to Snowball to learn. At the entrance of the battle square, Lu Fei and Fenghua Dog stared at the sun. Chapter 18, Let Them Play. In a cozy room, Snowball, come here. Song Niannian called out to Snowball, who was training nearby. This is the skill disc for Meteor Tail and Slap. Let's learn these 2 skills first. Meow, can I become stronger by using them? Snowball looked at the 2 round objects made of jade in front of him. Raised a doubt. Song Niannian felt the emotions conveyed by Snowball's thoughts. Of course, it can increase your strength to some extent. Meow. Snowball wagged his tail happily. I like to become stronger. I want to beat 10 people with 1 punch. Song Niannian saw Snowball put his head close to the skill disc. A soft light emanated from the skill disc. Song Niannian, who saw this scene for the first time, couldn't help but sigh again at the magic of this world. She probed her consciousness into the black book. As she expected, Master, Song Niannian, level, Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute, Dark, level, Intermediate 4800/5000. Beast Taming Qualification, Evolution Path. Do you want to spend 5,000 skill points to unlock the next stage of evolution? Skills, Shadow Escape, Mastered 1900/2000, plus Steel Claw, Proficient 250/500, Charge, Proficient 150/500, Shadow Clone, Proficient 16500, Shadow Ball, Proficient 160/500, Air Step, Proficient 5/500, Entanglement, Proficient 5/500, 8 Segment Kick, Beginner 1/100, Meteor Tail, Beginner 50/100, Slap, Beginner 50/100. Usable skill points, 7,200 points. Meteor Tail and Slap skills are already in Snowball's skill pool. What surprised her most was that Snowball not only taught himself air steps and entanglement. I don't even know where he learned the 8-section kick. She is no longer the ignorant girl who has just entered the world of beast control. She knew that the 8 kicks were one of the high-level skills of the fighting beast tamer. It takes some effort to learn how to tame a fighting beast. But Snowball is an extraordinary creature of the dark type. Looking at Snowball playing with his tail in front of him, Song Niannian couldn't help but think. It seems that this change can only be attributed to Snowball's natural talent. Has a strong understanding of skills. When she first met Snowball, its skill pool was quite luxurious. It seems that this is Snowball's talent. So in the future, will it be possible for Snowball to learn many advanced skills without spending any money? Hee hee hee. Song Niannian burst into laughter. Meow. It comes again. Snowball looked at his master speechlessly as he fell into another silly smile. By the way, what was Song Niannian thinking about? Snowball, where did you learn the 8-kick combo? When Snowball heard Song Niannian's voice, he jumped onto the table next to him with his small body. He picked up Song Niannian's cell phone, put it in front of her, and unlocked it with his little paws. Looking at Shueqiu, who is so skilled in using the phone, how many things are you hiding from me? Forget it, as long as the ancestors are happy. Meow. Snowball pointed at the screen and motioned her to look. Song Niannian looked down. I saw a combat-type, extraordinary creature teaching the key points of the 8-section kick. And the title of the video is exactly that. On the skill combo of Entanglement plus Air Step plus 8 consecutive kicks. After watching the entire video, Song Niannian, looking at the excited Snowball in front of him, it seems like he can rush onto the field and beat 10 people in the next second. The corners of Song Niannian's mouth twitched. I always feel like there's something wrong with Snowball's personality. However, Song Niannian touched his chin. The combo mentioned in this video is actually feasible. For other beasts, The most difficult part, besides learning the 8-kick sequence, is the acceleration in the air. Although the air step can allow the pet to stay in the air for a short time, speed is a big problem. But for Snowball, this difficult part is actually the easiest. For the mastery level of Shadow Escape, speed is an absolute guarantee, coupled with the speed of falling from the air, plus 8 consecutive kicks. Song Niannian took a breath of air excitedly, as if she was a little stronger. Snowball, come here, sister will show you a big treasure. Snowball feels the changes in his body. He jumped excitedly on the bed, but his feet never landed on the bed. Its value also becomes Master, Song Niannian, Level, Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute, Dark, Level, Intermediate 4800/5000. Beast Taming Qualification, Evolution Path. Do you want to spend 5,000 skill points to unlock the next stage of evolution? Skills, Shadow Escape, Perfect 101/8000, plus Steel Claw, Proficient 250/500, Charge, Proficient 150/500, Shadow Clone, Proficient 160/500, Shadow Ball, Proficient 160/500, Air Step, Proficient 5/500, Entanglement, Mastery 1005/2000, 8-section Kick, Mastery 400/2000, Meteor Tail, Beginner 50/100, Slap, Beginner 50/100. Usable skill points, 2,000 points. Suddenly, a black light flashed on Snowball's body, and he disappeared from Song Niannian's sight. Song Niannian was not panicked, because from the feedback from the beast taming space, she knew that Snowball was in extremely good condition at the moment. At this time, a small tail stretched out from the ground and swayed in front of Song Niannian. It seemed like he was greeting Song Niannian. Then, a pair of small black ears stretched out from it. Meow. You never thought that I'm here? It seems that after mastering Shadow Escape, Snowball can blend into the darkness at any time. Song Niannian looked at the naughty Snowball with a smile on her face. I took out a bunch of snacks from my bag. This is the product she redeemed at Juanhe using the voucher Song Ci gave her. Considering that Shueqiu often goes out to play with wild supernatural creatures, she exchanged for some other snacks. Here, these are snacks for your friends to exchange. Meow. Snowball tilted his head, as if asking, don't you want to try the trapeze effect? Aerial Flying Man is what Song Niannian calls the combination of 8 consecutive kicks plus air steps plus entanglement plus Shadow Escape. Meow. Shueqiu's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Song Niannian meant. It jumped out from the shadows and rubbed its face against Song Niannian's. Turn around and jump out of the window. Of course, its tail didn't forget the snacks. Song Niannian lay on the bed, watching the skill point prompts that kept popping up on the panel. Negative emotions from the little mud ball plus 100. Negative emotions from Slowpoke plus 100. Negative emotions from Black Blade Mantis plus 200. I couldn't help grinning. It seems that Snowball is having a lot of fun playing with the wild supernatural creatures. Inside the Public Security Bureau, Director Lei, the wild supernatural creatures in the area seem to be too active recently. Should we take care of them? The old man known as Lei Ju. I was lying comfortably in the rocking chair, listening to the tune with my eyes squinted. Half an hour later, I opened my eyes. No need, just let them play. Chapter 19, She's Nothing. Snowball, great job. In the Guangnan District Street Park, Song Niannian is training the coordination between Snowball skills. In preparation for the Juanhe elimination match the day after tomorrow, she and Snowball increased the intensity of their training today. She required Snowball to use Shadow Escape, Air Step, and other skills in the open space while wearing the weight, although she has the Black Book to add points to the Snowball. However, the sudden integration of power was not conducive to Snowball's complete mastery of his own energy. She needs Snowball to be able to more finely control her mana for each skill, as well as the speed and intensity of release. You must know that each pet has limited physical strength. In a tense battle, being able to release one more skill than others may be the key to victory. Therefore, Song Niannian and Shueqiu did not dare to relax at all. The incident regarding the poisonous scorpion girl still left a layer of worry in her heart. Although the venomous scorpion woman did not intend to kill her last time. But who knows about next time? Who knows about anyone other than the scorpion woman? She wants to live her own life in this world of beast control. You must seize power and have the right to speak. Good luck, good luck, good luck. The phone in Song Niannian's pocket rang. Hello, who is this? Song Niannian answered the phone. Humph, old man, you can't hear my voice. This old man was really becoming less and less decent in front of her. Song Niannian complained silently in her heart. How can that be possible, headmaster? Oomph. Did you sign up for the Junho Awakening Cup? You are well informed. I just found out about your news after I passed the auditions. The news that you have contracted Dark Cloud Ta is probably known throughout Guangnan. Old man, I know that even if I don't like surfing, okay. I won't say much. Do you have the confidence to get the top 3 in this competition? To be honest, no. Although Song Niannian was very confident in her snowball. But people, you still have to be more humble. Before it develops well, the main thing is to survive. Well, that's true. Although your Dark Cloud step is of A-level aptitude, you have only been awakened for less than a month. The requirements for being in the top 3 are a bit high for you. Don't worry about what's going on at number 3 middle school, and don't pay attention to the comments online. I believe you will be able to slap those people in the face during the college entrance examination. Song Niannian was confused. What speech? How come I don't know? Isn't it praising me in Snowball? Song Niannian immediately opened the webpage and searched for Junha Awakening Cup. The first page that popped up said, a newbie actually dared to contract Dark Cloud. Song Niannian clicked in. It contains a reporter's interview with a boy with dyed yellow hair. Excuse me, do you feel pressured when one of the newcomers signs a contract with Dark Cloud? Stressful? She's nothing. Unfortunately, someone in my family is a staff member of the pet base, and her Dark Cloud talisman is not a normal Dark Cloud talisman at all. It was a Nyunta who was born with deficiencies and only had a C qualification. This is probably why she was able to sign the contract with Nyunta successfully. And I know that girl from number 2 middle school, and she seems to be a piece of trash who has only awakened for a month. I've been awakened for half a year. What can she use to fight me? And my Raven is a B+ caliber. Song Niannian looked at the comments below again. It was a huge melee among the second and third opinions. Senior Huangshan is so handsome. So awesome. Beat number 2 middle school. It's so funny. What are you guys from number 3 middle school so proud of? If you have the guts, compete with number 1 middle school. No, we will compete with your number 2 middle school. You only have 3 students who have awakened naturally this year, and they all awakened in the past month. How can you compare with our number 3 middle school? You should give up your second place to our number 3 middle school so that you won't be embarrassed by our scores in the college entrance examination. What are you a bunch of mad dogs barking about? You didn't even hit anyone. So what right do you have to criticize people from our school? If you have the guts, beat them up first. It turns out that girl's Dark Cloud talisman is not a normal Dark Cloud talisman. I was wondering, how could a novice be able to contract a dark supernatural creature, Dark Cloud talisman? But her Dark Cloud step is really cute, and it seems to be quite powerful and can kill K-pop grass in seconds. What's the use of being cute? Beast taming depends on strength. Okay. CS Dark Cloud Stomper is probably only easy to beat for novices, and there is no way it can evolve normally. Just to get a good score in the college entrance examination, it's really short-sighted. Song Niannian slowly scanned the comments. His eyes gradually became sharper. Oh, you want to step on me to get to the top? Then see if you're qualified. She sent a text message to the principal. Principal, I just read that post. What does it mean to compare the ranking of number 3 middle school with number 2 middle school? The principal replied to the message very quickly. Hey, during the college entrance examination, the school will re-rank and reallocate resources based on the students' scores. This old man still believes in you very much. At that time, your Dark Cloud step will definitely be no problem. Song Niannian no longer responded to the principal's message. Huangshan, right? I hope you are as strong as you say you are. Otherwise, it would be a bit boring. Lei Family Training Base. A black-haired boy wearing black frames said to the pink-haired boy who was concentrating on making a training plan next to him. Duo, I know who the master of the Dark Cloud step was last time. Can you please stop calling me Duo? The pink-haired boy looked at the black-haired boy speechlessly. Her name is Song Niannian, from number 2 middle school. She has just awakened less than a month ago, about 20 days to be exact. It is said on the internet that her Dark Cloud step aptitude is C-. Huangshan from number 3 middle school seems to want to defeat her in the Awakening Cup. The pink-haired boy heard this and put down the work he was doing and said, in about 20 days, she was able to train Dark Cloud to this level. Either she is a genius with a unique training method, or her aptitude for taming beasts is ridiculously high. As for the clown from number 3 middle school, do you think so highly of her? Nonsense. If this year's college entrance examination wasn't special and involved that reward, I would also like to participate in the Awakening Cup and have a good fight with her. Now, I should concentrate on training. Song Niannian certainly didn't know what happened at the Lei family training base. She is now battling wits with Snowball. She looked at Snowball, who was lying on the ground and begging her for food from a roadside stall, and held her forehead helplessly. Ever since I took Snowball to eat roadside grilled sausages last time, I don't know why I fell in love with the taste of roadside stalls. After coming out of the street park, I saw a snack on the roadside. It can't move. He kept meowing at her. Who can stand this? In the end, Song Niannian bought 10 grilled squids, 2 grilled sausages, 2 servings of tofu pudding, and a whole roast duck. Walked slowly towards home. It tastes really good. Snowball has good vision. Chapter 20. Have you heard of the trapeze artist? 2 days later, inside the Guangnan Sports Center, the place was bustling with people. Song Niannian was standing in the contestant waiting area, looking at some girls in the audience who were frantically holding up a boy's human-shaped stand, still shouting, "The wind is strong, the wind is strong, the wind is strong." Its spectacular level is no less than the support scenes of some small idols in the previous life. It seemed that he saw that Song Niannian's eyes were always on those people. Lu Fei on the side said to Song Niannian, "Sister Nian, they're all fans of Feng Chun. This Feng Chun is from Sui City No. 1 Middle School. I heard that he has a Wind Emperor Eagle with A-level qualifications. He is a strong opponent. It's so funny. You regard Feng Chun as your opponent. Are you a match for him?" A sneer came from the side. Song Niannian frowned and looked aside. A yellow-haired man looked at Song Niannian and the other two with a mocking expression. "Huangshan, don't go too far. You are so arrogant just because you woke up earlier. If you have the guts, why don't you go find Qian Duo and tell him this?" Lu Fei stood up and retorted to Huangshan. When Huangshan heard the word Qian Duo, a trace of gloom flashed across his eyes, as if he was thinking of something bad. Then he looked at Song Niannian. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Are you the Song Niannian? Even though you're a little ugly, you're still pretty. Why don't you just admit defeat when you see me later, so you don't lose so badly?" Huangshan licked his tongue as he spoke, looking at Song Niannian with a hint of lust in his eyes. "Huangshan, you. Lu Fei, the dog bit you. Do you want to bite it back?" Hearing Song Niannian speak, Lu Fei sat down angrily. "Sister Nian, you are right. Let's not bother with a mad dog. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. In this case, I hope you could be as tough as you are now when you are on stage." Huangshan seemed to be irritated, and his eyes stared at Song Niannian as if flames were spewing out of them. Just as he was about to speak again, a voice came from midair. "Welcome everyone to the 56th Junhe Awakening Cup Guangnan District Competition. I am the host of this event. I'm Mi Jiang." A pet beast flew down from midair with a pretty girl standing on its back. She was wearing a pink suspender dress and made a heart gesture while introducing herself. "After fierce additions, we have 38 contestants who have successfully advanced to the knockout rounds. Please look at the big screen," she said and waved her hand back. Photos and information about other players such as Song Niannian and Lu Fei appeared in the center of the competition stage in 3D surround form. Today's match will be jointly commented by commentator Li Chung and me. Now the match will officially begin. Let's see who will be the first group of players. As she finished her words, the contestants' 3D information began to slide up and down. A piece of music started playing, and the screen stayed on the photo of Song Niannian and Huangshan. The first group of players has appeared. Let's take a look. They are player number 3, Song Niannian, who dared to sign Dark Cloud Ta as his pet at the very beginning, and Draven, who has powerful aerial combat capabilities and is known as a mobile bomber. Wow, wow, wow. Is the first game so exciting? Oh, it's worth it. Hearing that she was arranged to play in the first match, Song Niannian's lips curled up slightly. She walked towards the fighting stage and spoke as she walked. "Snowball, be more ruthless." "Meow, meow, meow." Commentator Li Chung, who do you think has a better chance of winning, Dark Cloud or Draven? From the information obtained on the internet, it seems that contestant Song Niannian's Dark Cloud step is a little inadequate, and the time it took to awaken autonomously is not as long as that of contestant Huangshan. Moreover, Huangshan's dodo has the ability to control the air, but Dark Cloud does not. Comparing the two, Huangshan's player undoubtedly has a better chance of winning. On the other side of the live broadcast, a large number of people poured in. "Fuck, this is too exciting. Huangshan just mocked Song Niannian the day before yesterday, and today they are facing each other. It must be my senior from number 3 middle school, Huangshan, who won. Bullshit, I will definitely win." At this time, Song Niannian's classmates were also watching this live broadcast. although they wanted to believe Song Niannian. However, the difference in pets' qualifications and the length of awakening time are too important. Although they felt aggrieved in their hearts, they did not dare to speak up for Song Niannian on the internet. In addition to Song Niannian's good friend Wu Ning, she was confronting people who were criticizing Song Niannian on the live broadcast platform. But Song Niannian didn't know all this. She is now standing in the center of the platform. This was the first time in her life that she stood in front of so many people. Looking around, there are spectators everywhere. The overwhelming cheers made her only hear the sound of her own heartbeat. She only felt that the adrenaline stimulated her mind, which was clearer than ever before. She looked at Snowball. Snowball looked at the audience around him with excitement. Both parties, please raise your hands to signal me when you are ready. The referee raised the red flag. Are you finished? Huangshan stared at Song Niannian with excitement. I didn't expect to meet her in the first game. God really helps me. He instructed his pet Draven that he must give Song Niannian and her pet a warning and torture them severely when he came up next. Song Niannian, who was standing on the field, privately felt Huangshan's thoughts. It brings up a beautiful smile. I'm ready too. Hearing Song Niannian's words, the referee waved the flag. The game begins. Raven, take off. Bomb it with wind blades in midair. Huangshan's strategy is absolutely correct. As a dark pet, Dark Cloud Step does not have the ability to fight in the air. Once the Raven successfully takes off, this game is basically over. The commentator explained Huangshan's behavior in a timely manner, and his words were full of approval. Some of the audience outside the screen were extremely anxious. They were all attracted by Snowball's cute appearance and couldn't bear to see such a cruel scene. What's wrong with Dark Cloud's master? Why don't you quickly ask Dark Cloud to stop the Raven from taking off? It's promoted. It's over, it's over, it's over. The master of Dark Cloud is still too young and has too little combat experience. Huangshan also laughed loudly at this time. My Raven has taken control of the air now. I wonder how you can win with your 4 legs. Song Niannian, who was in the spotlight, just raised the corner of her mouth. I wonder if you've ever heard of the trapeze artist. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw Nyuntis standing in the middle of the field. He jumped into the air with 2 swooshes. Oh my god! Contestant Song Niannian's Dark Cloud Step performed a shocking act. It actually flew into the air. What kind of skill is this? Or is it a characteristic of contestant Song Niannian's Dark Cloud Step after it mutated? Huangshan's eyes narrowed, and he gave instructions anxiously from the sidelines. Draven, dodge its attack and use Wind Blade. It's too late. Song Niannian tilted her head mischievously. Chapter 21, Insta-Kill. As soon as Song Niannian finished speaking, everyone in the field saw a shocking scene. Snowball approached a Raven as fast as a ghost in the air. Trap it with its inky black tail. Dark Cloud has trapped Draven with its tail. What does it want to do? The commentator spoke loudly and excitedly, having completely forgotten what he had said before. After Snowball trapped a Raven, he used Shadow Escape and Air Step to quickly move into the sky. Every step taken was like an inky lotus blooming in midair. In the blink of an eye, Snowball has taken Draven high into the sky. He spun 360 degrees and threw the Raven down quickly. Then he immediately followed. Boom! Snowball kicked Draven hard on the chin with 1 leg. Then everyone in the field could only see black light and shadows, rushing towards the Draven quickly from all directions in the field. But the Draven, who was at the center of the light and shadow, was powerless to resist. Boom, 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 boom. At the last moment, Snowball appeared above the Raven. Boom! Everyone saw the Draven falling rapidly from midair, creating a huge hole on the ground. Snowball stood in midair, looking down with disdain. Like a king, the referee was stunned for a moment, then raised the red flag towards Song Niannian's side. Raven can't fight. Dark Cloud Step wins. The whole venue was silent for a moment. Then there was a thunderous cheer. Oh my god, how did she do that with her Dark Cloud Step? Who said this Dark Cloud Talon is only C quality? It's even more outrageous than some of the A quality pets I've seen. I declare Song Niannian to be my new goddess. Goddess, look at me, I want to give birth to a baby for you. And on the barrage outside the venue, the people from number 2 middle school were already partying. It's so funny, isn't Huangshan so awesome? How come he was beaten by the one from our school? Did you see Huangshan's confused look? He probably hasn't reacted yet. I am dying of laughter. Where are you from number 3 middle school? Why are you silent? Come out and get scolded. Commentator Li Chung This seems to be different from the result you predicted at the beginning. Ami asked this question to the commentator at the right time. Li Chung could only smile awkwardly when asked. Office of the Principal. Li Hutu called the principal of number 3 middle school. Hey Lao Lu, did you watch today's game? Didn't you? Ha, your school has a good student. What's his name? Huang Shan, right? Ha 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 ha. He is the benefactor of our number 2 middle school. Hey Lao Lei, have you seen today's Junho Awakening Cup? It's too low in? Didn't see it? That must be your problem. Hey Lao fan, call a few old friends out for dinner today. Yes, it's my treat. Song Niannian had just stepped off the opposite platform. Lu Fei rushed over. Mein Go, you are my god. How did you allow Yunta to attack at such a fast speed in the air? Nian Shen, please teach my Fengwa dog. Money is not a problem. Nian Shen, hey Nian Shen, don't go. Song Niannian looked at Lu Fei in front of her speechlessly. Is this child stupid? She considered it. Long before she went on stage today, she had anticipated the shock that might be caused by the aerialist exposure. But Song Niannian thought about it. Although Xueqio's A-level qualification was exposed, he had the black book. Sometimes being too low-key can be a bad thing. It would be better to let everyone know that you are a genius from the beginning. Attracting more attention is also helpful in brushing up skill points and becoming stronger quickly. Song Niannian was just about to answer Lu Fei's question. He was stopped by a female reporter. Hello, contestant Song Niannian. Today, your and Yunta's performance was truly amazing. Can you tell us how Yunta did it? Song Niannian recognized this as the reporter who interviewed Huang Shan last time. It's very simple. Song Niannian's lips curled up slightly. Just let your pet learn the air step, 8 consecutive kicks, entanglement, and a shadow escape. Oh, by the way, I have to say that my snowball is not a C-level qualification, but an A-level qualification. After saying this, Song Niannian raised the snowball in her arms. Snowball happily shook his beard in front of the camera, and the white bow on his neck shone lightly under the light. It raised its little white paw. Meow. In a sewer in Guangnan, a man in a black cape is watching a battle scene on his phone. I took a deep breath. It was as if he was trying to suppress his excitement. He let out 2 long breaths. And Yunta is an A-level talent. He is so smart and talented. I really want to use him for experiments. Its expression during the experiment should be very interesting. As the man fantasizes, the beast beside him growled at the back. It seems you don't have a good memory. A charming voice came from behind him. The man felt his eyes blurry, and then someone grabbed his neck. He felt the suffocation coming from his body, and he spoke word by word. Poison, scorpion, woman. His pet was controlled by the sky poison scorpion's tail and was completely unable to move. I think you should know my character. If you still want to live and complete this experiment, don't have any bad thoughts. The purple-eyed woman had a cold look in her eyes. Kakaka. If you kill me, no one will be able to help you collect data in Guangnan, Kakaka. The man was strangled for so long that his voice became hoarse. The purple-eyed woman threw him to the ground, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped her hands. So you'd better control your thoughts, and don't give me a reason to kill you. After the purple-eyed woman walked away, the man in black robe got up from the ground. He picked up the handkerchief on the ground, tore it a few times, threw it on the ground, and stepped hard into the soil. It's almost time. The whole of Guangnan will surrender to me. Who do you think you are? One day, I will make it a luxury for you to even lie at my feet. Snap, snap. Chapter 22 Qian Duo Duo and Lei Shan Shan. In hot pot restaurants. Cheers. Meow. Song Niannian, Lu Fei, and Wu Ning raised the drinks in their cups and drank them all. Snowball followed the others and sat on the table. He held the moo moo milk that he loved to drink and drank it all in one gulp. Song Niannian looked at this scene and burst out laughing. Put some meat slices into Snowball's bowl. Niannian, you are so amazing. You killed Huang Shan directly. Did you see the look on his face after he died? Wu Ning held Song Niannian's arm intimately and smiled. I saw it. It turned into a pile of shit. Song Niannian looked at Lu Fei speechlessly. You really don't want me to eat properly, right? Lu Fei saw Song Niannian looking at him. I scratched my head embarrassedly. Sorry for getting so excited. Niannian, your friend named Lu Fei, seems to be a little bit abnormal in his brain. Wu Ning on the side whispered quietly to Song Niannian. Don't mind him. That's just the way he is. Song Niannian replied with a chuckle. She left after the interview. It was Lu Fei who called me and said that he had also passed the elimination round. To celebrate their passing the competition together, he invited her to dinner. It just so happened that she hadn't fulfilled her promise to have dinner with Wu Ning last time. So he called Wu Ning to join him. Nian Shun, thanks to your special training during that period, only my Fenghua dog, and I can make it through this elimination round. I just played a supporting role. It's mainly because of the efforts of you and your wind and fire dog. Speaking of which, Song Niannian also admires Lu Fei a little bit for being able to tame a husky. Oh no, a dog with that kind of personality. Wu Ning blinked at the side, seemingly not knowing what they were talking about. A somewhat depressed opening. You have all awakened and have your own pets. That's great. Song Niannian noticed Wu Ning's depression, but it's hard to say anything. I can only encourage you. It's okay, Wu Ning. There's also artificial awakening. You can definitely do it. Lu Fei seemed to notice that the atmosphere was not right and immediately adjusted. Yes, waiter, 20 more plates of beef. He yelled at the waiter, who knew there was a cry from the kitchen. Oh no, there's a thief. A yellow figure rushed out of the kitchen quickly, before others could react. Snowball and another colorful figure rushed towards the yellow figure at lightning speed. After stopping, Snowball and the colorful figure were looking at each other. Meow. Color. When Song Niannian saw the pet clearly, related information appeared in her mind. Name, Gem Bud Dragon. Attribute, Level, Advanced. Beast Taming Qualification, A+. Introduction, a gentle dragon-like supernatural creature, whose scales refract colorful light, so it is called the Gem Bud Dragon. It is commonly known as the Pentagonal Warrior. It has excellent performance in all aspects and is a supernatural creature sought after by countless people. Evaluation, its scales should be very valuable. Black Book, what are you thinking? This was also her first time seeing a jewel dragon, and it was indeed very beautiful in appearance. Hey, Lu Fei, long time no see. A pink-haired boy and a black-haired boy walked out from the private room on the side. Lu Fei, who was called, gnashed his teeth and replied, Qian Duo, Lei Shan, why are you two running out instead of staying at home? After hearing Lu Fei's words, Song Niannian recalled the past period of time. The principal and the three major families in Guangnan district that she popularized. The Qian family, the Lei family, and the Lu family. The Qian family has been doing business for generations. I heard that they also have a certain say in Juanhe. The Lei and Lu families are military families, and they can be found in all departments of Daxia. For example, the current director of the Guangnan District Security Bureau, Lei Tian, is a member of the Lei family. Song Niannian looked at them secretly. Wu Ning standing by immediately turned into a crazy fan. Niannian, did you see that boy with pink hair? He's so handsome. Song Niannian looked at Wu Ning with helplessness. Handsome indeed. But girl, you may not be able to control that person. It seemed that he felt the interaction between Wu Ning and Song Niannian. The pink-haired boy greeted Song Niannian. Hello, I'm Qian Duo, the master of the Gem Bud Dragon. And next to me is Lei Shan. We watched your match this morning. It was very exciting. A lot of money and a lot of lightning. You rich people have really special tastes. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Song Niannian. At this time, the yellow figure caught by Snowball and the others let out a cry. Oh, don't hit me. Meow. Meow. Why are you here? Bud, do you know each other? Seeing the three extraordinary creatures start chatting, the boss beside him thanked him immediately. Thank you for your help. I don't know how this extraordinary creature got into my kitchen and stole a bunch of food. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to catch him. Snowball also jumped to Song Niannian's feet and gestured to her. You mean you know it? Song Niannian asked Shueqiu tentatively. Snowball nodded affirmatively, with a look in his eyes that showed that he, as a younger brother, had failed to live up to expectations. The corners of Song Niannian's mouth twitched. Well, the thief was caught by himself. She had no choice but to apologize to the hot pot restaurant owner. Boss, I'm sorry, but I know this extraordinary creature. I'll help it pay for the meat it stole. After hearing this, the boss did not pursue the matter any further. Qian Duo on the side spoke after seeing that the problem was solved. Since we are acquaintances, there is nothing much to say. We have almost finished eating, so we will leave first. Yaya, come back. Boom. The jewel dragon floating in the air turned into a ray of light and merged into Qian Duo's chest. By the way, classmate Song Niannian, can I call you that? I'm kindly reminding you that Fengshan is not like that clown from number 3 middle school. You must not lose, or I will be disappointed. Song Niannian looked at Qian Duo's face, which was half smiling and a little provocative. I understood immediately. This is another person who thinks he is extraordinary and likes to find fault with others. She opened her mouth, revealing her big white teeth. Don't worry, I don't take anyone below the extraordinary level seriously for now. It's not that she's crazy, but she has the capital. That's good. Otherwise, the joint school training later will be too boring. Shan, let's go. Lu Fei watched them walk out of the hot pot restaurant. He came up to Song Niannian and said, Qian Duo and Lei Shan are the leading disciples of the Qian and Lei families this term. They are very powerful, and they all think highly of themselves. Who is the leading disciple of your Lu family this year? Song Niannian looked Lu Fei up and down. Could it be you? Lu Fei blushed, and then his expression darkened. Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Understanding Lu Fei's expression, Song Niannian considerately didn't let him continue. Chapter 23, Summerblade. After bidding farewell to Lu Fei and Wu Ning, Song Niannian and Xueqiu led the yellow extraordinary creature to an open space. It was a coyote dog. Name, coyote dog. Attribute, Earth. Level, Intermediate. Beast taming qualification, C-. Introduction. A canine supernatural creature that can control the power of the land. It is honest and loyal. It is recognized as a good guard dog in Daxia. Evaluation. This is a poor abandoned repair dog. It turned out to be an abandoned extraordinary creature. Song Niannian's heart sank. Although the contract between humans and supernatural beings is strong, but there are always ways to cancel the contract with the pet. For example, Juina sells contract termination services. The person who performs this service is called a decertifier. There are always people who, for various reasons, some of them were seeking power, or some were too hard-hearted to choose to abandon their less qualified beasts. The contract eliminator was born under such circumstances. With the help of the master, humans only need to pay a very small price to abandon pets with low qualifications. However, pets may have to pay the price of downgrading their qualifications and lowering their levels. Song Niannian has no good feelings towards this kind of people. Even if she encounters such a situation, she doesn't mind giving those who treat pets as tools a lesson. Looking at the pitiful coyote in front of me, and Snowball, who has been training it, Song Niannian sighed helplessly. Tell me what's going on? The coyote howled at Song Niannian with tears in its eyes. Oh, woo. I totally don't understand. She looked at Snowball. Snowball moved his paws and gestured towards Song Niannian. Are you saying that it steals food because someone has been hunting down your wild supernatural creatures? Snowball and the coyote nodded frantically at the same time. Oh, whoa. Song Niannian looked at Snowball again. After a brief gesture, Song Niannian finally understood. The reason why the coyotes came to steal food is because someone recently caught them in their gathering area. Its younger brother was captured. It was afraid that it would be caught too. I've been hiding somewhere during this time. I'm really hungry. I chose to steal food from the store. Hey, come home with me first. Song Niannian sighed helplessly. By the way, he took out his cell phone and reported the situation to the principal and director Lei. I don't know what happened in Guangnan recently. There was a poisonous scorpion woman before. Later, wild supernatural creatures disappeared inexplicably. It seems that she should not let Snowball sneak out for special training recently. Daxia has 4 major provinces: east, south, west, north. Each province has many cities, and each city has many regions. But even so, with the appearance of the beast, on the entire blue planet, there are more and more uninhabited areas. There are many powerful, extraordinary creatures inside. She had also read in the autobiography of a powerful beastmaster that there are also kingdoms established by powerful supernatural creatures in the no man's land. As for true or false, at least for now, she doesn't have the ability to identify it. The poisonous scorpion girl that Song Niannian was thinking about, it is in an uninhabited area dozens of kilometers away from Guangnan. Poisonous scorpion girl, just surrender. In a dense forest, the scorpion girl stood on the back of the scorpion, standing on the treetop. She was surrounded by a circle of people wearing black and red robes. The national emblem of Daxia is printed on the chest of each red robe. Daxia supervisor, are you annoying? I said I was not interested in Guangnan, a poor and remote place. I just happened to meet a little girl who was a little interesting. The leading supervisory woman turned a deaf ear to the scorpion woman's words and instead growled. Form a formation. Following the lead woman, the other 6 people quickly dispersed and summoned their own pets. If you look closely, their pets are of the same species. They are all the 3rd stage evolution of the coyote, Xiaorun, Use your body as a blade to defend the territory of Daxia. I won't fight with you. Your Xia blade formation is the most annoying. I can't kill them, and I can't win. The poisonous scorpion woman said this as she stepped on the poisonous scorpion and fled into the distance. Captain, are we still chasing? A man asked the leading woman. The woman hesitated for a moment. After all, the venomous scorpion girl Sky Poison Scorpion is of the Emperor level. Even if she has been severely injured before, we may not be able to get away with it at her hands. So, what do you mean? Write a report on the actions of the Poison Scorpion Woman and inform other departments to strictly monitor the whereabouts of the Poison Scorpion Woman in various towns. By the way, send a professional team to garrison in Guangnan District until the senior high school students this year are awakened artificially and then evacuated. Yes. By the way, give me a copy of the information about the girl who met the Scorpion Girl. I'll check her carefully to see if there's anything suspicious about her. The leading woman added. After saying this, she disappeared from the spot. The figures of other people also disappeared quickly along with her. Chapter 24 New Evolutionary Path. Song Niannian brought the coyote back to her home. With snowball suppression, it is not afraid that the coyote will do anything to hurt people. My grandmother, on the other hand, particularly likes coyotes. As soon as I brought it back, I started touching and hugging the coyote. The coyote dog also seems to know the importance of pleasing grandma, acting coquettishly and cutely towards grandma. Song Niannian was speechless after seeing this. After dinner, Song Niannian, who was lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, felt someone kick her but twice. Damn, who dares to touch the Tai Sui? Granny, what are you doing? The grandmother holding the coyote dog said to Song Niannian with a look of disappointment. You just lie down after eating. Why don't you go exercise for a while? So love will disappear, right? To avoid grandma's death glare. Song Niannian quickly took Snowball to her room. Good Snowball, don't learn from your mother and forget about me when you have a dog. Meow. Hearing Snowball's response, which seemed like a reassurance, Song Niannian nodded with satisfaction. Snowball still loves me. Then I opened my phone to check the latest news. The class group was full of videos about her and Xueqiu showing off their awesomeness today. All of a sudden, she went from being an invisible person in the class to a hot star. Even the principal asked her to go see him tomorrow. Being too good can be a nuisance. Song Niannian saw someone asking in the class group, how can I become as strong as myself? Hands are enough. Negative emotions from Wu Hui +10. Negative emotions from Zhang when +10. Song Niannian happily put away her phone. Then, she sank her consciousness into the black book. Snowball's data has become Master. Song Niannian. Level. Snowball. Dark Cloud Step. Attribute. Dark. Level. Advanced 5000/5000. Beast Taming Qualification. Evolution Path. Do you want to spend 5,000 skill points to unlock the next stage of evolution? Skills. Shadow Escape. Perfect 200/8000. Plus. Steel Claw. Proficient 250/500. Charge. Proficient 150/500. Shadow Clone. Proficient 16500. Shadow Ball. Proficient 160/500. Air Step. Proficient 20/500. Entanglement. Proficient 1000 and 5/2000. 8 Section Kick. Proficient 500/2000. Meteor Tail. Entry 50/100. Slap. Proficient 1/500. Usable skill points. 10,010 points. Snowball's level has reached the advanced level, and he is ready to break through to the extraordinary level. But it doesn't mean that you can break through immediately once the energy value is reached. This requires the beast to polish its own energy. It will take some time to polish. After all, this is the first time they have broken the limitations of their own race. Move to a higher level, and I finally have enough skill points to unlock Snowball's evolution path. She clicked the unlock button in her mind. Boom! Her consciousness was in chaos. After waking up, the column of evolutionary path also changed to Evolution Path 1. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Kill, Shinkai Monarch. 2. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Punishment, King Ling Yi. 3. Dark Cloud Step, Xinyan Cat. Bloodline has not awakened. Not all available for the time being. Oh, I spent 5,000, and you show me this. Black Book? I know you have your own consciousness. Come out. Song Niannian shouted in her heart. But the Black Book did not respond to her. Song Niannian looked at the 3 ways given. The first one was the conventional Dark Cloud Step evolution method. The second one should be the new evolution path given by the Black Book, which looks like it has added the attribute of thunder. As for the third type, Song Niannian had a hunch that its evolution should be more powerful than the previous two methods. But what bloodline of Snowball has not awakened? She thought of Snowball's white claws, which were different from the usual dark clouds. Could it be related to this? But she has no idea now. It seems that it depends on fate. If you wait until the Snowball is ready, if Snowball's special bloodline has not yet awakened, we can only retreat and let Snowball evolve using the second method. The next morning, Song Niannian found the principal's home according to the address he sent her. Song Niannian knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a young man Song Niannian didn't know. She was waiting to ask. A familiar voice came from the door. Is it Nian girl who is here? Come in quickly. Let me introduce you to. This is my old friend student Latte, a researcher from Kanglan University, one of the top 5 academies. This is my student, Song Niannian, who will soon be a senior in high school. Hello, I'm Letian. Nice to meet you. The young man took the initiative to extend his hand to Song Niannian. Hello, I'm Song Niannian. Please take a seat. The main reason I called you here today is to improve your dark cloud step skill. Song Niannian had a flash of thought in her mind. It was indeed because of this matter. The combination of skills you had dark cloud tie use in the game yesterday broke the defect that some existing pets cannot engage in aerial combat. It is very valuable for us to study. Latte paused and continued. Although you have disclosed the skill combinations for free, there are still some questions. Of course, your efforts will not be in vain. As a senior researcher at Kanglan University, we will pay 2 million yuan as consulting fees. At the same time, if the research really yields results, your name will be included in it. Dvishcha. Song Niannian looked down at Snowball, who was resting comfortably in her arms. Good fellow. This is a lucky cat. If you are not satisfied, we can't offer more for the time being. Satisfied, satisfied, satisfied. Song Niannian nodded immediately. Of course I am satisfied. No need to exert yourself. Just a few details. 200 W for free. Afterwards, Song Niannian told Lu Tian the whole process of how Snowball learned the skills of 8 consecutive kicks. But I was also careful not to tell him the proficiency of Snowball's Shadow Drop. Even so, Latte expressed shock. Its skill proficiency is so high. As I was talking, I wanted to touch the Snowball. Squeak! Lu Tian's hands suddenly stayed where they were awkwardly. I'm sorry, Snowball has a bad temper. Song Niannian said with a hint of apology. It's okay. I was careless. Seeing how well behaved it was, I ignored Yunta's character problems. Song Niannian began to feel suspicious. Would a senior researcher make such a low-level mistake? At this time, Letian also said goodbye. I'm sorry to bother you today. I have to go back and do experiments on the data. I'll treat you to dinner another day if I have the chance. Don't bother yourself with that. It's just that when the time comes for the college entrance examination, I, as a student, will be there. The principal rubbed his hands, seeming a little embarrassed. Principal, I believe in my own abilities. Song Niannian always felt that there was something wrong with Letian in front of her. The principal was not allowed to continue speaking. Haha, classmate Niannian seems to be very confident in herself, so I wish you immediate success. After Letian left, Li Hutu pretended to be angry and glared at Song Niannian. Humph, the old man showed his kindness, but you just go get out of my house. After saying that, he pushed open the book door and slammed it. Wait, what am I seeing? Song Niannian seemed to see that the study was decorated entirely in pink. The principal has this hobby? Get out of here now and close the door behind you. Song Niannian smiled helplessly. Okay, calm down, I'll leave right away. On the way home, Song Niannian thought about Lu Tian's behavior. Although it looks normal, but I always feel like something is weird. Chapter 25 Black Blade Mantis vs. Bubblefish. Welcome everyone to the second stage of the Juinha Awakening Cup knockout stage. Let's take a look at which players have advanced. In the air above the Guangnan Competition Center, Mi Jiang, one of the hosts and commentators, waved her hand. The information of the players who advanced to the second stage of the knockout round appeared on the big screen. Song Niannian also saw information about herself and Lu Fei in it. Let's congratulate these players, and I declare the second stage of the competition to begin now. Since there are 19 players who advance, we will have one player who will be given a bye and go directly to the next round. Let's see who will be the lucky winner. The 3D projection in mid-air began to rotate. Finally, it stopped at the face of a fashionable boy holding a wind and fire dog. Really? Song Niannian thought to herself. Lu Fei is indeed the emperor of Europe. Ah, mind the gods, mind the gods. I have a bye. Lu Fei standing by was so excited that he almost jumped up. Congratulations. After the draw, we officially entered today's competition. This was not her first group to fight. Now standing on the competition stage are bubblefish and black knife mantis. The black saber mantis is an extraordinary insect creature because it develops quickly and costs less to breed. He is quite popular among many novice beastmasters from ordinary families. It is completely black, stands on two legs, and its front limbs are blade-shaped. Following the referee's order, the bubblefish and the black knife mantis collided with each other. Niannian, who do you think will win between the two of them? Lu Fei, who was standing aside, was free and unrestrained. He took the milk tea takeaway he had just ordered and handed a cup to Song Niannian and placed another cup in front of Snowball. As for the wind and fire dog, he didn't dare to release it for fear of burning the place. Song Niannian looked at the pets fighting each other on the stage. Ponder for a moment. Black saber mantis. At this moment, the commentator on the stage was explaining. Bubblefish successfully used phantom bubbles to confuse the sight of black saber mantis. Although black saber mantis develops faster, it is still slightly inferior to Bubblefish's qualifications. It seems that black saber mantis can only stop here. Phantom bubble is the core skill of Bubblefish. It blurs the vision by spitting out bubbles and distorting the light and shadow. At the same time, if you accidentally touch the bubbles, it will cause an explosion, which is very tricky for large pets. Ha ha, Niannian, even though you're good at fighting, you're going to make a mistake this time. I bet on Bubblefish to win. Lu Fei winked at Song Niannian smugly. You'll find out if you look down. Song Niannian responded indifferently. The reason why she was so sure that Black Blade Mantis would win was because she saw the tenacity in the eyes of the Black Saber Mantis's Beastmaster and the scratches on the Black Saber Mantis's double blades. For pets, their bodies are different from humans and have strong self-repair capabilities. In addition, there are medicines with therapeutic effects and therapeutic supernatural creatures. Even so, many marks were left on the two swords of the Black Blade Mantis. She observed the body of the Black Knife Mantis and found that its master had trained it very well, so there was no problem of physical defects. Then there is only one possibility for this situation. This Black Knife Mantis has mastered a very powerful skill, which requires the use of two knives. Didn't you see that this Black Knife Mantis has not used its dual swords so far? Oh my god, what happened? The Black Saber Mantis actually dodged the Phantom Bubble and knocked the Bubblefish out of the competition venue. The Black Saber Mantis actually won. The narrator exclaimed. Lu Fei, who was standing by, looked at the field in amazement, then looked at Song Niannian. Niannian, I am convinced. I am really convinced. Song Niannian raised the corners of her mouth. Mock up. The following matches went very fast. Basically, everything is over without suspense. It is worth mentioning that the popular Song Niannian, who is admired by many girls, finally saw the real person. Gray sweatshirt with black trousers. The neat short hair makes him look particularly handsome. When he came to power, Song Niannian only felt that her ears were filled with women's screams. Especially when his Wind Emperor Eagle killed his opponent in one move. The screams of the female spectators in the audience could almost blow the roof of the stadium off. So much so that Song Niannian was a little worried. What if Snowball beat up the Wind Emperor Eagle? Will his fans put a sack on me when I walk on the street at night? In this concern, soon it was Song Niannian's turn to go on stage. Maybe it was because Snowball's performance the day before yesterday was too amazing. There were actually quite a few people off the field shouting Snowball and her name. On the field, both sides have taken their positions. As the referee gave the start signal, a rabbit surrounded by coldness appeared in Song Niannian's sight. Name, Ice Rabbit. Attribute, Ice. Level, Intermediate. Beast Taming Qualification, C+. Introduction, a petite rabbit-like creature that exudes a chill. It is quite popular among women for its cute appearance, but it is not a weak waist. Comment, even rabbits will bite when they are angry. Its beastmaster is a girl dressed very girlishly, a boy. Song Niannian looked up and repeatedly checked the gender on the battle screen. Only then did I make sure I wasn't wrong. Ice Rabbit, jump close to it and show it some color. The boy opposite him was commanding his beast seriously. The result is naturally no suspense. Just as the Ice Rabbit jumped up to Snowball and attacked him, he was knocked unconscious by Snowball's steel claw. Ice Rabbit, Stand up. It's Beastmaster called out. Narrator. Song Niannian. Audience. Is he really not a relative of the investor? Song Niannian couldn't help but think in her heart. The winner is contestant Song Niannian. Let us congratulate Song Niannian for becoming the 7th contestant to successfully advance. So far, the qualifiers for the second round of the Juinho Awakening Cup have all been decided. Our third round of eliminations will continue here tomorrow. Let us wait and see who will make it to the finals. When Song Niannian came out of the gate holding Snowball, many young girls came up to her. I proposed to take a photo with Song Niannian and Shueqiu. Looking at these beautiful little sisters, Song Niannian readily agreed. He and Snowball struck poses that they thought were cool. Fengchen is coming out? Fengchen, please take a photo with me. The people around Song Niannian suddenly disappeared. Then they all gathered around Fengchen. Doesn't my dark cloud look good? Don't I look good? Song Niannian and Inyunta looked at each other. Oh, superficial people. Chapter 26. The pinker the clothes, the fiercer the fight. On the 3rd floor of Juina Beast Mall, Song Niannian brought Snowball to customize the beast food. Snowball is growing too fast. The previous dried black fish can no longer meet Snowball's current growth energy. Hello, I want to reorder the beast food for Dark Cloud Ta. Song Niannian said to the lady at the front desk while taking out the voucher that Song Ci had given her. Okay, wait a moment. After receiving the card, the front desk made a phone call. Soon, a woman in her 30s came out from the backstage. She was wearing a green long dress, and her hair was lightly tied up with a hairpin. Hello. Do you want to reformulate the beast food for your Dark Cloud Talon? The woman in the green dress smiled gently at Song Niannian and said, Yes, it is now a high-level beast, and the food I ordered before cannot keep up with its growth, so I want to make some new ones. Okay, come here and introduce yourself. I'm Lu He, a mid-level beastkeeper from Junhe. You can rest assured that I will customize the diet for your Inyunta. Lu He said as she led Song Niannian inside. Breeders are a profession that has been extended since the birth of beast taming. Through systematic learning and long-term practice, they can select suitable food and training methods for different extraordinary creatures. Breeders are divided into primary breeders, intermediate breeders, advanced breeders, special breeders, and national breeders. Put your dark cloud on the inspection table in front, and I will test its internal condition. Song Niannian soothed her and placed the Snowball on the testing table. From time to time, I heard Lu He say, Well, your dark cloud step has been cultivated very well. It is top-notch in terms of both size and energy value. It seems that my previous test was indeed wrong. Song Niannian looked at Lu He curiously. Could she be the breeder who previously tested the qualifications of the new student in Inyunta? As if he had sensed Song Niannian's thoughts. Haha, yes, I was the one who detected this dark cloud Talon. Lu He said this with a somewhat melancholy expression, but in an instant he put on a smiling face. But seeing how well you've cultivated it, I think my mistake in the test wasn't such a bad thing. Song Niannian felt relieved. This is too coincidental. Is Juina still cooperating with the pet base? Yes, it is normal for such large organizations to cooperate with each other. This is a diet and training plan based on your dark cloud step. You can adjust it according to your specific situation. Song Niannian thanked him and took a look. Moo Moo milk 500 yuan per bottle, 3 to 5 bottles a day. Dark fruit flour 3,000/flour, 1 flour per day. Dried scallops 5,000/portion, 3 portions a day. Tassel grass 2,000/piece, 3 servings a day. Song Niannian's first reaction when she saw this diet plan was, how could something so expensive? I have to eat almost 30,000 a day. Fortunately, Song Ci gave me a coupon. His eyes once again fell on Snowball in his arms. It was fiddling with the bow on its neck with its feet. Where is this cute little kitty? This is simply a money-eating beast. After Song Niannian filled in the delivery address, I took Snowball to the Beastmaster fashion store, thinking that I could exchange some things at the Beastmaster fashion store. With the mentality of not wasting, Song Niannian stepped into the Beast Tamer fashion store again. Hello, Miss Song. Welcome. The front desk lady, who entertained her last time, he spotted her almost the moment she stepped in. He ran over to greet her enthusiastically. But this is too enthusiastic. I just bought a bow tie. Song Niannian turned around and looked at the bow on Snowball's neck, which was placed in the most conspicuous place in the store, next to which were pink, blue, green, yellow, purple, black, orange. Thanks to you and your beast, this bow is now a hot-selling item in our store. The lady at the front desk seemed to notice Song Niannian's lingering gaze. He explained to Song Niannian in a flattering manner. By the way, I want to discuss something with you. Not long after, Song Niannian came with bags of things in her hands. In addition to buying new clothes, new shoes, and new jewelry for Grandma, a new skirt for Wu Ning, and new dog tags for the coyote, the rest are some ancestral bows and ribbons. That's right. The Beastmaster fashion store packed up all the bows in their store and gave them to Snowball for free. The only requirement was that Snowball wear the bow from their store when playing in the game later. Then look at the one squatting on your shoulders. A brand new Snowball. There is a pink bow around her neck with a white bell hanging in the middle. As Song Niannian moved, a crisp sound was made. There is also a pink ribbon wrapped around the tail. Whoever saw this and didn't say anything, kawaii. As for Song Niannian herself, she was silently sighing in her heart. Fortunately, my physical fitness has also been greatly improved. Otherwise, I really don't know how to take these things back. On the way back, Song Niannian was thinking about Snowball's bloodline. A gust of wind passed by. Song Niannian only felt the thing in her hand become lighter. Hey, where are my things? Before she could react, my shoulders felt light. The figure running in front was kicked hard against the wall by a black figure. Then he stepped hard on that person. Squeak! How dare you steal my new clothes? At this moment, Snowball no longer looked like a well-behaved and lovely lady. Song Niannian. Does this mean that the pinker the clothes, the fiercer the fight? This is Grandma's stuff. This is Coyote Dog's stuff. This is Wu Ning's. The rest belongs to us, Shueqiu. Wu Ju watched her granddaughter enthusiastically sorting the gifts in the living room. Look at Song Niannian's shabby white t-shirt and jeans. My nose is sore. This girl. Grandma, look. This is the new dress and jewelry I bought for you. Do you like them? Song Niannian playfully handed the thing to Wu Ju. I like it. I like whatever milk you buy for me. Grandma, you don't have to work as a cleaner anymore. I have earned some money during this period and can fully support the family. Song Niannian said to her grandmother seriously. This is what she had thought of long ago. The 2 million consulting fee from Latte had already been deposited into her card. Junho will also provide Shueqiu with the main food for the coming year. She doesn't want her grandmother to work too hard. You can keep the money for yourself. As long as your daughter grows up healthy, you'll be very happy. Meow meow, I'm still here, and I can also support you. Wolf, I stole the electric car to support you. So, Chapter 27, Speeding Life. Late at night, Juna headquarters. A bunch of rubbish. A middle-aged man angrily threw the data report of the Awakening Cup in his hand onto the table. In front of him was a 3D projection of the heads of Junha's major branches. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Can anyone tell me why the profit from the Awakening Cup is so little this time? The entire conference room was silent, and no one dared to speak out to explain. Boss Liu, is it possible that due to the college entrance examination reform, many outstanding novice beastmasters have gone into seclusion for training? After a long silence, one of the 3D projections finally spoke. It was a tall man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man called Mr. Liu did not lose his temper this time, but sat dejectedly on the sofa chair. Of course I know the reason, but if the profit of this Awakening Cup is this number, my position is unstable, so you should think about whether you can still sit on it. There was another long silence. What if we try this? A tall man wearing wire-rimmed glasses projected a group match onto the screen. At the same time, Juna branches in various regions issued announcements to the public and their players. Song Niannian also received this announcement without any surprise. Hello, dear contestants. In order to increase the fun and challenge of the Junho Awakening Cup, we will change the third round of eliminations to a group elimination match, Flying Life. Please arrive at the Guangnan Tournament Hall on time at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Junho wishes you the best of luck in winning the championship. Song Niannian, who was soundly sleeping, had no idea that Junha's announcement had caused a wave of heated discussion on the internet. Damn, Junie is so generous. This is a racing race. Aw, I love the galloping race the most. I could only watch race videos outside of the Xiao before. This time, Junie actually dared to open this race for novice beastmasters. What a waste, giving a racing car to a novice. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Song Niannian came to the Guangnan Tournament Center with a snowball in her arms. I went to the wrong place. Isn't today the third round of eliminations? Why isn't the door open? Song Niannian rubbed her eyes. I deeply doubt my memory. She took out her cell phone to see if she had remembered the time wrong. Only then did she see the message Juna sent her late last night. What is this? She wondered in her heart, but I still took out my phone to search. After a while, she finally understood the so-called fast-paced life. This is a very popular group elimination competition outside of Dacia that combines both entertainment and competition. Beastmasters and beastmasters run together on a designated track, but this is not a simple running competition in the previous life. First of all, there may be city tracks or tracks in the snow or grassland. Secondly, each player can only use one beast in each game, and the beast can only use 3 skills, and each skill can only be used once. If the number of times exceeded is considered elimination. Finally, and also the characteristic of the flying race, a one-time treasure. Noble phantasms are very expensive in the world of beast control, and the racing race actually randomly places some disposable noble phantasms in the arena. As far as she knew, there were 2 types of noble phantasms used in competitions. 1. Offensive noble phantasms. 2. Defensive noble phantasms. The charm of the racing game lies here. The use of the treasure is full of unexpected things. In the racing race, the strength of skills and the strength of the pet are only part of the key to victory. The most important thing is luck. That's right, it's luck. Suppose you are almost at the finish line and someone picks up a lot of bubble bombs. Bubble bombs can lock players and beasts. Directly control the person in place for 1 minute. In addition, the beast control skill can only use 3, and each can only be used once. The contestant may only be able to stand there and watch others overtake him one by one. Song Niannian, who learned about this, he looked at Snowball speechlessly. Snowball, we may not be able to get first place. Meow. Snowball looked at Song Niannian in confusion. It seems to be saying, how is that possible? None of them can fight. Really? Song Niannian handed the phone to Shueqiao helplessly. Meow? Meow. Snowball looked at the game on the screen with excitement in his eyes and wrapped his tail around Song Niannian's arm. Meow. Song Niannian looked at Snowball's excitement and smiled. Forget it, if I lose, I lose. As long as my ancestors are happy, I'm not short of money now anyway. Getting third place is not bad either, ha ha ha. As there was still some time before the gathering, Song Niannian took Shueqiao to eat. I heard that a new seafood buffet has opened nearby, and it's pretty good. Just want to try it. At 1 p.m., Song Niannian arrived at the Players' Lounge at the Guangnan Tournament Center on time. When she arrived, the rest of the contestants were already there. Mind, this way. She saw Lu Fei waving at him, and Song Niannian walked towards him. At this time, the previous referee also came to the front. Hello, fellow contestants. I'm sure you all know that our 3rd round of eliminations has been changed to a galloping race. Let me explain the rules of the competition to you. The way to win is for the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster to cross the finish line together. The top 8 will be ranked in the top 8, and the top 4 will enter the finals to decide the champion and runner-up. Your beast can only use 3 skills, and each skill can only be used once. At the same time, let me introduce you to the one-time treasure of this competition. They are bubble bombs. Can freeze a person in place for 1 minute. Landmines. If stepped on, they will explode. Smoke bomb. Continuous thick fog for 3 minutes. Shield of light. Can defend against bubble bombs and mines. Rebound. Bubble bomb can bounce back. Okay, now everyone follow me. After the referee finished his introduction, he motioned for everyone to follow him. Isn't the competition held at the Guangnan Tournament Center? Lu Lingling raised her hand to indicate that she was one of the qualified contestants, and her beast was the weather bird. There's no room for your game here, the referee laughed. Come out, square-billed bird. As he finished speaking, a square-billed bird appeared before everyone's eyes. Name square-billed bird. Attribute flying. Level. Commander. Beast taming qualification. B-. Introduction. A 2-meter-long bird-like creature that flies extremely fast. Its square mouth is often used to transport people or objects. Comment. You'd better pray that it doesn't have bad breath. After seeing this comment, Song Niannian had a bad idea. Okay, put it in your mouth quickly, the referee said with a smile. Song Niannian. Many players, fortunately, that didn't really get squeezed into the square beak of the square-billed bird in the end. Instead, there are 5 square-billed birds, each carrying 2 players. After a flight, Song Niannian saw a low mountain with lush branches and leaves. Welcome all the contestants. Chapter 28 Targeting. Song Niannian really didn't expect that there was such a desolate place in Guangnan. But at the moment this place is very lively. Many people and pets were busy setting up the competition venue below. Seeing this, Song Niannian couldn't help but admire Junhe's financial resources and speed. A stadium can be built in just 1 night. Competitors, please come over here and take a rest. There are still 45 minutes before the competition officially starts. You can rest here. A staff member led Song Niannian and others to rest in the waiting area. Welcome everyone to our special Juinho Awakening Cup. I believe everyone knows that our competition today will become a chase between luck and strength. Speeding life. Song Niannian saw the grand occasion of the Guangnan competition venue through the screen. The place was practically packed. She really didn't expect that this competition would attract so many people to watch. Okay, after saying so much, I guess everyone can't wait. Let's start the game. As the host finished speaking, 10 projections appeared in the center of the Guangnan competition venue, corresponding to the 10 contestants who advanced. Song Niannian was also among them. The game was broadcast online. Be careful. While warming up, Song Niannian suddenly heard Song Mimi, the beastmaster of the Black Blade Mantis, reminding her. She was about to ask, "Players, get ready." The referee standing in the middle of the track raised the starting gun. Bang! The game has begun. Song Niannian rushed forward with the snowball. This competition is considered complete only if the Beastmaster and the Beastman cross the finish line together. Fortunately, she had exercised before, otherwise she might have run herself to death during the 25 kilometers. For example, one of the contestants is Zhang Tian, whose beast is a water-spouting turtle, and it moves at that speed. TSK. Wind Emperor Eagle. The storm stopped them. Fengchen in front of him gave orders to his beast. In the blink of an eye, a small tornado formed in front of them. Damn it! Her snowball skill did not have the ability to restrain the storm, and her shadow meld did not develop to the point where it could carry people across. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The competition requirements only state that the contestants must cross the finish line together with the Beastmaster, but do not say that they cannot separate in the middle of the race. She was just about to let Snowball use Shadow Meld to pass through the tornado and intercept Fengchen. The bubble bomb locks onto Song Niannian. A voice came from behind her. Oops! Song Niannian secretly cried out that something was wrong. A bubble ball quickly came to her from behind. Wrap both her and Snowball at the same time. Bubble bomb. Stay where you are for 1 minute. Excuse me, sister. I have to go first. The person who said this was Zhang Rong, the Beastmaster of Guanyu Butterfly. As she passed by her, in just 1 minute, several people quickly passed by her. This also includes Lu Fei. At this time, in the Guangnan competition hall, well done. Fengchen used the storm to block the way, and Zhang Rong used bubble bombs to directly control contestant Song Niannian on the spot. She has now fallen behind to 8th place, the commentator passionately explained. Song Niannian's embarrassment was seen by the audience. Fengchen is so handsome and so smart. Feng Huangjiao is so strong. I love him so much. Song Niannian and her Beastmasters are out of options. Although they are good at fighting, a galloping race is not just about fighting. Stop gloating over other people's misfortunes. If you have the guts, fight Song Niannian 1v1. It's so funny. I mentioned 1v1 before, but this is a speed race. Why bother with 1v1? I see all the other contestants on the field have united to eliminate Song Niannian. If she can make it to the finals this time, I will stand on my head and eat shit. At this time, Song Niannian was not in a good condition. As netizens said, she was targeted. In just 15 minutes of the game, she was frozen in place 3 times. Damn, did you give me all the bubble bombs? She now finally understood what Song Mimi had said to her. Be careful. Now she can see through the equipment provided by the competition team that there are 7 people in front of her. And she was already almost 5 kilometers behind. And because there was someone in front of her, she had no way to pick up the treasure. What should I do? What should I do? I can't use Shadow Escape, so I can't lead anyone. Steel Claws, Charge, Shadow Clone, Shadow Ball, etc. cannot lead people forward. Entanglement and slapping. Wait, entanglement? Song Niannian's eyes lit up. Snowball, stop. Use the Steel Claw on the supply point ahead and tear down their platform for me. The supply point is used to replenish water for the Beastmaster, in order to prevent players' beast skills from destroying the supply station. Therefore, the materials used in the supply stations are all very hard steel. At this time, the audience in the venue and the online platform. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Did Song Niannian just destroy a supply point just to make people laugh because she saw that she couldn't win? I didn't expect her to be such a person, with no manners at all. I saw she was so pretty and I liked her in her beast. Oh my god, what is contestant Song Niannian doing? She actually uses this method to motivate herself. She is really smart. Everyone listened to the commentary of the guide and looked over. WTF, WTF, it can be operated like this. Fuck, I give up. Song Niannian was seen lying on the dismantled large iron sheet. Snowball, wrap it around my right hand. Meow. I'm going to teach those bad guys a lesson. Following Song Niannian's operation, the Snowball version of the card is out. Snowball pulled Song Niannian forward quickly, and the speed was unknown how many times faster. It's just a bit laborious. Soon, she surpassed the 6th place and became the 5th place. During this period, her operation opened the eyes of many players, especially the Fighting Boy's master, who originally wanted the Fighting Boy to carry him on his back. After seeing it, I followed her example and dismantled the supply point. It's just a pity that his beast can't run as fast as Snowball. During this time, she was frozen in place by a bubble bomb twice. Fengchen crossed the finish line, 1st place. Lu Fei crossed the finish line, 2nd place. Song Mimi crossed the finish line, 3rd place. The competition team's equipment sent 3 notifications. Oops, only the top 4 can participate in the finals. She is now 5th, and the 4th place is Lu Lingling, the beastmaster of the weather bird. She was still 7 kilometers away from the finish line, while Lu Lingling only had 3 kilometers left. There are 5 mines in front of her, and the range of the mines is very large. If I put away the iron sheet, my speed would undoubtedly be reduced. As for who lost it, is there any need to think about it? It seems like the other contestants really want to eliminate me. Is it really going to stop here? No, never. Song Niannian will not lose. Snowball, do you believe me? Meow. Snowball seemed to sense Song Niannian's emotions. Positive delivery. Off-site. It seems that Song Niannian will stop here. At her speed, she will have to put away the iron plate after passing the mines left by Lu Lingling. This means that she will not be able to catch up with Lu Lingling. It's a pity. Song Niannian still brought us very good tactics in this game. I just lost because of luck. Wait, what is contestant Song Niannian going to do? Chapter 29 Explosion is Art. Oh my god, what is contestant Song Niannian going to do? Under the exclamation of the commentator and the amazement of many audiences, Lu Lingling was immersed in the joy of crossing the finish line. Snowball, come into my arms. Snowball didn't hesitate and jumped directly into Song Niannian's arms, but Tail didn't let go of her hand. Song Niannian stood in front of the mines. Targeting me, right? Just bomb me, right? Today, I will let you see. What is explosion is art? There was a flash of madness in Song Niannian's eyes. Then she lifted up the iron sheet, hiding the body behind the iron sheet. The whole person threw himself forward. Boom, 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 boom. Song Niannian only felt a huge impact from below. There seemed to be fireworks exploding before my eyes, and I could no longer hear any other sounds in my ears. The body flew quickly upward and forward along with a stream of air. When Lu Lingling was 1 kilometer away from the finish line, she was sure that Song Niannian could no longer catch up with her. So she slowed down her pace. Her strength was running out. The weather bird is still small and cannot carry people to fly, unlike the wind and fire dog. Lu Lingling suddenly heard a deafening explosion. She subconsciously looked back. A flaming figure rushed towards her quickly. Snowball now! Song Niannian shouted loudly while enduring the pain. Roar! Snowball's tail shrank. Hold Song Niannian, moving quickly in mid-air. Ink-colored lotus flowers bloomed under his feet. Lu Lingling only felt a flash before her eyes. Song Niannian's and Yunta rushed past Lu Lingling with her. Song Niannian even gave Lu Lingling the middle finger. Show! The referee blew the whistle. Song Niannian crossed the finish line, 4th place. Inside Guangnan Competition Hall, after a brief silence, there was thunderous applause. Oh my god, this is so unexpected. Contestant Song Niannian actually got a ticket to the semifinals in this way. What courage, what intelligence, what familiarity with his own beast-taming skills. And the trust between the beast masters and their masters allowed them to complete the counterattack at the last moment. Online live streaming platform. Oh my god, what happened? I can't believe it. She worked so hard. I love her so much. Is she really a human brain? How did she come up with these tactics? Most importantly, she successfully implemented them. Oh my god. Using the explosive airflow to close the distance and letting Dark Cloud use skills to extend the travel time. What courage does this take? It hurts me so much just watching. She even put the beast in her arms. I cried my heart out. Who said Song Niannian couldn't make it to the semifinals? Yes, who said she went in to eat shit upside down? Come out quickly. We are waiting to see you eat shit upside down. Song Niannian didn't know the audience's reaction at this time. She just felt a little pain in her body and a little buzzing in her ears. She looked at Snowball, who was looking at her worriedly, laughing and saying, "Look, we did it. You're really great. Meow. Nian Shun. I will never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime. You are too powerful." Lu Fei was completely stunned. Feng Chen was looking at her with complicated eyes. If it were him, does he have the courage to use his body to withstand the explosion? Even if the Beastmaster has the physical enhancement brought by beast control, does he have her ability to perfectly grasp the timing, angle, and command the beast? Does his beast dare to obey his orders and trust him without hesitation? He asked himself. No, this racing race, they're all losers. The only real winner is Song Niannian. Let. Several doctors in white coats came to Song Niannian with budgrass. A few buds of grass were used to heal. Song Niannian felt like she was full of life again. The clothes and pants were all burnt beyond recognition. The beautiful face was also dark. But she didn't care at all. Instead, it cracked the slightly black lips. I lay on the grass at the finish line and laughed. The sun shone on her and Snowball. The person who was stabbed couldn't open his eyes. Thank you, Snowball. Thank you, Black Book. It's great that I came into this world. When Song Niannian and others returned to the Guangnan competition hall, as soon as they entered, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Song Niannian, Song Niannian. Song Niannian heard someone in the venue shouting her name in unison. A moment of trance. It turns out that I have fans without realizing it. Let us congratulate Sui City's top 8. They are Feng Chen, Lu Fei, Song Mimi, Song Niannian, Lu Lingling, Huang Junjun, Lu Shuai, Zhang Tiantian. The day after tomorrow, we will hold the finals at Guangnan Competition Hall. The top 4 players will draw lots for a 1v1 battle. The handsome and powerful Feng Chen, Lu Fei, who made it to the finals with good luck, the dark horse girl Song Mimi, who fought her way out of the siege, and Song Niannian, who created miracles for us time and time again. Who among these will be the final champion? The day after tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will meet at the Guangnan Tournament Hall to find out the result. As the host finished speaking, the galloping race is over. Inside a luxurious villa, a white-haired boy sat and stroked his cat Pet. He looked at the wanton boys and girls on the screen. Song Niannian, I'm so envious. Master, it's time to take your medicine. The butler beside him respectfully brought the medicine bowl. Hearing this, a trace of disgust appeared on the white-haired boy's face. Oh, why do my useless family keep me? The butler did not respond. He just handed the medicine bowl forward. The white-haired boy took a bowl and drank it all. He took the handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of his mouth. Help me get admitted to Guangnan No. 2 High School. Hearing this, the butler on the side was surprised, but still agreed immediately. Yes, I'll do it right away. The boy turned his wheelchair and came under the curtains, gently opening a hole, and the sunlight shone onto his pale face. I hope I can really find the answer from you. At this time, Song Niannian didn't know that someone was thinking about her. She and Snowball were kneeling on the carpet with their heads bowed. There was a man and a dog standing in front of me. Song Niannian, you are so brave. Are you willing to risk your life just to win a game? Grandma was worried and angry at Song Niannian. Wolf the coyote also barked. Granny I have Snowball here who will protect me, right Snowball? Song Niannian waved her hands and quickly explained. Snowball? How big is a snowball? You really pissed me off. Nana Nanny, don't be angry. Song Niannian quickly stepped forward and patted her grandmother's back to calm her down. By the way, I gave him a Snowball look. Snowball understood immediately. Chapter 30, I have a knife. Snowball understood immediately. Get under Grandma's feet. I kept rubbing my body against Grandma. Don't think I will forgive you just like that. Grandma calmed down a lot. Woof, yes, I can't forgive them. Song Niannian and Shueqiu gave the coyote a look at the same time. If looks could kill, it must have died 10,000 times by now. Woof woof, women are so scary. The coyote lay down, holding his head and whimpering softly. At 9 a.m. in 2056, Guangnan District Tournament Hall. Welcome everyone to watch the finals of our Sui City Juanhe Awakening Cup. Today, 4 players will compete in a 1v1 match to determine the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. Let us wait and see who will win the championship. After the host finished his opening remarks, he continued, now that the 4 players are ready to go, let's see who will be the first group to compete. As the host finished speaking, the 3D projections of Song Niannian and others were flying in the center of the field. Finally, It stopped on the 3D projection of Song Niannian and Song Mimi. The first match is between Song Niannian and Song Mimi. Please come on stage. Hearing the host's voice, Song Niannian stood up and walked towards the opposite platform. After both sides stood still, do you both have anything to say to each other? The host asked both parties. Song Niannian looked at the girl opposite with a determined look in her eyes, smiled and said, "Thank you for reminding me of the previous galloping race." Song Mimi nodded. "You're welcome. I prefer the feeling of defeating my opponent myself, rather than relying on external forces." As the referee blew the whistle, both sides summoned their own beasts at the same time. Snowball, Black Blade Mantis. This was the first time that Song Niannian looked at the black saber mantis so carefully. She found that the sheen on this black mantis was deeper than last time, but the scratches on the double blades did not disappear. Black Blade Mantis, Wind Blade. The Black Blade Mantis's double blades cut out several air blades and flew towards Snowball. Snowball, dodge, and use Shadow Ball. Snowball dodged the air blade with a light jump. Then the hind legs exert force. He jumped into the air with 2 steps, his mouth slightly open. He gathered a black Shadow Ball and fired it at the black saber mantis. The black mantis flapped its wings behind it and flew forward at high speed in the air. It dodged swiftly from the dense shadow balls and rushed towards the snowball. Black Blade Mantis, well done. The crossblade will take care of it. After hearing this, the black saber mantis moved forward at high speed while its 2 blades formed into a cross shape. A giant cross-shaped air blade stabbed at the snowball. Snowball stepped lightly and dodged the gap between the cross blades. He quickly approached the black blade mantis with air steps. Snowball, find a way to stab its wings. Song Niannian issued an order. Snowball's silhouette blurred, and he appeared behind the black blade mantis in an instant. It's now Steel Claw. Song Niannian shouted loudly. Black Blade Mantis, watch out behind you. Flap your wings and use strong wind. Don't let it get close to you. The wings behind the black mantis flapped at high speed. A strong wind pushed the snowball away. Snowball was disturbed by the strong wind and had to change the trajectory of his attack. Song Niannian didn't expect that this black knife mantis could actually use strong winds. For many extraordinary creatures that are good at air combat, their wings are often their weaknesses. Once stabbed, the combat capability will be greatly reduced. However, strong wind is usually learned by extraordinary beast tamers. I underestimated my opponent, Song Niannian thought to herself. But then she became excited again. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Snowball, keep your distance and find a way to consume it. Song Niannian shouted. She knew very well that for an explosive extraordinary creature like the black saber mantis, a protracted war would be extremely disadvantageous to them. Song Mimi seemed to see through Song Niannian's plan. Black Blade Mantis, keep attacking. Don't give them the chance to consume you. Mant! The black knife mantis responded. Then it flapped its wings and attacked Snowball. Song Niannian curled the corners of her mouth. Young man, you have never been beaten. Riding on the Black Blade Mantis, approaching Snowball. Snowball paused in his escape. He turned around and rushed towards the black knife mantis. The Black Blade Mantis launched a fierce attack on Dark Cloud Tapper, and Dark Cloud Tapper could only temporarily avoid the attack and dodge everywhere. Wait, Dark Cloud Tapper turned around and actually launched an attack in the direction of the Black Blade Mantis. The narrator passionately explained. Song Mimi looked solemn. She saw that Song Niannian wanted to go head-on with her Black Blade Mantis. Black Blade Mantis, don't retreat. Believe in our efforts. The audience only saw 2 black figures collided with each other in the sky. A wave caused by the collision spread in all directions. What strong forces on both sides? The commentator continued to follow up. Then, the 2 sides came and went. It was so fast that it left black traces in the air. Bang! Snowball's steel claws collided with the double blades of Black Blade Mantis again. The 2 pets stared at each other fiercely. They soon separated. Snowball landed lightly on the ground, bent his body, and moved his feet lightly, looking for the weakness of the Black Blade Mantis. Song Niannian looked at the panting black saber mantis. He smiled softly and said, Song Mimi, it looks like your Black Blade Mantis is running out of energy. If you don't use your special moves, you might lose. As the beast master of Black Blade Mantis, he certainly knows the limits of his beasts. She couldn't help but secretly think that Song Niannian was cunning. She mistakenly thought that Song Niannian wanted to fight a war of attrition. Let the black saber mantis take the initiative to attack, so as to achieve the idea of dark cloud stepping to consume the black saber mantis's physical strength. Song Mimi knew that she couldn't delay any longer. Song Niannian looked at Song Mimi's thoughtful expression and did not interrupt her. The girl in front of her deserves her respect. Besides, she was also looking forward to Song Mimi's ultimate move that she had hidden for so long. Snowball, be careful. She conveyed her emotions to Snowball through her thoughts in her mind. Roar! Snowball lowered his body even lower, staring closely at the black blade mantis. Just wait for Song Niannian's command. Song Niannian, I admit that you are really strong. I heard that you have only awakened for less than 2 months. If that is true, you are the real genius. I have kept this trick hidden until now just to deal with Fengchen. But now I think you are more qualified than him to see it. Song Mimi said to Song Niannian seriously. Then let me see the ultimate move you've kept hidden for so long, Snowball. Go over and kill him. Snowball received Song Niannian's command, and his figure turned into a black light and rushed towards the black blade mantis. After a year of sharpening my blade, today, black blade mantis, cut with one sword. As soon as Song Mimi finished speaking, the figure of the black knife mantis suddenly rushed into the air. Snowball followed quickly. Then the black saber mantis raised its double blades high, combining them into a huge black sword. Countless gold powers surged towards the black knife. Cut! Chapter 31 Great Success. Cut! Song Mimi shouted loudly. Song Niannian looked at the huge black knife that Snowball was facing. There was a moment of worry in my heart, but it soon disappeared. She believed in Snowball, just as Snowball believed in her. She opened the black book and added points to the Steel Claw skill. Steel Claws, Advanced 270/500. Steel Claws, Mastered 1000/4000. Skill points, 17000, 13400. The surface of Snowball's fur claws seemed to be stained with black metal. The thick black light even obscured the snow-white appearance of the 4 claws. The black knife fell. A shock wave burst out from between Snowball and Black Blade Mantis. The collar of the referee, standing near the competition stage, was blown off. However, whether it is Song Niannian or Song Mimi, all were indifferent to the impact. He stood in place, staring closely at the 2 pets. Mantis. A black shadow was knocked away. It's the Black Blade Mantis. It's the Steel Claw. Contestant Song Niannian's Dark Cloud Step has actually mastered the Great Mastery level of the Steel Claw. You should know that the Great Mastery level of skills can usually only be mastered by the Commander level, and this Dark Cloud Tread actually did it. The whistle sounded, and the referee waved the red flag towards Song Niannian. Black Blade Mantis cannot fight. Dark Cloud Step wins. It's amazing. Let's cheer for this wonderful battle. Ha, Lale, look at my student. This tactic and this beast-controlling ability are definitely potential emperors. Li Hudu was wearing pink pajamas. While crossing his legs, he called Lei Tian. The TV in front of him was playing Song Niannian's game. Get lost. You show off to me a dozen times a day. When will you ever stop? Ha ha ha, come out for dinner tonight. It's my treat. At this time in the competition hall, Song Niannian looked at the black knife mantis that was receiving emergency treatment. Are you wondering if you were a little too harsh? Song Niannian. Hearing someone calling her, she turned around. It's Song Mimi. You are awesome. I'm the loser. Song Mimi stretched out her right hand. I'm very happy to meet you here, but don't get too proud of yourself just because you defeated me once, or Black Blade Mantis, and I will surpass you. A gust of wind blew, blowing Song Niannian's long black hair. She smiled, reached out, and held Song Mimi's hand. Then I'll wait and see. Click. A reporter took a picture of this scene. Later, some people described the 2 of them as the Sung sisters. After the game, Song Niannian sat in the audience, quietly waiting for the next game. That is the match between Lu Fei and Fengchen. Although she knew that Snowball could easily win the game as long as he revealed his perfect shadow escape. But she didn't want to expose it too early. I don't know why, ever since the Scorpion Woman incident, she always felt like she was in a vortex. Sometimes she wondered if she was overthinking. But there's nothing wrong with being cautious. You know, a Beastmaster can only comprehend and master it at the Commander level. And perfect skill proficiency is something that only a Master-level Beastmaster can do. You can be a genius, can be a demon, but it can't be too shocking. Thinking of this, Song Niannian looked at the Wind Fire Dog and the Wind Emperor Eagle fighting on the competition stage. Now it has been trained quite well by Lu Fei. The control of the fire state is becoming more and more proficient. But the tacit understanding between him and Lu Fei is still far from enough. There is also a gap in combat experience compared to Fengshen on the opposite side. Song Niannian could see that. The relaxed and freehand style of Fengshen and Feng Wendio. He didn't even give any instructions on the behavior of the Wind Emperor Eagle. It is also possible that he conveyed it to the Wind Emperor Eagle through his thoughts. The Winded Fire Dog cannot fight. The Wind Emperor Eagle wins. The referee's voice sounded. Congratulations to Fengshen for advancing to the finals. Since Black Blade Mantis is too seriously injured, the competition committee has decided to postpone this afternoon's competition to tomorrow morning. Please watch it on time at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Naturally, some people in the audience were dissatisfied. But the competition organizers did not expect that Guangnan would have players like Song Niannian and Song Mimi this year. The fight is no less intense than that between extraordinary pets. Guangnan Sports Center Medical Room. Song Niannian was just about to go in to see how Lu Fei's Wind and Fire Dog was doing. The door suddenly opened. A butler-like man pushing a white-haired boy in a wheelchair bumped into Song Niannian. Song Niannian, please make some room. Then I heard the boy opposite me say, "It must be classmate Song Niannian." Song Niannian was stunned. "Does this person know me?" "Yes, you are." The white-haired boy smiled. "I am Lu Fei's elder brother, Lu Xiangyang. Thank you for taking care of my brother during this period of time. It's not a big deal, he's my friend." Song Niannian smiled and said that she was still very kind to her friend's family. The white-haired boy crossed his hands on his knees. "You are here to look for Lu Fei, right? He is inside." After saying this, the butler behind him pushed the white-haired boy out. "That's right." They suddenly paused. "We will meet again, classmate Song Niannian." Song Niannian just thought that he said this because of Lu Fei. Didn't take it to heart. "Hey, Lu Fei." She greeted Lu Fei after entering the room. But Lu Fei did not act as usual. Instead, he pulled the corners of his mouth forcefully. "Nianshen, you are here. What's wrong with this kid? Could it be that Fengshen broke his Fengwa dog?" Song Niannian was angry when she saw a bubble coming out of Fengwoga's nose. Song Niannian. "Okay, this definitely doesn't look like it was broken. Tell me what's wrong. You look listless." "I am so unwilling to lose to Fengshen." Lu Fei shook his head. There was no direct answer to Song Niannian's question. "Just open your mouth gently. Thinking of God. If a person's resources are obtained by hurting others. Is this person a bad person?" Song Niannian did not answer directly. Just looking at the decadent Lu Fei. "A long time? I'm sorry. I can't give you an accurate answer. I can only say that I have no regrets." Song Niannian is not stupid. She didn't know what made Lu Fei feel this way. If she is on the side of the beneficiaries, what decision will she make? She herself doesn't know. So she could only say this to Lu Fei. This is her own principle. She knew that with the Black Book, sooner or later, she will become a strong person in this world. Can she still keep her original intention when she has the power? She doesn't know. She just wants to have a clear conscience. "That's true." Lu Fei smiled and seemed to cheer up. "To celebrate your success in reaching the finals, let's go eat hot pot tonight." She looked at Lu Fei, who suddenly became energetic. "And the Fengwa dog who wakes up when he hears about food. Never mind, I'm tired. Destroy you too." Chapter 32, Song Niannian versus Fengshen. At 8:30 the next morning, Song Niannian arrived at the venue early. I don't know if it was her illusion. Why did she feel that there were an unusually large number of birds around the venue today? At this time, there was already a long queue at the entrance of Guangnan Racecourse. Reporters were interspersed in the interviews. Song Niannian was just about to go to the contestants' rest area when she heard a voice behind her. "Hello, beautiful lady. Who do you think will win the Guangnan District Juinhe Awakening Cup this time?" Song Niannian. "It must be me, I still need to think about it." The reporter continued to ask. "What makes you think that?" Song Niannian took off her mask and blinked at the camera. "Because I am Song Niannian." Reporter. In the center of Guangnan Sports Center, Song Niannian listened to the host's passionate opening remarks. When she called her name, she smiled and looked down. "Ancestor, we have to go fight." Meow meow. Snowball's tail with a pink ribbon tickled Song Niannian's chin. It seemed as if he was urging her to hurry up. Song Niannian stood up and walked towards the opposite platform. After a brief period of darkness, Song Niannian finally saw the situation inside the venue clearly. She and Fengshen each took up half of the cheering cards. Many of the girls' pets also have the same bows around their necks as Snowball. She set her sights on the young man opposite her. It has to be said that Fengshen is so popular among young girls for a reason. Handsome appearance, noble background. Don't ask her how she knew that. The Wind Emperor Eagle is not a pet that ordinary people can get. In the previous life, he was a big idol. At this time, Fengchen said, Song Niannian, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. He raised his hand, and a black duck quickly descended from the sky. It fell steadily on his arm. It's his Wind Emperor Eagle. His action caused another round of cheers from the audience. It's been a long time since I met someone of my age who can rival me. I hope you can give me a satisfying match today. Song Niannian and Xueqiu looked at each other. This guy is so pretentious. I hate pretenders the most. Snowball hammer hard. Song Niannian transmitted her thoughts to Snowball. Both sides are prepared. The referee stood on the podium and said, Game on. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Song Niannian felt a sense of relief on her shoulders. Snowball has already charged towards the opposite side. The Wind Emperor Eagle's reaction was also not slow. All the people could see was the two beasts colliding with each other quickly, and then quickly separating. Snowball, keep charging and test it, Song Niannian ordered to Xueqiu. Wind Emperor Eagle, raise the wind. A thought flashed through Song Niannian's mind. Wind is a skill used by wind-type supernatural creatures to create a combat environment suitable for themselves. The surrounding environment can form different winds according to the strength of the skills. Snowball, get up in the air, stop it. Although Song Niannian didn't know how powerful the Wind Emperor Eagle could be, but Fengchen undoubtedly thought that this would be beneficial to the Fenghuang Eagle's battle. Then she couldn't let him succeed. Wind Emperor Eagle, continue to use Wind Dance while you're at it. The Wind King Eagle used graceful postures in the air to dodge various attacks from the snowballs. You chase me. It doesn't seem like fighting. Rather, it's like a dance. Snowball now. Attack at 10 o'clock. Song Niannian suddenly spoke. Oh no, the Wind Emperor Eagle is about to fall. Fengchen realized that Song Niannian had seen through the trajectory of his pet Fengwu. He was busy directing the Wind King Eagle, hoping to dodge the attack in this way. But unfortunately, Song Niannian and Xueqiu were faster than them. As soon as he finished speaking, Snowball kicked his hind legs in the air, rushing towards the Wind Emperor Eagle at an astonishing speed. Before the Wind Emperor Eagle could react, he used his steel claws to cut a wound on the wing of the Wind Emperor Eagle. The commentator explained the battle situation in a timely manner. The situation of the Wind Emperor Eagle is very bad. Its proud wings were scratched by Dark Cloud Steppe. Will this be an opportunity for Dark Cloud Steppe to win the game? The Wind Emperor Eagle's left wing was broken first, and it fell from midair. The Wind Emperor Eagle, the swallow, returns. Snowball, go and entangle it, and use the aerial man to take care of him. Song Niannian spoke in time. The snowball fell down, but the Wind Emperor Eagle was not captured. I saw the Wind King Eagle falling from midair, passing by the snowball in a strange posture. Appears behind Snowball. Wind Emperor Eagle, sharp claws. Two hard claws grabbed Snowball's body fiercely. Snowball, I was careless. Song Niannian blamed herself in her heart. Squeak! Snowball cried out in pain. But at this moment, Snowball's tail successfully controlled the claws of the Wind Eagle. Snowball, well done. The commentator hurriedly explained to the audience. Oh no, the Wind Emperor Eagle's tail has been controlled by Dark Cloud. Is the situation of the Flying Man going to happen again? Audience members who have watched the previous matches should know that contestant Song Niannian's Dark Cloud Steppe has mastered the powerful fighting skill of the 8-section kick and has also innovatively combined Shadow Escape with Air Step, allowing the Dark Cloud Steppe, which cannot fly, to have the ability to fight in the air. Wind Emperor Eagle, find a way to get rid of it. Fengchen shouted anxiously from the audience. But the Wind Emperor Eagle seemed to have lost its ability to fight, dragged high into the sky by Snowball's tail. But just as Snowball threw the Wind Emperor Eagle down hard, Fengchen showed a triumphant smile. Song Niannian, who had been observing her opponent, suddenly felt something was wrong. Not good. She looked up hastily. Snowball, stop. And before she finished her words, it was drowned out by a sharp whistle. It's a call. Contestant Fengchen's Wind Emperor Eagle actually learned the call. Song Niannian's eyes narrowed. No wonder there are so many birds around the venue in the morning. You old bastard. She certainly knew what the call was. In just a moment, she saw a black flock of birds flying quickly towards Snowball in the sky above the stadium. Wind Emperor Eagle. Now is the time. Storm. Song Niannian had seen the storm of the Wind Emperor Eagle, although it was very powerful, but it didn't trap Snowball. Unless A strong wind suddenly blew up and quickly wrapped around the snowball. Snowball wanted to rush out, but the birds formed a thick wall surrounding the snowball. Snowball has no way to cross obstacles without exposing his perfect level shadow escape. The situation on the field has suddenly changed. Contestant Function has successfully turned from a disadvantageous side to an advantageous side. With such a plan and such a command, he is worthy of being the #1 player in Sway City #1 High School. Will contestant Song Niannian stop here? The commentator stood up excitedly and stared at the center of the field. Song Niannian, you lost. I won this game. Feng Chen looked at Song Niannian with smiling eyes, as if he was sure of victory. Oh really? Chapter 33 Each Other. Oh really? Song Niannian didn't seem to be worried at all. My storm this time is not of the same magnitude as the previous ones. I had the Wind King Eagle summon nearby the night before. In addition, the wind that I used at the beginning, although it was interrupted by you, has achieved the effect I wanted. Your Dark Cloud Step is indeed very powerful, but if its Steel Claw reaches its peak, you simply cannot train other skills to it, especially advanced skills like Shadow Escape. Don't try to be brave, or you will only hurt the Dark Cloud Step. Admit defeat. It is not shameful to lose to me. Song Niannian ignored him. If it wasn't for not exposing the proficiency of Shadow Escape, it won't take more than a minute to beat you. But it is true, as Fengchen said, the storm that formed this time is quite large. Song Niannian felt that her eyes were almost unable to open due to the strong wind. Not to mention the snowball in the center. But do you think you can control me like this? Fengchen saw that Song Niannian didn't respond. Feng Huangdiao, let's end this game. He opened his mouth and shouted at the Wind Emperor Eagle. At this time, in order not to affect the audience's viewing experience, a protective film was erected around the platform. Everyone saw a huge tornado forming in the air. The outer edge of a tornado. The birds formed an impenetrable wall to prevent Snowball from escaping. Okay, Snowball, stop it and end it. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw a dark cloud rushing out from the bottom of the tornado, from a blind spot that no one noticed. It had some injuries on its body, but its eyes exuded a fascinating light. It leaped lightly and arrived in front of the Wind Emperor Eagle in the blink of an eye. Feng Chen's eyes narrowed. Wind Emperor Eagle, hide quickly. He hadn't finished his words yet. Snowball raised his snow-white claws and slapped the Wind Emperor Eagle hard. The Wind Emperor Eagle was also stunned by the slap. I didn't react for a while. Just as he came back to his senses, the Wind Emperor Eagle saw a furry black tail appear in front of him. Snap! It was hit hard by Snowball's tail and hit onto the protective shield. The Wind Emperor Eagle's consciousness gradually became blurred. The body cannot struggle. Eagle, how did I lose? This shouldn't have happened. The next second it fainted and fell to the ground. The storm on the field slowly dissipated. The birds flew away. A few drops of rain fell, wetting Fengchen's white t-shirt. The Wind Emperor Eagle cannot fight. The Dark Cloud Stepper wins. The referee raised the red flag to Song Niannian. He spoke excitedly. Dear audience friends, the champion of this year's Guangnan Juanhe Awakening Cup has been born. She is the contestant Song Niannian who has brought us miracles time and time again. As the host spoke, a snow-white pet flew out from behind her. Related information also appeared in Song Niannian's mind. Name, Snow Horse. Attributes, Ice Wind. Level, Commander. Beast Taming Qualification B. Introduction, an elegant horse-like creature that produces snowflakes when running. Comment, very cool to ride in the summer. Now is the award ceremony. Please invite contestant Song Niannian to take the stage. As the host spoke, the snow horse came to Song Niannian. The breath it blew made Song Niannian feel a little cool in such hot weather. Although I know that the beast taming world takes the form of awarding prizes very seriously, this is too much importance. Song Niannian rode on the snow horse, and the snow horse took Song Niannian around the audience seats. Many people waved to her excitedly. She even saw a few familiar faces. Lu Fei's brother was also sitting in the VIP seat. Song Niannian waved at him. When Xueju brought Song Niannian to the podium, Fengchen and Song Mimi were already waiting on the podium. Online live broadcast platform for a certain event. Wow, Fengchen lost. He must be feeling very bad. It seems like I am comforting him. Wow, I feel so sorry for him. Wake up. It's just a loss of a game. Wow. Yunta and Song Niannian are so powerful. This is the first time I see a novice beast master fighting so fiercely. I have decided the first one I want to sign is Dark Cloud Tapper. I said I would sign Dark Cloud, death warning. Am I the only one who thinks Song Niannian is pretty? She is so pretty and so powerful. Was the god of creation too partial when he created her? Song Niannian stood on the podium. How did you do that with your Dark Cloud steps? Fengchen asked in a hoarse voice. Song Niannian bent down to catch the snowball that flew towards her. He rubbed its head, held Snowball in his arms, and said, "When I came here this morning, I saw so many birds near the venue, and I felt something was wrong. I suspect your pet may have mastered the skill of summoning, but it is definitely not very high. Just summon some ordinary birds and beasts. Although I don't know what you are going to do, I have been paying attention to your actions. I guessed your tactics when you asked the Wind King Eagle to use Wind Rising." Song Niannian blinked. Continue speaking. So, before the bird wall was formed, I asked Snowball to use the shadow clone to leave his shadow inside and hide his real body behind the birds. Come to think of it, it's a relief that you called so many birds in advance, otherwise my Snowball would definitely not be able to hide. Meow meow, Snowball nodded following Song Niannian's words. It seems to be saying, you are a pretty nice person. Fengchen was silent for a long time, then smiled a little bitterly. I thought I had it all planned out, but it turned out to be all under your control. I'm glad you were able to act for so long. You are really insidious. Same here. Old Six secretly planned this the night before. The wind and dust pulled at the corners of his mouth. No, I still lost to you. You are so smart. Be careful. No one dares to marry you. Song Niannian scratched Snowball's chin, said nonchalantly, no one is worthy of me. Fengchen stared at Song Niannian blankly. 2. He laughed out loud. At least I have to be able to beat you first. Wind Emperor Eagle, it's up to you. He looked at the Wind Emperor Eagle who was receiving treatment and spoke in a low voice. Diao, you want me to be beaten every day? Song Mimi's inner thoughts. Is this what I can listen to? The rankings of the Awakening Cup have been decided. Song Mimi and Lu Fei's match was finished before them. Of course, there is no suspense at all. At this moment, Lu Fei was laughing like a fool in the audience. After the award ceremony, she successfully won a bonus of 500,000 yuan and a qualification ticket to exchange for a beast egg. She plans to take her grandmother with her some other day. Grandma has never seen a beast egg before. At this time, in the dark of the contestants' passage, no one noticed. There was a woman standing there. She was twirling her hair, and the red mole under her eye made her look even more charming. Well done, little girl. I really can't bear it, Sky Poison Scorpion. What do you think? Chapter 34, Shocking Change. After 2 days of being idle at home, Song Niannian finally packed up and prepared to go out early this morning. Of course, she is the only one who is playing badly. Shuecha would find a place to train every day. She doesn't need to worry about it at all. Sometimes Song Niannian would also feel troubled. Does my pet being too introverted make me look like a loser? But she would soon put this worry behind her. If she was not active in currying favor with someone, she would be punished by God, especially by her own pet. Nan, it's okay. Do you think it looks good? Grandma wore the new dress Song Niannian gave her and turned around in front of Song Niannian. It looks good. You look good in anything you wear. Song Niannian acted sweetly and coquettishly to her grandmother. Today she plans to take her grandmother with her to pick a beast egg. Although she is not very good at choosing, but isn't there a black book? Black book. Jun Hamal. Song Niannian looked at the coyote, following her speechlessly. This guy saw them go out and refused to stay at home. It was throwing a tantrum and rolling around, so much so that its grandmother felt sorry for it and took it out. At this moment, it looked around excitedly. Snowball in Song Niannian's arms was staring at the excited coyote with a bad look on his face. Finally, when Grandma and Song Niannian were not paying attention, he hit its butt with his tail. Meow feels comfortable. Song Niannian, who witnessed all this, twitched her mouth and chose to pretend that she didn't see it. Song Niannian, who was walking around with the coyote dog, finally arrived at the place where Ju and his pets are stored. As for why it is a coyote dog, because this guy can't walk when he sees food, and he knows very well who has the final say in the family. So he acts like a tough guy to Grandma. The grandmother couldn't bear to eat the food herself, so she bought it and gave it to the coyote, which made Song Niannian doubt who her real granddaughter was. Ms. Song Niannian, the pet eggs you can exchange are all here. A male staff member said to Song Niannian respectfully. Okay, thank you. After saying this, Song Niannian turned her gaze to the pet egg. Wait, why can't the qualifications and names be displayed? Song Niannian shifted her gaze to the coyote dog. Name, Koyodong. Attribute, Earth. There is not much difference from the previous one. The black book can only observe the information of the pet, but cannot observe the pet in the egg. This is different from what we agreed on. Song Niannian complained in her heart. Damn, how can I choose? Forget it. If it doesn't work out, I could just sell it and buy a new pet myself. Let me see. The one with white background and blue stripes should be the weather bird, and the one with red spots should be the wind and fire dog. Hey, this one seems pretty good. It's so big and looks like a water-spraying turtle. How about this one? While Song Niannian was still hesitating, the coyote standing nearby suddenly rushed out and took an egg in the corner. The speed was so fast that Song Niannian was dumbfounded. Oh shit, my balls! Just as Song Niannian reacted, the snowball on her body had already jumped out. The little claws kept hitting the coyote dog, but it didn't dare to hit it too hard. But the coyote dog refused to let go. He lay on the ground, tightly protecting the egg in his arms. Snowball, stop. Song Niannian stopped Snowball. Meow, meow, meow. Snowball pointed at the coyote with his paw angrily, as if to ask how could the dog do this. Song Niannian went forward to comfort Snowball and looked at the coyote. Its reaction was strange. Although it looked a little mean, it was usually very good at reading people's expressions. Could it be that this pet egg belonged to a pastoral dog? The pastoral dog is a very special pet. It is the only pet found in Dacia that evolves once before becoming extraordinary, and its evolved form is the coyote dog. Its uniqueness has made the pastoral dog the focus of academic circles. However, no matter how many researchers there were, they did not discover their secrets until the coyote dogs could evolve into Xiao blades. Only then did their powerful combat capabilities bring the pastoral dogs back into the public eye and make them one of Dacia's military dogs. To some extent, they can be said to be the iconic pet of Dacia's combat department. This was also the biggest reason why Song Niannian was willing to take in the coyote dogs at that time. She was surprised that an egg that looked like a pastoral dog had flown out here. She was surprised to see wild coyotes before, when Song Niannian was struggling over whether to take the egg away. On the tallest building in Guangnan, a man and a woman dressed in black and red robes sat on the edge of the building, with vehicles and people moving under their feet. I don't understand why the higher-ups asked us to guard here. The scorpion woman has left. Maybe they're just curious, the man complained to the woman. You better shut up. Our job is easy. All we have to do is monitor. The captain and the others are patrolling all day long. The woman replied while fiddling with the computer in her hand. True, but Guangnan, a small place, can actually produce a few decent little guys. It's okay for now. Once you become extraordinary, the gap will widen. The real geniuses and the background of the aristocratic families are not something these little guys can compare to, the woman said while sighing. The man sighed and was about to respond. Oh no, a powerful energy is rapidly approaching the city center. Contact the captain quickly, the woman suddenly screamed. She looked at the increasingly dazzling red on the computer, but heard the frightened voices of her teammates. It's too late. The woman looked up and saw a Juana shopping mall in the city center. Thick dark fog spread from the bottom and quickly enveloped the entire building. The eerie darkness formed a sharp contrast with the sunny surroundings. Song Niannian only felt that her eyes went dark and the world was quiet for a moment. Squeak! Snowball immediately jumped to Song Niannian's side, facing the dark environment vigilantly. What's wrong, Snowball? Song Niannian fumbled and put her hand on Snowball's body, and then she felt a little safe. Is there a power outage in the mall? Hissing roar. Snowball let out a series of low roars. Through the beast-controlling space, Song Niannian vaguely understood the message conveyed by Snowball. There was an ominous aura around. When Song Niannian heard this, her first reaction was her grandmother. Oh no, Snowball, Grandma is still in the lounge area. We have to go find her. Woof! The coyote barked as if worried. Snowball, can you see in the dark? Roar! Song Niannian breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a positive answer. It was good that she could see it so that she would not encounter an enemy without the ability to fight back. Go find Grandma. Snowball pulled Song Niannian's hand with his tail, signaling her to follow him, and then he roared at the back to signal the coyote to follow. Just as they took 2 steps, a sharp claw with a silver glow stabbed towards Song Niannian's back. Scratch. Chapter 35 Attack. Hiss. Snowball had already rushed to the diagonal rear of Song Niannian, and a pair of steel claws temporarily forced back the unknown enemy. Song Niannian only felt a pain in her back, and she reached out to touch her back. Even though she couldn't see in the darkness, she could still clearly feel the pain on her back and the warmth of blood in her hands. Who wants to kill her here? Snowball, come back to defend me. Coyote Dog, go find Grandma first. Song Niannian spoke calmly. She knew that she couldn't be anxious now. Facing an unfamiliar enemy, any carelessness might result in the loss of her life. She and the Coyote Dog had no tacit understanding in fighting, and having the Coyote Dog around would tend to hinder her. Its sense of smell was keen and would not be hindered in the dark. Woof, followed by the sound of running outside. Song Niannian, who had lost her sight, heard the sound coming from the Coyote Dog and felt relieved. It seems that the other party is coming for me. Although I don't know why she's targeting me. If I want to bite her off, I have to see how tough she is. Snowball's perfect level shadow escape can blend into the darkness. This is her biggest trump card now. As long as she seizes the opportunity, she can kill the enemy. Song Niannian passed the battle plan to Snowball through the beast taming space. The surroundings were filled with an ominous atmosphere, and from time to time, there were roars of beasts and screams of humans. A cold light flashed in Song Niannian's eyes. It seemed that the other party wanted to use this atmosphere to increase my fear and make me make a mistake first. Her mind was racing. The fact that the other party chose a sneak attack instead of an open attack after darkness only showed that their strength was not very high. They were not sure they could successfully defeat her in a head-on battle. Moreover, the other party's beast could hide in the dark, and most likely had some kind of hidden skill. Otherwise, with Snowball's vision in the dark, she could easily find the other party's position. Suddenly, Song Niannian heard a very small sound of wind coming from her right ear. She subconsciously turned her head and rolled on the ground. At the same time, Snowball collided with the other party with its steel claws. After a harsh sound, the other party was hit by the snowball and hit an object, making a roaring sound. But Snowball did not continue to attack, but returned to Song Niannian's side, calling out meow worriedly to Song Niannian. Ayufine. Damn, that's so cruel. If she hadn't reacted quickly, her neck might have been cut. No, she can't just defend passively like this. She has to find a way to control the rhythm. Thinking of this, Song Niannian spoke. Ahem, what's the matter? You dare to kill someone, but you dare not let others see your true face. You are such a coward. There was no sound around. Song Niannian continued. Your life must be very unsatisfactory. You live in the shadows like a rat, in constant fear. You think you are very powerful, but in fact you were just trash. Otherwise, why would you have to sneak attack to kill a high school student? Let me guess, you must be having a very unhappy life. There's no need for high school students to go on such a dangerous journey, so you've been artificially awakened for a long time. You're such a loser. After so long, you can't even beat a high school student, cough, cough, cough. She was ready to continue the taunting. Fuck bitch, that's enough. Song Niannian curled the corners of her mouth. She had been fooled. Snowball? Snowball's movement reached the place where the man made the sound faster than Song Niannian's voice. You stinky bitch, you are really a slut. A figure attacked Song Niannian. Don't touch me, or your master will die. The claw stopped at the tip of Song Niannian's nose. She could even feel the sharpness of the claw. Just a slight touch would fall upon her. Yes, be good. If we don't touch your master, you won't touch me either, right? Song Niannian coaxed. Don't listen to that bitch, Sharp Claw Rat. Kill her, hiss. Kill her now. It turned out to be the Sharp Clawed Rat. Song Niannian understood. It was not surprising. The Sharp Clawed Rat had no other advantages, but its skill in hiding was unique. Killing me won't do any good. We just want to ensure our own safety. Don't worry, we will never hurt anyone. High school students are the kindest, right? The Sharp Claw Rat was a little hesitant, but at this moment, Snowball had come behind the Sharp Claw Rat, and its sharp steel claws scratched its fur. Squeak, the Sharp Claw Rat widened its eyes and looked at Song Niannian in disbelief. Its body slowly fell to the ground and slowly lost its breath. Sharp Claw Rat, I'm gonna S*** to you. You stinky bitch. The man who lost his beast tamer let out a terrible cry. Song Niannian seemed not to hear his dirty words and followed Snowball's lead to his side. The pain in her back was so real that she was sure she had walked a path to death. She kicked him hard in the stomach, and he curled up in pain. I ask you, tell me. Song Niannian's expression was cold, and she had no mercy on the man in front of her who wanted to kill her. Who are you, and why did you want to assassinate me? Was it you who caused Junhee's misfortune today? Is there anyone else besides you? How can I get out? Cough, cough, cough. There's no one left, just two of us. Your beastmaster is a good experimental subject for the bishop. Cough, cough, cough. Escape? Ha, escape? The man suddenly laughed out loud. Song Niannian frowned. Damn, they're all crazy. She was about to kick the man again when he suddenly sat up, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed her fiercely. Ha ha, no one can live, no one can live. The Lord of Light will eventually be born. I dedicate myself, I create, I dedicate myself, I create. The man's voice gradually faded away. Snowball? Song Niannian asked Snowball tentatively, and received confirmation from Snowball in the beast taming space that the man was dead, but Song Niannian did not feel relieved at all. Instead, she felt even more confused. Who is the Lord of Light, and what do their strange words mean? But the current situation did not allow her to think too much. She had to make sure her grandmother and the coyote were safe. Although the man said there were only two people who knew if he was lying to her. Snowball, check if he has any more information. We have to go find Grandma and the coyote dog. Meow, Snowball responded, and then there was a rustling sound coming from the man. Taking advantage of this gap, Song Niannian was finally able to take a breath, but she couldn't help but worry. It was really terrible to have no vision. It was pitch black all around, and she couldn't see anything. Meow, Song Niannian felt Snowball pulling at her trouser leg and looked down. It's a pair of ultraviolet glasses. Chapter 36 Battle Royale. Song Niannian looked solemnly at the scenes wherever she passed. After she put on the pair of ultraviolet glasses, she could see normally in the dark. But Song Niannian would rather not see the scene in the mall at this moment. The mall that was prosperous and bustling in the past was now full of silence. Every few steps, one could see corpses, both human and beast. The more Song Niannian looked, the more frightened she became. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. When she reached the leisure area, as she had expected, there were already 7 or 8 bodies on the ground. They all looked terrified and in disbelief. However, what made Song Niannian feel a little relieved was that her grandmother was not there. She closed the eyes of these people heavily, have a safe journey, and be reborn into a good family in the next life. This was the only way she could comfort those who died unjustly. In her heart, she hated the instigators behind today's incident so much that they disrupted people's peaceful lives. Among those corpses, there were even children under the age of 3. This could not be forgiven. Absolutely not. Squeak! Snowball let out a warning roar. Song Niannian looked in the direction of the sound. In front of the once bustling ice cream shop, there were countless bodies of snow children lying on the ground. On top of the pile of snow children's bodies, there lay a woman holding a little boy in her arms. The boy's skin was very white, forming a sharp contrast with the darkness around him. At this time, a pet was squatting in front of their corpses, and there were bursts of chewing sounds that made Song Niannian feel uncomfortable. Could it be? Snowball understood what Song Niannian meant, lowered his body and growled as he walked towards the pet. Song Niannian followed behind Snowball. Crack! Even though she tried to relax as much as possible, she still accidentally stepped on the ice cream cone that fell to the ground. The pet that was gnawing on the corpse slowly turned its head, and Song Niannian finally saw its appearance clearly. It was an extraordinary canine creature. Its mouth was still chewing something, and there was even an unknown liquid slowly dripping from the corner of its mouth. One of its 2 eyes was a strange red, and the other was shedding tears of pain. Suddenly, it opened its bloody mouth and revealed a smile that seemed both sad and happy. At this time, the information about the beast also appeared in Song Niannian's mind. Name: Long-haired wolf. Attributes: Gold Wind. Level: Commander, Overdraft. Beast taming qualification B. Introduction: A gentle canine creature. Although its name contains the word wolf, it is extremely loyal to its owner and has an extraordinary tolerance for children. It is a caring dog that many families need to raise children. Comment: Bad things always happen to you. You are so lucky, master. Run away. Run! Almost at the moment when Song Niannian saw the message of the long-haired wolf, she shouted this sentence loudly, and her body retreated backwards at a rapid speed. Snowball also hurriedly followed Song Niannian, looking back at the long-haired wolf from time to time. The long-haired wolf did not catch up immediately, but howled to the sky. Woo! Suddenly, the whole building seemed to wake up from a deep sleep, and all kinds of beasts kept rushing towards where Song Niannian was from all directions. There were wind and fire dogs, weather birds, fighting boys, ice rabbits, snow children, green beetles, etc. They were of different races, but they all had one thing in common. That was those weird, blood-red eyes. Damn it, damn it, damn it, what on earth is going on? Why are all the beasts like this? Just when Song Niannian was about to be caught up by one of the beasts, Snowball used his steel claws to knock the pet away. It was a wind and fire dog, only at the intermediate level. The strange thing was that after being knocked away, it seemed to feel no pain. Its body twisted a few times on the ground, and then quickly joined the army chasing Song Niannian. Song Niannian felt that she had never experienced such exciting parkour. She shuttled between various shops. Snowball stopped from time to time to attack and block the pursuers behind her, which prevented Song Niannian from being caught up. But how can human physical strength be compared with that of a beastman? Just when Song Niannian was about to be caught up again, Snowball wrapped his tail around Song Niannian's hand, and with an air jump and a shadow escape, he quickly brought her to the third floor of the mall. But it was not over yet. Among the chasing beasts, more than a dozen flying beasts continued to chase Song Niannian and Snowball. Song Niannian took a quick look and found that most of them were intermediate level, but there were also advanced and extraordinary ones. How the hell should she fight? Song Niannian was anxious. No matter how strong Snowball was, he couldn't fight against so many beastmasters alone, and they all looked like they had taken some crazy medicine. Song Niannian could only run nonstop, but when her strength was finally exhausted, she felt her breathing becoming more and more rapid, her vision becoming more and more blurred, and sweat soaked her entire back. Finally, she came to a dead end, and it seemed like God was trying to kill her. Song Niannian smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry, Snowball. We may both die here today." Meow meow, Snowball rubbed Song Niannian's sweaty cheek dependently, but his eyes seemed to have made some kind of determination. The pursuers behind him were approaching. Song Niannian looked at the pets ready to go, and then looked at Snowball's pet panel. Master. Song Niannian. Level. Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute, Dark. Level, Advanced 5000/5000. Beast Taming Qualification, Evolution Path, 1. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast Shadow Kill, Shinkai Monarch. 2. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Punishment, King Ling Yi. 3. Dark Cloud Step, Xinyan Cat. Bloodline has not awakened. Not all available for the time being. Skills, Shadow Escape, Perfect 300/8000 plus, Steel Claw, Grade 1100/4000. Charge, Proficient 200/500. Shadow Clone, Proficient 17500. Shadow Ball, Proficient 170/500. Air Step, Proficient 100/500. Entanglement, Proficient 1100/2000. 8 Section Kick, Proficient 600/2000. Meteor Tail, Proficient 15/500. Slap, Proficient 35/500. Usable Skill Points, 20,005. Song Niannian cracked her lips and revealed a slightly crazy smile. "If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first." Snowball seemed to understand Song Niannian's thoughts. He stood in front of Song Niannian in a protective posture with a firm look in his eyes. "No matter what, I have to protect my master." The beast group is gradually closing in, and Song Niannian and Snowball are ready to fight. Exploding Turtle, Jet Fire. As the voice fell, a blazing flame swept in from behind the beast herd. "Hurry up, my exploding turtle can't hold on for much longer." Song Niannian didn't think much about it. Snowball's tail wrapped around Song Niannian and took her quickly through the herd of beasts. "This way." The man took Song Niannian and quickly came to a hidden door, pushed open the door, and took Song Niannian in. "Why are you here?" Chapter 37, Ways to Escape. "Why are you here?" When Song Niannian heard the familiar voice, she looked up and saw that it was indeed Li Fong. She was wearing ultraviolet glasses. There was a man and a woman standing next to her. She was not unfamiliar with the woman, as it was Li Qianqian. As for the man, "Li Fong, don't say that. It's good to meet someone familiar now." After hearing this, Li Fong curled her lips and said nothing. Only then did Song Niannian remember who this was. Their class monitor, Lu Qiancheng, was a kind-hearted person who cared about his classmates. At least that was what the original owner remembered. "Thank you." Song Niannian was too lazy to pay attention to Li Fong and sincerely apologized to the person beside her who saved her. If it weren't for him, she might have really died here this time. This person was Song Ci, who had shown goodwill to her before. Song Ci smiled bitterly and put away the explosive turtle. "Little friend Niannian, there is no need to thank you. Every bit of combat power is precious to us now. We must save it if we can. Anyway, you saved my life. Thank you. Stop exchanging pleasantries here. I just want to know how we can get out." A rough male voice came. Song Niannian looked and saw that this room should have been similar to Juinhe's conference room. At this moment, there were about 20 people standing scattered in it. Some people were crying, some were panicking, and the one who asked the question was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He was wearing a suit that didn't fit him well, and there was a woman next to him who was holding his arm in fear, and they seemed to be a boyfriend and girlfriend. Yes. How can we get out?" Juana is such a big thing. Don't you have to take responsibility? There are so many people here. No, you must take us out safely. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman spoke up in time, and suddenly the whole room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, and many people were asking Song Si for an explanation. Song Si apologized to everyone with a wry smile, but it did not calm everyone down at all. I want to know why this lady's pet hasn't turned into an evil beast? A man wearing glasses suddenly spoke up, and the whole room suddenly became quiet. Everyone's heartbeats could be clearly heard. Song Niannian was a little embarrassed. Snowball is my pet. Of course that won't happen. What are these people thinking? But the development of the situation was a little beyond Song Niannian's expectations. After hearing this, several people stood a few meters away from Song Niannian and took a defensive posture. Only then did Song Niannian realize that things were not as simple as she had thought. What do you mean? She spoke calmly, but in her heart, she told Snowball through the beast taming space to get ready to attack. Don't you know? Pets can only stay in this damn black fog for 5 minutes at most. After 5 minutes, they will go out of control and turn into those terrible monsters. Even the master can't take them back to the space. The man with glasses continued. Song Niannian looked at Song Si in surprise, and Song Si nodded at her, indicating that he was right. How do you know about this? Song Niannian asked puzzledly. Song Si showed a trace of sadness on his face. It was the captain of the security team was killed by his own beast in order to protect our retreat. He told us his guess before he died. Song Niannian understood. No wonder Song Si put away his beast as soon as he came in. Generally speaking, one should be more cautious at this time. Is it you? Are you the mastermind behind this? Give me back my son. Give me back my son. A woman in the corner suddenly rushed towards Song Niannian and wanted to attack her. Song Niannian dodged nimbly, with the snowball between her and the woman. Song Niannian was about to speak. Humph, how funny. Just because you can't control your own pets, you just suspect others. She can control her own pet because she is a genius. Song Niannian looked at Li Fong in surprise. She actually spoke up for me. Li Fong seemed to feel Song Niannian's gaze. What are you looking at? I'm just telling you the truth. Although I don't like you that much, I know that you are not a bad person. Li Qianqian and Song Si who were standing aside. So we two are not geniuses? Yes, Song Niannian is our classmate and would not do such a thing. Lu Qianqing on the side also agreed and secretly glanced at Li Fong. I can vouch for Song Niannian. She is an extremely talented student, and there is absolutely no need for her to do such a thing to ruin her future. Song Si and Li Qianqian also spoke up to vouch for Song Niannian. Looking closely, this little girl looks a bit like the champion of this year's Juanha Awakening Cup. Yes, that's right. Maybe he is a genius. There were also people nearby who agreed with the idea. I don't have any problems. I don't know why my pet is not affected by the black fog, but I am also a victim. My grandma disappeared, and I am looking for her. If any of you have seen her, please tell me her whereabouts. As a reward, I will give you some help within my ability. Song Niannian spoke calmly. Although she didn't know how things would develop, the most important thing now was to find her grandmother. She also didn't know what had happened to the coyote and her grandmother. As time passed, her uneasiness became more and more obvious. She always felt that something was gradually getting out of control. She planned to wait until Snowball's strength recovered before going out to look for her grandmother again. Why don't you stay and protect us? Look how chaotic it is outside. Your grandmother might. The woman standing next to the pot-bellied man's voice became weaker and weaker under Song Niannian's cold eyes. Yes. Aren't you a genius? You just happened to stay to protect us. The people in the room seemed to wake up and started to pay attention to Song Niannian. Song Niannian looked at the greedy faces of the people in front of her and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. People are really complicated creatures. You are so shameless. Why should I protect you? Li Fong spoke again. At this moment, Song Niannian felt that Li Fong had never been so pleasing to the eye. Voila. Everyone suddenly became quiet. The sound of electric current came from the radio in the room, and then gradually weakened. Everyone, including Song Niannian, breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, there were bursts of sound coming from the radio again, as if someone was humming a song into the microphone. La, the Illuminati is coming. Song Niannian felt something was wrong when she heard it. How could this person speak the same strange words as the one who attacked her before? Suddenly, the voice on the radio stopped singing and started laughing eerily. Ha. So you were hiding here. I found you. Chapter 38 Cooperation. Donji, 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 Donji. A bad thought flashed through Song Niannian's mind. But Snowball's body was faster than her reaction, and he suddenly threw Song Niannian to the ground. Boom! A sharp claw cut open the iron gate, and several ferocious beasts rushed in. The one leading the way was the long-haired wolf that Song Niannian had seen in the rest area before. It was very different from before, and its eyes were a strange bright red. Ah! They attacked everyone in the room. Song Ci, Li Qianqian, and other people who had beasts no longer hid their abilities and called out their beasts to fight. Song Niannian hid behind Snowball and watched the situation in the room. She understood clearly that Li Qianqian had 2 beasts in total, which protected her and Li Fong firmly, while Song Ci only summoned 1. This won't do. Song Niannian looked at the chaotic scene in front of her. According to them, if their beasts stayed outside for more than 5 minutes, they would transform into these irrational monsters. She guessed that the reason why her Snowball didn't become like this was related to the Black Book. New beasts were still entering the sect continuously. If this continued, everyone would be exhausted to death here sooner or later. It was obvious that Song Ci and Li Qianqian were also aware of this, and they all moved closer to Song Niannian. Her eyes flashed, and she instructed Snowball to gather with them. Finally, the few of them formed a circle, each responsible for one side. Li Fong and Lu Qiancheng, as 2 ordinary people, were protected behind them. This won't work. My explosive turtle can only hold out for another 2 minutes before I have to take back the beast taming space. Song Ci said solemnly. My Ghostface Fox and Green Krite are also like that. We have 3 minutes left, and we have to go back. We must find a way to get out. We only have one solution. We need to rush out and kill the man who is talking on the radio. I guess he is one of the masterminds behind this. He probably doesn't come to kill us directly because he can't kill so many of us at once. If we can kill him, we may still be able to escape. Song Niannian quickly expressed her guess. She was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. It would be difficult for her and Snowball to find Grandma in such a huge mall. It would be better to kill the mastermind directly and solve the root cause of the pet's transformation into an evil monster. Otherwise, if this continued, all of them would die here. Song Ci gritted his teeth and said, What should I do? You tell me. I'll listen to you, Li Qianqian said seriously. My Green Krite is superhuman. It can hold back that long-haired wolf for a while. That's easy. The green ring snake will hold back the long-haired wolf. The explosive turtle will use its flames to clear the way. Snowball will finish off the enemy. And Song Ci, you will take us directly to the broadcasting room. Song Niannian said quickly. Okay. They both responded at the same time. Those behind us, we are preparing to break through. You guys should get ready and follow us. Song Ci shouted to the back. Song Niannian frowned after hearing this, but did not object, although in her eyes these people were selfish guys. Green ring snake, trap the long-haired wolf. As Li Qianqian's voice fell, Snowball covered the blue snake. With the efforts of Snowball and the blue snake successfully controlled the long-haired wolf. Right now, Song Ci. Exploding turtle, jet fire. A fiery red flame ray shot out from the explosive turtle's mouth. Song Niannian and others rushed out quickly. Seeing this, the others behind them also hurried to follow. They were not stupid. If they continued to stay here, they would only die. Only by finding the mastermind behind the scenes, as the girl said, would they have a chance of survival. Everyone was running forward with all their might. In the front were Song Ci and Song Niannian. Song Ci led everyone to the broadcasting room. Li Fong, who was running hard in the crowd, felt that she was almost out of breath. She had been spoiled since childhood and had never suffered such hardship. Suddenly, she felt a little resentful of Lu Qiancheng beside her. He told her that he had naturally awakened, and she felt both sweet and sad. She felt sweet because she was the first one to know about it instead of Song Niannian, but she felt sad because the gap between them would only get bigger after his natural awakening. So she volunteered to bring her cousin to Juanha to help him with the choice of beast taming, but she didn't expect something like this to happen. Suddenly, she stumbled and someone behind her grabbed her hair. Ah! She felt her body being thrown behind her. It was that pot-bellied man. Cousin, Qiancheng. She screamed in surprise, but unfortunately Li Qianqian was too far away from her, and Lu Qiancheng, who was nearby, pretended not to hear and continued to run forward. She was stunned. Was she really going to die? She closed her eyes in pain, ready to accept the judgment of death, but the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes and saw a girl holding her in one hand, with the other hand tightly held by Niannian's tail. She jumped a few times from time to time, always staying ahead of the crowd. The girl's expression couldn't be seen because she was wearing ultraviolet glasses, but Li Fong had never felt so safe before, and tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you, I. Don't be so quick to thank me. When you're done, just get down and run by yourself. You're too heavy, Li Fong. I clearly control my diet every day. Seeing Li Fong nodded, Song Niannian immediately put her down and continued to run with Song Si. Although she was in front, she still heard Li Fong's cry. Saving her once was the reward for speaking up for her before. We're here, Song Si shouted. He swiped his card and let everyone in quickly, keeping the pursuing beastmen outside the door. Which good person would set up a radio station on the top floor? Song Niannian was speechless. This is where the general manager usually works. It can control all broadcasting equipment and surveillance. The door is made of materials that can withstand commander-level attacks. We are safe for the time being. When the people behind him heard this, they all put down their burdens. At this time, the number of people had been reduced by more than half of the number in the room, with only 7 or 8 people standing here. That's not necessarily true, Song Niannian said coldly, but her eyes were fixed on the luxurious chair in front of them with its back facing them. Haha, you are worthy of being chosen by the bishop. You are calm in the face of danger, bold and careful, and have superb command skills. The chair slowly turned towards the crowd, and a man dressed in a black robe and a white mask looked at everyone. Snowball? A figure quickly pounced on the man, but the snowball was hit back by a tail, and it landed lightly in front of Song Niannian, growling towards the front. Don't be nervous, everyone. Let's play a game, shall we? Chapter 39, a life-threatening game. Name, Flame Fong Lion. Attribute, Fire. Level, Commander, Damaged. Beast Taming Qualification, C-. Introduction, a cat-like supernatural creature whose body is surrounded by flames, famous for its hard teeth and scorching flames. Comment, it is not reliable to forcibly increase the level by drugs, Master. You must not learn it. Song Niannian looked at the data of the Flame Fong Lion and said to the person next to him, one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news, Li Qianqian said without hesitation. Although the Flame Fong Lion in front of us is at the commander level, its foundation is damaged. We have a chance to kill him. Bad news? Song Si looked at the man opposite him warily. The outside of this room is already surrounded by a group of out-of-control beasts. Song Niannian relayed the information Snowball conveyed to her in a flat tone. Miss Song Niannian has good taste. He clapped his hands, and a Yugimo appeared out of thin air beside him. It had obviously suffered inhuman torture, and its eyes were dull and lifeless. Yugimo is the evolved form of Yuyumo. Both are extraordinary creatures of the natural system. My Yugimo can control the pets outside. I have given it a death order. Even if I die, it will control those pets to kill you. Fuck, I'm going to kill you. The pot-bellied man couldn't bear it any longer and summoned his own beast to attack the man. A line of blood appeared on his neck and blood spurted out of the man's mouth. He looked in disbelief as a petite beast appeared next to the man in black robe. Song Niannian's eyes narrowed. Professional-level beastmasters. Apprentice-level beastmasters can only contract one beast. Entry-level beastmasters can contract 2, and professional-level beastmasters can contract 3. The others were not ignorant of the value of the beast, so they kept silent and did not dare to say anything. Only Li Fong cursed. Good death. Don't be impatient. I haven't finished talking yet. Look at me, my fast-blade mantis. I don't like impatient people. What do you want? Song Niannian looked at the man. Although the 2 commander-level beasts were beasts with damage qualifications, they were not people they could deal with easily. Come and play gun bet with me, the man said as he took out a treasure similar to the gun in his previous life from his black robe and took out something that looked like bullets and placed it on the table. To put it simply, this treasure is called a gun, and this is a bullet. It can fire 6 bullets at a time. You two make a bet, and each of you shoots 3 bullets at your own head. The one who survives can walk out of this building. Oh, by the way, this building has now become a separate domain. Only an Emperor-level Beastmaster can break it with all his strength. I think the rescue you are waiting for may not come until tomorrow at the earliest, Can you guarantee that the person who survives can get out alive? Li Qianqian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. A strange light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Of course, I value promises the most. Okay, let's play. Li Qianqian seemed to have made up her mind. Cousin. Li Fong looked at Li Qianqian in disbelief. Song Niannian remained silent. She did not believe that this man would keep his promise. She only believed in her own judgment. However, judging from the current situation, they seemed to have no other choice. She told Snowball in her mind to listen carefully to the sound of the black-robed man turning the magazine. Although this game seemed to be a dead end, it was not without hope. As long as he could judge which magazine the opponent's bullet was in, he would have a chance to survive. Who will be the first one? Let me see. There are 7 people. What should I do? The man touched his head and seemed distressed. Everyone looked back and saw a woman in a white shirt and dress, covering her chest with blood that kept gushing out and slowly falling to the ground. Behind her stood Lu Qiancheng with a kind smile on his face, and a few drops of blood were dripping from the dagger he was holding. Song Niannian moved away from them without leaving any trace. Although she knew that this man was not a good person when Lu Qiancheng left Li Fong behind, she just didn't expect him to be so decisive. Lu Qiancheng gave the black-robed man a flattering smile and said, "Sir, I helped you get rid of an insignificant person. Can you let me go?" The man in black robe looked at the scene with amusement. "Of course not, but I can let you choose someone to play the game with." Lu Qiancheng's face turned dark, but immediately turned into a smile. "Thank you, sir." After saying that, his eyes quickly swept over Song Niannian, Song Ci and others, and fell on Li Fong. "Li Fong, let's play this game together." Li Fong felt a chill all over her body. What kind of person did she love in the past? "I'll play with you." Li Qianqian took a step forward, but was hit against the wall by the flame Fong lion's tail. "Don't break my rules of the game at will. If you do that again, I will kill you directly." The man in black robe had a murderous look in his eyes. Li Qianqian struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said nothing more. Li Fong fearfully turned her gaze to Song Niannian. Song Niannian did not avoid her, but just looked at her calmly. In the end, Li Fong withdrew her gaze. Song Niannian knew what she was thinking, but she couldn't stand up for her at this time. She had already helped Li Fong once within her ability before, and it was impossible for her to suffer again. She needed to find an opportunity to get rid of this man. People should learn to be independent. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. I can't wait any longer." The man in black robe placed a gun with a bullet in it on the table and motioned Li Fong and Lu Qiancheng to come up. "I'll go first." Lu Qiancheng quickly picked up the gun and pointed the gun at his head, which was covered in cold sweat with trembling hands. Click, nothing happened. He took a deep breath and threw the gun to Li Fong. No, I don't want it." Li Fong dropped the gun, but the sharp blade of the sharp blade mantis was pointed at his neck. "If you don't play, I'll kill you." Li Fong was crying, feeling sad and scared. She had never experienced such a horrible thing in her life. She knew she had no choice. She could only pick up the gun from the ground tremblingly, gritted her teeth, and put it to her head. Nothing happened. Exciting, hurry up and continue," the man in black robe urged. The gun returned to Lu Qiancheng's hand again. He picked up the gun, closed his eyes, and fired 2 shots, but nothing happened. I survived. My bet was right." After saying that, he threw the gun at the dumbfounded Li Fong. Li Fong picked up the gun with tears in her eyes and trembling hands. If this was her fate, she would point the gun at her head, etc. Song Niannian held down Li Fong's hands. Chapter 40. Something different. Blade Mantis and Snowball started fighting when Song Niannian held down Li Fong. "Do you want to break my rules?" The man in black robe's voice turned cold. "Of course not. I just think this is a bit boring. Why don't I play something exciting with you?" Song Niannian said with a smile. "How do you want to play?" Song Niannian walked up to the man in black robe, grabbed a handful of bullets, loaded 3 into the magazine, and turned the gun in a circle in Song Niannian's hand. She made a fake shooting gesture at the man in black robe, and then slammed the gun on the table. She stared into the eyes of the man in the black robe. "Now there are 4 bullets. Do you want to play with me?" The room fell into silence, with only the sound of Snowball and Mantis continuing to collide. Interesting. But why should I play with you?" The man in black robe laughed and looked at Song Niannian playfully. She pointed at herself. "Don't you want to know why my beast was not controlled? Don't you want to know how a novice beastmaster like me tamed Dark Cloud? Don't you want to know how I trained Dark Cloud's shadow escape to perfection?" Every time Song Niannian asked a question, the other party's breathing became heavier. She had a guess, since she was attacked, that an organization was targeting her and Snowball. She initially thought it was the Poison Scorpion Woman, but there was no need to worry. That night the Poison Scorpion Woman could have killed her and taken Snowball away, so there was only one possibility. The moment she saw Yugimo, she pieced together the clues. The Yugimo she met in Juinha before could only control people's emotions, but this Yugimo could control beasts, a strange and tight organization. So she used her secrets in Snowball to lure the other party, but she still hid some of it. She controlled Snowball from the beginning and didn't let it use the perfect level of shadow escape. When luring the other party, she only said it was the great success, even in the most dangerous moment. Of course, if she was really about to die, she would of course use it. Fortunately, Song Si appeared in time. She knew from the beginning that the other party would never let her go. Sure enough, she guessed right, listening to the man's increasingly heavy breathing. Fast Blade Mantis, stop. After the collision between Blade Mantis and Snowball, it quickly retreated, returned to the man's side, and pointed its sharp blade at Song Niannian. At the same time, Snowball also jumped in front of Song Niannian and confronted Blade Mantis. Look, I can kill you anytime. Why bother playing games with you? Yes, you can kill me at any time, but you will lose my secret forever. Song Niannian chuckled. The black-robed man's eyes flickered as he thought of the bishop's instructions. If he could bring her secret and the dark cloud foot back with him, his status in the church would surely be improved. Okay, I'll play with you. Song Niannian smiled and said, a wise choice. She then raised the gun and shot herself in the head, but nothing happened. It's your turn. Song Niannian threw the gun at the man. The man picked up the gun and shot himself, but still nothing happened. The gun returned to Song Niannian's hands again. Looks like your luck is not very good. The man leaned back leisurely. Tell me your secret. I promise you will die comfortably. Song Niannian held the gun with an unclear expression. Everyone only saw her looking up and smiling bitterly. It seems that I lost the bet. I have to admit defeat. Actually, I have a big secret. With this secret, Song Niannian lowered her voice. What happened? The man asked curiously, but he didn't notice that the snowball had disappeared. The snowball turned into darkness and completely blended into the surrounding environment. Even the mantis didn't feel it. The completely dark scene was the snowball's home court. Guess. Song Niannian blinked, although the other party might not be able to see it. You. Swish. Snowball appeared from behind him, and its steel claws fiercely split the man's body. At the same time, Song Niannian, who had been prepared, pointed the gun at the man's head and fired 2 shots in a row. Blood splattered, and Song Niannian only felt a stream of cold liquid passing across her face. Blue Ring Snake and Ghost Face Fox attack Flame Fawn Lion. Explosive Turtle attack. Song Si and Li Qianqian had understood what Song Niannian meant when she followed the man in firing at a distance. The moment the gunshot rang out, they released their pets to attack the man's several beasts. There was a fierce fighting sound in the room. Snowball, get rid of that Yugimo. Roar. Snowball roared and rushed into the air, and one of his steel claws easily cut through Yugimo's body. Great, we win! Li Fong screamed with excitement. She decided that from today on, she would be a die-hard fan of Song Niannian. Song Niannian still looked around vigilantly. Song Si and Li Qianqian also easily dealt with the Flame Fawn Lion, leaving only the Swift Blade Mantis still resisting. No. Why is the ghost bun still black after solving the problem? Song Si asked. Could there be other reasons? The man with glasses, who had always been like a transparent man, dared to speak now. Be careful. Song Niannian had just shouted when the man with glasses fell to the ground, with an unknown liquid gradually flowing out of his body. What's going on? Song Si looked at the man with glasses in surprise. You are worthy of being the one chosen by the bishop. You almost fooled me, but you probably didn't expect that I was just a phantom created by Yugimo in the beginning. The man in black robes reappeared in the room, but this time he was behind everyone. So what if you're a genius? You still lost to me. The man laughed arrogantly. It's over. Song Si felt desperate. Both she and Li Qianqian's beasts had reached their limits and could not fight any further. How could Song Niannian defeat them alone? Really? Everyone was stunned. Song Niannian and Shueqiu appeared behind the man. At this time, she was pointing a gun at the man's head, and the man had no time to turn around. Bang, he fell down, and the mantis cried out in pain. The beastmaster and the beastmaster are of the same origin, so if one is severely damaged, the other party will also be affected. Snowball didn't even need Song Niannian's command to easily kill the Swift Blade Mantis. Only the Yugimo was left hanging in the air. Before everyone could react, Song Niannian stepped on the man who was still breathing. Tell me, where's my grandma? How do I get out? The man gasped. You. How did you do that? Song Niannian did not answer his question, but stepped even harder. Heh, I lost, but you didn't win either. I killed that old lady. Ha ha ha. None of you can get out. The Lord of Light will eventually come to the world. There seemed to be a storm in Song Niannian's eyes, and Yugimo also let out a shrill scream at the moment his master died. The sky is not bright yet. The black fog did not dissipate. Chapter 41 Dark Night Murder Night. With the screams of Yugimo, the door outside, which had been shaking constantly, shook even more violently. Even the death of the man in black robe could not alleviate the shadow in everyone's hearts. Song Niannian, whoa, what should we do? Li Fong cried and hugged Li Qianqian's arm, looking at her with hope. Song Niannian didn't say anything, just stood there in a daze. No one saw that her eyes beneath her glasses were filled with tears. Outside Juna Shopping Mall, the sun is shining brightly. Li Hutu and Lei Tian looked at the prosperous building in front of them, being shrouded in black fog. They had tried many methods, including attacking and entering, but none of them worked. You have to know that Li Hutu and Lei Tian are both master-level beastmasters, and the inside is like an independent space, exuding an uncomfortable atmosphere. Captain Zhang, when will the Inspector General's Emperor-level beast tamer arrive? Lei Tian asked the Inspector General's female colleague with a tired face, looking at the thick black fog in front of him. Director Lei, the earliest possible time would be tomorrow morning, the woman replied calmly. Can you guys please do this? My students are still in there. A day has passed. Are you supervisors just sitting there doing nothing? Li Hutu could no longer hold back and started cursing. He knew that Song Niannian was going to Juna Mall today to exchange for pet eggs. Feng Qingke, take me in. He patted Feng Qingke under him and signaled it. Li Hutu, calm down. Lei Tian stopped him. Li Hutu said, my students are inside, and there are so many civilians inside. Tell me, how can I stay calm? Just as they were arguing, the black fog covering the Junha building suddenly moved. They all heard a sharp scream, and the black fog began to roll nonstop, as if it had life. Meow Snowball jumped on a Song Niannian's shoulder distressfully and licked her hot tears gently with his tongue. Song Niannian hugged Snowball tightly, buried her face in its body, and said softly, Snowball, I am alone again. Meow Meow Snowball carefully wiped his dirty paws on his fur, then hugged Song Niannian's head back, and patted her head with his little paws, as if to comfort her and to ensure that he was with her. Song Ci on the side spoke to comfort him. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. It was the same for him. He lost his best friend in a sudden disaster. Lu Qiancheng in the corner looked at them, moving slowly, as if he was afraid that they would discover him. He knew that his previous behavior had touched everyone's bottom line, so he wanted to try his best to fade out of their sight. Where do you want to go? Song Niannian shot Lu Qiancheng at the foot. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. We are classmates. There should be no misunderstandings between us, right? Song Niannian? Lu Qiancheng raised his hands to show that he posed no threat. But Song Niannian did not move the gun away, and Snowball was standing behind him. Lu Qiancheng did have no entanglement with him, but his secret could not be exposed. Song Ci, Li Fong, and Li Qianqian had a friendship of life and death with him. But only Lu Qiancheng, a villain who turned against his own side in the face of danger. If he was allowed to get out alive, Snowball and she might be in greater danger. The way she killed the man in black robe just now was very simple. Snowball's shadow escape brought her behind the man in black robe. It was incredible that shadow escape, which could move people, appeared on a high-level beast tamer. Even if Lu Qiancheng didn't know it now, he would discover it one day as he learned more. At this time, the data of Snowball has already become Master, Song Niannian, Level, Snowball, Dark Cloud Step. Attribute, Dark, Level, Advanced 5000/5000. Beast Taming Qualification, Evolution Path, 1. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Kill, Shinkai Monarch. 2. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Punishment, King Ling Yi. 3. Dark Cloud Step, Xinyan Cat. Bloodline has not awakened. Not all available for the time being. Skills, Shadow Escape, 3% of the peak. Steel Claw, Mastery 2800/4000. Charge, Proficient 200/500. Shadow Clone, Proficient 170/500. Shadow Ball, Proficient 170/500. Air Step, Proficient 100/500. Entanglement, Proficient 1100/2000. 8 Segment Kick, Proficient 600/2000. Meteor Tail, proficient 15/500. Slap, proficient 35/500. Usable skill points, 0. She used up all her current skill points and pushed Snowball Shadow Escape to the pinnacle. Sure enough, there were new changes after it was perfected. Snowball Shadow Escape now had the ability to take people with it into the darkness. Although it was only short-lived, it was enough. Student Song Niannian, let's talk it over. Lu Qiancheng didn't have time to finish his words when Song Niannian shot him. Forgive me, I didn't do anything to you. Classmate Song Niannian. Lu Qiancheng cried with snot and tears all over the floor, but Song Niannian didn't show any mercy. She looked at the three people behind her and said, "Do you think we should let him go?" Song Ci took the lead and walked forward silently, picked up the gun in Song Niannian's hand, and shot Lu Qiancheng without hesitation. Why? I won't tell your secret, Song Niannian. Let me go, Li Fong. Save me, I don't want to die. Song Ci's action seemed to break the silence of the crowd. Li Qiancheng took the gun from Song Ci and asked Song Niannian for some bullets to put into the magazine. Another gunshot was heard. This time Lu Qiancheng stopped crying. He seemed to have accepted his fate and looked at Song Niannian and the others in silence. Song Niannian and the other two looked at Li Fong. Li Fong understood what they meant. Now only Song Niannian's beastmasters still had the ability to fight. It was not important to shoot and kill Lu Qiancheng. Song Niannian just asked them to prove with actions that they would not tell her secret. Li Fong took the gun from Li Qiancheng and pointed it at Lu Qiancheng's head. Looking at the man she had loved for 5 years, scenes from the past flashed through her mind. There was a struggle in Li Fong's eyes, and finally the picture in her mind froze on the scene where he left her and ran away tonight. Bang! A tear fell from the corner of Li Fong's eye. "I'm going out," said Song Niannian after dealing with Lu Qiancheng. Song Ci and others raised their heads and looked at Song Niannian. Song Niannian continued. "The man in black robe said he killed my grandma, but I don't believe it. Even if he really killed my grandma, there would be a corpse. Even if there are out-of-control beasts outside, there would be clothes left behind by my grandma." Song Niannian spoke calmly, paused and continued. "If these are all gone, then I will kill all the pets here, dig open their stomachs, and search one by one. I will eventually find my grandma's relics." Chapter 42. Fighting the Long-Haired Wolf. Song Ci and the other two looked at the girl who said this calmly. He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. "Here you go." Li Fong stepped forward, handed the gun to Song Niannian, and said with a sob, "Song Niannian, you must come back alive." Song Niannian slowly swept her eyes over the three of them and said with a smile, "Okay, let's eat hot pot together when I come back." "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back and eat hot pot." Li Fong said goodbye to Song Niannian while crying. Song Niannian nodded slightly. "After I open the door, I will lead the pet outside away. If you close the door in time, there shouldn't be any big problems." Li Qiancheng and the other two nodded. Seeing this, Song Niannian turned around and walked to the door. Suddenly, she turned back and smiled. "See you tomorrow." Click, the door opened. In the long corridor, dozens of pairs of scarlet eyes focused their gazes on Song Niannian. "Are you scared?" Song Niannian turned her head and asked Snowball on her shoulder. "Meow, with my master, I am not afraid of anything." As if sensing the meaning behind Shueqiu's words, Song Niannian smiled and said, "Me too." Boom! The door was closed, and a pet beast pounced towards Song Niannian, but only hit the door. Its out-of-control mind couldn't understand what was happening. A silver light flashed, and its head fell to the ground. The smell of blood stimulated these beasts to become more restless, and they rushed towards Song Niannian one after another. A black shadow enveloped her, and in an instant she and Snowball appeared at the outermost edge of the corridor. "Silly guys, I'm here!" Song Niannian shouted and ran out with Snowball. Roar, roar, roar! The wild beasts chased after her. The mighty duck at the end was about to catch up when it was suddenly bitten by a big mouth. It was dead in the blink of an eye and was thrown to the ground. The culprit was a strange beastmaster. It had wounds of varying sizes on its body, but it had a backpack on its abdomen. If there was a light, someone would notice that there seemed to be a beastmaster egg in the backpack. It sniffed the ground with an anxious look, and then quickly followed in the footsteps of Song Niannian and her pets. Song Niannian was not feeling well at this time. Snowball took her while running away and fighting back. The moment she learned that her grandmother had died, there was only one thought in her mind, that even if she had to kill all the pets here, she would bring her grandmother's body back. Another pet beast pounced in front of Song Niannian. Snowball once again took Song Niannian into the darkness. The chasing group of pet beasts suddenly lost their direction. Two gunshots rang out, and the heads of two pet beasts were directly blown up by bullets. The nearby pet beasts rushed up to share the two pet beasts. Snowball took advantage of this gap and used his steel claws to kill several intermediate pet beasts again. She and Snowball have relied on shadow escape and have killed dozens of pets so far. Their physical strength is gradually decreasing. Snowball, let's take a break first and then continue, Song Niannian said to Snowball while hiding in a pile of clothes in a fashion store. Meow. After hearing this, Snowball remained vigilant and stayed near Song Niannian. Suddenly, Song Niannian saw a white bow in the pile of clothes, exactly the same as the one she bought for Snowball before. Snowball was originally wearing a pink bow around his neck today, but it is gone now. It must have been lost during the battle. Song Niannian picked up the bow, wiped it on her clothes, and said, "Snowball, come here, I'll put it on you." Snowball raised his little head obediently and let Song Niannian put the white bow on his neck. His tail wrapped around Song Niannian's hand affectionately. At this moment, a wind blade mixed with gold flew towards Song Niannian. Snowball jumped up and used his steel claws to split it in the middle. The wind blade flew past both sides of Song Niannian and directly penetrated the two walls of the store. "Let's go!" Song Niannian grabbed Snowball's tail, and the man and the cat disappeared on the spot. Behind the long-haired wolf were more than a dozen high-level pets. Even though they had lost their minds, they still followed the principle of the survival of the fittest. They were led by the long-haired wolf. The long-haired wolf sniffed the air, turned its head and growled, and 3 wind blades were fired in a certain direction. Song Niannian, who was found again, cursed inwardly and was quickly taken to another location by Snowball. However, the long-haired wolf behind them could accurately find their location every time. This shouldn't be the case. Snowball's shadow escape level is very high, and the long-haired wolf can't possibly see through it. Suddenly, Song Niannian thought of something and reached for her back. The wound from being stabbed had split a little as she ran, and blood was oozing out of it. Song Niannian smiled bitterly. It turned out that there was no problem with Snowball's skills, but her own problem. Canine extraordinary creatures have outstanding sense of smell. If he remembered the smell of her blood when they first met, he could indeed find them again by relying on this smell. She knew very well that the biggest obstacle at the moment was the long-haired wolf. If she didn't kill it first, she and Snowball would have no chance of survival. There was a flash of madness in Song Niannian's eyes, but the corners of her mouth were raised high. "I may be tough, but no one can be tougher than me." She picked up the glass fragments on the ground and cut her thigh hard, and blood gushed out. The long-haired wolf paused in its search. It smelled the blood that made it restless again. It felt a deep desire in its body, wanting to tear it apart and devour everything. It chased after the smell and saw the cunning human girl. It couldn't let her get away anymore. It rushed towards Song Niannian frantically. Snowball attacked the long-haired wolf, but was bitten by the long-haired wolf and thrown into the air. It continued to walk towards Song Niannian. It looked at the girl in front of it and finally showed a trace of fear and terror in its eyes. The instinct in its body made it feel extremely excited. It bit the girl's thigh, and the smell coming out of it made it difficult for it to control itself. But what it tasted like was not sweet flesh, but soft plastic. It had no time to react. Song Niannian held the gun in both hands, pointed it at its eyes, and shot it twice. The long-haired wolf roared in pain. "Snowball now! Aim at its nose!" Snowball used his rotation to speed up his descent, and used his 2 claws to fiercely cut off the long-haired wolf's nose. "Roar!" The long-haired wolf let out a painful roar, and the pets around it attacked Song Niannian and others. "Snowball, let's go!" Song Niannian held Snowball's tail, a black light flashed, and they appeared on the glass plank road on the 3rd floor, where they could clearly see the scene below. The pets lost track of Song Niannian for a moment and became confused again. However, the next scene was beyond Song Niannian's cognition. Chapter 43 Monster. Song Niannian and Snowball looked at the changes below in amazement. The long-haired wolf growled and actually bit the pets beside it, making a crunching, chewing sound. The most creepy thing was that these pets had no idea of escaping. They actually lined up one by one and offered themselves to the long-haired wolf to tear them apart and eat them. Song Niannian suddenly had a bad idea. "Snowball, let's run away." As soon as she finished speaking, the long-haired wolf had already eaten the last pet. It let out a long howl towards the sky, and its body began to undergo drastic changes. Not only did its nose and eyes grow back, but its hind limbs also slowly stood up, and its claws grew 2 meters long. 2 tumors emerged from its back, forming two deformed flesh wings. The black book rolled in her mind, and the data of the long-haired wolf appeared before her eyes. Name: long-haired wolf. Attributes: gold wind. Level: monarch, overdraft. Beast taming qualification: BC-. Introduction: a gentle canine creature. Although its name contains the word wolf, it is extremely loyal to its owner and has an extraordinary tolerance for children. It is a caring dog that many families need to raise children. Comment: oh my goodness, get ready to collect the body. The rank of the long-haired wolf has actually reached the level of monarch. Song Niannian was horrified. Just as she grabbed Snowball's tail, she saw the long-haired wolf use its hind legs to jump up. In just a moment, it arrived in front of Song Niannian and Snowball, and its sharp claws were already in front of Song Niannian. Snowball took Song Niannian and hurried away. The glass plank road was cut in half by the long-haired wolf's claws, and the broken glass fragments fell in the air. However, before Song Niannian had time to rest, her eyes blurred, and the long-haired wolf flashed in front of them again. Snowball! Song Niannian shouted. Before the mutant long-haired wolf's fist could hit her, Snowball took Song Niannian away again. No, I have to think of a way. Song Niannian was anxious. He didn't notice for a moment when the long-haired wolf came behind him. Bang! It punched out. Fortunately, Snowball discovered it in time and blocked it behind Song Niannian. But even so, Song Niannian spat out a large mouthful of blood. She felt that her whole body was about to fall apart. Song Niannian, the entire Juana power generation system, is on the underground floor. The sound of the radio rang out, and Song Niannian recognized it as Song Si's voice. At this time, Song Si and the other two had discovered the fight between Song Niannian and Song Si through the surveillance camera in the top floor room. The long-haired wolf was also attracted by the sound of the broadcast, and for a moment he did not continue to attack. Song Niannian seized this opportunity and endured the pain. Snowball, go to the basement level. In a flash, Snowball and Song Niannian disappeared from the spot. The sound of Li Fong scolding the long-haired wolf was heard on the radio. They seemed to hope to attract the long-haired wolf's attention briefly in this way, but unfortunately the long-haired wolf did not lock the enemy's position by hearing, but by smell. In order to destroy the long-haired wolf's sense of smell, Song Niannian used her own blood as a lure and smeared it on the plastic man model. Only then did she successfully join forces with Snowball to destroy its sense of smell. However, she did not expect that this action would give birth to such a monster. Song Niannian was still in the mood to comfort herself at this time. At least there was only one long-haired wolf left. Song Niannian and Snowball came to the underground first floor, and a large generator appeared in front of her. Song Niannian squeezed her wound, and blood gushed out. Hiss, it hurts so fucking much. Then she smeared the blood on different positions of the generator. After doing this, Song Niannian pulled Snowball to hide and tore off her clothes to simply bandage the wound. Come on, little wolf cub. I'm going to blow you to death. Song Niannian's eyes were full of madness. After experiencing so many things, the warlike factor in her body had been completely aroused. She even felt a hint of pleasure in the process of playing the game with the long-haired wolf. Here it comes. Song Niannian saw through the darkness the long-haired wolf slowly walking towards her. It crouched down, sniffing the ground with its nose, and slowly walked in along the bloodstains left by Song Niannian on purpose. Song Niannian seemed to feel her own heart beating wildly. This was their last chance. She knew very well that in her and Snowball's current state, not to mention the long-haired wolf, a few intermediate pets could probably kill them. The long battle made her and Snowball exhausted. Snowball had very little energy left and could only perform Shadow Escape 3 more times at most. They had to seize the opportunity. The long-haired wolf walked step by step into the trap set for it by Song Niannian. When Song Niannian saw that the long-haired wolf's body was completely immersed in the trap, he stood up and aimed at several connection ports of the generator and fired several shots at each. Then she grabbed Snowball's tail and said, "Snowball, run." As soon as they disappeared from the spot, a deafening explosion was heard on the underground first floor. The entire building began to collapse slowly from the underground first floor. Even the people waiting outside heard the explosion. Outside Juana shopping mall. What's going on? A young man in white, about 20 years old, asked the people around him. Lei Tian frowned and said, "Sorry, Mr. Bai. We don't know either." The man called Mr. Bai frowned slightly and said, "There is no time to lose. I just arrived, and I will go in to rescue them now. I hope someone can survive this." After saying that, he patted the beast under him and said, "Bai Yin, break through this black fog. The beast beneath him nodded and opened a third eye on its forehead, emitting a white, warm, bright light that rushed towards the black fog, but was intercepted by someone halfway. Everyone present looked solemn. Mr. Bai looked at the shadow blocking the air and said word by word, "Chun, Zi, Qing." I saw a graceful figure standing in the air. "Bai Wuxiang, long time no see. I didn't expect it would be you." Chun Ziqing touched the head of the sky poison scorpion and looked at him with a smile. "Get out of the way. I don't have time to fight with you. I'm in a hurry to save people." Bai Wuxiang was furious. Chun Ziqing stretched out lazily. "You want to save people? Sure, but you have to get past me first." Their eyes met in the air. Song Niannian was blown against the wall by the blast. The powerful impact made her feel as if her internal organs were about to burst, but she said with tears in her eyes, "Snowball, we succeeded, we killed." She didn't finish her words because she saw a long-haired wolf slowly walking out from the shaking building and under the thick smoke. It had scars all over its body, and one of its ears and one of its paws were completely missing, probably lost in the explosion. Song Niannian grabbed Snowball's tail and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, this little wolf cub is pretty tough. Chapter 44, Coyote Dog. Song Niannian and Snowball used shadow escape to leave the spot 1 second before the long-haired wolf attacked them. The long-haired wolf did not stop. The pain in its body made it even more crazy, and it chased in the direction of Song Niannian and Snowball again. After the third shadow escape, Snowball's energy was completely exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching. He wanted to get up and continue to run away with Song Niannian, but a pair of warm hands hugged him. "Good boy. You've been great." Snowball's usually cute big eyes were now filled with tears. "Meow, meow, I'm okay." Song Niannian understood Snowball's words through the beast taming space. She touched Snowball's head and gently placed Snowball in a hidden corner, blocking the outside view with fallen stones. Then she stood up and limped towards the long-haired wolf that was coming towards her. "Meow, meow, meow, don't go, master." Snowball made miserable cries, begging Song Niannian. Song Niannian forced herself not to look back, raised her pistol, and pointed it at the long-haired wolf, calmly firing. The bullet hit its body, and it didn't even dodge. Song Niannian reached into her pocket, which was empty. She smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that I really have to leave it here this time." She looked back at Snowball, who was trying his best to get out of the pile of rocks, but with exhausted energy and wounds, he was already at the end of his strength. Song Niannian smiled at her. After the death of the master, the beast would not die immediately, but would only face the fate of being downgraded and seriously injured. However, it was better than dying at the mouth of a long-haired wolf. If a miracle really happened, maybe Snowball would survive. She held the glass she picked up from the ground tightly, looking at the long-haired wolf calmly, and recalled many people in her mind, including her grandmother, Snowball, the coyote dog, Li Hutu, Lu Fei, Wu Ning. This way of dying was considered fierce, but it was a pity that he did not avenge his grandma. The long-haired wolf swung its sharp blade towards Song Niannian, and Snowball behind him let out a shrill cry. Swish! This was the sound of sharp claws cutting flesh, but Song Niannian did not feel any pain. Just a little warm liquid dripped on her face. She was stunned, and Snowball was also stunned. A wounded yellow pet was hanging on the claws of a long-haired wolf. It had a cloth bag on its belly. It looked at Song Niannian and Snowball in the distance and called out weakly, "Woof! Coyote dog! Meow!" Time stood still for a moment, and Song Niannian's mind was filled with the coyote's nasty smile, the way it lay on her grandmother's body and acted coquettishly, the way it was caught by Snowball while stealing food at night, and the way it smiled flatteringly and begged her to take it out to play. She just felt her body was light. It turned out that she was picked up by someone. It was Song Ci. He took advantage of the long-haired wolf's attention on the coyote dog and rescued her. Li Fong also picked up Snowball from the stone and ran towards them. The long-haired wolf shook off the coyote dog and chased after them, but was bitten hard on the lower limbs by the coyote dog again. No matter how the long-haired wolf kicked it, it refused to let go. The long-haired wolf seemed impatient and stabbed the coyote dog with its sharp claws. Finally, the coyote dog lost consciousness and its body was thrown away, but he still subconsciously protected the egg, staring at the figures of Song Niannian and others. Seeing that they had run away for a distance, he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Song Niannian only felt that her mind was numb. Her face was full of her own tears, and a huge grief swept through her whole body. In one day, She lost her grandmother and the coyote dog, and now she herself would die under the claws of the long-haired wolf. The long-haired wolf behind them was chasing them. How could a human match the speed of a pet, let alone a monarch-level long-haired wolf? It roared and blew over the running Li Fong and Song Si. The three of them, and the beast fell to the ground. Li Fong cried and hugged Snowball tightly, crawling towards Song Niannian and Song Si. The long-haired wolf seemed to have an extra obsession with Song Niannian. It stepped over Li Fong and Snowball and headed straight for Song Niannian. Song Si wanted to stand in front of her, but was stopped by Song Niannian. So many people had died, and she didn't want anyone else to sacrifice their lives for her. She said, "Run, run with Li Fong and Snowball, the farther the better." She didn't ask where Li Qianqian was going. She understood when she saw that Li Fong and Song Si's wounds were only slightly better than hers. Song Si looked at her deeply and said nothing more. He grabbed Li Fong and ran in the opposite direction. Snowball cried miserably in Li Fong's arms and kept scratching Li Fong with his claws, but Snowball's strength was just enough for Li Fong. The long-haired wolf stood in front of Song Niannian, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, and stabbed a claw into Song Niannian's body. Song Niannian only felt severe pain coming towards her, but she did not faint. She raised the glass fragments in her hand and stabbed it fiercely into the long-haired wolf's eyes, again and again. The long-haired wolf let out a shrill roar and threw Song Niannian to the ground. She looked at the long-haired wolf getting closer and closer to her. She was unwilling to accept it. She was unwilling to accept why the once kind beast had become so unrecognizable. She was unwilling to accept why good people did not get good rewards. She was unwilling to accept why she tried so hard but still could not change the final outcome. She was unwilling to accept why she was so weak that she had no ability to protect the people she wanted to protect. She is unwilling to accept it. She is unwilling to accept it. At this moment, Li Fong discovered that the white bow on Snowball's neck and her arms was emitting a little light, which illuminated everyone in the dark night. The long-haired wolf also stopped and looked back. The light merged into the body of the Snowball, and the whole body of the Snowball slowly flew into the air, emitting more light. The white parts of its limbs seemed to come alive, turning into dazzling light, wrapping around the Snowball. More and more light points gathered into a galaxy and flowed towards the Snowball. The light brought by the Snowball was like the only deity in the ruins, making people kneel down and worship it. Song Niannian looked at the black book in her mind, turning the pages continuously, and finally stopped at the page about the Snowball. Evolution Path 1. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Kill, Shinkai Monarch. 2. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Punishment, King Ling Yi. 3. Dark Cloud Step, Xinyan Cat, Bloodline Unlocked, Whether to Evolve. A strong light burst out from Song Niannian's eyes, yes. A violent ray of light burst out from Snowball, broke through the roof, broke through the thick black fog that shrouded Juna Mall, broke through the shackles that trapped it, and broke through the despair in everyone's hearts. Outside the mall, many people looked at the dazzling light in the darkness. What is that? Chun Ziqing, who was in a stalemate with Bai Wuxiang, looked at the light with strong hope in his eyes. Said, "Oh, it's not fun, I'm leaving." After saying that, she turned and left. Chapter 45, Xinyan Cat. Song Niannian stared blankly at the Snowball in the air. Its evolution had been completed and its figure gradually emerged. Its fur became brighter, emitting a faint luster like the finest black jade. The white at the bottom of its claws turned into winding lines, wrapping around its limbs. There was a circle of white fluff in the middle of its black ears. The biggest change was its eyes, one filled with stars and the other like scorching sun. It came in front of Song Niannian in a flash. The long-haired wolf seemed to react. It roared at Snowball and swung its claws at it, but Snowball easily resisted with his steel claws. It flicked its tail, and the long-haired wolf was easily hit against the wall by Snowball. The two pets collided again, making a loud bang. The already crumbling building shook off a lot of stones during their fight. Boom! The long-haired wolf was knocked to the ground by Snowball again. Snowball stood in the air, with light flashing in its eyes. Then it quickly rushed towards the long-haired wolf and swung its sharp claws. The long-haired wolf let out a miserable cry. All four of its claws were cut off by Snowball. Now it was like a funny clown, constantly squirming its body and trying to escape. Suddenly, several light balls appeared around the Snowball. Under the bombardment of the light balls, The long-haired wolf could no longer resist and lost its life. Snowball also returned to his previous appearance. Is it over? Li Fong, who was not far away, stared at the scene blankly and looked at Song Niannian in disbelief. Song Si let out a long breath and sat on the ground, lighting a cigarette tremblingly. It should be over. Li Fong thought of her cousin who died to protect her, and she hugged herself and burst into tears. Cough, 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 Snowball. Song Niannian coughed weakly. After dealing with the long-haired wolf, Snowball returned to Song Niannian and rubbed his head against Song Niannian's face with a sad expression. Help me out. At this moment, Song Niannian felt as if her whole body had been wounded, and the wound was still bleeding. However, no matter how painful the physical pain was, it could not compare to the pain in her heart. Snowball used his body to help her up with a distressed look. Song Niannian staggered towards the coyote lying on the ground, her eyes red. The coyote's earthy yellow fur had long lost its original color, and it still wore the dog tag that Song Niannian had given it around its neck. Snowball, I don't want to be like this anymore. I don't want to have this feeling of powerlessness anymore. Song Niannian stroked the coyote sadly. She still hasn't found her grandmother's body. If she were stronger, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Meow. Snowball wrapped his tail tightly around Song Niannian's hand, as if trying to give her some encouragement in this way. Song Si suddenly stood up and said, I'm going somewhere, and then walked away. When Song Niannian was immersed in sadness. Meow. Snowball walked forward, took a bag from the coyote's arms, and put it in front of Song Niannian. What is this? She curiously opened the bag and saw a blood-stained gray egg lying intact inside. Song Niannian realized that this was the egg that was taken away by the coyote before. Song Niannian couldn't hold it in any longer. A huge sadness swept over her heart. Why are you so stupid? You are still protecting this egg at this time? Huge tears flowed down her face and fell on the egg. Suddenly the egg moved. Song Niannian and Snowball looked at it in surprise, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Can an egg hatch by itself without culture medium? The egg moved again, and this time Song Niannian was sure that she was not mistaken. Snowball, it moved, it moved. Meow, meow. At Song Niannian's voice, the egg moved more and more vigorously. A crisp crack sound was heard, which seemed particularly loud in the empty mall. Then, bigger and bigger cracks appeared on the egg, and finally a small khaki head appeared from it. Before it even had time to open its eyes, it let out a babyish cry. Woof! The black fog shrouding Juana slowly dissipated the moment the long-haired wolf fell, and the sunlight finally shone into Juana's shopping mall through the broken roof. This was the scene that the rescue team saw when they entered. A wounded girl was holding a newborn pastoral dog and crying and laughing in front of the coyote's corpse. A strange dark cloud walker was squatting next to her, and it looked like it was reborn under the broken sunlight. But Song Niannian could no longer hold on, and her consciousness faded. Before she fell down, she seemed to hear many people calling her. At this time, outside Juana Mall, an old lady in gorgeous clothes watched with tears in her eyes as the bodies were carried out of the mall one by one. Finally, when she saw Song Niannian being carried out, she cried out in sorrow. Niannian, my child, my child. A rescuer said to her, please don't hinder our rescue. The girl is not dead yet. When Wu Ju heard this, she quickly stepped aside, knelt down, and said, please, please save my granddaughter, please. The man hiding in the crowd turned around and asked, how's the data collection going? A short lowly said, replying to the bishop, our people have successfully obtained the things hidden in the mall. The man didn't ask any more questions. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Return to the base for me. Yes. The two of them turned and left, one after the other. One day ago, Wu Ju was resting in the rest area of the mall. She couldn't help but sigh that she was too old and couldn't even walk such a short distance. Grandma, your granddaughter asked me to tell you that they want to go to the pet base to take another look at the pet eggs and asked me to take you there. A girl wearing sunglasses stood in front of Wu Ju and said with a smile on her face. Oh, who are you? Wu Ju asked. I am Niannian's friend. Okay, then take me there. After saying that, she stood up and followed the girl out of the building. As they were walking into the alley, suddenly a man came forward and accidentally knocked the sunglasses off the girl's face. The girl seemed a little panicked. Wu Ju leaned over to pick them up, only to find a bright purple color. Oh, your eyes are so pretty. What color contact lenses are you wearing? I'm going to get one for my granddaughter. She'll definitely look good in them. The girl was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect her words, and she stayed where she was for a moment. Wu Ju asked in confusion. What's going on? It's getting late. We should go find Niannian quickly. The girl reacted. I made a mistake just now. Niannian told you to wait for her at home. After saying that, the girl ran away like a fly. Only Wu Ju was left muttering. Such a good girl. Why does she have such a bad memory? Chapter 46, Little Earth. Song Niannian felt as if she had had a very long dream. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a dazzling white ceiling. Meow Meow Snowball, who was lying on the pillow, felt Song Niannian wake up and rubbed her with his head excitedly. Song Niannian was just about to speak when a cat stretched out two little paws from the other end of the pillow and lay on the pillow, staring at her with a pair of round eyes. Woof! As if recognizing her, it wagged its tail excitedly. Is this a pastoral dog? Song Niannian recognized that this was the pastoral dog at that time, and its relevant data also emerged in her consciousness. Name pastoral dog. Attribute Earth. Level Primary. Beast Taming Qualification A+. Introduction. A canine supernatural creature that can control the power of the earth. It is honest and loyal, and is recognized as a good guard dog in Daxia. Comment. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. Even if Song Niannian hadn't seen the comments column, she would have felt the same way. It was the coyote who saved her, and the coyote chose a pastoral dog for her. Thinking of the coyote, Song Niannian's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She asked softly, "Will you be my pet?" Snowball has reached the extraordinary level, and she can now contract a second beast. The pastoral dog tilted its head and looked at her, then looked at Snowball beside him, and thought seriously for a moment. Woof! A ray of light flashed by, and Song Niannian had already signed a contract with the pastoral dog. Her beast-taming space also welcomed its second resident, although it didn't seem to like staying in the beast-taming space. She touched the pastoral dog's head and said, "You were brought back by the coyote dog, and you hatched alive under the protection of the coyote dog. So I'll call you Little Tuesday." Woof! Xiaodu happily chased his tail and circled around on the bed, seeming to like this name very much. Meow Snowball on the side also jumped to Xiaodu and rubbed Xiaodu's head with his paws. Song Niannian couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Snowball was really becoming more and more like a big sister. At this time, Snowball's data also changed to Master. Song Niannian. Lefo. Snowball. Shuan Yangket. Attributes. Dark. Light. Level. Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification A+. Evolution Path 1. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Kill, Shinkai Monarch. 2. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Punishment, King Ling Yi. 3. Dark Cloud Step, Xianyang Cat. Bloodline Awakening 5%, reach 20% to update to the next stage. Skills. Shadow Escape 3% of the peak, Steel Claw Great Success, Charge Proficient, Shadow Clone Proficient, Shadow Ball Proficient, Air Step Proficient, Entanglement Proficient, 8-Segment Kick Proficient, Meteor Tail Proficient, Slap Proficient. Usable skill points, 6,000. Before she could think about it, she heard a voice. Nan. Song Niannian was shocked. Grandma. Hasn't Grandma already? She looked at her grandmother carrying a bunch of food in disbelief, and her eyes couldn't help but well up in tears. Milk. After listening to what her grandmother told her, Song Niannian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Who was the person who led my grandma away? Was she in league with the Lord of Light? Purple Eyes sounded like the Scorpion Woman, but her appearance and age didn't match. Snowball and Xiaodu on the side couldn't wait to rush over, and the two pets put their whole bodies into the snack bag. Song Niannian's mouth twitched involuntarily. She could see that these two guys were definitely habitual offenders. Snowball seemed to sense Song Niannian's burning gaze and quickly picked up a bag of cookies, put it in front of Song Niannian, and called out in a flattering way. Xiaotu on the side looked at Snowball's actions in shock. This is not the way you usually fight with me for snacks. The world outside is too dangerous. I guess I need to be more careful. Then Xiaotu picked up a bag of snacks, ran to Song Niannian, and handed it to her in a flattering manner. Seeing these two funny guys, Song Niannian's heavy mood dissipated a lot. No matter who that person was, she had to thank her, otherwise with her ability at that time, she would definitely not be able to bring Grandma out. You're finally awake, Song Niannian. Song Ci and Li Fong, bandaged all over, walked in. Li Fong said calmly, "The nurse said you woke up, Song Ci, and I came to check on you." "Hey, you guys chat, I'll go buy some fruit." Grandma said to them happily, and then walked out of the ward with light steps, and considerately helped them close the door. Song Niannian looked at Li Fong's expression, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. She wanted to ask Li Qianqian what was wrong, but was afraid of touching Li Feng's sore spot. Li Feng seemed to see her hesitation and said sadly, "After you caused the explosion, we were worried that the top floor would collapse. When we came out of the room, we were attacked by a mid-level pet. My cousin tried to protect me." Song Niannian's heart sank. "I'm sorry, No need to apologize. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it out alive." Li Feng restrained her expression and continued, "Also, I naturally awakened." Song Niannian did not congratulate her. Under the circumstances, this was not really good news. "Li Feng and I are here to discuss something with you," Song Ci said. "What?" Song Niannian looked at them in confusion. The two of them looked at each other. Song Ci continued, "We want to create an organization with you as the leader. Don't rush to refute us. After this battle, the three of us have a common enemy. Based on the man's performance before his death, there must be a huge organization behind him." He paused and continued, "With our current strength, it is undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree. But you are different, Song Niannian." Song Ci looked at her with burning eyes. "Your talent and ability are obvious to all. We want revenge and need to rely on your strength. And you can also use this strength to achieve your desired goal." Song Niannian listened to his words quietly and did not rush to give an answer. She could not deny that Song Ci's words touched her heart, but she had not made up her mind yet. "I can't give you an answer right now. Give me some time to think about it." Song Ci nodded. "There is one more thing. I have destroyed all the surveillance data in Juana Mall. No one will know the secret of Inyunta." Li Feng also nodded, indicating that she would not tell anyone. Song Niannian didn't expect Song Ci to be so meticulous that he even thought of a way out. This was a good thing, as it savored the effort of explaining. "All right, stringing words together?" Song Niannian asked doubtfully. "You don't think that for such a big thing, as the only three people alive, no one will interrogate us, right?" Song Niannian thought for a moment and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. If you ask Xueqiu, just say you don't know. I will have my own considerations." At this time, there were knocks on the door. Chapter 47 Inquiry. Guangnan Public Security Bureau. The person outside the door said. Song Niannian and the other two looked at each other. "What a coincidence. I just woke up and I came here. But this is not surprising." She cleared her throat and said, "Come in." Then a group of people rushed in, led by Director Lei, followed by a group of people wearing black clothes and red robes. "Student Song Niannian, this is someone from Daxia's supervisory department. They are here to ask you some questions. I hope you can answer them honestly." Director Lei said this in a serious tone and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take Li Feng and Song Ci away. A group of people gathered around her bed. Snowball squatted at the end of the bed and looked at them vigilantly. Xiao hid behind Snowball and grinned at them. "Everyone." Song Niannian couldn't help but laugh. "Snowball, Xiao, they are not enemies, it's okay." After saying that, he took the two animals into his arms. Well, if they grow a little bigger, he probably won't be able to hold them anymore. "Hello, Song Niannian. I am the captain of the 9th team of the Daxia Supervision Special Operations Group." A short-haired woman looked her up and down and spoke. "Hello, just ask me. I will tell you everything I know." For an hour, everyone in the room listened to the experiences of Song Niannian and others, from being attacked in the darkness, fighting with the black-robed man, to surviving the long-haired wolf and killing the opponent. Everyone was listening intently. Although they had some guesses about the tragic scene when they saw it during the search and rescue, they did not expect it to be so tragic. Even the short-haired woman who had seen many big scenes could not help but carefully look at Song Niannian, who was narrating calmly. She had seen many geniuses. However, there are those who have this calmness and talent and can let their beast taming at the advanced stage to fight against the commander, but they are not many. Even fewer can kill the monarch just after entering the extraordinary stage, even if that is a long-haired wolf that is not as good as the normal evolved monarch-level beast taming. "I'm done." Song Niannian let out a long sigh, and Snowball in his arms rolled up the cup of water on the table with his tail and handed it to Song Niannian. "Meow meow. Xiao, the boss actually backstabbed me." Xiao immediately jumped out of Song Niannian's arms, wagging his tail, and pretended to massage Song Niannian's arm with his little paws. Phew! Song Niannian almost spit out a mouthful of water. How could she not understand the little thoughts of the two pets? No wonder people always say that one should question King Zhou, understand King Zhou, and become King Zhou. Well, this feels pretty good. You said your dark cloud beast has evolved to the extraordinary level? Then why does it look different from ordinary shadow beasts? The short-haired woman looked at Snowball with sharp eyes. Here it comes. Song Niannian knew that she couldn't avoid this question. She put down the water cup and looked at them innocently. I don't know either. Snowball just evolved suddenly. You guys are so powerful. Do you know why? Song Niannian tried her best to open her eyes wide, trying to make herself look innocent and pure. But in the eyes of everyone, she looked like a cunning little fox. The short-haired woman was silent for a long time. We don't know either, but we can take you and Inyunta away and do some testing, and we'll know. Song Niannian was speechless. Here came another person who didn't play by the rules. She was thinking about how to prevent herself from being taken away. Are you kidding? If she is taken away, can she still keep her secrets? What if she is sliced into pieces? Let me see who dares to take away my Li Huta's student. A voice was heard, and an old man wearing a pink old man's shirt and pink sunglasses walked in from outside the door. Wait, why are you dressed so fashionably, Principal? It's giving me rheumatism. Song Niannian complained silently in her heart. Director Lei looked at Li Huta speechlessly. You old sissy, don't hang around here for no reason. The Daxia supervisor is the pillar of the country and is upright. How could he do such a thing? As he spoke, he signaled Li Hutu with his eyes. I don't care who you are. I just know that Song Niannian was absent from class for a week. I came to get him back to class. If you have any questions, go ask the highest educational institution in Daxia. Don't ask me. Li Huta sat on the stool nearby, his presbyopic eyes revealed under his pink sunglasses, staring at everyone motionlessly. Good job, Principal. If she wasn't a patient now, Song Niannian would definitely jump up and cheer for the principal. The short-haired woman glanced at Li Hutu with a headache, then looked at Director Lei meaningfully. But Director Lei acted as if he didn't see it. He put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and whistled. Supervisor. The short-haired woman sighed and said, We will not take Song Niannian away. You are the victims of this incident. We will never do such a thing. Seeing the supervisor give up, Song Niannian couldn't help but sigh. I have a question. Who is the mastermind behind this? Little classmate, you have to know that sometimes ignorance is a kind of bliss. The short-haired woman said. Song Niannian did not back down. Do you think I will be happy like this? The short-haired woman stubbornly did not say anything, but turned around and left with her subordinates. About 5 minutes later, Li Huta jumped in front of the curtain. Then he pulled up the curtains and said, Gone, really gone? Song Niannian looked at Li Huta's actions with a confused look on her face. Are you playing tricks on me? Tell me, what happened to your dark cloud step? Song Niannian glanced at Director Lei and said nothing. Muppet Boy, soundproofing membrane. Director Lei ordered his pet to add a soundproof membrane to the room. Song Niannian knew that she couldn't hide it from them, and she didn't think of hiding it from them. She didn't tell the supervisory personnel because she was afraid that she would really be taken away. She chose to trust the principal and Director Lei who had helped her a lot. Snowball. When Snowball heard Song Niannian's voice, his body slowly changed. What appeared in the eyes of Director Lei and the principal was a pet beast that was completely different from the shadow beast in the eyes of the world. Its 4 paws are snow white, its fur is like black jade, and a white ribbon is wrapped around its back, emitting a soft light. One of its eyes is full of stars, and the other is as scorching as the sun. It looks elegant, noble, and full of mystery. Li Hutu and Lei Ju stared with their mouths wide open at the evolved version of Dark Cloud that did not appear in the Beast Taming Atlas. They looked at each other. Li Huta said, I know you have a secret, little girl, but I didn't expect it to be so big. A beast with both light and dark attributes. This is simply. He didn't know how to describe it. It was too incredible that opposing attributes appeared in the same beast. Originally, I only hoped that you would get the top score in the district college entrance examination. Now, Song Niannian, listen carefully. You must be admitted to the top 5 beast taming academies. Only they can protect your beast. Song Niannian asked doubtfully. 5 top colleges? Chapter 48 5 top Taoist temples. Li Huta flicked Song Niannian's head. He said unhappily, You are a senior high school student, but you don't know the 5 major academies. Isn't it a bit too much to tell others about it? Snowball looked at Li Hutu with an unhappy face, as if he was thinking about how to retaliate. Ouch! I'm a patient, please be gentle. Song Niannian covered her head and stared at Li Hutu with resentment. Li Hutu adjusted his pink sunglasses uncomfortably. Hey little girl, listen carefully. There are hundreds of beast-controlling universities in Daxia, among which there are 14 advanced universities. Above these advanced universities are 5 top-level Taoist academies. They are the Blue Dao Academy, the Sky Dao Academy, the Broken Army Dao Academy, the Weak Water Dao Academy, and the Bathing Fire Dao Academy. I thought before that if you could get into 14 top universities, it would be a great honor for our number 2 middle school, but judging from the current situation, you can only be protected if you enter 5 top Taoist colleges. Song Niannian asked doubtfully, "Why can only the top Taoist academy give me shelter? Each top-level Taoist academy has a master-level beastmaster in charge. Do you think it's safe? Dominate?" Song Niannian's eyes widened. If that was the case, then the 5 day ones were indeed very safe. There are only a few beastmasters at the master level in the whole world, but there are 5 of them in the 5 major academies. That's so awesome. Then how many students from our school were admitted to the 5 major academies? When Li Hutu heard Song Niannian's question, he stretched out his hands. 10. Our school is so great. Bullshit, not even 1. Li Hutu withdrew his hand and adjusted his sunglasses. Song Niannian, what about the 14 higher universities? She asked without giving up. Ahem, last year, 5 people passed the exam from number 1 middle school. What about our school? None. Li Hutu simply gave up. My goodness, it is so difficult to get into the 14 universities, and you want me to take the exam for the 5 top Taoist academies. I think that will be no problem for you. Although this old sissy is not a good person, what he said is true. Only the 5 Daoyuan can give you the best development space and protection. Director Lei, who was watching from the sidelines, paused and continued. The teaching methods of the 5 Dao Academy and ordinary universities are different. The total number of students enrolled each year will not exceed 500. But in terms of teachers and resources, they are the best. A-level pets that are hard to obtain outside can be easily obtained in the 5 Daoyuan as long as your contribution reaches the standard, and there are countless benefits. After listening to this, Song Niannian was very excited about such a wealthy school. Then she must try to blend in. She can't do that, but she still has Snowball and Xiaotu. Song Niannian shifted her gaze to the 2 pets. It seemed that she had to train them hard. Xiaotu, who was sleeping. Why does my nose feel a little itchy? Oh, by the way, school has already started for a week, and the artificial awakening is over. Come to class when you are well again, and you have to catch up on your cultural knowledge as well. Li Hutu looked at Song Niannian, who was in deep thought, knowing that she must have taken his words to heart, so he gave her a reminder. Song Niannian, who was in deep thought, was shocked. It's already been a week since school started? I have been unconscious for so long. She looked at Snowball for confirmation. Snowball, sensing his beast's emotions, nodded obediently. Yes, dear. Song Niannian. 2 days later, Song Niannian stood at the gate of number 2 middle school and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It has only been 2 months since I traveled through time, but it feels like a long time has passed. Hey, what are you doing standing at the door? Don't come and cause trouble for our school. Song Niannian looked at the bandage on her right leg and the plaster on her hand. You know what? It does have that flavor. The security guard stopped Song Niannian and refused to let her enter the school. Finally, she had no choice but to call her class teacher Lu Wei. This is what Lu Wei saw when he went out. A young girl, leaning on a crutch, stretched out her left hand in a plaster cast to greet him. Hey Lao Lu, long time no see. Negative emotions from Lu Wei, plus 100. Song Niannian smiled even more brightly. Teacher Lu is such a good person. On the way to the class, Lu Wei told her about the situation at school. The school's artificial awakening has been completed. Students are divided into awakened and unawakened. Students who have not awakened can only go to ordinary classes and take ordinary courses at ordinary universities or beast taming university in the future. After awakening, the students are divided into 6 classes, with 20 people in each class, and they mainly strive for beast taming university. I was assigned to class 1, and coincidentally, the head teacher was Lu Wei. Song Niannian pushed open the door of class 1, and the originally noisy class quieted down the moment she appeared. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Song Niannian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Am I weird like this? She looked at Snowball on her shoulder, and as for Xiaotu, she left him at home. I don't know if it's because of the peculiar environment in which Xiaotu was born that makes his personality a little weird. It is extremely vigilant. Before eating, it will check to see if Snowball has any poison in his mouth before eating. When Song Niannian first brought her home, it sniffed around the house. Only after making sure there was no problem did he call out to Song Niannian and Xiueqiu, indicating that they could enter the house. Are you Song Niannian? A girl stood shyly in front of her and asked her awkwardly. What's going on? Why are you so shy? Well, if there is no duplicate name, I think it should be. Ah, she really is the Nian Shun. I really am in the same class with the Nian Shun. The girl suddenly jumped up. Can I ask you for an autograph? Huh. Song Niannian looked puzzled. People nearby gathered around. I wanted to. There were a few boys standing outside the crowd, looking at the flustered Song Niannian with disdain and a bit of jealousy. Humph. What's so great about that? It's just winning the Awakening Cup. That's right. But I also want to be surrounded by so many girls. Don't you think Song Niannian is pretty? A thin boy said cautiously. Humph. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. One of the boys with long hair shook his bangs and made a pose that he thought looked very handsome. Song Niannian finally squeezed out of the crowd. I saw my books neatly placed on a table. Hey Nianxin, I finally see you. A familiar voice came. Lu Fei, why are you here? Song Niannian said in surprise to Lu Fei, who was pushing Lu Xiangyang to her side. What are you two doing? Classmate Song Niannian, I said we would see each other again. Lu Xiangyang said with a smile. Lu Fei waved his hand and said, My brother was impressed by your beauty and transferred to number 2 middle school. I followed him. Song Niannian, are you guys sick? Chapter 49, The Door. Why? Song Niannian let out a long sigh. The teacher on the stage was passionately talking about the attribute classification of pets. She looked at Lu Xiangyang, who was dozing off on the left, and then looked at Lu Fei, who was secretly eating spicy strips on the right. A month had passed since she started formal classes, and her dull life made her feel a little depressed. She threw a piece of milk candy into her mouth while despising herself in her heart. Degenerate, so degenerate. A piece of chalk hit her head accurately. Oh my God, who is it? She looked up, and a gloomy face appeared in front of her. Song Niannian swallowed and said, Hi, Instructor Li. Instructor Li is a new teacher, mainly responsible for teaching their pets combat skills and explaining their attributes. At this moment, he looked at Song Niannian and the other two with a dark face. You three are really leisurely. One is sleeping, two are eating. This is a class, not your tea party. Instructor Li was speechless about these 3 students. It just so happens that these 3 are the most talented ones in this class. Not to mention Song Niannian, the 2 students from the Lu family alone are quite capable. It's just a pity for Lu Xiangyang. Song Niannian thought she was in the wrong. Hey, Instructor Li, do you want one? She handed the beautifully wrapped milk candy to the instructor. You two, stand at the back and listen. Instructor Li roared, unable to bear it any longer. Okay. Song Niannian didn't waste any words and walked to the back and leaned against the wall. Lu Fei was also very self-conscious and put the spicy strips in his pocket while walking, which made Instructor Li's eyes twitch. After class, Li Fong handed the notebook to them and walked away with a cold look on her face. Song Niannian didn't bother to be polite with her. Since the last time, Li Fong was no longer the same as before. Instead, she became aloof and led her beast training every day, looking like a fighting maniac. Oh no! Oh no! A thin boy came running out of the door, panting. The students from number 4 middle school are here to challenge us. At this time, at the gate of number 2 middle school, a young man with a defiant look stood at the door. Standing in front of him was a pet that looked a bit like the pangolin from his previous life, and there were several pets lying on the ground at the school gate. Looking at the unfriendly expressions of the students in the school, it is not difficult to guess that it is their pets. That's all you can do at number 2 middle school. I thought you were so amazing. He continued standing at the door and yelled, I heard that you have an Awakening Cup champion here, but he's not that great. Until now, he still doesn't dare to come out and fight. Are you scared? Don't be complacent. We'll call the god of mind right away. You'll be in trouble later. A student said angrily. Lu Wei, who was not far away, said to the student beside him with a bad face. Have you called Song Niannian? Yes, Li Hu has gone to call him. At this time, Song Niannian was dragged to the school gate before she could react. At this time, she also saw the pet. Name, Armor-Breaking Beast. Attributes, Gold Earth. Level, Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification, B+. Introduction, the extraordinary evolution of the armor-breaking rat. The spike on its head allows it to easily drill into the hard soil. Evaluation, just fight it casually. It can't withstand a claw from Boss Snow anyway. Before she could say anything, Lu Fei came forward. Where did you come from, you little brat? You're standing outside the school gate without brushing your teeth so early in the morning. The air is so nice that I want to vomit just by smelling your words. Puff! Someone nearby couldn't help but laugh, and the young man who was causing trouble felt that he had been greatly insulted. Staring at Lu Fei angrily. Bullshit, I brushed my teeth this morning. He just finished speaking and seemed to feel that this was not domineering enough. He added, "It's not like there's no one in your number 2 middle school who can fight. They can only yell. Hit if you want." Lu Fei was not afraid of him at all. His Arcanine was beaten by Song Niannian's dark cloud every day. If he couldn't beat her, how could he not beat this brat who came from nowhere? The two stood still, and each summoned their pet. Song Niannian looked at Lu Fei's Wind and Fire dog, which should now be called Wind Speed dog. Compared to Era's previous state, Arcanine is now extraordinary, and it seems that the tacit understanding between him and Luffy is much better. The battle is about to begin. Armor Blast and Windhound collided with each other. Who do you think will win? Lu Xiangyang was sitting in a wheelchair. He looked at the two people fighting with interest. Song Niannian glanced at him strangely. "It must be your brother who won. You trust him so much?" Nonsense. After all, he was too bored, so he used his Wind Speed dog as a training opponent. Thanks to his Wind Speed dog, his little two improved his wind speed and evolved into a coyote dog in just 1 month. Although this also requires the support of one's own resources. In addition to the 500,000 yuan competition prize and the 2 million yuan research prize, Juana also compensated her with 1 million yuan, so she suddenly became not short of money, and she could naturally do whatever she wanted to cultivate Shueqiu and Xiaotu. With her hard work, Xiaotu and Shueqiu naturally made rapid progress. It's just that the money is spent a little too fast. Lu Xiaoyang looked at the girl's slender figure. Under the light and shadow, her skin was so white that you could easily see the fuzz on her face. For a moment, he was a little envious of his younger brother. The fight between Windy Dog and Armor Blast became more and more intense. It looked like it was about to affect the people around. Xiao Tu Earth Wall. A light flashed across Song Niannian's body, and Xiao Tu appeared in everyone's sight. Shueqiu went to the school training hall to train by himself, and left Xiao Tu behind to protect Song Niannian. A yellow light flashed across Xiao Tu's body, and a wall of earth was erected in front of the crowd. It just reveals the battle scene in the middle without obstructing their vision. As if feeling Song Niannian's silent support, Arcanine fought even harder, and with a roar, flames burst out of its body. Instructor Lee was standing in the corridor at this time. His eyes fell on Song Niannian and Xiao Tu, who were standing aside and watching the show. Hands writing something in a notebook. If anyone watches, they will find that his notebook records his assessment of the qualifications of the students in number 2 middle school. At this time, Song Niannian's column clearly read, "The qualifications of an Emperor-level Beastmaster are of particular concern." He did not draw this conclusion rashly. Having 2 extraordinary pets at this stage of senior high school was already very good. But compared to those geniuses in the central region, they are still a little behind. After all, most people don't live to see the day they become an Emperor-level Beastmaster. But this is a rare talent in Guangnan, and it is worth paying special attention to. Well, he's going to hand this over to his boss. Let his old squad leader temper this little girl's temper. Lazy, delicious, and cheap. I don't know how such a pretty girl could give herself such a vulgar temperament. But Song Niannian naturally didn't know at this time. My good days are about to end. Chapter 50 Joint Training. As Song Niannian expected, Lu Fei won. At this time, he was surrounded by a group of students cheering. He felt embarrassed at this moment. The boy from number 4 middle school didn't dare to shout anymore and ran away in shame holding his pet. "Okay, now that we're done, hurry back. I have something to announce to everyone." Lu Wei came out from somewhere and spoke to everyone. In the classroom, Lu Wei and Instructor Lee stood on the podium. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Wei cleared his throat and signaled everyone to be quiet. But the effect was not as he expected. Song Niannian hid under the table and secretly fed Xiaotu's spicy noodles. Seeing Xiaotu sticking out his tongue because of the spicy taste, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Be quiet." Instructor Lee stepped forward and patted the table. Song Niannian immediately straightened up, but her hands were still teasing Xiaotu underneath. "Hello, students. Our senior year joint school training will begin next week." Joint school training? That seems interesting. As everyone knows, every senior year will have a special training session. This training session will focus on beast tamers and beast tamers in many aspects. It can be said to be the biggest improvement before the college entrance examination. Instructor Lee looked at everyone sternly. This joint school training is different from previous ones. It is arranged by the city and will be a 3-month closed training. Today, I will inform you that you will start next Monday. Please remember to discuss this with your parents. Teacher, a boy raised his hand. Do we need to bring anything? Instructor Lee showed a malicious smile. You don't need to bring anything. Just bring your own beast. Song Niannian thought to herself that since she had the black book, this kind of training was actually unnecessary for her. It's better to go find someone to fight with. More skill points can improve the skill proficiency and combat ability of Snowball and Xiaotu. This doesn't come faster than training. So she raised her hand without hesitation. Teacher, can I not go? Lu Wei and Li Chong couldn't help but feel their brows twitching. Why is she everywhere? Li Chong said helplessly. No, students who have already reached extraordinary levels of beast control must go. Well, Song Niannian suddenly became depressed. The idea was shattered, but she immediately turned her attention to her classmates. It seems that I can only think of solutions for my classmates. Students, why do I feel a chill on my back? After returning home, Song Niannian told her grandmother about the joint school training. I took Snowball and Shadow out for some shopping. But she didn't go to Junha this time. Junhe was beaten to pieces by them. Even if Junhe is fine now, she doesn't dare to go in for the time being because the psychological trauma is too great. At this time, she was on a commercial street. Milk candy, this thing must be bought. We have to buy food for Snowball and the others and some snacks as well. Do we also need to prepare this self-heating hot pot? Then should we also have some beef jerky, duck necks, spicy strips, hot and sour noodles, potato chips, shrimp crackers, shredded fish, chocolate, and small cakes? At this moment, she completely forgot what Instructor Lee said, immersed in the pleasure of shopping. Monday, at the departure ceremony, the head teacher stood on the stage and spoke passionately for nearly 50 minutes. Song Niannian's feet were almost numb from standing on the stage. It turns out that no matter which world it is, the head teacher is always a bug-like existence. Finally, it was time to set off. The instructors of each class gathered the students from their class onto different buses. Niannian, a figure rushed towards her. I missed you so much. It turned out to be Wu Ning. She also awakened successfully, but was not in the same class with her. Do you think we'll run into Qian Duo and the others during this joint school training? Song Niannian thought for a long time before she remembered which pink-haired girl it was. No way, girl, you were still thinking about me. Stop chatting and get in the car. The instructors of each class began to urge. Wu Ning, let's talk when we get there. Okay, bye. The two said goodbye and sat on their respective buses. But she saw someone who surprised her, Lu Xiangyang. Song Niannian asked curiously, Are you going too? Lu Xiangyang nodded. Go and experience it. Is this the hobby of rich people? She is not making a fuss. The truth is that Lu Xiangyang doesn't have a beast to tame. What's the point of going there? She knew when Lu Xiangyang naturally awakened, which was very early, but she felt very strange that he didn't have a beast to control. But since it involves other people's privacy, she doesn't want to ask. The car started, and soon the sound of students chattering and eating snacks filled the car. It turned out that she was not the only one who brought things. But what everyone didn't expect was that the car had been driving for 3 hours, and everyone was feeling a little sleepy. The car stopped, and everyone was asked to get off. Is this the place? After getting off the car, Song Niannian stretched. She looked around and saw heads everywhere. This student group was really outrageous. Every boy and girl has a relaxed and comfortable look on their faces. It seems that this is not a training. It was a big outing. Soon, more than a dozen red-feathered falcons fell from the sky. The loud fan made them unable to stand steadily. Now everyone throw in all your belongings. Dozens of people in military uniforms carrying large bags beckoned to them. Why? Yes, we are here for training, not for military service. The crowd started to make noise. At this time, a soldier punched the student who was talking into the ground with 2 punches. All of a sudden, the students became quiet. You don't have to hand it over, then just go back. Song Niannian looked at this scene and quickly put all her snacks into Snowball's shadow space. This is a side effect of Snowball's shadow meld, which they only discovered recently. At this time, the soldier happened to check on Song Niannian. She waved her hand and took out her bag to show them, indicating that there was nothing useful inside. Several soldiers looked at her suspiciously. In the end, I went to another student's place. All right, it seems that everyone's stuff has been collected. One man said, now you can run up the hill. Hearing this, the students started making noise again. Why is there still running? Haven't you mentioned this before? Yeah, I won't run. I won't run. A slightly fat boy just sat on the ground and acted like a spoiled brat. I saw a few soldiers coming forward. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go. Stop pulling my clothes. No, I'm wrong. I'm running. I'm running. But it was too late. His clothes had been stripped off, leaving him only in a pair of bright red shorts. You don't have to run, but you will be left here like him. There are ferocious, wild, supernatural creatures around here. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Song Niannian shuddered with a chill. So perverted. Chapter 51. Eat today. Song Niannian resigned herself to her fate and prepared to run up the mountain. Plop, a set of clothes fell in front of her. The dust that was raised made her take a step back involuntarily. She looked at the man with a scar on his right eye in confusion. He showed his big white teeth to Song Niannian. Song Niannian, right? Put this on. Seeing how I am treated differently from others. Why should I wear it and they don't have to? The scarred man narrowed his eyes and said, we have different requirements for different people. It's good enough that they can finish the race. As for those of you who have already mastered extraordinary beasts, we naturally have to pay special attention to you. Song Niannian narrowed her eyes slightly. What if I don't wear it? The scarred man chuckled and said, sure, as long as you can beat my pet. He stretched out his hand and summoned his beast. Name, giant stone monster. Attributes, gold earth. Level monarch. Beast taming qualification B. Introduction. A 3-meter-long giant stone-type extraordinary creature with a hard body and strong fighting ability, which makes him invincible on the ground, but his IQ is low. Evaluation. He doesn't look very smart, but he can actually kill you with one punch. Song Niannian looked at the giant stone monster speechlessly. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately smiled. Instructor, you have a good vision. Students like me must be strict with ourselves. After saying that, she immediately picked up the weight-bearing clothes from the ground and put them on herself. According to her, it weighs almost 50 kilograms. Thank you so much. Summon your pet. The scar-faced instructor continued. You asked not to be too excessive, but Song Niannian acted very quickly. Okay, instructor. Snowball and Xiaodu appeared in front of everyone one after another. As soon as Shueqiu came out, he would go to Song Niannian to stick with her. As for Xiaodu, watching it hiding behind him and looking around warily, forget it, let's not talk about it. Scarface looked at Song Niannian's pets with great interest. With his vision, he could certainly see that these two pets were raised very well by her. Is this the Dark Cloud Talon that has unlocked a new evolution? Yes, instructor. In order to conceal Snowball's true evolution, she announced to the public that Snowball had unlocked a new evolution. Apart from the improvement in combat capability, the appearance had not changed much. This news also attracted the attention of the academic community, but it was all rejected by the principal and director Lei on the grounds that the college entrance examination was more important. She would just wait until the college entrance examination to let the Xinyan cat come out, giving her an advantage in entering the top 5 Taoist academies. Let your pet wear these 2 devices. Song Niannian recognized this. It was a weight-bearing device specially prepared for pet animals. After everyone was ready, the instructors rode the red feather falcon into the sky. By the way, I left a message. The total journey is 50 kilometers. If we don't arrive before dark, there will be no dinner. Amid the students' complaints, the first phase of the joint school training began. Song Niannian is an entry-level beastmaster. Compared with novice beastmasters, her physique is much better. However, it is still difficult to run 50 kilometers wearing a weighted suit. When Song Niannian ran 10 kilometers, she saw that there was no one around. Prepare to ride on Xiaodu and let him run for a while. Well, she is also doing this to train Xiaotu. Who knew that just after riding on Xiaotu's body, an instructor jumped down from the sky and said, Song Niannian from number 2 middle school, you violated the rules once. Go back and run again. Song Niannian looked at him in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Where did I break the rules? A kind smile appeared on his handsome face. At the starting point, Song Niannian stood at the foot of the mountain with a look of despair on her face. In the distance, students were constantly being caught by the instructors, and they were all students like her. She gritted her teeth and said, You are so cruel. At this time in the training base, the scar-faced instructor was happily watching Song Niannian in the video cursing at them. Ha, this girl is exactly like what Li Chong said, just like a loach. You better keep a close eye on her. Song Niannian finally climbed to the training base. At this time, she was leaning on a picked-up wooden stick, and her legs were trembling. After Xiaotu and Shueqiu dragged them to the entrance of the training camp, they were told that dinner had already been eaten. Song Niannian looked incredulous. Are you targeting me? In the dead of night? Song Niannian sneakily took out a box of self-heating hot pot from the woods. If you don't give me food, I will find my own way. The hot pot is cooked quickly. The unique aroma of food emanates from it. Song Niannian just picked up a handful of vermicelli with chopsticks. It smells so good. The sound coming from the side scared Song Niannian so much that she almost threw away her chopsticks. Nian Shin, where did you get the hot pot? Give me some. Lu Fei squatted beside her, all dirty. Song Niannian looked him up and down. How did you get into this state? Stop talking. I suspect these instructors are targeting me. I was almost at the finish line, but they just rode the windy dog and brought me back to the starting point. I was carrying a 20-pound weight on my back. You only weigh 20 kilograms? Song Niannian grasped the key point. What do you mean only 20 kilograms? Nian Shin, please be kind and give me something to eat. I'm starving to death. Song Niannian looked at Lu Fei, drooling with disdain. Quietly let Snowball use his backpack as a cover. Gave him a box of self-eating hot pot. Sister Nian, you are my god. I love you so much. Song Niannian, that's not necessary. The two hid in the woods and feasted on the food, not realizing the fragrance was drifting into the distance. In a boys' dormitory, Qian Duo sniffed. Damn, who is eating hot pots so late? Lei Shanshan, who was standing by, heard this and climbed out of bed, holding her stomach. It seems to be true. Didn't the instructor say there's no dinner? Song Niannian and the other girl had already finished their hot pot, not even leaving any soup. I was just thinking about how to destroy the body. Song Niannian could throw the garbage directly into Snowball's shadow space, but the leftovers. I always feel a little uncomfortable. In the end, Song Niannian decided to wrap the bag and bury it in the soil and take it away before leaving. As a young person in the new era, of course we should protect the environment. As for these few days, let nature keep it for me for a few days. The two of them buried the body hastily, said goodbye to each other, and returned to their lodgings. Little did they know that after they left, a small figure emerged from the woods. It came close to where Song Niannian and the others had buried the hot pot and sniffed again and again. It scratched with its little paws, as if trying to find food from the soil. A ray of light flashed by, and it was so frightened that it turned itself into a blade of grass. Damn, Captain, the person ran away. These students are really cunning. I watched them put their things down and brought the hot pot up. Don't let me catch anyone eating hot pot here secretly. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it feels like to be hungry for a whole day and a night. Chapter 52, Acquaintance. Song Niannian had just lain down for only 5 hours. Then a deafening ringing sound was heard. The girls in the same dormitory have already washed up. She was still lying on the bed. Snowball pushed her face with the pad of his paw on the pillow. Stop it, Snowball. Let me sleep a little longer. Shadow jumped from under the bed onto her stomach. Oh, shit, Shadow. You're going to crush me to death. Ouch. Okay, get up. Song Niannian had no choice but to get up from the bed, wash up simply, and walk leisurely to the class gathering place. Then she froze. There were a dozen instructors holding sticks standing in front of her. He gave her a kind smile. Song Niannian suddenly had a bad feeling. Turn around and ride on the little two. Xiao Tu, run! After running a few steps, Xiao Tu fell to the ground with her. She felt as if there was a tremendous pressure on her. A pair of green cloth shoes stopped in front of her. Song Niannian swallowed and said, Hi, Instructor Chung. It was the scar-faced instructor. Li Chong told me before that you were difficult to manage, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems to be true. No, I didn't realize that this was training. Do you think you can let me go this time? Song Niannian raised 3 fingers. Instructor, believe me, I promise there won't be a next time. Snowball and Xiaodu beside him followed suit and raised their paws. I have to do it. The monarch-level pets behind them were staring at them. What do you think? Instructor Chung asked the other students standing at attention behind him. Song Niannian also saw several familiar faces among them. Fengchen, Song Mimi, Qian Duo. At this time, Qian Duo's pink hair was shaved clean, and he looked like a boiled egg. He smiled maliciously. I disagree. The students from number 1 middle school behind him also shouted loudly. We disagree. I'll fuck you if you have a lot of money. Just wait for me. Don't let me get you. The student standing behind Fengchen asked him, Boss, is this the one who got beaten up by the Awakening Cup? Fengchen glared at them, and the people behind him immediately shut their mouths. He thought he would meet Song Niannian during the joint school training, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. At this time, the girl and her pet were lying on the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Even the socks are different colors on each side, but he felt that the girl was extremely lively. If the Fengwang Eagle could hear his inner voice at this moment, he would probably strongly condemn his master's double standards. You were never like this with other women in front of you before. How come you fell in love with them? Student Song Niannian, you can't blame me for this. After today's training, You have to practice 100 more laps. Oh, you have to bring weights. You can also bring your pet. Song Niannian, you are so cruel. So, Xiaotu. Song Niannian finally made it to noon. Hurrying to the cafeteria. Niannian here. Wu Ning occupied a large table, with Lu Fei and others sitting next to him. The table was filled with the food they had prepared. Who knew that she had just sat down for a short time? Qian Duoduo came over with a group of people. Hey Lu Fei, you're here too. He sat down next to Lu Fei in a familiar manner. Lu Fei moved his body to the side uncomfortably, avoiding Qian Duoduo's hand that was about to rest on his shoulder. Seeing that Lu Fei ignored him, he turned his attention to Song Niannian. Classmate Song Niannian, long time no see. Song Niannian said as she stuffed food in her mouth. It didn't take long. After all, your boiled egg look is quite conspicuous in the crowd. It really left a deep impression on me. She seemed to think that someone had touched Qian Duoduo's sore spot, and there was a hint of unnaturalness on his face. Student Niannian also left a deep impression on us this morning. After he finished speaking, the people behind him started laughing. Song Niannian frowned, thinking of Instructor Cheng's sinister face, and resisted the urge to beat him. Who knew that the people behind him would go further and further in their comments? Yeah, it was hilarious. She looked so funny lying on the ground. And her pet looked stupid. I guess her Awakening Cup title is just a joke. Of course not. Qian Duoduo and Lei Shanshan from our school didn't go, otherwise it would have been her turn. Before Song Niannian could say anything, Wu Ning released her pet. Water-spraying turtle washed the mouths of those people with stinky mouths. Several jets of water sprayed on the faces of those who were mocking Song Niannian. Gem Flower Dragon. Snowball. Two beams of light came out from Song Niannian and Qian Duoduo respectively, and collided with each other. It turned out that the Gem Flower Dragon was about to attack the Water Squirtle, but was blocked by Snowball. Seeing this, Lu Fei and other students from No. 2 Middle School in the restaurant also released their own beasts. The people in No. 1 Middle School were not willing to be outdone. Suddenly, the whole restaurant was filled with a tense atmosphere. If you want to fight, you'd better go out and fight. Otherwise, Instructor Chen will not let you go easily. Feng Chen, who was watching the show on the side, looked at the two of them with interest. Song Niannian felt a headache when she thought of that scarred face. Even though I didn't cause any trouble, he was targeting me to death. So she said, you have a lot of money. If you want to fight me, I'll fight you to the end. But don't destroy public property here. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Qian Duoduo raised his eyebrows. I thought you didn't dare. After saying that, he walked out first. At this time, the scarred instructor that Song Niannian was thinking about was sitting in front of the surveillance camera watching the scene in the restaurant. Squad leader, who do you think will win? A young instructor asked. The scarred instructor touched his mouth and smiled. In terms of beast taming talent, they are about the same, but in terms of combat experience, the Qian family kid is far behind Song Niannian. So, you think Song Niannian will win? Scarface glanced at him and said, who said Song Niannian would win? The pet of the Qian family kid is a subdragon species anyway. At this time, at the restaurant entrance, Song Niannian saw Qian Duoduo had already stepped out of the door and winked at Lu Fei. Then she called out Xiaotu. Xiaotu, earth wall. A solid earth wall blocked Qian Duoduo and the people from No. 1 Middle School. Snowball, stop the Gemflower Dragon. Then, while Qian Duoduo was still not able to react, she rushed up and kicked him. Damn it, Song Niannian, you have no moral principles. Song Niannian ignored him. Who wants a 1v1 fight? I'm not stupid. She gave another punch to Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo was no pushover either. He turned around and started attacking her. Lu Fei, here it comes, my God. Lu Fei ran behind Qian Duoduo and tied him up when he wasn't paying attention. Song Niannian punched Qian Duoduo directly on the bridge of his nose. You are allowed to be rude and pretend. There are so many people in the world who want to pretend that you have finished all of them. Song Niannian, you. He didn't finish his words. Another punch to his face. Wait, don't hit me in the face, so don't. Chapter 53 Thief. When the instructors came in a hurry, at the entrance of the cafeteria, the only ones left were Qian Duoduo, who was lying on the ground holding his stomach and screaming, and a group of dejected middle school students. They saw the instructor coming. They all started to complain. Instructor, we want to report Song Niannian from No. 2 Middle School. She is gathering a group to fight. Yes, instructor. If you don't teach her a lesson, we won't be able to train properly. I don't know where these violent people come from. They beat people up at the slightest provocation. Look at classmate Qian Duoduo. Instructor Cheng swept his gloomy eyes over them. Everyone who was seen dared not speak again. He finally set his eyes on Qian Duoduo lying on the ground. You are a grown man, but you were beaten by a little girl. Isn't it shameful? Qian Duoduo covered his stomach and said nothing. He had never seen a girl fight so fiercely before. I have never seen a fight between beastmasters. Are you beastmasters? How can you do such a shameful thing? She even has upper teeth. Is she born in the year of the dog? At this time, Song Niannian, Lu Fei, and Wu Ning, who were being missed, were enjoying the cool under the shade of a tree. Nian Shun, do you think Instructor Chung will punish us? Lu Fei looked around in fear. We didn't do anything wrong. Why are you punishing us? Song Niannian opened a candy and put it into her mouth. By the way, I helped Snowball and Xiaotu, who were drooling beside me, to unscrew the candy wrappers. Wu Ning blamed herself and said, Niannian, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have started it first. Song Niannian patted her head and said, none of your business. I've disliked Qian Duoduo for a long time, so I'm just here to deal with him today. Meow Snowball, who was lying on Song Niannian's legs, yawned and turned his belly over to signal Song Niannian to tickle him. Xiaotu also put his head on Song Niannian's legs. You two are really rude, Song Niannian complained in her heart, but her hands did not stop. Snowball was so comfortable that he snored. Suddenly a shadow blocked out the light for everyone. Song Niannian thought to herself that something was wrong and was about to take everyone and run away. Two red-feathered falcons blocked her way. Two falcon bosses, what are you doing? We have to hurry to training. We'll talk about it next time if there's anything else. Gathering to fight. Sneaking in snacks. What do you say this time? Song Niannian. Song Niannian's body froze, and she turned around pretending to be calm. Coach Chung, you have to provide evidence for what you say. As a flower of the country, how could I do something that violates the rules? Instructor Chung threw his hand, and a small TV with wings spit out a projection, which showed the entire process of the fight between Song Niannian and Qian Duoduo in the restaurant. How come there is such high technology? Okay, I admit that I fought, but I was forced to fight back. That's called self-defense. Instructor Cheng's mouth twitched. You two people beat up someone who has more money, and that's called self-defense. It is true that you gathered a group to fight. The training base does not allow such things to happen. You will practice 100 more laps tonight. You're still training me. I think you want to make me a cripple. But looking at the red-feathered falcon staring at them from behind, Song Niannian compared the combat effectiveness of his own side and the other side. She decisively put her hands together, opened her eyes wide, and tried to act cute. Coach Chung, can you be a little less? Instructor Chung glanced over, emitting the pressure of a master beastmaster. I'll run. Can't I just run? At night, Song Niannian finally finished the 200 laps of punishment for today. She just felt as if her whole body was run over by wheels. But this time it was much easier than the previous climbs, probably because my body had gradually adapted to it. She leaned on Xiaotu and went to the cafeteria to eat. I was told that there was no more food for tonight. Scarface, you have such a cruel heart. But it didn't bother her. Song Niannian wrapped her head with a black cloth and sneaked to a dead corner with Xiaotu and Xueqiu. Snowball, check if there's anything high-tech nearby. After walking around, Snowball landed lightly on Xiaotu's back and shook his head. The white bow on his neck looked particularly beautiful. Okay, it's time for dinner. Song Niannian signaled Xueqiu to take out some food from the shadow space. Fortunately, she was well prepared. After preparing the meals for Xueqiu and Xiaotu, her self-heating hot pot was also cooked. She lifted the lid, and a stream of heat wafted upwards with the aroma of food. She took a deep breath, picked up a meatball, and put it in her mouth. Wow, how happy I am. At this time, in the joint school training group. Damn, who eats hot pot so late at night? The aroma hits my nose. Who is so amazing that he was able to hide the hot pot during such a strict search? Please, anyone who is eating hot pot, give me some. The food here is simply not fit for human consumption. My mouth is almost tasteless. Song Niannian, who was enjoying the pleasure of slurping noodles, was suddenly stunned. She found that negative emotions in the black book rose particularly quickly. Negative emotions from Sun, C +1. Negative emotions from Luda +1. Negative emotions from Lee San +1. Looking at the skill values provided by these strangers, Song Niannian was curious if she had angered the public in some way. Suddenly seeing the message on her phone, her eyes lit up. Could it be? Snowball, I have an important task for you. She touched Snowball's head and burst into strange laughter. Snowball is used to this. Shadow took 2 steps back vigilantly. Oh no, there is something dirty. In the following time, Song Niannian and Shueqiu use shadow escape to wander around the entrances of various dormitories. In order to let the aroma of the hot pot spread further, she even opened a new box. In the joint school group. Fuck, why is this fragrance getting stronger? I also discovered it. It was as if someone had eaten it in my dormitory, but unfortunately I beat my roommate until he cried, and he said it was not him who ate it. 6. At this time, Song Niannian, who had successfully discovered a new way to obtain skill points, hid in a tree. Looking at the negative emotions that kept jumping on the panel, well, it was right to come for the training this time. Although the amount added was small at a time, it couldn't handle the large number of people. At this moment, a leaf beside her. He shook gently, and then a vine stretched out from his body and secretly reached into the self-heating hot pot next to Song Niannian. A meatball, a vermicelli, a piece of kelp knot. It took it out quickly, while Song Niannian was not paying attention, and quickly threw it into a mouth that appeared out of thin air on her body. Suddenly Song Niannian stretched, and it was so scared that it immediately shrank back and turned into an ordinary leaf again. It's time to go back. Well, let's finish this and leave. Snowball, Xiaotu, let's eat together. As she spoke, she reached out to touch it. Where's the food in my bowl? Where are my meatballs? Chapter 54 Moonflower. Snowball, did you eat it? Song Niannian looked at Snowball in confusion. Meow, 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 meow. Snowball shook his head frantically, and at the end he whipped Xiaotu's, but with his tail. The man and the beast looked at Xiaotu. Woof, Xiaotu cried out in grievance. It shouldn't be Xiaotu. Xiaotu doesn't like spicy food. Song Niannian patted the dog's head soothingly. Could it be spilled on the road? In the end, Song Niannian put the matter behind her. A week later, during lunch break, many students gathered in the cafeteria to eat. Why is the food in the cafeteria so bad? It's been 2 weeks, and I still can't get used to it. Ah, it's too disgusting. If I don't eat it, there's nothing else to eat. I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat too. Damn, I don't know who brought so many hot pots here. I eat it every night, and every night I can't sleep because I'm so hungry when I smell it. Me too, now I dream of eating hot pot. Song Niannian listened to everyone's discussion happily. Anyway, with Snowball here, no one will know it's her. But her hot pot stock has been running low lately, and she suspects there is a real hot pot thief. Because every time she would bring the hot pot and walk around the entrances of each dormitory, she would hide in a tree. If you weren't paying attention, the food in the hot pot would disappear. Song Niannian narrowed her eyes. It is simply intolerable that someone is stealing their precious rations. Song Niannian, do you want to eat this chicken leg? Song Mimi asked on the side. Oh, do you want to eat? Here you go. Thank you. Song Mimi took the food awkwardly. She had been training too frequently recently, and her body needed too much energy. Fengchen on the side looked at this scene. A smile flashed in his eyes. It was late at night again. After running 100 laps again, Song Niannian hid in a tree and took out the hot pot. This time she wanted to stare at the hot pot without moving. She wanted to see what was snatching food from her mouth. Snowball and Xiaotu on the side also had serious expressions, and they were determined to catch the thief. There was a rustling sound coming from under the tree, and an extremely huge shadow approached where Song Niannian was. She swallowed, signaled Snowball through the beast-taming space, and prepared to escape by shadow escape. Closer, getting closer. Song Niannian felt her heart beating faster and faster. The bushes were opened. Snowball, run. Mind the guy. Huh? Song Niannian paused. She looked at the people under the tree, speechlessly staring at the shadows on the ground that had merged together because the people were too close. Am I being a little too cautious? Song Niannian, I was wondering why you didn't eat much at noon these few days. It turns out you came here to steal some food. Song Mimi stared at the self-heating hot pot next to her with shining eyes. It seems that we won't be able to catch the hot pot thief tonight. She sighed. Yeah, you guys have caught me. Do you want to join in? Then he motioned for Snowball to take out a bunch of food from behind his backpack. It made everyone's eyes stare straight. Fengchen stared blankly at Shueqiu, who kept taking out various snacks from his bag. Even though he had never been interested in food, even under such strenuous training conditions, I couldn't help but feel my appetite increase. So they sat down beside the tree. Who? Fengchen asked cautiously. A bald man came out of the haystack unwillingly. Well, I just came to take a look. Give me some food, and I won't tell the instructor. Everyone. Song Niannian really didn't expect that Qian Duo, who looked like a second-generation rich kid, had this side of him. He was squatting in front of the self-heating hot pot with a look of longing. It was as if what was in front of him was some rare delicacy. Lu Fei, did you steal my meatballs? Qian Duoduo stared at Lu Fei with dissatisfaction. Lu Fei, who was chewing on dried meat, was stunned. I won't eat anything that a dog has licked. Xiaodo, are you polite? You. It seems like there's a lot less flour in my hot and sour noodles. Song Mimi said on the side. Hearing this, Song Niannian immediately opened the lid of the self-heating hot pot and found that some things were indeed missing. She stood up immediately. Snowball, feel your surroundings. Snowball stood up, and the color of his eyes quietly changed in a place that no one could see. It is observing its surroundings through the eye of illusion. Meow, it pointed its tail to Lu Fei's right side, conveying information to Song Niannian without any expression. Song Niannian secretly looked over and saw nothing but a blade of grass behind Lu Fei. Where and when did a blade of grass appear? Well, it's okay, Snowball didn't find anything. Song Niannian said to everyone. While in the beast taming space, he commanded Xiao Tu to encircle the enemy from behind. Now, a wall of earth surrounded the grass. The little grass seemed to realize that something was wrong and actually grew legs to jump out of the wall. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Song Niannian in midair. Got you! Song Niannian grabbed its feet and shook it. So it was you who stole so much of my food? Didn't your mother tell you that you shouldn't steal? The grass didn't move. If you don't move, I'll put you in the hot pot and cook you and eat you. Song Niannian pretended to be threatening. Migu! The grass in her hands slowly changed. Song Niannian was shocked and put it on the ground. Everyone saw a humanoid pet about the size of a palm appear in front of them. On its frightened little face was a white flower bud about to bloom, and a few green leaves were scattered under its body like a skirt. 2 vines stood on the ground, making it look particularly cute and pitiful. At this moment, Song Niannian just felt like she had made a fortune. Name Moonflower. Attributes life wood. Level. Advanced. Beast taming qualification S. Introduction. An extinct plant-like supernatural creature. When it evolves, it brings energy fluctuations that can help Emperor-level pets break through their qualifications. The flowers it produces can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. Legend has it that it will only approach people with a pure heart. Comment. Should I say you are lucky or unlucky? She looked at the information of this extraordinary creature and felt her mind go numb. How can I be so lucky? She looked at Lu Fei subconsciously. It turns out that we have to rely on Europe. Who is there? A voice came. Song Mimi. Oh no. The instructors are here on patrol. If we get caught, we will probably be punished. Why are you standing there? Run. She pulled Song Niannian in time. Song Niannian finally reacted, picked up the pet, and started running into the woods. No matter how big the pie is, you have to pass the instructor's test first. The instructor was chasing closely behind. Red Feather Falcon fan. Damn, I'm going to be busted by the instructors. Song Niannian could even imagine Scarface torturing her severely. The manhwa flower in her arms looked at Song Niannian's troubled face under the moonlight. Suddenly, white light emanated from its body, as if connected with the moonlight. A beam of light swallowed up the few people. Chapter 55 Secret Realm. Song Niannian just felt dizzy. Damn it. It must be Scarface who is torturing me. Suddenly, she felt the dizziness disappear and a breeze blew across her cheek. She opened her eyes. She felt as if her eyes were filled with stars, and a winding, glowing galaxy appeared in front of her. She was lying in a large sea of white flowers, and the wind blew through her hair, bringing bursts of floral fragrance. For a moment, Song Niannian seemed to smell the breath of spring, but she quickly realized that this was an unfamiliar place and might be dangerous. She hurriedly summoned Snowball and Little Earth. When Snowball saw such a beautiful place, he excitedly threw himself into the sea of flowers and rolled around. She reminded Snowball and told him what had just happened. Snowball then faced the place seriously, opened his eye of delusion, and scanned the surrounding environment. As for Xiao Tu, when Song Niannian was about to tell it about the situation, I found Xiao Tu sniffing around with a nervous look on his face. At this time, a flower was blown onto its face, and it actually pierced the flower with a thorn. Song Niannian. Well, it looks like Xiao Tu doesn't need my reminder. But where did Lu Fei and the others go? Or was she the only one who fell into this strange place? Where's the moonflower in her arms? Just as Song Niannian was thinking about these questions, in the woods outside the training base, Squad leader, I didn't find it. An instructor wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported. Scarface looked serious, with a heavy look in his eyes. How many students are missing? The young instructor glanced at his phone. a hint of bitterness in his eyes. 6. Song Niannian, Song Mimi, Lu Fei, Fengshen, Qin Duoduo, and Lu Xiangyang. Scarface felt even more nervous after hearing this. The best kids in the entire camp are missing. How did you patrol? At this time, Lu Xiangyang was on the cliff at the top of the mountain. We have been looking for the entrance for so long, but we didn't expect that the key to opening the door lies with you. Master, everyone is here. You can prepare to enter. The butler behind him said respectfully. Okay, I see. Have you brought everything? After receiving a positive answer, Lu Xiangyang and the people behind him disappeared under the moonlight. Scarface, who was not far away, suddenly sensed something. He looked serious and patted the red-feathered falcon under him. Do you feel it? It's actually a secret realm. This is bad. What should we do with these children? Quickly notify the Public Security Bureau and ask the Emperor-level beast tamer to come. Yes, squad leader. I hope you can hold out a little longer. Song Niannian in the secret realm. At this moment, I am sitting in the sea of flowers and eating snail noodles. Snowball and Xiaodu were standing 1 meter away from her, watching her eat in horror. That expression seemed to say, "How are you eating?" Song Niannian was helpless. The instructors came too suddenly, and she had already finished her self-heating hot pot. Only snail noodles are left. After finishing the meal, Song Niannian took Shueqiu and Xiaotu and left the sea of flowers, entering a dense forest. The environment here is very different from the outside. She didn't recognize many of the plants. Trees that glow in the moonlight. Star-shaped flowers and butterflies that drop powder when they flap their wings. Snowball suddenly jumped up and used his tail to knock away a stone that was thrown at Song Niannian. The little Tugo growled at the tree in front of her. She looked closely and saw several monkey-like extraordinary creatures making faces at her. Name: Playful Monkey. Attribute: Fighting. Level: Primary. Beast Taming Qualification C. Introduction: Extraordinary ape-like creatures who enjoy playing tricks on people. Comment: Beat them up. Not wanting to be outdone, Song Niannian made a face. Suddenly, a dozen monkeys jumped out from the tree, holding stones in their hands. Throwing it towards Song Niannian. Xiaotu, Earth Wall. A wall of earth appeared in midair, blocking all attacks thrown from the trees. Song Niannian hid under the earth wall and raised her middle finger at them. The monkeys were so angry that they jumped up and down. Then he took out a few stones half a man's height from the tree hole. Hey, you can't do this. She had just finished speaking. Stones were thrown at her. Snowball, teach them a lesson. Snowball appeared behind them at an extremely fast speed and knocked them to the ground with his tail. Little earth prisons surround them. The prison of mud holds them in place. They looked at Song Niannian, who was approaching with a strange smile. He couldn't help but squeak in fear. Song Niannian picked up a stick and teased them. Tell me where this is, or I'll eat you all. She said this with a ferocious expression. Who knew they weren't frightened at all? Everyone started crying. Song Niannian was confused for a moment, and I hadn't done anything yet. She held her head with her hand, ready to take out some candy from her pocket to appease them. Who knew their cries would get louder and louder? The noise gave Song Niannian a headache. Don't cry, don't cry. Snowball suddenly leaned forward and growled at someone not far away. Xiaotu quickly lifted Song Niannian up and placed her behind his back. What's going on? She didn't react for a moment and suddenly saw the small stones on the ground jumping up due to the vibration. Roar! Song Niannian's eardrums were hurt by the roar. She looked up. A huge black ape-like creature about 5 meters long stared at them fiercely. Name: Monster King Kong. Attribute: Fighting. Level: Monarch. Beast Taming Qualification B. Introduction: A supernatural ape creature, a spokesperson for violent aesthetics, who likes to tear his enemies apart with his hands. Comment: You are really a troublemaker. Song Niannian looked at its message, then looked at the playful monkey locked in a cage that was laughing at her. He stammered, Brother, there may be a little misunderstanding between us. Let me explain. There was another roar that was about to burst her ears. Snowball, run, run, run. Snowball rolled up a playful monkey and quickly ran away with Song Niannian and Xiaotu. Shadow escape is very fast. It is difficult to catch up with King Kong with his strong legs. Song Niannian just felt relieved. A tree fell at her feet. It turned out that the monster King Kong pulled up trees and threw them at them. Then, dense trees and rocks fell on them like raindrops. Song Niannian held the playful monkey and said, You guys are really stingy. Not only did you provoke me first, but you also attacked me without knowing right or wrong. The playful monkey smiled mockingly, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Song Niannian was so angry that she laughed. "Okay, I'll make you a humiliator. Xiao Tu, tie him up with your tail and use him as a shield." Xiao Tu did as she was told, and when the next stone hit them, Song Niannian did not dodge, but took the initiative to meet it. Chapter 56. The High-Spirited Young Man. Squeak! With a scream, the monkey was knocked unconscious. The monster roared angrily. Song Niannian shouted as she ran, "We have no hatred to begin with. Your monkeys and grandchildren suddenly jumped out to tease me. I just tied them up when you came out. Why don't I return your monkeys and grandchildren to you, and we can live in peace?" In response to her was a huge stone. Fortunately, Snowball reacted quickly enough and prevented them from getting hurt. Song Niannian was also very annoyed at this time. "I didn't do anything and was beaten up. Anyone would be speechless if this happened to them. Snowball, transform." Following Song Niannian's command, Snowball emitted a soft white light and turned into a Xinyan cat. "Go behind it and give this guy a big one, little dirt you." A white light flashed, and Snowball and Song Niannian appeared on King Kong's neck. Use the steel claws on the back of its neck. A bright light flashed by. The powerful King Kong let out a roar. Looking at the small cut on its neck, Song Niannian felt helpless. There is a big difference of 2 levels between the extraordinary and the monarch. Even with the attack power of Snowball, it can only cause a little damage to it. In fact, Song Niannian didn't know that in the world of beast taming, it was very common for those with higher levels to crush those with lower levels. The fact that she could cause damage to a monarch-level pet at the extraordinary stage was already a very remarkable thing in the eyes of outsiders. Boom! King Kong swung his fist behind him, but was blocked by a solid earth wall in front of Song Niannian and Xueqiu. It is the protection given by Xiao Tu. But he broke the earth wall easily. Song Niannian's eyes narrowed. "Protect!" A transparent wall of light appeared in front of her and Snowball, but the man and the beast were still hammered to the ground. Xiao Tu caught them falling from the sky in time. Song Niannian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Snowball, come again, this time target the eyes." She and Snowball appeared again behind King Kong. But this time, King Kong was well prepared and threw a punch. But Song Niannian and Xueqiu dodged him. She used Snowball's shadow escape to fight with King Kong. Often Song Niannian can dodge before its fist arrives. Finally, Song Niannian and Xueqiu took advantage of a gap. "Snowball, aim your steel claws at its eyes." Snowball stepped forward and aimed his eye of delusion at the eyes of King Kong. Stun is activated. The King Kong lost consciousness for a moment, but immediately recovered and punched it away. However, what it didn't know was that the person who actually launched the attack was not Snowball. "Xiao Tu!" Song Niannian screamed, and a soil spike appeared in front of her. She grabbed the soil spike while rushing towards the monster King Kong. He stepped on the earth wall created by Xiao Tu and fiercely inserted the earth spike into the left eye of King Kong. "Roar!" The monster King Kong roared angrily. It was actually hurt by a small insect. Although it did not cause serious damage to its eyes, it had been in this secret realm for so many years, and no one except that person could insult it like this. Song Niannian, who was thought to be a small bug, was caught by the snowball after a successful attack and returned to Xiao Tu's body. "Run away!" As she ran, she turned around and made an international friendly gesture to King Kong. "Roar!" The strange power King Kong was completely intense. The other pets in the secret realm hugged their heads and huddled together. Who is it that has no reason to provoke this big fool? The strangely powerful King Kong kicked his feet and madly chased after Song Niannian, who was running away. Lu Xiangyang, who was hiding not far away and watching the whole process. Watching Song Niannian riding Xiao Tu through the forest with high spirits, the strange but extraordinarily beautiful dark cloud was lying on her head and constantly taunting the powerful King Kong following behind with its tail. Song Niannian instructed Xiao Tu to speed up and move forward. In a trance, Lu Xiangyang seemed to see an unruly female swordsman who came on horseback, unruly and unruly. As soon as her sword was sharpened, her edge was revealed, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Although Song Niannian was being chased at this time, she felt happier than ever before. It was as if something was growing and sprouting from the bottom of my heart. Another stone hit her feet. She smiled evilly, picked up the monkey pretending to be fainted, and threw it hard behind her. Snowball hit it with his tail, and it flew towards King Kong in a parabola. In the brief moment when King Kong caught the playful monkey, Snowball had already taken Song Niannian and disappeared from King Kong's sight. Birds suddenly flew up in the forest, and the powerful King Kong angrily destroyed the surrounding trees. Suddenly, it seemed to hear some sound and stopped moving. There was a hint of displeasure on his face, but he still turned and left. Master, we have locked its location. Lu Xiangyang was brought back to his senses by the voice of the housekeeper behind him. Okay, get ready and go catch it. Song Niannian rode on the little two and ran in the forest for a long time. He stopped only after he was sure that the big guy behind him would not catch up. She also felt a little tired at this time, but more excited. But we also need to consider the physical strength of Xiaotu and Snowball. Let's find a place to rest first, and then we'll see what to do. Fortunately, Snowball's shadow space brought them half a year's worth of food. Where else could she get food? After wandering through the forest for a while longer, she found a cave. Snowball, use the Eye of Delusion to see what's inside. Meow. Snowball jumped off her and walked to the cave. After observing for a while, he looked back at her speechlessly. Meow. Feeling the information coming from the beast taming space, Song Niannian looked strange. Oh my goodness, I was just wondering how to find you guys, and it turns out you're all together. That's right, Lu Fei and his group are hiding in this cave. She gathered up the dirt and entered with the snowball. Whew, a sharp double-edged blade was pointed at it. We're friends, don't do anything. Song Niannian raised her hands. Nianshin? Great, Nianshin, woo woo woo, we finally found you. When Song Niannian heard Lu Fei's voice, she felt that something was wrong with his mood. Pulling a flashlight from his backpack, then she saw Lu Fei, Feng Chun, and Song Mimi all had swollen faces. Their pets weren't in much better condition either, with lumps of varying sizes on their faces. Poochie sorry, ha 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 ha. Finally, she couldn't help laughing. Feng Chun said helplessly, if you've laughed enough, think of a solution quickly. Ha ha ha, okay, but how did you guys get into this state? Song Niannian wiped the corners of her eyes. Looking at Feng Chun, his once elegant face now looked like a pig's head. She couldn't help laughing again. Ah, you guys, why are you so miserable? Chapter 57, Moonlight Realm. Song Niannian looked at the tattered bandages wrapped around Feng Chun and the others. Still couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her arm and looked down. Snowball circled him with his tail and kept pointing his eyes at a corner in the cave. Song Niannian understood immediately. Hey, are you hungry? Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Nianshin, do you still have food? Of course, who am I? She said, using the moonlight to cover her eyes. Pretend to find food from the backpack, but actually take food out from the shadow space of the snowball. Everyone looked at the beef jerky, biscuits, and fish shreds piled on the ground. Except for Lu Fei, the other two were speechless. Wow, he's still thinking about food at this time. It turns out that pets follow their owners. Song Niannian took out a small piece of cake while glancing at the corner. Hey, I have a piece of Momo milk honey cake here. It smells so good. Feng Chun looked at Song Niannian's actions. A flash of deep thought flashed through his eyes, and then he couldn't help but put on a smile. You really are so bad yet cute. The Wind Emperor Eagle sensed the master's emotions and had only one thought in his mind. Oh my god, please drag me, the love-brain person, out and shoot me. A small flower in the corner began to move as Song Niannian opened the cake box. But it settled down immediately. Looks like we need to add more fuel to the fire. Song Niannian said loudly. Oh, I'm so full. I've eaten this cake. Why don't I just throw it away? Xiaohua trembled violently, but still did not move. However, this subtle detail was still captured by Song Niannian. This kid is so gullible. Think of God, think of God. I can eat, I can eat. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. He hadn't had dessert in a long time, and God knew how much he missed it. Well, I'll give you my last piece of cake. Song Niannian deliberately emphasized the last piece and slowly handed the cake to Lu Fei. Migu. A cane hit Lu Fei's hand that was about to take the cake away. Got fooled. Moonlight Flower's original form appeared in front of everyone and jumped in front of Song Niannian. May. It gestured and stared at Song Niannian with its big eyes blinking. Song Niannian, what should I do if I don't understand? She looked at Snowball for help. Snowball conveyed his emotions to her. Do you want to eat this cake? Migu. Moonflower nodded vigorously, looking at the cake with longing eyes. I see. But why should I give it to you? Migu. It lowered its head in disappointment. But if you tell us where this is, I will give you this cake. Song Niannian changed the subject. Finally, with the help of Snowball's gold medal translator, Song Niannian finally figured out where this was. Moonlight Realm. This is its name. It is where the moonlight flowers grow. It has the ability to enter and exit here freely. However, this is the first time it has brought people in, so it will take a few days before it has the ability to send everyone out. Oh my god, it was you who brought us in. After listening to Song Niannian's explanation, everyone looked at Yu Huahua, who was happily eating cake and was more or less speechless. What is this? What kind of pet is it? I've never seen one before. Song Mimi on the side observed for a long time and raised a question. Lu Fei was also curious. We haven't discovered any new species. This is big news. But Fengchen on the side seemed to know something. Moonflower. Its name is Moonflower. He continued slowly. The moonflower is one of the extinct ancient flower species. It is rumored that it can only evolve once in its lifetime, and it can only evolve under a full moon filled with moonlight and with strong emotional stimulation. After evolution, her energy can increase the chances of an emperor-level pet becoming a dominant-level pet, so she was often cultivated as food in ancient times. Lu Fei stared at Yu Huahua with eyes wide open. This is so awesome. Fengchen nodded. It is most likely raised by the former Master Beastmaster. When I heard the name of this Moonlight Realm, I felt that this was like a small secret realm specially created to raise it. Moreover, moonflowers grow very slowly, often taking hundreds of years to develop consciousness. This high-level moonflower must have gone through a very long time. Song Niannian listened to Fengchen's words quietly, and suddenly felt a little sad. She squatted down and asked it, "Have you been here alone for a long time?" Yu Huahua tilted her head and looked at her with her round eyes. Then it smiled and used a cane to pass the remaining cake to Song Niannian's mouth. Song Niannian just felt a little blocked in her heart. "Are you willing to go out with me? Go to the outside world. There are a lot of delicious food and fun things outside. I can take you to play." Nian Shun. Lu Fei couldn't help but speak up to stop her. He knew what Song Niannian was thinking, but with Nian Shin's talent, it was not impossible for him to get a more powerful pet in the future. The moonflower grows so slowly and can only evolve once. It is simply a walking Tang monk's flesh. It will definitely be snatched away by countless Emperor-level pets and Emperor-level beastmasters. At that time, Song Niannian will only become a victim. Song Niannian did not reply to Lu Fei, but stared at Yu Huahua nervously. It looked at Song Niannian seriously for a long time, as if it wanted to see through her heart through its clear eyes. After a long moment, it shook its head firmly. Well, Song Niannian sighed. When she heard about Yu Huahua's experience, she couldn't help but think of her past self. He has no parents and his grandmother died early, so he has to struggle to survive all alone. This is when I had the idea, but everything depends on fate. Since it doesn't want to, then forget it. Lu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his powerful mind to be dragged down by a flower. Song Niannian stood up and said, "Forget it. Then you can follow us for the next few days. I will take care of your food. Just treat it as a gift for meeting each other." At night, Song Niannian and a few others lay in the cave and fell asleep. Fengchen, who was at the door, sat at the entrance, quietly looking at the sleeping Song Niannian, and Yuhua huddled beside her. Yuhua carefully bypassed Snowball and Xiaotu. He squatted on the ground and looked at the sleeping Song Niannian, and suddenly smiled foolishly. Then it felt a little lost, and carefully tucked its body into the gap between Song Niannian and Snowball. The vines entangled Song Niannian's scattered long hair. At this moment, Song Niannian only felt that she had had a very long dream. In the dream, she turned into a seed. There was a man in white clothes whose face she couldn't see clearly, who watered her and talked to her every day. Suddenly, one day a man in white brought a woman to see her. They talked about everything in front of her, and were very affectionate. He would dance with a woman in the moonlight, tie her hair. Suddenly one day, the woman disappeared. Not long after, the man told her that he was leaving. Finally, only one sentence was left scattered in the wind. "I really hope to see you blossom with her." Chapter 58. Old Beast. She stayed there alone and waited, from winter to summer, from night to day, so long that she forgot about time and space. Suddenly one day, she broke out of the ground. She saw the beautiful starry sky for the first time, but she was alone under the starry night sky. She waited and waited. She is waiting for that person to come back. She wanted to show him her most beautiful side. Unfortunately, for countless years, she has been alone, staring at the starry sky in a daze. "You said you would come back to see me bloom." A lonely murmur dissipated in her consciousness. Song Niannian opened her eyes. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. "Meow meow? Woof." Snowball and Xiaotu came up to her and looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. Song Niannian stood up and rubbed the dogs' and cats' heads with a smile. Well, does this mean she has the best of both worlds? Where's the moonflower? Song Niannian asked curiously. Snowball suddenly raised his front legs in anger and started gesticulating, while making angry meows. After she heard Snowball's emotions from the beast taming space. Last night, Yuawawa ran into my arms and fell asleep? Could that dream be it? Song Niannian looked at Shueqiu, who looked a little jealous, and smiled dotingly. Then he lifted it up and held it in his arms. A fierce kiss. Snowball suddenly lost his temper. His ears trembled, his tail wrapped around her arms, and his little paws shyly covered his eyes. Xiao, come and kiss me. As a woman, the most important thing is to treat everyone equally. Xiao took 2 steps back in fear, resisting with all his body. I don't want my hair to be stained by your saliva, so don't come over here. But Song Niannian is never someone who gives up easily. She caught Xiao and kissed him hard on the head. Xiao collapsed to the ground, tears flashing in his eyes. It's over. I'm not clean anymore. Song Niannian simply cleaned it up with water from the stream. He returned to the cave with a bunch of food he had taken out from the shadow space. She is so small, but she can make so much food. It doesn't look normal anyway. However, Fengchen and the others tacitly did not mention this issue. It's time to eat. Song Niannian looked around, but didn't see any trace of Yuawawa. So he asked, where is Yuawawa? Migu, speak of the devil. Here he comes. As soon as Snowball saw Yuawawa appear, he immediately stood guard near Song Niannian. Everyone saw Yuawawa's small body holding a lot of things. Damn, liua fruit, golden leaf grass, starflower. These are all very expensive materials sold outside. Qian Duo looked at Yuawawa in surprise. Is this for us? Yuawawa walked around him and placed all the things in front of Song Niannian. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, Migu. She asked in surprise, is this for me? Migu. Yuawawa nodded heavily. Song Niannian thought about it. I squatted down and asked it again. Are you really not going to come with me? I will support you. Yuawawa hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Well, Song Niannian was a little discouraged. She picked up a green fruit at random. I don't need so much, just give me this one as a reward. Qian Duo stared at them disappointedly. Lu Fei on the side teased. Why would the young master of the Qian family be short of these things? Qian Duo rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. Is this a matter of money? These things are hard to come by outside. Yuawawa on the side saw that Song Niannian didn't accept all of them, so she pulled her out anxiously. A few people followed it out of the cave curiously. I followed it for about 30 minutes. A pool of water appeared in front of them. In the center of the pond there is a golden fruit tree about 1 meter high. There are special patterns on the body. The moment I saw this fruit tree, Qian Duo, Fengchen, and Lu Fei all began to breathe rapidly. Spirit-breaking fruit. Song Niannian looked at them and asked curiously, what is this? Fengchen calmed his breath and said, the soul-breaking fruit can only be consumed once per pet in its lifetime. It has a 50% chance of helping the pet break through the restrictions of its aptitude, and a 30% chance of helping the pet awaken the hidden bloodline in its body. When she heard the last sentence, Song Niannian's eyes flashed. She finally understood why the 3 of them had such expressions. The mere fact of awakening the bloodline is enough to drive all the beast tamers who have excellent bloodlines, but cannot awaken them crazy. Snowball, be alert to the surroundings. Song Niannian also released Xiao to guard her. Snowball's eyes of delusion breaking opened, surrounding the surrounding environment. This is a new skill that comes with its evolution into the Xinyan cat. It currently has the ability to see through disguises and stun enemies. It is very effective for both reconnaissance and combat. Meow Snowball shook his head, indicating that he did not notice any enemies around. The Wind Emperor Eagle will go to the sky to monitor the surroundings, and you, Sea Dragon, will go to the water to take a look. Fengchen also commanded his own beast to conduct reconnaissance. Song Niannian didn't expect that his second pet was actually a subdragon species. For a moment, I was a little envious of these evil rich people. After the 2 of them investigated, everyone sent out their pets to pick the broken spirit fruit. There are 7 fruits on the tree, and if they each take one, there are still 2 left. There is no need to worry about the distribution of benefits. After successfully picking the fruits, Fengchen handed the 3 fruits to Song Niannian. Keep it safe. Song Niannian looked at him with confusion. We all know that you have a space storage device. Yuawa brought us here for your sake, so I'll leave the remaining 2 to you for safekeeping." After saying this, the fruit that belonged to him disappeared from his hand. Qin Duoduo also took away his share. "So both of you have storage tools." Lu Fei and Song Mimi stood in front of her with embarrassed looks on their faces. "Nian Shun, can you help me keep this one?" "No, I don't have a space storage treasure." "Me too." Looking at the 2 embarrassed people in front of her, Song Niannian readily agreed. Although she had revealed some of her little secrets, the way they were revealed seemed a little different from what she had expected. When Song Niannian was about to give the broken spirit fruit to Shueqiu to keep, she suddenly felt the ground shaking. "Isn't it such a coincidence?" "Roar!" A roar was heard. The tall body of the powerful King Kong locked on a Song Niannian and the fruits in her hands through the forest. It just felt that these 2 days were the most annoying 2 days since he was born. Not only was he attacked by the bugs, but they also stole his treasured fruit. It only ate one for itself and saved the rest for its children. Song Niannian smiled awkwardly and greeted King Kong. "Hey, big guy, long time no see." Chapter 59. 5-man team versus Monster King Kong. Song Niannian responded with a heavy punch. "Run!" She picked up Yuawa and ran while shouting to everyone. Everyone mounted their beasts and started to flee. Unfortunately, this time, the monster seemed to be really excited and had completely forgotten the warning given by the existence not long ago. Now it has only one thought in its mind: to crush these insects to death and take back what belongs to it. Wind Emperor Eagle summon. Fengchen gave the command, and suddenly many bird pets flew over from not far away, and there were also many high-level pets mixed in, buying time for their escape. However, this was no way to stop King Kong for long. If it had only used normal speed when chasing Song Niannian before, it is now in a state of anger and uses fury. Song Niannian was feeling anxious. Berserk was a special state of fighting-type pets. When this state was activated, the speed would increase by 30% in a short period of time, the attack power would increase by 25%, and the defense would increase by 15%. This time will last for a full 10 minutes, after which you will fall into a weak state. But these short 10 minutes will be fatal 10 minutes for a group of high school students who have just entered the extraordinary world. Song Niannian ordered Xiaodu to stop. She knew in her heart that, with King Kong's current speed, they will definitely not be able to escape. There is only one way left: exhaust him to death. After all, the 4 Fengchens are the best among their peers. What Song Niannian thought of, they could naturally think of as well. So the crowd did not run away, but surrounded King Kong. They all knew in their hearts that at this point, it was not them who would defeat this monster. They died from the attack of King Kong. Snowball, transformation. The form of Xinyan Cat appeared in front of Fengchen and others for the first time. At this time, Song Niannian had nothing to hide from them. No secret is bigger than your own life. Before everyone had time to be amazed, the battle had already begun. Snowball, use your steel claws to test him. Xiaodu, cover Snowball. Snowball tiptoed and approached King Kong at an incredible speed. Leave some scratches on it. Wind Emperor Eagle, Storm. Arcane, on fire, plus flaming charge. Fast Blade Mantis, the most powerful sword. Gem Flower Dragon, high-speed charge. Song Niannian and the other 4 commanded their pets to attack the powerful King Kong at the same time. Unfortunately, it did not leave much of a mark on King Kong. The monster King Kong let out a roar that shook the heavens. Black flames ignited on his limbs, and several black flames suddenly appeared in the air. He rushed straight towards Song Niannian and the others. Song Niannian had Xiaodu riding on her, and with Xiaotu's evasion, she successfully avoided the attack. However, the other people's second pets were not of the riding type. Apart from Fengchen, their other pet is only at the intermediate level and cannot play much of a role in the battle. So they were all injured to varying degrees in this fiery meteor. However, at this time, only 2 minutes had passed since King Kong went berserk. No, if this goes on, we will most likely be wiped out. Think of a way. Song Niannian, please think of a way quickly. Song Niannian's brain was working rapidly. Snowball, catch me. She shouted at the snowballs fighting in midair. The coyote under her received the information she gave, exerted its strength on its limbs, jumped high, and threw her to where Snowball was. With the help of Xiaotu, Song Niannian successfully caught the snowball. She took out a spirit-breaking fruit and waved it in front of King Kong. "Hey, big idiot, do you remember me?" As she spoke, she gave King Kong a middle finger. The King Kong suddenly remembered the scene of being humiliated by Song Niannian and simply left the others alone. He attacked Song Niannian frantically. Snowball's shadow meld once again played a huge role. Whenever the powerful King Kong was about to strike, it could always successfully dodge with Song Niannian. Oh my goodness, he is worthy of being called the God of Mind. He can even play with the King Kong's super strength. Lu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Song Niannian with admiration as she was fighting with the powerful King Kong in midair. Qian Duoduo secretly thanked his luck that he didn't have a real beast-taming duel with Song Niannian. Otherwise, he would be the only one to be embarrassed, although he was also quite embarrassed last time. Fengchen looked at Song Niannian seriously. No matter how powerful she is only an entry-level beastmaster. The energy in Snowball's body can't last long under such a fast attack. We have to find a way. At this moment, Song Niannian, just as Fengchen said, was under tremendous pressure. Song Niannian, find a way to create an opportunity. Song Mimi shouted from below. Song Niannian's eyes flashed, and she understood what they meant. Snowball, strengthen your body. Xiaotu, throw sand. Following Song Niannian's command, the soil under Xiaotu's 4 claws slowly turned into sand and dust. Under Fengchen's command, the Wind King Eagle used the fierce wind. Suddenly, the area around the monster was filled with dust. It's not enough. This is more than enough. Song Niannian opened the skill panel. Add points after Xiaotu's sand throwing skill and Shueqiu's star breaking skill. Xiaotu, pouring sand beginner, pouring sand perfection. Snowball, broken star beginner, broken star perfect. Usable skill points, 2W0. Thank you, Mr. Hotpot, and thank you to my classmates. Xiaotu, throw more sand. As she finished speaking, the light layer of dust around her quickly turned into a sky full of yellow sand. The people were so harassed by the dust that they could hardly open their eyes. Not to mention the powerful King Kong in the middle of the yellow sand. Wind Emperor Eagle, good opportunity, use storm. The huge storm merged with the yellow sand all over the sky. The sky of the entire secret realm turned into a yellowish earth color. A sandstorm with a radius of about 10 meters formed. It firmly controls the monster King Kong. The sharp sand and gravel become deadly weapons under the force of the wind. The monster roared in pain. But Song Niannian didn't intend to let it go. It's rude not to reciprocate. You've been chasing me for so long. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Wind Emperor Eagle, Wind God Wings. Fast Blade Mantis, seize the opportunity and kill with one blow. The Wind Emperor Eagle's wings vibrated, and a wing that looked like an illusion but was actually full of power slashed towards the belly of the monster King Kong. The swift Blade Mantis followed closely, clasped its 2 blades together, and spun its body in a spiral at high speed, stabbing at the back of King Kong. Snowball, now is the time, Star Breaker. Waves of sunlight fell and gathered on Snowball's body. Its body, which was originally mostly black, now turned pure white. The ribbon behind it turned black, as if the Milky Way was gathering behind it. The sound of breaking wind exploded in everyone's ears. The snowball turned into a beam of light, like a sharp knife that pierced straight into King Kong's abdomen. Chapter 60, Frivolous but Young. Boom! The monster fell to the ground. A vacuum zone appeared in the dense forest during their battle. Song Niannian exhaled. The timing was just right, just when the King Kong's rampage had just ended. The attacks of the 3 of them were seamlessly connected, and they successfully defeated the big guy. The snowball in the air fell off directly, and Song Niannian rode on Xiaotu in time to catch the snowball falling from midair. That's great, little sweetie. She touched Snowball's head and said, let's go back to the beast taming space and take a rest. Xiaotu is outside. Meow. Snowball did not object this time and went into the space to rest obediently. Xiaotu brought her to where Fengchen and the others were. Song Niannian's tense body also relaxed and she collapsed to the ground. She caught the moonflower that flew towards her. Looking at the embarrassed people, he deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice. Imitate the instructor's words. Good job, little ones. Fengchen also imitated Instructor Cheng's voice, which was rare. You are not bad, so I won't punish you by making you run laps today. They looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Instructor Cheng, why do I feel a chill on my back? The empty secret place seemed to be filled with a little life because of their laughter. On a mountain not far away, an old cat-like supernatural creature was looking at them from afar. A hint of nostalgia flashed across his eyes, but soon turned into determination. Kacha, a sound came from not far away. Squeak! Xiaotu growled nervously at the woods behind him. The nerves that everyone had just relaxed became tense again. Brother! Lu Fei shouted in surprise. Then he asked worriedly, "Why did you come in? Are you okay?" Lu Xiangyang walked slowly towards the crowd in a wheelchair. "I don't know how I got in. I just heard the fighting and came to take a look. I just bumped into you guys. You were badly injured. I brought some medicine here." After saying that, he threw a box of medicine to Song Niannian. Song Niannian motioned Xiao to take it. "Thank you. It's just in time." "Yeah, brother, you don't know. We were in real danger just now. The five of us actually defeated a monarch-level pet. Damn it. I will definitely explain to Grandpa and the others when I go back that I am still very powerful." While Lu Fei and Lu Xiangyang were chatting, Song Niannian and Fengshen looked at each other and nodded slightly. Xiao Tu, Stinging Sea Dragon. Two attacks came towards Lu Xiangyang. Lu Fei looked at Song Niannian and the others in disbelief. "Brother, be careful." A wind demon dog appeared beside him and helped him resist the attacks of Song Niannian and others. Name: Wine Demon Dog. Attribute: Wind. Level: Monarch. Beast Taming Qualification: B+. Introduction: one of the evolutions of Windy Dog, it abandoned fire and focused on wind element, which gave it a strong understanding and attack power in the wind system. Comment: it's impossible for it not to cause trouble for me all day long, right? Run! Song Niannian immediately pulled Song Mimi onto the small horse and ran away. Fengshen and Qian Duoduo were also very fast. It's no use being faster. Several monarch-level pets and their masters walked out in front of Song Niannian and the others. Suddenly, an encirclement was formed, surrounded them tightly together. Lu Fei was confused by this situation for a moment. "Uncle Chung, Butler Lu, Aunt Yu, Grandpa Chi, and fifth cousin, what are you doing? Are you here to see us?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he began to twitch all over. He looked back in disbelief as Lu Xiangyang stabbed him in the neck with an anesthetic needle. "Brother, you guys?" Lu Xiangyang caught Lu Fei and handed him to a middle-aged man next to him. "How did you find out?" "Clothes. Your clothes are too clean. You don't look like someone who has been through the jungle," Song Niannian said, but her mind was spinning wildly. "Is he coming for Snowball again?" Qian Duoduo couldn't help but yell. "Lu Xiangyang, what the hell are you doing? Don't think that my Qian family is afraid of your Lu family." Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly and said, "So that's how it is. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Just give me the moonflower in your hand." It turns out that he came here for the moonflower. Song Niannian felt relieved, but immediately became nervous again. "What do you want it for?" Yu Huahua shrank into Song Niannian's arms in fear, with the vine wrapped around her neck. Lu Xiangyang's pale hands were folded on his knees. "Don't you already know what it does?" Song Niannian understood, and she smiled brightly. "You want to treat your leg? You see, we have so many fruits here, there must be one that can heal. If it doesn't work, I'll make you a promise. Don't attack it, and I'll definitely help you find a magical medicine that can cure you." The woman at the side said, "Xiangyang, don't waste time talking to them. Just kill them and take them away. No one will know it was us in this small secret realm." Fengshen pinched a treasure in his hand and said threateningly, "My Sui Shifeng family is not much worse than your Lu family. I suggest you think carefully before doing anything." When the woman took a look, it turned out to be the Wan Yin talisman. This kind of treasure is usually a mother and child talisman. The person holding the child talisman can transmit information to the mother talisman regardless of the distance in space. Although it is not known whether it is still useful in the secret realm, this is already an extremely rare treasure. It is usually given by the family as an insurance when the children of large families go out to gain experience. However, when she thought of the Feng family in the central region, a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. If she was related to that Feng family, it would not be surprising that she had this thing. "Of course we won't attack you. After all, we are classmates. I just want the moonflower." Song Niannian's eyes flickered, and she grabbed a bag of beef jerky from her pocket. "Throw it quickly into the distance. Run." At the same time, she mentally instructed Xiao Tu to run in the opposite direction. 4 or 5 pets quickly caught the bag of beef jerky and intercepted Xiao Tu. At this time, Song Niannian had already thrown the moonflower into a nearby haystack. With its ability to change, it is difficult to find it unless the opponent has the same skill as Snowball. The man who caught the beef jerky turned pale. Song Niannian said with a smile, "Uncle, you look so thin. Eat more meat to make up for it. This is spicy and delicious." Lu Xiangyang stared at Song Niannian with a fake smile. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." The 2 pets pressed Song Niannian down fiercely. Awa! Xiao Tu's leg was broken by the wind demon dog. Xiao Tu, Song Niannian hurriedly put it into the beast controlling space and suppressed it to prevent Snowball and Xiao Tu from coming out again. What are you going to do? I know your pet has a skill that can break through obstacles. Help me find it, and I will let you go. How can a little dark cloud tackle like me have such advanced skills? You must be mistaken. Bang! Chapter 61, Kill Me, if you can. Hiss! A woman whipped Song Niannian on the back. Niannian! Feng Chen shouted anxiously. Lu Xiangyang, what on earth do you want to do? It's just a disabled person saving himself. It turns out that the previous rumors were true. The genius young master of the Lu family wanted to contract an A-plus dark pet beast in a hurry. As a result, he was ambushed by a dark pet and only managed to save his life by asking for favors from the Lu family, but his leg was crippled. Qian Duo looked at him mockingly. Lu Xiangyang remained calm and said, Yes, only the energy brought by the evolution of the moonflower can. It can completely heal my beast taming space and restore me to normal. Snap, snap, snap. The whip hit Song Niannian's back fiercely. At this moment, she felt cold sweat pouring down her face, and even her physique as an entry-level beastmaster could not bear it. Lu Xiangyang, I will kill you sooner or later. Niannian, help me. Song Niannian looked at Lu Xiangyang with a pale face, showing a beautiful smile. Dream your XX daydream. A trace of desolation flashed across Lu Xiangyang's eyes. Then there's no need to stay. Lu Xiangyang, you dare. Feng Chen said angrily, and just as he was about to attack, he was ruthlessly pinned against a tree. Kill her. Song Niannian was counting the seconds. Soon, Snowball will soon have enough energy to escape with Shadow Escape. The knife fell above Song Niannian, but stopped. A vine tightly wrapped around the knife. Migu! Yuawawa revealed its true form and walked in front of Lu Xiangyang. Good boy. He guessed correctly. Yuawa had an unusual affection for Song Niannian and would not watch her fall into danger. He stretched out his hand to touch the moonflower, but it dodged him. He held his hand in midair and laughed at himself. Let's go. Yuhua was picked up by the wind demon dog. As it left, it looked at the wounded Song Niannian. There was a flash of heartache in his eyes. Ahem. Song Niannian struggled to get up. Snowball and Xiaodu ran out of the beast control space. Looking at her with heartache, Snowball transformed into Xinyan Cat and wanted to use light therapy. Song Niannian stopped him. Give it to Xiaodu and other pets first. Meow, 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 meow. Tears welled up in Snowball's cute big eyes. But he still obediently recovered some of the injuries of Xiaodu and other people's pets. Only then did Song Niannian realize the importance of phototherapy. She endured the pain, thinking that she would first stack up her proficiency in light therapy. After one phototherapy, you will feel full of energy again and will be exhausted. She stood up and said, I, Song Niannian, have always been a person who will avenge my grudges. I'm going to kill that bitch Lu Xiangyang. It's up to you to go or not. Others have no direct interest in Lu Xiangyang. She has no right to ask others to pay for her choices and decisions. Who knew that just as she finished speaking, Feng Chen couldn't wait to say, Go. I'll go wherever you go. Feng Wang DOOS. There is no hope. Let it be destroyed. Song Niannian was stunned for a moment. Song Mimi on the side said, The reason why the fast blade mantis and I are where we are today is because we have been tempered in battle. It's never been my style to look ahead and behind. Qian Duo curled his lips and said, You all are going. How can I not go? Besides, Yuawawa at least gave me a broken spirit fruit. I have a lot of money, although I occasionally make some dirty money. But one of the rules of life is that you should never owe favors to anyone, including your pets. Song Niannian smiled. Why do I suddenly feel that it's not so scary for a few entry-level beastmasters to rescue someone from the monarch's pile of pets? In the sea of white flowers, Yuawawa is suffering from inhuman torture. The butler ordered the wind demon dog to, biting its vines, burning its body with fire over and over again. Yuawawa rolled around in the sea of fire and pain, screaming in agony. Brother, what are you doing? Let it go, brother. As soon as Lu Fei woke up, he saw a horrifying scene in front of him. He summoned the wind speed dog to stop them, but he was ruthlessly pushed to the ground by other people's pets. I could only watch Yuawawa suffer. Xiao Fei, the moonflower can heal my legs. When Lu Fei heard this, he was stunned. Grandpa had sought out so many masters and even tried his best to invite an emperor-level healing beastmaster. The conclusion they came to was that their brother's beast-controlling space was completely destroyed and could never be restored. He hesitated for a moment, and his brother's gentle smile from childhood appeared before him. At that time, his elder brother was still a gentleman who would take the blame for his misfortunes. He was a bit stupid at that time and was always bullied by the children from the Qian and Lei families. My brother went to their houses one by one to get back his revenge. Until that day, my brother was carried home. Others said that my brother was too self-deprecating to dare to contract an A-plus dark pet. But he knew in his heart that his brother was not that kind of person. Since then, my brother has been depressed. He stays in his room all day long and doesn't come out. He beat and scolded his servants and smashed things. He looked at Lu Xiangyang with eyes as deep as the Black Sea, revealing a sense of desire. There was silence for a moment. Suddenly, a very foul smell wafted into everyone's nose. Ugh, what's that smell? A woman covered her nose with a look of disgust. Wind demon dog, spin around and create wind to disperse this smell. A middle-aged man looked around vigilantly and gave instructions. But it had no effect. The smell became stronger and stronger, and dust blew up around them. Soon, it completely blocked everyone's view. The strong stench seemed even more obvious after everyone lost their vision. On the leeward side of a hillside, two young men squatted on the ground. Qian Duo covered his nose and mouth with a colorful headscarf, but his hands kept making the stinky snail noodles. He never dreamed that Song Niannian could come up with such a ridiculous idea. He was the eldest son of the Qian family and had lived a life of luxury for more than 10 years. This is the first time I smell such a disgusting smell, especially since there are about 100 servings of snail noodles in front of me. Song Niannian, you have to use all your storage devices to pack up the snail noodles. But he glanced at Fengchun, who used to be elegant and serious. I suddenly felt balanced. What's going on? Song Niannian asked. It will be fine soon. Fengchun replied painfully. Song Niannian made an okay gesture, signaling Xiaodu to increase the force of throwing sand. The Wind Emperor Eagle and the Swift Blade Mantis kept creating wind, carrying the smell and dust towards Lu Xiangyang and others not far away. Song Niannian looked at the busy people and fell in a deep thought. The multiplication of the gemflower dragon can amplify a certain smell, and the dust formed by the cooperation of the small earth and the Wind Emperor Eagle can serve as a cover. It should be able to paralyze the pet's sense of smell and vision to a certain extent. Okay, Qian Duo shouted excitedly. Song Niannian stopped thinking and picked up the smelly snail rice noodle. Crash, it fell directly from the top of his head. Chapter 62, I may not be able to accompany you. Snowball, let's go. Song Niannian stood beside Snowball, who had transformed into a Xinyan cat. The dust was right in the middle at this time. Master, shall we leave here first? The housekeeper suggested. Lu Xiangyang took out a pocket watch and checked the time. No, according to the information they provided, the closest full moon night in the Moonlight Secret Realm is today. If we miss this opportunity, the next time it is obtained 50 years later, this position will be the location where the moonlight is most abundant and the best place for it to evolve. As soon as he finished speaking, their pets began to move strangely. A man shouted, "Oh no, the moonflower is gone." Snowball took Song Niannian through the stinking dust. She accurately locked onto the location of the moonflower. Before Lu Xiangyang and others could react, he picked up Yuawawa from the Sea of Fire. The burnt Yuhuahua, who was unconscious, saw Song Niannian. The eyes filled with tears. Migu. Song Niannian suddenly felt angry. She passed the information to Xueqiu and to Lu Xiangyang. And Lu Xiangyang reacted immediately. It's Song Niannian. Her dark cloud step has the ability to escape into light and darkness. The next second, he only felt someone whispering in his ear. Congratulations, you guessed it right. But there is no reward. The claws were on his neck. Young master. There were cries of surprise from the crowd. At this moment, a breeze blew past the crowd. It easily dispelled the sandstorm created by the Wind Emperor Eagle and Xiao Tu, whose bloodline had awakened after taking the broken spirit fruit. Song Niannian kidnapped Lu Xiangyang. She smiled at everyone who was looking at her. Everyone, it really feels like a long time since we last met. The housekeeper and others looked livid, having been careless. Student Yin, what do you want to do? Lu Xiangyang raised his head slightly, and his pale neck glowed faintly red in the moonlight. Song Niannian lowered her head and said, I heard everything you said. Of course I know I can't beat you. So, she raised her hands high, and Fengchun sat on the Wind Emperor Eagle and took the Yuehua flower. So, let's sit down and chat and eat some snail noodles. She felt relieved only when she saw the Wind Emperor Eagle successfully enter the forest. But Snowball's claws did not leave Lu Xiangyang's neck. Let Xiangyang go. The woman ordered her pet to rush forward. Snowball stretched out his paw forward, and blood immediately appeared on Lu Xiangyang's snow-white neck. Don't move, or your Xiangyang might go to hell with me. The wind demon dog stopped in front of Song Niannian. Lu Xiangyang turned his head calmly and smiled at her. It would be a wonderful thing to go to hell with you. Song Niannian rolled her eyes in her heart. Who wants to be with you? I will return him to you, but I have 3 requirements. First, give up catching the moonflower. Second, the pet that broke my little dog's leg broke its own leg. Third, I will beat back the woman who just whipped me twice as hard. The girl looked at everyone with a smile on her face. She had originally thought about killing Lu Xiangyang, but I thought of that guy Lu Fei. Forget it. Let's spare this bastard's life. The butler just started to speak. Snowball dug his claws deeper. We promise. After saying that, he looked at the wind demon dog. The wind demon dog received the message from its master and cut off one of its legs without hesitation. Not enough. I want all 4. Song Niannian said lightly, Don't go too far. Snowball's paw reached forward a little further. Good. The wind demon dog looked at Song Niannian and Snowball with hatred. It's your turn. Song Niannian looked up at the woman. She was bold and ruthless and walked straight towards Song Niannian. Song Niannian took the whip and was about to take action. The moonlight suddenly shone on everyone. It turned out that the moon blocking the clouds was slowly fading away. It will be a full moon soon. Song Niannian felt a little relieved. That's great. Lu Xiangyang may not live to see the next full moon night. Boom! The Wind Emperor Eagle was suddenly smashed in front of Song Niannian. The dust climbed up from it in a panic. He shouted to Song Niannian, Niannian, run! But it was too late. An old cat-like extraordinary beast slowly walked into everyone's sight in the moonlight. Song Niannian's heart tightened. Name, Double Pupil Lion King. Attribute, Spirit. Level, Emperor. Beast Taming Qualification, A+. Introduction. A cat-like supernatural creature with a third eye on its forehead, extremely intelligent, and with a strong learning ability. Comment, Goodbye, don't call me Grandpa anymore. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that I really am a troublemaker? Wherever the double pupil lion passed, all the people and pets collapsed to the ground. Qian Duo even spat out a mouthful of blood. It walked gracefully in front of Song Niannian, and its gaze lingered on Snowball for a long time. It's been a long time since I've encountered a pet that has both light and dark origins. It can actually talk? Song Niannian and Lu Xiangyang looked at it in shock. Don't be surprised. We, the Double Pupil Lion Clan, are famous for our wisdom. Human language is not difficult for us. Song Niannian restrained her emotions. What can I do for you? It tapped its tail lightly, and a ball of light wrapped around the moonflower flew into Song Niannian's arms. Let it evolve. Really? Song Niannian's heart sank to the bottom. She looked at Yuawa's dirty little face. It looked at Song Niannian with eyes full of attachment. She knew that if she didn't agree, she would probably die on the spot. Evolution is what extraordinary creatures pursue throughout their lives. What's more, the one in front of me is an old one. An emperor-level extraordinary creature who is about to be buried at the end of his life. She paused again and again, but couldn't help asking, How long have you lived? I don't remember. The long wait has made me lose my respect for time. Won't you feel lonely after living this long? There was a hint of doubt in the eyes of the double pupil lion. Loneliness? What is that? I live here, and everything here is under my control. I am the god of this world, and God will never be lonely. Song Niannian took a deep breath and looked at Snowball. He looked at Xiaodu again, and finally set his gaze on Yuawawa. She looked into Yuawawa's trusting eyes, although she didn't know why it didn't want to go with her. But she couldn't do the act of betraying the life of someone who trusted her wholeheartedly. I'm sorry, I can't help you evolve it. After Song Niannian said this, her eyes became firm. The lion with double pupils shook his head, and his eyes became cold. Suddenly, Song Niannian felt as if her heart was being tightly clamped down on, and she was deprived of her breath. She tried hard not to kneel down. In the sorrowful eyes of Snowball and Little Two, she spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, Shuechio Xiaodu. It's really nice to meet you, but I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Chapter 63, Beauty Under the Moon. Niannian. When Song Niannian fell down, all that was heard was a heart-wrenching scream. Snowball and Xiaodu were shocked, and began to twitch all over. They gritted their teeth and tried to use their skills to get closer to Song Niannian. But he was suppressed by the double-pupiled Lion King and could not move. Meow! Snowball let out a shrill cry, and the starlight in the sky gathered into a thumb-sized stream that slowly flowed into its body. Its eyes became deeper, and the ribbon behind it was stained with a little star power. The double-pupil Lion King took a look and said, "It's really rare that he can mobilize the power of the stars. It's a pity that you are too weak. If you had the ability of a monarch." Before it could finish its words, the third eye on its forehead opened, and Snowball was immediately pushed back. Snowball and Xiaodu raised their heads stubbornly. The angry eyes seemed to want to remember the appearance of the Lion King with double pupils. Wind Emperor Eagle. A strong wind blew towards the double-pupiled Lion King, but was easily dispersed by its tail. The Wind Emperor Eagle fell to the ground, and Fengchen spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the Lion King with red eyes. "Your Wind Emperor Eagle has reverted to its original form. For the sake of your ancestors, I will spare your life. Don't do anything stupid." After saying this, the Lion King with double pupils turned his gaze to the moonflower squatting beside Song Niannian, which was constantly supplying life energy into her body. "Little one, the one you are waiting for will never come. If you don't bloom, this girl will die completely, and your current life energy is just a drop in the bucket for her." Yuawa stared blankly at Song Niannian's face, tears falling down. "No, don't die. Please." Yuawa never told anyone. The memory of that man in its mind became increasingly faint, so faint that it could no longer remember his face. The ones who replaced them were all Song Niannian. The way you feed it delicious food, the way you smile and pinch its face, the look of nervously asking it if it wants to go with it, and the look of protecting it tightly when running away. Its eyes gradually became firm. "Me." Yuawa raised her head and looked at the dazzlingly bright, full moon in the sky. 300 years is actually enough time for it to bloom. It's just that it's too lonely and has been waiting for that person to come back and watch it bloom for 300 years. Now I can't wait for him, but I can wait for her. It turned back and looked at Song Niannian with affection. Everyone knows that the energy from the blooming moonflower can increase the chances of successful evolution of an emperor-level pet. But no one knows that the beauty and brilliance of the moonflower after it blooms takes hundreds of years to accumulate. Once it blooms, it will only have a quarter of an hour to live. At that time, Song Niannian asked it if it wanted to go with him. It thought about it for a long time, but it knew clearly through its inherited memory. "I have a lot of energy, but I don't have the power to protect myself." It cannot protect Song Niannian, but will only put her in endless danger. Such a good person, of course, cannot die. Suddenly, the entire Moonlight secret realm began to shake. Green dots of light appeared around the moonflower. Then the spots of light became more and more numerous and larger, until it filled the entire sky of the Moonlight secret realm. A ray of moonlight fell and shone on the moonflower. It slowly closed its eyes, feeling the energy fluctuations in its body, feeling the strong love surging in my heart. The bud on its head trembles slightly, and pink pollen floats out of it. It sprinkled on Song Niannian and everyone else. Song Niannian just felt like she had another dream. She is the protagonist of all the dreams this time. A warm energy enveloped her. She couldn't help but open her eyes. But I was amazed by the scene before me. The pink light wrapped the moonflower and flew into the air. The flowing moonlight meanders towards it. Whisper! It is the sound of flowers blooming. At this time, in the outside world, Bai Wuxiang, who was searching for the entrance to the secret realm, suddenly felt the restlessness of his pet. Feel the sound coming from your pet. It's actually the moonflower. A hint of heat flashed in his eyes. It's that direction. Go there quickly. Without even his instructions, the pet under him had already flashed over. Song Niannian stared blankly at the moonflower that had evolved in midair. Name: Moon Beauty. Attribute: Life. Level: Monarch. Beast Taming Qualification: S+. Introduction: An extinct plant-like supernatural creature, the final evolution of the moonflower, full of love and innocence. A pet that can only complete its evolution in love and happiness. Comment: Woo woo woo, it's so beautiful, I'll lick it first. The white petals form its skirt, engraved with retro and exquisite patterns. Green vines entwine the feet of the beauty under the moon. A huge white flower blooms on its left face. Song Niannian stared blankly at such a beautiful thing. The double-pupiled Lion King at the side had a look of despair and greed in his eyes. The energy from the moonflower's evolution just now shook the barrier in his body. If you eat it, once the thought came to mind, it could not be suppressed. It quickly ran towards the moonflower. Careful, Song Niannian shouted loudly. However, what no one expected was that a bolt of lightning struck the double-pupil Lion King directly. It stood up without giving up and rushed towards the beauty under the moon again. But the result was the same. Why? It roared at the full moon in grief and anger. I have guarded this secret place and this broken flower for you for 300 years. In the past 300 years, there have been only some useless people here who have not yet awakened their intelligence. I just want to evolve and continue to live. You've left, but you still have the means to protect this broken flower. Huh. The Lion King with double pupils roared in despair. The devastating thunder did not stop, but one after another just blasted to death on the spot. At this time, Fengchen and Lu Xiangyang also woke up under the energy of Yuexia Beauty. Lu Xiangyang was surprised to find that his beast taming space had been restored. Perhaps Yuexia Beauty herself did not expect that her 300 years of accumulation. There is such a rich life energy. It looked at the surprised Song Niannian. Meow. Song Niannian walked up to it. He raised his head and smiled. Before I had to lower my head to look at you, but now I have to raise my head. Me. The beauty under the moon stretched out a cane and pinched Song Niannian's face. Ouch. Song Niannian also reached out to pinch its face. It's so beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful pet? You will want to know, Yuexia Beauty. Song Niannian realized that it had evolved. Well, do you want to come with me? She looked at it nervously. She really wanted to become its partner. The beauty under the moon was stunned. Then he stretched out the cane and touched her face, smiling and shaking his head. There was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Song Niannian felt lost in her heart, but she accurately captured the loss in its eyes. She immediately thought of the man in her dream. Chapter 64. Life is fleeting. Love is eternal. Song Niannian recalled the actions of the man in her dream. He bent over awkwardly, with his left hand behind his back. He wiped his dirty right hand on his clothes. Hand it. My beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? The beauty under the moon was stunned. The face of the girl in front of me overlapped with that man's face. It smiled happily and placed the vine in Song Niannian's palm. Meow. The sea of flowers around them fluttered. Petals fluttered in the air, surrounding them. The beauty under the moon led Song Niannian, and every step she took was on the flying petals. Little Two squatted on the ground and watched quietly. He shouted at Snowball, who was lying on his head. Woof! Boss Shue, are you not jealous anymore? Snowball propped up his little face with his front paws and wagged his tail gently. It looked at the man and the beast dancing in the air, the moonlight falling on them. The petals seemed to be endowed with souls, flying around them as they fell. They seemed to be out of this world. Meow, just lending its owner to it for a while. Just for a while. Woof! Don't worry, boss. I will definitely stand on your side. Snowball swung his tail on Xiaotu's butt. Meow. From now on, you should call it Lao San. Do you understand? Song Niannian felt like she had arrived in a fairyland. She even thought about it, and it didn't matter if Yuexia Beauty didn't want to go with her. When I get out, I will buy a lot of delicious and fun things and visit the little guy regularly. Keep it so that the little one will be plump and white. After the dance, Song Niannian was horrified to find that the figure of the beauty under the moon was gradually becoming illusory. Yuawa? What's wrong with you? Her voice trembled a little. The beauty under the moon looked at her own figure. Meow. Seeing the tears in Song Niannian's eyes, it used the cane to pull the corners of Song Niannian's mouth upward. A kiss gently fell on her forehead. Goodbye. The figure of the beauty under the moon disappeared in front of Song Niannian. A gust of wind blew by. Snowball felt someone whispering in his ear. Meow. Here, I'm returning the owner to you. Please protect her well in the future. Snowball's eyes were wet. Meow. It's okay if you borrow it longer. But no voice could answer it. Song Niannian stood there blankly. I couldn't believe it for a moment. She cried out, Yuawa, where have you been, Yuawa? Yuawa, the darling of heaven and earth, is pure and kind. Everyone knows that Yuawa can help the emperor-level pets evolve and heal their wounds. But they don't know that once it blooms, its long life will only last a quarter of an hour. A man in white came from not far away and spoke to everyone. He looked at Song Niannian and others and sighed imperceptibly. It was too late. and the moonlight flower still dissipated. After hearing Bai Wuxiang's words, Song Niannian stood there in a daze. Only a quarter of an hour left to live after blooming? So it blooms to save itself? A deep feeling of powerlessness came over her. At this time, a white flower fell from the sky. Bai Wuxiang's eyes lit up, but after feeling the energy inside, or gave up the fight, the white flower floated into Song Niannian's arms. She recognized this flower. It was the bud on the top of the moonflower. She felt her face was a little wet. I don't know when it started to drizzle in Yuehua's secret realm. It turns out that the moon can cry too. On the top of a tall tree not far away, a woman in purple sat on a branch and looked at the scene in the distance. A burly man behind her asked tentatively, "Sir, do you want us to grab that flower?" The purple-clothed woman paused while drinking and glanced over with disdain. "You guys from the Eyes of Light are really going backwards as you steal a little girl's things. It seems I have to reconsider my cooperation with you." The strong man knelt down in fear and dared not speak again. How dare he speak in front of this adult? What if she really doesn't cooperate with the organization because of what I said? It is estimated that he will be eaten alive by several bishops when he returns. Lu Xiangyang held a bouquet of white flowers in his hand and placed it at Song Niannian's feet. "Xiangyang?" Song Niannian knocked him down with her elbow, sat on him, grabbed his neck with both hands, and looked cold. She reached out and broke Lu Xiangyang's arms with force. "Song Niannian, how dare you?" Everyone from the Lu family attacked her. Fengchen and others summoned their pets to resist her. Seeing that a war was about to break out, Lu Xiangyang endured the pain and shouted, "Don't come over here!" Song Niannian did not stop moving. He stood up and stepped hard on his legs. "Is this how you tortured Yuehua just now? I remember using fire." Cold sweat broke out on Lu Xiangyang's forehead, but his eyes were fixed on hers. Song Niannian glanced at everyone. "Break your own hands." Lu Xiangyang gritted his teeth and said, "Xiangyang, listen to me." In the end, everyone in the Lu family cut off their hands. Today, they have witnessed Song Niannian's vindictiveness. For a Yuehua flower that I just met a few days ago to be able to do this, but I couldn't help but feel respect. People who value friendship and loyalty are always worthy of respect. There was no ripple in Song Niannian's eyes. "Song Niannian, I really consider you a friend," Lu Xiangyang said seriously. "Oh." She sneered and was about to attack again when a hand grabbed her. "That's enough." Bai Wuxiang looked at the girl in front of him. "The dead cannot be resurrected, so don't torture yourself." Song Niannian closed her eyes. Meow Snowball jumped onto Song Niannian's shoulder and kept rubbing his head against her face. She hugged Snowball and buried her head in its body. Xiao stretched out his front legs, put them on Song Niannian, and held her in his arms. After a long while, Song Niannian looked up. It seems to have returned to its former state. The news that the moonflower appeared in the moon's secret realm shocked many emperor-level beast tamers. Many people are eager to make a move, although the moonflower has faded. But the girl who was favored by the moonflower entered the vision of many families and bigwigs. Song Niannian, who was being missed by many bigwigs, was sitting on the tree where they first met. Next to it was a bowl of self-heating hot pot, which she found in her dormitory. The flow rate of the Moonlight secret realm is different from that of the outside world. They stayed in it for 3 days. The reality is that 3 full months have passed. The lights in the training base were on at this time, and many people were cursing the person who cooked snail noodles in the middle of the night. Song Niannian calmly finished the noodles in her hand and jumped off the tree. Before leaving, she turned around and glanced at the untouched hot pot. She reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a bracelet on her exposed wrist with a white flower in the middle. "Thank you." Chapter 65. Good night. Woof woof woof. Xiao Tu rushed into the house excitedly, dragged Song Niannian out of the room. After the owner came home, he worked much harder. It is a little uncomfortable for a while, but it can always take a rest when it snows. Song Niannian helplessly watched as her newly bought cotton coat was bitten by the little worm again. "Xiao Tu, this is the 3rd piece of clothing you've damaged." Woof. Xiao Tu immediately lay on the ground and looked at her with wet eyes. Song Niannian. "Okay, I don't mean to blame you. Just bite if you want." Woof. "Yeah, what Boss Shui said is indeed right. The master can't resist us being cute." Song Niannian looked at the snow falling all over the sky. It's snowing. 3 days in the Moonlight's secret realm, 3 months in the real world. When they came back, they just caught up with the last day of joint training. Although there was no training, A bunch of people surrounded them to collect various information about the Moonlight Secret Realm. News reports are all about the sensation caused by the emergence of new secret realms and the possible benefits they may bring. Today, the Uewa Secret Realm has been controlled by the official organization. Since the most powerful pet beast inside has been dealt with, in the future it may be used as a training ground for new beastmasters. Song Niannian touched the white flower on the bracelet. Everything I experienced in the secret realm seemed like a dream. Ring, ring, ring. She picked up the phone. Song Niannian, you want to die for not answering my call? Qian Duoduo's loud voice brought her back from her chaotic thoughts. What do you want from me, Master Qian? What's the matter? I'm looking for you to have a meal. All the brothers are here. Come on or not? Is it free? Qian Duoduo. Who do you look down on? When Song Niannian went in with Snowball in her arms, the room was in chaos. The protagonist is here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Song Mimi complained to her. Song Niannian saw Fengchun and Song Mimi were there, and couldn't help but wonder. Why haven't you two returned to Sui City yet? Who knows? Maybe someone has other intentions than drinking. Qian Duoduo spoke while secretly glancing at Fengchun. Ahem, eat. The meat should be cooked. Fengchun coughed a few times to cover up, then quickly stood up and picked up a large bowl of meat and placed it in front of Song Niannian. Woof! Xiao Tu jumped out of the beast control space and ate all the meat in the bowl, looking at Fengchun with a provocative look. Boy, if you want to pick up girls, ask me first. The Wind Emperor Eagle stared at Xiao Tu with sharp eyes, and the gazes of the two pets clashed in the room. Eagle. What? You want to fight? Woof! Hit me if you dare. The Fenghuang Eagle signaled Xiao Tu to go out. Xiao Tu is determined to be brave and not afraid of anyone. Xiao Tu, where are you going? Song Niannian looked at Xiao Tu and Feng Wangdio and asked. Woof! Xiao Tu's eyes immediately turned innocent. Fenghuang Eagle. You kid. Song Niannian fed Snowball, meat mouthful by mouthful. By the way, I just wanted to discuss something with you all. She paused and continued. I want to start an organization. I wonder if you are interested. She hesitated for a long time before making this decision. After going through so much, she found that the world was more complicated than she had imagined. Strength is far more important than she thought. I'm in. Qian Duoduo held the chopsticks in his mouth and said nonchalantly. With your qualifications, Song Niannian, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should have done this a long time ago. Song Mimi put down the bowl. I'll join too. I've been alone for a long time, and it seems like it would be nice to be with you guys. The eyes of the other three people in the room turned to Fengchun. He wiped his mouth with dignity and looked at Song Niannian's expectant eyes. Ayufine. Great. What should we call our organization? We have to give it something domineering. Qian Duoduo immediately jumped up excitedly. How about being invincible? Song Niannian curled the corners of her mouth. Haha. Could you please get this thing out of here for me? Why not just call me X? There is no specific direction, and it is difficult for others to associate it with us. Fengchun suggested lightly, but his eyes were fixed on Song Niannian without blinking. Song Niannian touched his chin. I have no objection. It's just a nickname anyway. Don't you really want to consider becoming invincible? Everyone. By the way, let's take a photo to celebrate the birth of our X organization. Song Mimi suggested. At this time, Xiao Tu and Fenghuang Diao also came back. But their faces were swollen and their bodies were dirty. What did you two do? Song Niannian looked at them speechlessly. There won't be a fight, will there? Xiao Tu and Fenghuang Diao were startled. They immediately leaned against each other and put their arms around each other's shoulders, looking like good brothers. In fact, the tail is almost broken. Snowball nestled on Song Niannian's body, watching their little movements in silence. Humph, so childish. It's still more comfortable in the master's arms. Come on, look at the camera. Song Mimi smiled. Crack. At this time, people still don't know. The future famous X organization was born under such unorthodox circumstances. The meal lasted until the evening. Seeing that it was too late, Song Niannian and the others decided to stay overnight at Qian Duoduo's house. Anyway, he has many rooms in his house. Niannian, I have something to tell you. Fengchun called out to Song Niannian, who was about to go out to get some fresh air. He looked at that cold face, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. My heart seemed to be beating out of my chest. He was sure that at the moment, he thought she was dead in the secret realm. He was extremely sure. How about you answer the phone first? Song Niannian looked at Fengchun with amusement. How stupid is this guy? He doesn't even answer the phone after it's been ringing for so long. Okay, okay. Feng Chun hurriedly walked to the side and answered the phone. On the other end of the line was his grandfather's excited voice. Feng Chun, I heard from Duo that your Wind Emperor Eagle bloodline has returned to your ancestral lineage. Is that true? Feng Chun was silent for a long time. Yes. That's great, that's great. Our lineage can finally return to the main family. Ha, that's great. Feng Chun listened to the crying and laughing voice on the other end of the phone. Grandpa, do we have to go back? What nonsense are you talking about? We have been waiting for 100 years just for this opportunity. The dust is not in words. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the girl looking at the stars by the window. He laughed at himself, yes. Isn't this what he was born to do? Song Niannian looked at Feng Chun's pale face and asked with concern. What's wrong? What did you want to tell me just now? Nothing, I just wanted to say, I'm glad to meet you. Yeah, me too. Song Niannian's smile is as beautiful as a flower. Good night. Feng Chun forced himself to turn around. Well, good night, see you tomorrow. Chapter 66 New Year's Eve. After Song Niannian and Qian Duo bid farewell to Feng Chun and Song Mimi who were returning to Sui City, I took Xueqiu and Xiaodu to Guangnan's commercial street. A long street hung with red lanterns, full of the breath of life. Everyone is celebrating the coming of the new year. It seems that the New Year customs here are similar to those on Earth in the previous life. Song Niannian looked at the couplets and the word fu in front of her, as well as the bustling crowd. I couldn't help but think of my previous life. But now, she looked at Snowball and Xiaotu. Huh? Where's my dog? Stop right there. Stop right there. You haven't paid yet. Song Niannian turned her head and looked. Xiaotu ran up to her with a roasted chicken in his mouth, grunting, staring at her. Thank you. So this scene appeared. Song Niannian kept apologizing to the stall owner. Snowball was hammering Xiaotu's dog's head. Xiaotu lowered his head and did not dare to look at Snowball and his master. But he didn't stop moving. Smacking, smacking. He was the one who said I could try it, smacking, smacking. Song Niannian's mouth twitched when she sensed Xiaotu's emotions. Are you sure they said you can eat a whole one? But seeing Xiaotu and Xueqiu. Never mind, they're still children. There is no such thing as a child who doesn't love to eat and have fun. Come on, I'll take you to eat all over this street today. Song Niannian picked up Snowball and rubbed his head hard. Well, if Master is the best, I love him the most. Meow. Be quiet. I'm the one who loves your master the most. Song Niannian brought the two little ones to eat from the beginning to the end of the street. The little ones were compensated for all the food they had never eaten. She touched her belly. I feel like I'm going to burst. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. A wretched little old man, wearing a pink cotton jacket, a pink woolen hat, a pair of U-brand snow boots on his feet, and a pair of pink sunglasses on his face, made Song Niannian almost get rheumatoid arthritis. He was looking around, and seeing that no one was noticing, he quickly slipped into a street. Isn't this it, Principal? Song Niannian winked at Xueqiu. Understand? Snowball. Ojabike. She quickly walked to the entrance of the alley, bought a black scarf and mask from a street stall, and wrapped herself tightly. Then, he and Snowball blended into the surrounding darkness. Song Niannian looked at the pink shop in front of her that exuded a girlish feeling. Pink love? He looked at Snowball, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. She had just reached the door. Two big men in pink aprons stopped her. Sorry, only our members can enter here. Song Niannian coughed lightly and lowered her voice. How can I become your member? The big men looked her up and down. You can't. Despite the setback, Song Niannian did not give up. She found a window and let Snowball take her in through the gap. Although I didn't understand it, I was shocked. This is the only thing Song Niannian wanted to say at this moment. She thought there was some unspeakable secret here. The result is a group of men knitting sweaters. Ah, you guys are being so secretive. Are you just here to knit a sweater? She saw the principal in the crowd. She was happily teaching a bunch of old guys how to weave towels. It really is an unexpected interest. Follow the market trend. Feng Chun looked at the family, which was extra lively this year. The usually serious grandfather was drunk for the first time. Even he was forced to drink a lot. He left the crowd and returned to his own little courtyard. Looking at the empty yard with only a few training props, for the first time he felt lonely. He took out the Wanyan pearl. He has watched the scene countless times. It was the scene where Song Niannian and Yuawawa danced under the moon. He looked and looked, then slowly walked to the center of the yard, his cheeks flushed, and he stretched out his hands stiffly, as if he was holding something. Then he closed his eyes, recalled Song Niannian's dance, and tapped his steps. Under the moonlight, there was only him and his shadow. The thorny sea dragon looked around in confusion. Was the master like this before? Feng Wandio. I said it wasn't you who believed it. After Song Niannian found that she couldn't tease the principal with his little secret, he returned home with his two pets. Grandma has already prepared the meal. The warm atmosphere of home seemed to heal all her pain. Come on, come on. Grandma, didn't you say you would wait for me to come back and help you? Why did you do it yourself? Oh, you were so busy with training, cooking is not a big deal. Today is New Year's Eve. Look what I made. All of them are your favorite foods. Xiao Tu excitedly lay on the table, wagging his tail. New Year's Eve is great. There are so many delicious foods. I wish every day could be New Year's Eve. Snowball slapped Xiao Tu's butt and said, behave yourself. Xiao Tu lowered his head in grievance. Okay, boss. Suddenly, there was a sound of firecrackers outside the window. Song Niannian walked to the window and saw dazzling fireworks blooming in the sky. Oh, the fireworks were set off so early this year, just right for the side dishes. I'll go get some more wine, so we can have a good drink together. Wu Ju went to the kitchen happily. Song Niannian leaned against the door frame and looked at her busy family. Snowball brought another set of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and placed them on an empty seat. It sensed that Song Niannian seemed to be looking at it, so it raised its head and called out to Song Niannian. Then it jumped into her arms, its little paws opening and closing constantly, and its little tail pulled Song Niannian's hair, shaking it gently, as if it was acting coquettishly. Xiao Tu, who was stealing food. Oh no, the boss is secretly eating me again. So he immediately ran to Song Niannian, stuck out his tongue, and tried to open his eyes wide and blink at her. Song Niannian felt upset because of them. She held her heart. Is this what I want to protect? In this life, I am no longer alone. Outside Guangnan District, Chen Ziqing casually half-lay on the sky poison scorpion. Her clothes are half exposed, showing her charming demeanor. She fell down drunkenly, looking at the Milky Way in the sky. Song Niannian, could you be the key? A voice came from a distance. Azzy, what exactly do you want to do in Guangnan? Bai Wuxiang rode his pet beast and approached her from the deep forest. Chen Ziqing's eyes are half closed. Why? Our Mr. Bai won't go and seek justice. Why are you looking for a villain like me? Bai Wuxiang's eyes showed a struggle. You know very well that I can't do anything to you. Oh, Bai Wuxiang, put away your hypocritical face. I, Chen Ziqing, do not need anyone's pity, especially you. Azzy, do we really have to do this? Don't call me this name. It only makes me feel evil. Sky poison scorpion, let's go. My good mood was ruined by a fly. The sky poison scorpion propped up the ground with its tail and jumped. Then it disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 67 New Semester. Song Niannian yawned loudly. I was bored and looked at the teacher who was talking about the key points of the review. His eyes fell on the two empty seats beside him. After the new semester started, Lu Fei and Lu Xiangyang transferred to another school. The grudge between her and Lu Xiangyang had nothing to do with Lu Fei. It's just that this silly boy feels sorry for her. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to force it. The only thing missing is the person who ate spicy noodles with her in class. No one was there to accompany her in getting scolded. But it seems that the teachers all know who she is. As long as she doesn't go too far in class, I usually choose to ignore her. Alas, Song Niannian sighed. He took a bite of the spicy strips in his hand and threw it into the trash can with disgust. It's not that the food you eat secretly is tasteless. Suddenly, the teacher stopped and went out to answer the phone. After coming in again, he led two people in. The class suddenly exploded. Oh my God! Oh my God! He's in the same class with me? Song Niannian raised her head, attracted by everyone's voices. Fengchen is introducing himself. Hello, everyone. I am Fengchen. Song Niannian's eyes widened suddenly. Fengchen seemed to see her and blinked at her. Suddenly, the girls in the class screamed again. Song Mimi, who was standing on the side, said, Okay, Fengchen and Song Mimi both transferred to our school from Sui City. Students should get along well with them in the days ahead. Finally, I waited until the get-out of class was over. Song Niannian immediately asked the two people sitting next to her, Why did you two come to transfer here? Song Mimi glanced at Fengchen, whose neck was red. He said teasingly, Hey, what can we do? Who called someone? Fengchen glared at him. She immediately changed her words. Who told us that we are from the same organization? As younger brothers, we must follow the boss. Qian Duo was being led by the teacher to the classroom. There was an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. I suddenly appeared in front of Song Niannian. She would probably be startled. When the time comes, I will take more photos of Song Niannian's daily life and use them to blackmail Function. He will be so envious. Ha! Then he flung open the door. Song Niannian, I've transferred to your class. Come and greet me. Everyone in the classroom. Song Niannian and the other two stared at him in astonishment, then immediately picked up their textbooks to cover their faces, silently reciting in their hearts. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. Why are you two here? At this time, the principal's office of Guangnan District No. 2 Middle School. Li Huta happily put down his phone. Even though the principals of Guangnan No. 1 Middle School and Sui City No. 1 Middle School had just scolded him like a sieve, it didn't dampen his good mood at all. He couldn't help but twist his butt in his pink trousers and hum a song. Today is a good day, a good day. Song Niannian and her group of four were sitting in a circle. Qian Duoduo looked at them with resentment. Feng Chen turned his head away uncomfortably, and his eyes could not help but fall on Song Niannian. Song Niannian, so you guys are really transferring here now? Qian Duoduo leaned back in his chair and blew a bubble gum. Yes, the principal of No. 1 Middle School refused to let me leave, but they cannot decide my will. But Feng Chen, is your principal willing to let you go? Well, maybe there is no shortage of good students. Song Mimi, who was standing by, didn't want to expose him. The day they left, the principal almost knelt down and begged him. Among this group of people, only Song Niannian, a love idiot, could not see Feng Chen's little thoughts about her. But that's what makes it interesting. Snowball looked at Feng Chen unhappily from the side. You stinky man wants to steal my master. Have you asked me? The Windy Eagle didn't dare to provoke Snowball this time, and could only think in his mind. Master, you'd better take care of yourself. As for me, the bird, I'm in trouble. By the way, do you know about the college entrance examination reform? Song Mimi suddenly asked. Song Niannian pricked up his ears. College entrance examination reform? How come she doesn't know anything about it? You don't even know this. Are you taking the college entrance examination this year? Qian Duoduo looked disdainful. What should I do? I really want to beat him up, even though he is my teammate. Song Niannian couldn't help it. She clenched her fist and hit Qian Duoduo hard on the head. Say it again. Don't hit me, Sister Nian. I'm wrong. Don't hit me in the face. After being taught a good lesson, Qian Duoduo became much more honest. Feng Chen coughed and said, let me explain to you. The college entrance examination in previous years consisted of a cultural examination and a beast control examination. Everyone should know this. However, this year's beast taming exam not only includes the most basic beast taming ability tests, but also adds a ranking list. Rankings? What is this for? Song Niannian asked doubtfully. For the purpose of ranking, as everyone knows, in addition to the 4 major provinces, we also have the Central Region. There are many noble families in the Central Region. The children of these noble families have the best educational resources and beast taming resources since childhood. After Feng Chen said this, everyone's expressions became serious. Song Niannian knew that this was a crucial point. However, in previous college entrance exams, the children of these noble families also participated. Their overall strength is much higher than that of ordinary noble families and ordinary beastmasters. This leads to an increase in the proportion of them being admitted to good universities, while the proportion of civilian beastmasters being admitted will decrease. At this point, Song Niannian probably had a vague idea in her mind. So this reform is to break this deadlock? Yes. In order to increase the admission ratio of civilian students, we use the ranking form. As long as one of the basic abilities can be on the list, it can increase the attention of others and thus increase their chances of being admitted. Song Niannian frowned. This didn't sound very reliable. Are you sure that all those on the list are from aristocratic families? Feng Chen seemed to see her doubts. In order to prevent only the children of aristocratic families from making the list, the country has set up a different assessment standard this time, and they will not participate in the Unified College Entrance Examination. Song Niannian felt relieved. So that's how it was. But Feng Chen changed the subject. The 5 academies are different. They recruit students independently. If you want to enter the 5 academies, you have to compete with the children of aristocratic families. What we know now is that the top 1,000 students in the college entrance examination rankings will compete with the children of aristocratic families for the 500 places to enter the 5 academies. After listening to this, Song Niannian was not only not shocked. Instead, a raging fire ignited in my heart. She looked at the 3 people whose eyes were burning with fire like hers. He raised his fist. So, do you have any idea to go and meet the 5 major academies and those seemingly powerful aristocratic family disciples? Why not? I'm not a coward. Duoduo's fist bumped against him. Song Mimi followed closely behind. Fengchen chuckled and clenched his hands into fists. Boom! Chapter 68 New Skills. Snowball, Light Therapy. Song Niannian directed Snowball, and a white light flashed across Snowball's body. Xiao Tu, who was lying on the ground dying, suddenly jumped up and down. Song Mimi, who was watching from the side, showed envy in her eyes. How could there be such a perfect beastmaster like Snowball? It can fight, act cute, and heal. It's simply perfect. Song Niannian looked at Xiao Tu. He coughed solemnly. Ahem, Xiao Tu, your skill release speed and accuracy need to be improved. Many skills can be used more flexibly. For example, when we were in the Moonlight Secret Realm before, the earth wall you created in the air served as a stepping stone for me. The little two's ears twitched, and he fell into deep thought. Snowball on the side is training his long-range attack skills hard. Since the last time the 4 of them decided to enter the 5 academies together, they started a crazy special training mode. The school's cultural content only requires simple memorization for entry-level beastmasters, which is not a difficult problem for the 4 of them. Song Niannian clearly feels that her mental and physical strength have greatly improved, and the content in the textbook is simply easy for her. So she spends 3 hours a day on cultural subjects and the rest of the time training Xiaodu and Xueqiu. In order to discover problems more quickly, the 4 of them would play against each other in Duoduo's house every day, and then review the game together after the game. 2 months later, all 4 of them had made visible progress. Song Niannian looked at the information panels of Xueqiu and Xiaotu. Master. Song Niannian. Lefo. Snowball. Xuan Yangket. Attributes. Dark. Light. Level. Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification. A+. Evolution Path. 1. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Kill, Shinkai Monarch. 2. Dark Cloud Step, Shadow Beast, Shadow Punishment, King Ling Yi. 3. Dark Cloud Step, Xinyan Cat. Bloodline Awakening 18%. Reach 20% to update to the next stage. Skills, Shadow Escape, 5% of the peak. Steel Claw Mastery, Charge Mastery, Shadow Clone Mastery, Shadow Ball Mastery, Air Step Mastery, Entanglement Mastery, 8-segment Kick Mastery, Meteor Tail Mastery, Slap Proficient, Light Therapy Mastery, Guard Mastery, Strengthen Proficient, Eye of Delusion Mastery, Starbreaker Perfection. Usable Skill Points 0. Master. Song Niannian. Level. Xiaodu Coyote Dog. Attributes. Earth Space. Level. Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification. A+. Evolution Path. Pastoral Dog Coyote Dog, Blue Wind Wolf, Summerblade, Jade Dragon Horse. Bloodline unlocked 20%, reaching 50% to update to the next stage. Skills. Earth Wall Great, Sand Throwing Perfect, Concealment Proficient, Earth Spike Proficient, Earth Prison Proficient, Vortex Proficient, Severance Beginner, Crushing Proficient, Blessing Proficient, Teleportation Proficient, Spatial Replacement Beginner. Usable Skill Points 0. It is worth mentioning that the soul-breaking fruit that Xiaotu obtained in the Yuehua Secret Realm enabled it to successfully awaken its spatial attributes. Not only did its skill panel instantly become luxurious, but even a new evolutionary form was unlocked. She had always thought that the ceiling of Pastoral Dog was Xiaoren. After all, the country currently has no information saying that there is a new stage of evolution above Xiaoren. Song Niannian is certain that Xiaotu will definitely surprise everyone after his successful evolution. But thinking of Snowball's light and dark co-evolution, she was in a mess. Anyway, if there are too many lice, I am not afraid of them biting me. It is impossible to stop moving forward just because you are afraid of unknown challenges. While Song Niannian was thinking, the battle between Fengchen's Thorn-Sea Dragon and Duoduo's second pet, the Sky-Shaking Frog, had already ended. Fengchen's Thorn-Sea Dragon took a slight advantage and successfully won this round. Duoduo walked over to Song Niannian with an unhappy look on his face and sat down. No, it's fine that I can't beat the monster Song Niannian, but I can't beat you either. Song Niannian was speechless. Can you do it behind my back next time you say something bad about me? Duoduo seemed to have sensed the hostile looks from Xueqiu and Xiaodu, and he immediately shut up. Just kidding. They have all witnessed the speed of progress of Song Niannian's 2 pets. Currently, the only one that can fight with Song Niannian Snowball is Fengchen's Wind Emperor Eagle. Meow. Song Niannian reached out to catch the snowball that flew towards her, picked it up and rubbed its belly, and gave Snowball a full-body massage. The coyote on the side was waiting obediently in line for Song Niannian's favor. Qian Duoduo's gemflower dragon came up to him and said, "Bud, Qian Duoduo, do you want to see your armor?" Fengchen walked up to her and said, "Nian, do you want to fight?" Xiao Tu jumped up and stared at the Wind Emperor Eagle for a long time. "Ouch, boss, you go ahead." Feng Wang Eagle. "You kid." "Okay, Snowball or Little Soil. You pick one." Song Niannian didn't comment. Fengchen was quite powerful. They had a fight almost every day. There was some back and forth in the first month, but after that she basically won. Snowball. The two stood on the platform opposite each other. Qian Duoduo acted as the referee. "Both sides get ready. Start." Snowball. Song Niannian instructed Snowball to easily dodge the attack from the Wind Emperor Eagle in the air. Snowball jumped in front of the Wind Eagle. The two pets were fighting in the sky. Snowball transformed into the form of Xinyan Cat. Fengchen's Wind Emperor Eagle is not weak, especially after its bloodline returned to its ancestral lineage. Its attacks have become more fierce. Song Niannian lost the first few games because of this. Later, after she had mastered the skills of the Wind Emperor Eagle, she rarely lost anymore, but occasionally she would be careless and Fengchen would seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Wind Emperor Eagle. Wing God Slash. The Wind Eagle rose high and raised its head. The wind from all around gathered around its wings. It let out a long roar and flapped its wings. A 10-meter-long wing slashed toward Snowball. Song Niannian was jealous. "New skills, we have them too." "Snowball, try that." "Meow." Snowball responded, and the petite figure quickly turned into two. A dark and a light energy ball emerged from the claws of the two little guys, and the energy ball kept rotating in the claws of the little guys. The two snowballs looked at each other, and the two energy balls slowly approached each other. Light and darkness were wary of each other and attracted each other like magnets. The Wind Emperor Eagle suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. In the Qian family villa, a master beastmaster suddenly felt a powerful energy. He quickly came to the battlefield. Then you see two energy balls in the hands of two snowballs. "Oh no, Vulpix!" he exclaimed. "Ball!" The energy ball in Snowball's hand exploded. Chapter 69, No Lies. At this time, Song Niannian was lowering her head to receive training. That's right. She wanted to test the damage of the new skill with Snowball, but she didn't expect the result. Song Niannian secretly glanced at the nearby platform that was reduced to ruins, and couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that Xiao had teleported to her side at the critical moment to block part of the explosion. Otherwise, it would be funny to be killed by your own pet. The Wind Emperor Eagle on the side. Bird has survived the big devil again. Qian Duoduo used his elbow to push Fengchen away while looking at Song Niannian. "Brother, you have a very special taste." Fengchen glanced at him. "She is fine. I think you have a masochistic physique. You get addicted to being beaten by her every day." After being trained by the Qian family's master beastmaster, Song Niannian returned to Fengchen obediently. I said to Qian Duoduo apologetically, "Duoduo, look at this." "Excuse me, this is mine." Qian Duoduo waved his hand. Song Niannian thought Qian Duoduo meant that she didn't need to pay, and her favorable impression of Qian Duoduo suddenly doubled. "I misjudged you before, Duoduo. I will never beat you up casually again." Unexpectedly, he held out a 5. Pinjishunt. Song Niannian. Seeing that Song Niannian's eyes were becoming more and more dangerous, Qian Duoduo thought of the fear of being dominated and immediately changed his words. 500,000 is nothing. Just consider it as my early celebration for getting admitted into one of the 5 major academies. Ha ha, the weather's really nice. Song Niannian was satisfied and asked Snowball to put away his steel claws and patted Qian Duoduo on the shoulder. Sensible. At this moment, everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. It turned out to be a message from our class teacher, Lao Lu. "Today is the day to fill out the college entrance examination registration information. Where are you for?" The 4 of them put down their phones and looked at each other. Then they rushed to the reporting location without saying a word. At this time, Lu Wei was anxiously waiting for them at the registration office. Could it be that these kids have forgotten that this is a big event, the college entrance examination? Oh my God! Suddenly, the Wind King Eagle appeared in his sight. There were 4 people standing behind the Feng Wang Eagle, and behind them was a group of air marshals from the Public Security Bureau holding loudspeakers and shouting. "High-altitude flying is prohibited in Guangnan District. Please stop ahead. I repeat, please stop ahead." Lu Wei. Old Lu. Song Niannian greeted Lu Wei enthusiastically on the Feng Huang Eagle. Then she quickly jumped off the Wind Emperor Eagle and came in front of Lu Wei. Lao Lu, let's go sign up quickly, and I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, Song Niannian immediately ran into the registration office. Feng Chun and others behind him followed suit and patted Lu Wei on the shoulder before entering. Lu Wei was left alone, looking at the Public Security Bureau air marshals who were chasing him. Hey, police comrades, please listen to my explanation. Song Niannian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the team was still quite a long way off. Looking around, this is Guangnan's Beast Taming Center, where students who are about to take the college entrance examination will register their beast taming information and beast taming level. Fortunately, the college entrance examination venues were divided later. After all, the standards for apprentice-level beast tamers and entry-level beast tamers are different. Song Niannian stood among a group of young boys and girls, looking at everyone with nervous expressions. Suddenly, I thought of the tense situation when I took the college entrance examination in my previous life. She couldn't help laughing out loud. The young man standing in front of her, who was demonstrating his beast control, thought she was laughing at him. His face flushed immediately, and he said viciously, "What are you laughing at? My pets are all advanced. You are holding a black and smelly thing in your arms, which is obviously a not-so-good pet. I guess by then we can only test it in the lowest level venues." Song Niannian, why do kids nowadays have such bad breath? I'm not laughing at you. Besides, in my arms is the cutest and most beautiful Nyunta in the world. She explained to the boy seriously. And Dark Cloud Step? I have never seen a few novices who can contract Dark Cloud Step. Besides, everyone knows that Dark Cloud Ta is dressed in black. You bastard, you came from nowhere. You even dared to pretend to be Nyunta. It makes me laugh to death. Feng Chun looked at the young man with cold eyes and was about to order his pet to teach him a lesson. But Song Niannian held down his raised hand. Did she hold my hand? Feng Chun's face suddenly turned red. Song Niannian said sarcastically, "Did you eat too much shit yesterday? Why is the shit coming out of a dog's mouth so dirty? How insecure must you be that you feel you are being laughed at when others laugh? Or is it that your brain is atrophied and you don't even have common sense, and you are so proud of yourself for having a high-level pet?" She scolded the boy in a bunch of words until his face turned blue. I'll beat you to death, you stinky bitch." He looked at the increasing number of people pointing fingers at him, and he desperately wanted to get back at them. No noise is allowed at the registration and testing office. A serious young man came with his pet to maintain order. He gave the boy a warning look. When he turned to look at Song Niannian, there was friendliness in his eyes. Song Niannian was curious about who this was. Next one, the registration teacher spoke. Song Niannian had no choice but to give up and went forward to prepare for registration. The boy next to him seemed to have found a way to vent his anger and said sarcastically, "I want to see what level your pet is. It's Dark Cloud Step. You really can dream." Song Niannian glanced at him calmly and said to the registration teacher, "Song Niannian, from Guangnan No. 2 Middle School, Grade 1, Class 1, Entry-Level Beastmaster, with pets Dark Cloud Stepping at the Extraordinary level and Coyote Dog at the Extraordinary level." As soon as Song Niannian finished speaking, the noisy sounds in the entire venue suddenly quieted down. Those who were registering and those who were not all fixed their eyes on her. What? An entry-level Beastmaster? It's great that we have worked so hard for so long and can have a mid-level pet, but this person actually has two pets? Both pets have reached the extraordinary stage? Are you sure you're not a kid from that big family who is out for fun? Did you know that children from wealthy families are not allowed to take the college entrance examination this year? Song Niannian looked at the registration teacher's stunned expression and knocked on the table. "Teacher, oh, little classmate, you have to know that this involves the exam venue. There will be more testing later, so you must not lie." Song Niannian nodded. "I know." The young man next to him suddenly reacted. "Yes, you must have said that on purpose to show off. Teacher, she is dishonest. Disqualify her now." Song Niannian was totally disgusted with this young man. He looked like a cannon fodder. "Why is my brain so useless?" She didn't lie. A professional beastmaster came over with his pet. My pet gave me feedback that the Dark Cloud Ta in her arms is indeed a superb beast. After getting a positive answer, the whole audience was shocked. When did we have such a genius in Guangnan? Chapter 70 Written Test. However, no one reacted yet. Feng Chun and others who followed Song Niannian reported their information one after another. Feng Chun, Class 1, Grade 3, Guangnan District No. 2 Middle School, Entry-Level Beastmaster, Wind Royal Eagle, Extraordinary Level. Thorn Sea Dragon, Advanced Level. Qian Duo Duo, Guangnan District Number 2 Middle School, Grade 1, Class 1, Entry-Level Beastmaster, Gemflower Dragon, Extraordinary, Shocking Frog, Intermediate. Song Mimi, Class 1, Grade 3, Guangnan District Number 2 Middle School, Entry-Level Beastmaster, Quick Blade Mantis, Extraordinary, Naughty Cotton, Intermediate. As their words fell, the entire Guangnan District fell into silence, followed by bursts of gasps. Many people whispered, "Oh my God! Where did they all come from? Guangnan Number 2 Middle School is going to be amazing this year." Yes, I remember Qian Duo Duo. How did he become Number 2 Middle School? That's not the point. The point is that the first girl has 2 extraordinary pets. Yes, this awakening must have occurred at the age of 10. She's so pretty, I'm so jealous. Not only is she pretty, she's talented, and her family is rich. Did the creator just use random clay dots when he created me? Maybe the creator didn't use mud dots? Song Niannian listened to their discussion and thought to herself, if they knew that they had only been awakened for a little over half a year, what would be their reaction? As for the young man who had been mocking Song Niannian, as early as when a professional beastmaster came out to prove himself, he took back his pet and ran away in shame. He was afraid that Song Niannian would cause trouble for him. After everyone has registered, Lu Wei also came in front of the crowd. He emphasized to Song Niannian and the other 3. The college entrance examination will be held next Saturday. If nothing goes wrong, the distribution of your examination rooms will be notified this Wednesday. Remember to be well prepared when the time comes. Song Niannian nodded, feeling that time passed so quickly. Before she knew it, she had come into this world, and in the blink of an eye, she was about to take the college entrance examination. Also, the written test will be held on Saturday and Sunday, and the results will be announced in 3 days. At that time, the school will organize everyone to take the Beast Taming College entrance examination. I believe you are all aware of the special nature of this year's college entrance examination. However, the specific format of the college entrance examination will not be announced until after the written examination. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. With your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to be in the top 2,000 of the district rankings. It's easy to get into the 14 colleges and universities. Song Niannian and the other 3 looked at each other. Can I say that our target is the 5 Taoist monasteries? However, she thought about Guangnan's past experience of being admitted to the 5 major Taoist academies, so she decided not to add pressure to Lao Lu. Lu Wei naturally didn't expect that Song Niannian and others' target was the 5 Daoyuan. Only the most talented people can enter. He knew that Song Niannian was a genius, but the genius of Guangnan was just a frog in a well after all. But compared to those children from aristocratic families, they are not even a little bit inferior. Alas, he couldn't help but sigh. It's still a problem of resources. Song Niannian didn't have so many thoughts at this time. She rubbed Snowball's belly. Snowball turned over on his belly comfortably and snored nonstop. There is not much time left before the college entrance examination, and Snowball and the others have been training very hard during this period. Let them have a good rest these 2 days. May 15th, 2057, afternoon. As a bell rang, Song Niannian put down the test paper that she had checked several times, and following the guidance of the teacher and her pet, she put the test paper into the file bag that had been prepared long ago. After queuing up to hand it to the teacher, she walked out of the classroom. This was the last exam of the Cultural College entrance examination. For Song Niannian, whose mental strength had greatly improved, the contents were a bit too simple. She wrote down the answers early in the morning and spent the rest of the time checking them over and over again. Although she is very confident, this involves the college entrance examination after all, so it is never too careful. It is worth mentioning that although it is a cultural college entrance examination, the invigilators are not just humans. There is also a supernatural creature called pupil beast. They look like a giant eye. Each classroom is equipped with 3 pupil beasts and 3 teachers, monitoring the examinees 360 degrees without blind spots. Eliminate any possibility of cheating. Song Niannian was shocked when she first saw the pupil beast. Although it doesn't look really good, the functionality of the pupil beast is still quite powerful. Although it has no combat capability, it is perfect for reconnaissance. Song Niannian stood in the corridor and stretched. Snowball couldn't wait to come out of the beast control space. Meow. It stood obediently on Song Niannian's shoulder and playfully rubbed Song Niannian's cheek with its furry tail. It seems to be saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Song Niannian smiled and patted its head, looking at the bustling crowd downstairs. Many students were discussing something in groups of 2 or 3, either in frustration or excitement. If you ignore the various beasts that follow them, they are really no different from the young men in their previous lives. What's left is the beast control exam next week. After waiting for so long, it is finally here. Song Niannian felt her blood boiling. It really makes people can't wait. Niannian. Fengchen walked towards her. How do you feel? The boy's eyebrows and eyes were immature, but had a sharp edge. The expression that occasionally flashed in his eyes made many female students' hearts beat faster. Unfortunately, Song Niannian is a straightforward person and cannot understand the affection in Fengchen's eyes at all. She replied with a smile. Who am I? The genius girl Song Niannian while blinking at Fengchen. The girl's face was like a flower covered with morning dew under the rising sun. Exceptionally beautiful and charming. Fengchen couldn't help but stare in a daze for a moment. Awa! Xiaodu rushed out from the beast controlling space and vigilantly stood in front of Song Niannian. You little bastard. You tried to seduce my master again while I wasn't paying attention. The Wind Emperor Eagle also ran out from the beast taming space, staring at Xiaodu with sharp eyes. Ouch! Are you looking for a fight again? Eagle, it's not certain who will hit whom. The two beasts' eyes exchanged in the air, unaware that their masters had already walked away side by side. Xiaotu. Song Niannian called out to Xiaodu, who didn't follow. Xiaotu immediately ran towards her. The Wind Emperor Eagle followed closely behind. So passers-by saw this strange scene. A man and a woman were walking in front, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Behind them were two pets that looked tough. From time to time, you kick me and I give you a wing to greet you. But when the man and the woman turned around, they immediately became good brothers with their arms around each other's shoulders. When they turned around, the fight went back to life and death. Snowball, who had been lying on Song Nian's head and watching the show, yawned out of boredom. Stupid little dog. The master will never like anyone other than us. Humfi, _ Chapter 71. Beast Taming College Entrance Examination. Early morning of May 20th, 2057. Niannian, this is a duckbill egg. It is healthy and nutritious. And this fried dough stick, remember to finish it. Song Niannian looked at the loving breakfast her grandma prepared for her. A fried dough stick and 2 duck-billed eggs make up a big $100. This familiar recipe. Song Niannian could clearly see how much Da Xiao valued the college entrance examination when walking on the road. Basically, there is a member of the Public Security Bureau patrolling every 500 meters. Even in the sky, there are flying pets flying by from time to time. In preparation for the college entrance examination, the flight ban in various regions was temporarily lifted to prevent careless students from getting up late and missing the exam. When we arrived at the school, there were already a large number of parents and students waiting on campus. Before the college entrance examination began, Song Niannian took out the examination room details and looked through them again. This year's Beast Taming College entrance examination has been greatly changed from previous ones. This year's Beast Taming College entrance examination is divided into 3 rounds: preliminary examination, re-examination, and final examination. The initial test is open to every awakened student of appropriate age in the country. A machine is used in a designated campus to test the pet's life, speed, attack, defense, and energy in 5 dimensions. As long as you can rank in the top 5,000 in one of the dimensions, you will be eligible for the re-examination. The re-examination was held in 4 provinces of Daxia, with 1 examination area in each of the east, south, west, and north. The students who entered the re-examination in each region were sent to this area respectively for a 3-day and 3-night melee. The first 1,000 students who survived to the end in the area and defeated 10 people can enter the final exam. The final exam was tentatively scheduled to be held in the uninhabited area of the northern region, with 4,000 students competing for points within a designated area. Students ranked in the top 1,000 will be eligible to take the entrance exams to the 5 top Taoist academies. Please note that this is only the qualification for assessment. Generally speaking, students who can enter the final examination can basically be admitted to one of the 14 higher education institutions. While Song Niannian was lamenting the cruelty of this college entrance examination, she was also surprised to find that the entire process of the college entrance examination was broadcast live after entering the re-examination. However, after thinking about it, Song Niannian could understand it. The biggest shortcoming of civilian beastmasters is resources. If someone is talented enough to attract the public's attention, his future will be much easier. At this time, the internet was full of sighs. I am crazy. I am crazy. Who understands me? My family members? I'm really impressed. Why is the beast taming college entrance examination so difficult this time? If you don't want me to study, you can just say, okay. What do you mean by difficult? It's just a matter of selecting talents. If you don't have the ability, don't waste resources. That's easy for you to say. If you have the ability, can you get into the top 1,000 in the overall ranking and show me? I can't. I'm the one being screened. 6. I've been admitted to one of the 14 colleges and universities. I came to see my juniors struggling. +1. I am now extremely thankful that I was born early. I am waiting for the live broadcast of the retest. At this time, Song Niannian was holding the number plate she had just received from the teachers. Sit obediently in the waiting area. She was lucky and was directly assigned to this school. Her friends weren't so good. All of them were assigned to other districts and had set out for the field trip 2 days ago. Song Niannian was playing with the snowball in her arms out of boredom. Because of the college entrance examination today, Shueqiu paid extra attention to his appearance. I spent half a day picking clothes in its closet last night. Finally, I chose a white base and a black polka dot bow and put it around my neck. I also used perfume to spray myself all over to make myself smell good. At this moment, it squatted obediently in Song Niannian's arms, waiting with a serious face. The furry tail swayed back and forth, and the dark black eyes stared motionlessly at the inspection team in front. Little did they know that this appearance attracted a group of people to discuss. Look at that pet. It looks so well-behaved and cute. It looks like it will cry if you punch it. What's the point of looking good? This is the Beast Taming College entrance examination. This year's exam is so difficult. Seeing that it and its owner look like vases, it is estimated that they will not even be able to pass the re-examination. That's right. After all, it's so small. I think my super duck can smash it to pieces with one punch. Song Niannian, who was sitting far away, was unaware of their discussion. But the second middle school student behind them looked at the outsider in front of them speechlessly. Can you please stop being so ignorant? How can you, a bunch of rubbish, be allowed to talk here as our school's psychic god? That's right. Don't think our Nian Shun and Yun Ta is cute. But when he gets angry, he's really bad. They said that was just in Yunta? Who is so ignorant? You guys in Guangnan are such a poor and remote place. You don't even know in Yunta. Yes, everyone knows that in Yunta is all black and has a notoriously bad temper. How many novice beastmasters dare to sign a contract with him? You guys are really good at flattering your school. The several number 2 middle school students who were ridiculed rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight, but when they thought that this was the college entrance examination, they immediately endured it. Candidate number 321, Song Niannian, please go to testing room number 6 for testing. Candidate number 321, Song Niannian, please ask candidate number 322, Lu Duo, to prepare. When Song Niannian heard her name, she picked up Snowball and slowly walked towards testing room number 6. How about we make a bet? Several second-grade middle school students suddenly thought of something. Okay, what's the bet? Let's bet that our Nian Shun will definitely be in the top 2,000 in our area. Okay, let's make a bet with you. The loser has to call the winner dad. Song Niannian was completely unaware of the dispute that had occurred because of her. She walked into the testing room. There were 2 teachers and a professional beastmaster in the testing room, as well as a very high-end looking machine. Song Niannian looked at it secretly. Daxia was really willing to spend money. Just looking at the materials of this machine, it must have cost a lot. Contestant number 321, Song Niannian, the initial beast control dark cloud step? One of the young female teachers looked at her in shock. Yes. Okay, let's do the test. Put your pet into this machine. Song Niannian touched Snowball's head and said, "Good boy, come on." Meow. Snowball raised his little head, looking extremely proud. Female teacher, is this really dark cloud? Let's test the attack first. You have 3 chances in total. The highest value will be recorded on the leaderboard. Song Niannian nodded to show that she understood. Let your pet attack the dummy in front of it with maximum force. Song Niannian hesitated for a moment. Teacher, will you pay for it if it's broken? Teacher? Don't worry. A mere extraordinary person like you won't be able to hurt it. Chapter 72, I agreed not to compensate. Song Niannian felt relieved after receiving a positive reply and nodded to Snowball. Snowball looked at the mechanical dummy in front of him. Why is this little thing so ugly? It curiously touched the mechanical dummy lightly with its claws. The public screen outside displayed. Candidate number 321, Song Niannian, Guangnan number 2 middle school, attack 0.2. Isn't this your mind? How come the attack is only 0.2. My super strength duck is 2. A boy said proudly. Several students from number 2 middle school were nervous, thinking that Niannian wouldn't be in a bad state today, right? At this time, the teachers in the testing room looked at Snowball with dark faces. You are asked to attack it, not to touch it. Now everyone only has 3 chances, and you have already wasted one. Hey, the teacher shook his head as he spoke. It looks like a vase. Song Niannian shrugged indifferently. Teacher, are you sure you don't want to pay for it? Okay. At your extraordinary level, what's so good about it? The teacher didn't finish his words. Then a milky white halo appeared on Snowball's body, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Boom! Like a meteor streaking across the night sky. A dazzling light penetrated the center of the seemingly extremely solid mechanical dummy. What's there to worry about? The teacher swallowed and looked at the cute and well-behaved kitten in disbelief. Oh no, it was in Yunta? Song Niannian said with a wry smile. Teacher, you said you wouldn't compensate me. She felt helpless. Snowball was crushed after using only 30% of her strength. She was afraid that the exams in her school would be delayed. At this time, there is a big screen outside. Candidate number 321, Song Niannian, from Guangnan number 2 middle school, scored 10 points in attack. The mocking laughter just now was suddenly choked, and they looked at the numbers on the screen in shock. 10 points is a full score? Is this really something a high school student can do? Could it be that the machine is broken? On the Western Province College entrance examination attack list, a name rose rapidly and attracted the attention of the staff who were monitoring the data in real time. They saw that the name quickly rose to the first place with a gap of 3 points from the second place. Song Niannian, Guangnan number 2 middle school, 10 points? Hurry up and report to the Education Bureau of Western Province that a good talent has emerged in Guangnan, and have the major universities in Western Province contact them to recruit him. Song Niannian, who knew nothing about this, stood innocently in the testing room, staring with her big eyes and blinking with Shueqiu. You really can't blame us. You're too fragile. The teachers who conducted the test curled their lips and said, Haha, I don't believe you at all. But the exam still has to go on. Come on, continue. Next is to test the speed. I saw countless rays of light shooting out from the machine, and Snowball was strolling leisurely in the yard, as if he was in his own home. The teacher who was operating the machine turned black and turned it up to the maximum. This is the speed of a commander. But what shocked him was that although Snowball was a little flustered, he was still able to perfectly avoid every ray of light. Okay, no need to test, 10 points. Next are energy test, life test, and defense test. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. The teacher sitting in the testing room looked at Song Niannian and Shueqiu with a look of despair. The pentagonal warrior appeared. Is this really something that a civilian beast-taming family can cultivate? Isn't that little monster from that noble family? He looked at Song Niannian's information again and again. She was from Guangnan, that's right. The people standing outside the testing room, waiting, no longer wanted to talk. They were blinded by the 10 points all over the screen. They are blind to the boss. Why aren't you talking? Call each of us daddy. Please don't break your promise. Didn't you enjoy mocking me just now? Dad. Hey, good son. Several students from number 2 middle school laughed happily. The few people who had just mocked Song Niannian turned pale in the face, and they had to wait until all the tests were completed before they could leave. Western Province College Entrance Examination Testing Center. The staff member calmly took a puff of cigarette and said to the people around him, No need to report it. The person next to him asked, Why? We in the Western Province cannot keep this kind of talent. Why can't you stay? The smoking man glanced at his colleague. We don't deserve it. Upon hearing the news, the leaders of the Education Bureau rushed to the testing center. Who do you say is unworthy? After completing all the tests, Song Niannian sat back in her seat. I found that everyone looked at her in a weird way, revealing an expression of flattery, longing, and fear of disturbing oneself. Song Niannian understood after a brief thought. But she didn't care and asked Shueqiu to take out 3 cups of milk tea from the shadow space with the help of her backpack. By the way, Xiaotu was released. Just now she didn't let Xiaotu take the test. Because there is no need. With Snowball's ability, it is more than enough to get into the top 2,000. So the man and his 2 pets sat in their seats and slurped their bubble milk tea. Song Niannian herself drank pearl milk tea, which cost 10 yuan per cup. Shueqiu and Xiaotu both drank the sweet fruit milk tea that she had ordered. For the beasts, it is not only delicious, but also provides some of the energy they need for daily life. 1 cup costs 2,000 yuan. However, for Song Niannian, who now has sufficient funds, sprinkle some water. No one can suffer, but the children should not suffer. Feng Chen and the others also finished the test one after another and found a corner to sit down under the expectant gaze of the crowd. He took out some snacks from the storage space and handed them to the Wind Emperor Eagle. But I was thinking about how Niannian was doing now. Feng Wang Jiao, I really would thank you. By the time all the candidates had finished the test, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Song Niannian walked out of the examination room holding Snowball. I couldn't help but sigh that Daxia is indeed a country of speed. So many students were able to complete the test on the same day, and the score ranking will be released tomorrow. Hello, examinee. How are you feeling today? The reporter who had been waiting outside for a long time quickly stopped a girl who looked relaxed. Seeing her wearing the clothes of Guangnan TV station, Song Niannian understood. It feels pretty good, but the food provided at noon is not that tasty. I hope the braised lion's head can be spicier next time, and the old hen soup can be more mellow. Oh, and the rice is delicious, worthy of being the rice from the northern province. Song Niannian said. Snowball followed and made a yeah gesture with his paw. Reporter, who asked you this? Guangnan TV station live center. More than a dozen comments laughed. This kid is so honest. Who is asking about food? I guess this kid didn't do well in the exam, so he's only thinking about food. Chapter 73 Ranking. The principal's office of Guangnan No. 2 Middle School. Li Hutu was happily shaking his feet in pink plush slippers. A circle of class teachers stood in his office, each holding a laptop in their hands. It's coming out, Lu Wei shouted excitedly. After hearing Lu Wei's words, all the teachers opened the official website of the Daxiao Education Bureau and searched for the top 5,000 on the major lists of Western Province. Suddenly Lu Wei screamed, rushed to Li Hutu, picked up the old man, and turned him around. Li Hutu? Teachers? Teacher Lu? What is this? A female teacher asked curiously. See for yourself, Lu Wei said as he handed his page to everyone. The top 5 rankings in Western Province are shown above. Speed ranking. Number 1. Song Niannian, 10 points, Guangnan No. 2 Middle School. Number 2. Fengchen, 10 points, Guangnan No. 2 Middle School. Number 3. Lu Qianqian, 9.8 points, Lu Qini Middle School. Number 11. Song Mimi, Fast Blade Mantis, 9.6 points, Guangnan No. 2 Middle School. Number 15. Qian Duo, Baoshi Hualong, 9.5 points, Guangnan No. 2 Middle School. Before everyone could be surprised, the life list, defense list, attack list, and energy list were all refreshed. The above rankings occasionally change, but the only thing that remains unchanged is the person who firmly occupies the first position, Song Niannian. Li Hutu looked at the scene on the computer in surprise. Although he had expected that Song Niannian's level would not be too bad, he never expected that Song Niannian would be so strong. As the list was released, college entrance examination candidates from various provinces also gathered on the official website. When the college entrance examination candidates from Western Province saw the first place on the major lists, damn, the god of learning has appeared. Which school is Guangnan No. 2 Middle School? Why have I never heard of it? Is there such a school in Arshi Province? I just checked, and it seems to be a residential area in Sui City. How could such a person come from such a small place? Oh my god, who is this Song Niannian? She's number 1 on the top 5 list. TSK, your Western Province has always had the worst educational resources. A number 1 on the top 5 list would probably only be in the top 100 here. Where did this regional dog come from? He got full marks? Don't always use regional issues as an excuse. Geniuses will not be restricted by region. At this time, Song Niannian didn't know that the rankings had been announced. But even if she knew, she wouldn't really care. Anyway, I will definitely get into re-examination. As for now, she looked at Snowball, who was trying on clothes in the Beastmaster fashion store, and sighed deeply. Meow meow. Snowball was wearing a small yellow scarf and blinking at her, as if asking her if she looked good. Song Niannian immediately smiled and said, My Snowball looks good in anything he wears. Buy it. She was right. The little yellow scarf added a touch of summer to Snowball's neck, making it look extra beautiful. Woof! As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoda came back with a big backpack containing a pile of bills. Song Niannian held her forehead helplessly, picked up the bills in her backpack, and looked at them one by one. Well, the roast chicken shop is 100 yuan, the barbecue shop is 35 yuan, and the hamburger shop is 120 yuan. The total is 1,800 yuan. These are Xiaodu's favorite snacks. Since Song Niannian often brought Xiaodu here for dinner, all the shop owners on this commercial street knew this strange coyote dog. Anyway, Her owner will pay for the meal after she finishes eating. Song Niannian saw that these foods would not affect Xiaodu's health, so she just let it go. It was just troublesome to pay for them frequently. Do you want to become a member of the restaurants that Xiaodu often eats at? Ms. Song, there are 2 scarves, 3 sets of bows, and 5 ribbons, totaling 280,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? What? Song Niannian turned her head stiffly and looked at the happy snowball. The little girl squatted on the ground obediently, with a pink scarf tied diagonally around her neck and tied with a bow thoughtfully. Isn't it just 280,000? Song Niannian was crying in her heart. He silently handed over the bank card. The salesperson reached out to take it, but couldn't pull it out, so he pulled again. Okay, wait a moment. Song Niannian returned home with her 2 pets. Today is a good day. She picked up the phone. Hey, Duo, what's the matter? Song Niannian, you don't even care about it yourself. You were number 1 on the top 5 list. Oh, I thought it was no big deal. Song Niannian hung up the phone directly. Isn't it normal to be number 1 on the top 5 list? What's there to clamor about? 2 days later, all the national rankings were released. Song Niannian also followed the school's guidance to Tianguang City, the most prosperous city in Western Province. They will take the retest for the Beast Taming College entrance examination here. Song Niannian was still thinking, is there a place in a city large enough to accommodate so many college entrance examination candidates? Unexpectedly, what she saw was an extremely prosperous city. She swallowed her saliva. The towering buildings, the bustling and quaint streets, the mechanical pets flying in the air. It's really eye-opening. This way. The teacher in charge led everyone to the hotel where the candidates from Sui City were staying. There are only about 100 students taking the retest in the entire Guangnan district. Song Niannian hadn't realized how many people there were until she saw the local candidates from Tianguang City. That mighty team, she couldn't help but compare it with her own Guangnan team. Well, there's no comparison. After a simple meal at the hotel, Song Niannian went into her room to rest. Perhaps because she was ranked first on the top 5, she lived in a separate room, while the others stayed in pairs. As for Fengshun and his friends, since there are more than 20,000 candidates, Tianguang City divided them into 5 examination rooms. Song Niannian was assigned to examination room C, and Fengshun and the others were in examination room B. But it's better this way, Song Niannian thought, to avoid competition among themselves, although being in the top 1,000 is not too stressful for them. At this time in a hotel room, a dozen people were discussing something in a room with serious expressions. The girl in the lead had delicate features. My uncle just gave me information that Song Niannian, who ranked first on the top 5 list, was assigned to Area C just like us. So, what if she's number 1 on the top 5? Our sister, Huan, didn't even use her full strength during the test. Then will we still target Song Niannian then? The girl known as Sister Huan finally spoke. No, you'll be ranked in the top 1,000. As for this Song Niannian, I'll go meet her. With Sister Huan's help, Song Niannian will definitely not pass the exam. We'll give her a good beating when the time comes, so she'll know that not everyone can bully our Tianguang number 1 middle school. Chapter 74, the game begins. The next morning, Song Niannian arrived at the hotel lobby early and waited for the staff to guide her to the examination room in Area C. Xiaodu lay at her feet, yawning sleepily. Song Niannian squatted down and touched the dog's head. After the exam, I will take you to a 20,000 yuan seafood buffet. When Xiaodu heard this, he immediately became energetic. His ears stood up high and his head raised proudly. Woof! Leave it to me. Song Niannian brought Xiaodu with her after careful consideration. In order to ensure fairness in the re-examination, each candidate was only allowed to bring 1 pet. Considering the final exams and the entrance exams to the 5 academies later in the future, she decided to put the snowball aside for a while. Xiao Tu himself is not weak and is no worse than the extraordinary pets of the same level, not to mention the training during this period. This is why she dared to bring Xiao Tu with her. The teacher leading the team repeatedly emphasized the principle of survival. Although this year's college entrance examination is a new model, experienced teachers have also found a more reliable way. Each candidate has 3 lives, and 1 life is deducted each time he is defeated. Except for the first 1,000 candidates who enter the final exam, the ranking of the remaining candidates is based on the time you spend on the field, the remaining life value, and outstanding performance. So the female teacher who led the Guangnan team has been emphasizing to everyone. Remember, run away if you meet someone, unless you are determined to win. Ha! Hearing the laughter, Song Niannian couldn't help but frown and look over. Several people who looked like local candidates from Tianguang City were mocking them. They really come from a small place. I guess they can only hide and hope to get a higher ranking. Who said it wasn't? But does Guangnan sound familiar? Many Guangnan students were ridiculed, and their faces turned red. They are all students who are considered as the pride of the world in Guangnan. They have been praised by their parents and schools since they were young. It was not until they entered Tianguang City that they realized that every candidate here was much better than them. For people like them, whose initial pets are advanced, what qualifications do they have to quarrel with others? Song Niannian didn't say much, but just instructed Xiaodu beside him. Memorize their smell. Woof! She has always adhered to the idea of never talking if she can do something with her hands. Song Niannian put on her number tag and looked curiously at the little robot flapping its wings beside her. Jim. Please advise me, Jim. Name Jim Robot. Attribute Mechanical. Level Intermediate. Beast Taming Qualification F+. Introduction. A mechanical life form born the day after tomorrow. It survives on data and electricity and is used as a live broadcast robot for major events. She looked at the Jim robot in front of her with interest and reached out to poke it. Jim, please respect yourself. Song Niannian. Candidates number 300 to 600, please enter the examination room. Song Niannian packed the food and an energy-restoring potion in her backpack and followed the instructions to enter the arena. As soon as the 300 examinees entered the examination room, they rushed in all directions. Song Niannian looked at the time, randomly found a place to sit down and wait for the re-examination to officially begin. 10 minutes later, the 103rd National Beast Taming College Entrance Examination Western Province re-examination has officially begun. As the broadcast ended, a flash of lightning appeared on Jim's body beside Song Niannian, and he had successfully connected to the live broadcast platform. At this time, a large number of people suddenly flooded into the live broadcast platform in Western Province. Hey, let me take a look at the unlucky juniors and seniors this year. Wow. Senior upstairs, please stop talking. We haven't even taken the exam yet, and we're crying. Song Niannian stood up, stretched, and glanced at Xiaodu, who was on guard. Xiaodu, track down those people this morning. Woof! Upon hearing this, Xiaodu closed his eyes and his nose twitched in the air a few times, pointing in one direction. Song Niannian's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go. In the college entrance examination elimination round, will be eliminated. At this time, she was not aware that the school had launched a series of actions against her. Song Niannian ran along at the same speed as Xiaodu. I met many students along the way. Song Niannian would naturally not do anything to the sensible students, but those who were ignorant and deliberately blocked the road were dealt with one by one. Weatherbird Storm. Not far away, a student was commanding his pet to attack her. Song Niannian didn't even look at it. Xiaodu. Two solid earth walls blocked the storm of the weatherbird. Song Niannian stepped on the two earth walls, rolled in the air, and jumped in front of the weatherbird tamer and punched him. Successfully took away the red armband from him. The 3 red armbands represent the 3 lives of each candidate. They are not allowed to be hidden and can only be worn in a conspicuous place. Each time a player is defeated, the winner can draw one. Song Niannian shook the red armband in her hand and said, I'll take this one. After saying that, he quickly ran away. At this time, her handsome and neat movements naturally attracted a lot of attention. As the first on the 5 lists, she already has traffic. As soon as the live broadcast started, many people searched for her live broadcast room to watch. The barrage at this time was even more chaotic. Ah, so handsome, sister, kill me. Wow, you are worthy of being number 1 on the top 5 list. You defeated a person so easily. Xiaodu, who was running, suddenly stopped and called out. Song Niannian felt the information coming from the beast taming space and curled her lips slightly. The 3 people from this morning were in front of them. They bumped into each other. Save yourself the trouble of looking for it again. Xiaodu, too done. Song Niannian did not go up to alert the enemy. She was not stupid. It was not impossible for her to go up and fight 3 people alone. Several earth cages emerged from under the feet of the 3 people, trapping them and their beasts. Who is it? Ghostface Fox, Sharp Claws, break it. A boy was commanding his beast impatiently. Spray, turtle, spray. Is Xiaodu's cage so easy to break? Song Niannian raised an eyebrow. A great comprehensive level earth prison could trap a commander level beast, let alone a few pet beasts that were barely extraordinary? She walked out slowly and leisurely directed Xiaodu to take away the red armbands from the arms of the 3 people. It seems that you 3 have had a bad start. You just ran into a country bumpkin like me from Guangnan, and I suffered at the hands of the country bumpkins. The three of them saw Song Niannian, but they still didn't understand. You, you are shameless. If you have the guts, let me out and fight you 1v1. Song Niannian sneered. Do I look like a brainless person? Bye. She waved and turned away, actually finding a place to hide. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. The retest rules state that after being defeated by the same person, you must wait 10 minutes before you can challenge again. This is to avoid people waiting for the opportunity. But does this have anything to do with me? 10, 9, 2, 1. Song Niannian counted down out of boredom. Xiao, let's go. The game isn't over yet. Chapter 75 Surrounded. Hey. Song Niannian greeted the three people who were still confused. They were once again controlled by Xiao in the dungeon. The man wearing a white t-shirt had red eyes. You have the ability to let me out. Song Niannian skillfully took the second red armband from their shoulders, touched her chin mischievously, and said, What are you talking about? I, a country bumpkin, can't understand you. At this time, in the live broadcast of Western Province, in Song Niannian's room. Look carefully, this woman is called Xiaomei, and she is going to make me die of laughter. The goddess is so cute, so cute. I love her so much. She's so disgusting. Why does she do this to others? The guy upstairs, are you okay? This is the college entrance examination elimination round. Isn't she going to eliminate others and wait for herself to be eliminated? In the arena, a woman with a delicate face eliminated an opponent. She licked the corner of her bright red lips. These people are too weak. There is no fun at all. I hope to find some interesting prey. Song Niannian was too lazy to pretend at this time, squatting in front of the dungeon and counting the time. If a person is defeated for the second time, they will have to wait 30 minutes before they can challenge again. She looked at the stadium, which was about to get dark, wondering if the efficiency was a little too low. So she patted the dungeon and said, Top students, I'm going to go find other people to play with first, so don't run around. Actually, it doesn't matter if you run around, I will catch you anyway. After that, she rode on the little horse and ran in another direction. After solving 3 candidates easily, Song Niannian took out her pocket watch and saw that the time was exactly 30 minutes. She patted the little two under her and said, Xiao, let's go and continue looking for them. Xiao took her to an open space. No! Song Niannian narrowed her eyes. Xiao crouched down and roared towards the front. Ghostface Fox, charge at the risk of your life. A figure attacked from the side of Song Niannian. Water Jet Turtle, high-pressure water line. Pets on the other side also launched an attack. Ambush? Song Niannian smiled. This is quite interesting. Xiao squatted down on all fours, and with his amazing jumping ability, he lifted Song Niannian into the air. Big face bat, sharp claws. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long bat-like pet rushed towards Song Niannian and Xiao from above. Song Niannian didn't even need to command Xiao. Just by looking at each other, she understood what the other party meant. A circle of soil protected her all around, blocking the attack from the big face bat. Her coyote dog has the earth attribute. Don't let it hit the ground. Several voices came from below. Song Niannian looked carefully and thought, wow, you guys actually found the organization after just 30 minutes of not seeing each other? At this time, the 4 pets that were hiding also showed up one after another, wanting to kill her in midair. Song Niannian felt amused inside. What a coincidence. I just needed 7 people to pass the level. Xiao throw sand. A boy with earrings below sneered. You're still throwing sand. Being number 1 on the top 5 is really not that good. Everyone knows that ground-based skills can only be used on the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, sand and wind started to blow around the 7 of them. He was startled and called loudly for his pet to come back to defend him. Xiao hide. Their figures quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, and even their scent was hard to trace. One of the men shouted, We stand back to back in a circle. As long as we wait until her skills are over, she won't be able to beat us. Live streaming platform. I can't see anymore. I'm so worried. What happened to my goddess? The people in Tianwang No. 3 Middle School are no good. They actually resorted to siege. They are 7 against 1, and the top 5 players shouldn't be able to win. Disband, disperse. I told you people from the Western Province to stop bragging. Look, this is going to fail. Look, something's happening. The scene that appeared on the live screen quickly attracted everyone's attention. I saw 7 people standing in a circle, looking around vigilantly. Why hasn't this sandstorm dissipated yet? One of the boys asked. He had a bad feeling. He was hiding well, but was found by someone from the same school. who said they were going to ambush a girl. He only had one life left, and if they hadn't said they would give him this chance, he wouldn't have come at all. Suddenly, a voice appeared in everyone's ears. Be aware that you are surrounded by me. As soon as Song Niannian finished speaking, hundreds of earth spikes stabbed at the 7 people. Their vision was obstructed, and they were unable to accurately judge the situation on the field. He could only endure this thorn in the earth. All right. Song Niannian touched the grinning little two and said with praise. The intensity is well controlled. The sand on the field dissipated. What caught the eyes of the people outside the venue were several people lying crookedly on the ground. The man with the earrings struggled to get up from the ground and tried to command his pet. But his pet was seriously injured and fainted on the ground. A claw slapped him, and he looked up. A simple and honest dog face looked at him with a smile, and then took a red armband from his arm without hesitation. He ran happily to Song Niannian and gave it to her. So good. Song Niannian touched Xiaodu's head and praised him with a smile. She weighed the spoils in her hand. She was lucky. Together with what she had collected before, she had eliminated a total of 8 people. She only needed 2 spots. She could have a good time in the remaining few days. Just when she was secretly happy, Xiao Tufei pounced in front of her and smashed the rocks flying towards her with his sharp claws. That's a good reaction. Song Niannian looked over when she heard it. A 3-meter-tall giant rock python made entirely of stone appeared in front of her. At the top of the rock python stood a girl with a delicate face and short hair that reached her ears, revealing her small chin. A simple red off-shoulder t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of hot pants on the lower body. Name, Rock Python. Attributes, Earth Gold. Level, Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification. Introduction, a huge black rock python, a symbol of strength, who uses all his strength in every attack, has a bad temper, and likes to play in the mud. Comment, who can play in the mud better than me? Song Niannian looked her up and down. Why, you know them? Are you here to find a place? Wu Huanhuan glanced at the people on the ground. I don't have the habit of making friends with losers. Okay, let's say goodbye now. Song Niannian turned around and wanted to leave. This guy looked like a troublesome person, so why should she make herself suffer? A rock fell at her feet. Squeak! Xiao Tu protected Song Niannian under him and roared a warning. Although I don't know them, they have a Tianguang City emblem on them. Since you beat up someone from our city, you have to leave something behind, right? How about leaving behind your qualification for the elimination round? Song Niannian narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Chapter 76, I Want to Report. When the audience in the live broadcast room were excited to see a wonderful match, then Song Niannian's stunning beauty appeared before their eyes. At this time, Song Niannian was holding the gym robot. Raise 3 in your right hand. I, Song Niannian from Guangnan No. 2 Middle School, report in my real name that candidates from Tianguang City gathered together to cheat and identified each other by wearing school badges. Collaborating to attack other candidates is a challenge to the fairness of our college entrance examination. This is a disrespect for authority and officials. Audience, 6. Wu Huanhuan, 6. The person lying on the ground. ABA. The director of the Western Province Education Bureau was leisurely having dinner at home when he suddenly received a phone call. After he picked up the phone, he was scolded. Wu Huanhuan was caught off guard by Song Niannian's actions, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should attack or not. Fortunately, a broadcast came from the stadium soon. Hello, all candidates from Western Province. Due to the mistakes of the inspectors, some candidates were able to take advantage of the situation. The following penalties will be imposed. No student may form a team to attack others in any way. Passerby A and Passerby B from Tianguang No. 3 Middle School who have already committed the attack will have their health points emptied and will be eliminated. The elimination spot will be directly counted to candidate number 321. Please keep up the good work, candidates. Several eliminated people lying on the ground. Do you think we still have health points? The long-haired girl and another boy, who had only 1 life left, fainted immediately. Song Niannian was delighted to have gained this reward. Wu Huanhuan looked at the innocent smile on the pretty girl's face. Exactly the same as her coyote dog. However, after seeing her series of actions, Wu Huanhuan felt speechless. It's so shameless. On the live streaming platform, the barrage was silent for a moment, and then the screen was filled with 666, 6666. The college entrance examination can be like this. You single-handedly prevented the possibility of other candidates joining forces. You are worthy of being my goddess. Song Yinyan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Wu Huanhuan. Hey, beautiful lady, are you still fighting? He looked nonchalant and like a street urchin. Wu Huanhuan took a deep breath and said, fight. Okay, I'll count to 3, and when it reaches 1, we'll have a fair fight. Wu Huanhuan felt the blood in her body boiling. Although her behavior was shameless, she seemed to be fair in combat. 3.2 Song Yinyan began to count down. Wu Huanhuan ordered his beastmaster to get ready. What? Rock Python, strengthen. When Song Yinyan counted down to 1, she rode on Xiaodu's back at lightning speed and ran in the opposite direction at high speed. Little beauty, we will never see each other again. Bye. Song Yinyan even blew a kiss to Wu Huanhuan on Xiaodu's back. She is not stupid. This rock python looks very capable of fighting. She has already got 10 places, so she just needs to wait until the elimination round is over. Why take risks? The rock python looks like a big, stupid guy. I definitely can't catch up with Xiaodu. The fact was just as she expected. Although the rock python was good at attack and defense, its speed was really its weakness. At this moment, it could only watch the shameless man and his pet disappear from its sight. His master, shall we chase him? Chasing after her for nothing. Don't let me meet her again. Song Yinyan saw that no one was chasing after her. She laid her whole body comfortably on Xiaotu. Let's go find a good place to watch a show. The audience on the live broadcast platform was also speechless by Song Yinyan's actions. Li Huta kept praising Song Yinyan to others. Why can't we bend and stretch? In a manor in the central region, in a huge screening room, there are luxurious carpets, extravagant accessories, and spiritual fruits that are extremely difficult to buy in the outside world are placed on the table. 2 magic puppets stand obediently on both sides of the door, waiting for the instructions of the person in the room. If someone were here, they would be surprised to find that a puppet with B-level qualifications is actually working as a nanny. At this time, the big screen in the screening room was playing the live broadcast of dozens of college entrance examination candidates. A closer look reveals that these people are candidates who rank high in the rankings. Song Yinyan and Fengshan were also among them. My big brother, what's so good about these ordinary candidates? They don't even have an S-level pet. They will just be beaten by us. A young boy wearing diamond earrings looked speechlessly at the long-haired boy in front of him. Don't be careless. There will always be people who will surprise you in unexpected places. TSK, I don't believe it, but this girl is interesting. He pointed at Song Yinyan. But the pet is too bad, a coyote dog. It can only evolve into a summerblade at best. It has no future. The long-haired boy glanced at him indifferently and stopped talking. Inside the Western Province College entrance examination elimination arena, Song Yinyan found a big tree, hiding on the highest branches. She was chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room, or to be more precise, she was talking to herself unilaterally. Hey, family, can you see me? I can see it. I can see it. Oh, goddess, look at me. Song Yinyan took out some dry food from her bag and ate it while broadcasting the battle happening in the distance to the viewers in the live broadcast room. Look at those 2. Who do you think will win? I'll tell you a secret. Molters will definitely win. Look, there's another fight going on. There's someone hiding in the tree next to me, but he doesn't seem to have noticed me. Should I just kill him? Forget it. It's not easy. At the beginning, the audience in the live broadcast room were very excited. Later on, I gradually became tired of it. Goddess, go find someone to fight with. Forget it. There's nothing good to see here, goddess. I'm going to watch other people's live broadcast rooms. Finally, when the last wave of spectators was about to retreat, the college entrance examination in Xi province has ended. Please return to the assembly point. I repeat, please return to the assembly point. When Song Yinyan returned to the gathering point, at the beginning, there were more than 5,000 students in the examination room, but only a few hundred were left, not even reaching 1,000. Some people don't have enough places to defeat. Some people will waste themselves out. At this time, Song Yinyan once again gave a thumbs up to her own intelligence. She defeated 10 people on the first day and spent the remaining 2 days looking for places to watch others fight. Compared to the others, he looked tired and covered in wounds. Song Yinyan's spirit and cleanliness are quite eye-catching. After she finished recording the data, she walked out of the examination room. It's finally over. I'm so exhausted. There's nothing delicious to eat. What should we eat? Woof, 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 buffet. Okay, let's go get Snowball first. Song Yinyan said lovingly. In the room, Snowball was lying on the window in frustration. Why hasn't his owner come back yet? I don't know if Xiao Tu can protect his master. If he can't, he will come back and beat him up. Suddenly, Footsteps were heard outside the door. Snowball. Meow. Chapter 77 Final. Time flies. Just 2 days after the semifinals, the students from various provinces who could participate in the finals were determined. May 31st, 2057. Song Niannian looked at the tall and magnificent city wall in front of her. Behind it was the venue for the final round of the college entrance examination. Outside the no man's land of the northern province. She looked at the candidates who were sitting in pairs around her and felt particularly out of place, alone. Although Fengchun and others also successfully passed the re-examination, they entered through another entrance. I hope we can meet them on the competition field. Otherwise, this final exam might be a bit troublesome for her. The reason is nothing but the rules of this final exam. The points race is divided into 3 days. Each candidate has a basic score of 10 points. The top 100 in the 5 major lists get 20 points each. The top 50 candidates get 50 points each. The top 9 get 100 points. And the first on the list gets a full 500 points. She was ranked first in the top 5 of the Western Province, which meant she had a full 2,500 points. This number doesn't sound very good, Song Niannian muttered to herself. And the most amazing thing is that for anyone with more than 1,000 points, her location will be sent to every candidate present every hour. Fortunately, the only consolation is that this points competition does not limit the number of beasts to be tamed, nor does it limit the use of storage artifacts. The only difference is that the total number of therapeutic potions and energy potions that can be carried cannot exceed 3. However, with Snowball's light therapy, Song Niannian directly took 3 energy potions. What is a healing potion? A bottle of intermediate or lower level potion can't restore health as fast as a skill of Snowball. Candidate number 321 from Western Province, Song Niannian, please board flight number 7. A broadcast came, and she followed the instructions to the passenger plane, where there were already several hundred people. The atmosphere at this moment was no longer as harmonious as it was at the beginning, and everyone looked at the people around them warily. Song Niannian found a corner and sat down. The gym robot beside her had not yet connected to the network. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on it, and the passenger plane was flying several hundred meters in the sky. A bad thought suddenly flashed through Song Niannian's mind. Sure enough, the next second, the bottom of the passenger plane opened directly, and all the candidates were caught off guard and screamed. At this time, a large number of viewers have poured into the live broadcast room. Come to watch the college entrance examination finals. Damn, the beginning is so exciting. Will it really not kill people? The goddess is so calm. Although Song Niannian was startled for a moment, she quickly adjusted her mentality. She spread her limbs like an eagle spreading its wings, staring at the ground, getting closer and closer. The strong wind blew her hair flying. When she was still dozens of meters away from the ground, a white light flashed on her body, and Snowball appeared in her arms, carrying her to the ground easily. The shadow escape that reached the pinnacle of proficiency appeared in front of everyone for the first time. People who don't understand would think that in the blink of an eye, Song Niannian reached the ground. For example, ordinary people in the live broadcast room. Holy crap, how did she land so easily? Same curiosity, the guy in the live broadcast room next to me screamed so much that my ears were swollen, and then he was thrown to the ground by his own beast. It hurt me just looking at him. At the Yusho College Entrance Examination Center, many college teachers stared at her screen intently. As the first on the 5 lists, it certainly received a lot of attention from the beginning. Is this the pinnacle of shadow escape? A female teacher spoke uncertainly. That's right, we at Qinglan want this student. The person who said this was a male teacher. That's a nice thought. This child should come to our Jingbei. An old man spoke up. Just as the teachers were about to start arguing, a gentle voice rang out. Should we take a look at the exam first? Everyone stopped arguing, but their eyes were full of thoughts. Some of them had already secretly taken out their phones to send messages to the admissions office. Every year, the best candidates are picked by the 5 academies, and the rest are chosen by the 14 universities. Now that the 5 academies do not interfere with the college entrance examination, shouldn't they take the initiative? At this time, Song Niannian found a tree to hide under and ate the self-heating hot pot leisurely. Everyone in the live broadcast room. This is the college entrance examination, sister. It's not that Song Niannian wasn't nervous, but she knew very well that the next battle would be a fierce one. The coordinates published every hour would put her in an endless battle. Now more than 30 minutes have passed before the college entrance examination begins, and she needs to fill her stomach first. Okay, Snowball, shout to get ready. Song Niannian packed her things and took off her coat. There were a few big words printed on the back of her white t-shirt. She had it specially made for her before the college entrance examination. It says on it, "Number 1 on the top 5 lists in Western Province. Come and fight me if you don't agree." After hiding for so long, it's time to stretch your muscles. Song Niannian knew that this would put her in a passive position. But it also attracts more attention, doesn't it? So, take a good look at me. 15 minutes later, the time came to 1 hour on time. The locators in the hands of the candidates began to flash, and dozens of red spots of light appeared in them. Song Niannian's was one of the largest. The locator in Song Niannian's hand not only flashed, but also made a rapid sound. Own sound? Song Niannian's lips curled up, which was exactly what I thought. She rode on the little horse to an open plain and sat down, waiting for a lucky one. Wu Huanhuan looked at a huge red, flashing not far from her on a locator. She rushed over quickly. Song Niannian looked at the big snake in the distance and the girl standing on the snake's head. Wow, we're acquaintances? Hi, little beauty, long time no see. She greeted Wu Huanhuan happily. Wu Huanhuan frowned, then was overjoyed that she had met her. Song Niannian looked at the girl's expression and said, "Little beauty, how many points did you get? 500, you won't run away this time, right? Look at what you said. Am I that kind of person?" Wu Huanhuan's mouth twitched. "Aren't you? Sorry, I took your score." Song Niannian smiled. "Then let's see if you are qualified." Bluebird, flash attack. As Wu Huanhuan finished speaking, a green figure quickly fell from the air and attacked Song Niannian. The snowball in her arms went straight forward, and Xiaotu and Song Niannian also rushed towards the rock python quickly. Rock python, falling rocks. Countless rocks fell from the sky, creating small holes on the ground. "Xiaotu, get up!" Xiaotu swiftly avoided all the falling rocks and teleported to the top of the rock python in the blink of an eye. Wu Huanhuan's eyes narrowed. "Hi, pretty girl." Song Niannian had already thrown Wu Huanhuan to the ground. The rock python roared and pounded the ground frantically, trying to rescue its beastmaster. But he was stopped by Xiaotu. "Rock python, charge at the cost of your life." A streak of light flashed across the rock python's body and it charged towards Xiaotu. Chapter 78 Chase. Xiaotu successfully avoided the collision of the rock python by teleporting. Song Niannian punched Wu Huanhuan in the stomach. As beast masters, we should not interfere in the battles between beasts. Wu Huanhuan. What kind of beast master are you? In the live broadcast room. I am ignorant, but doesn't a beast master rely on taming beasts to fight? Maybe this is what makes geniuses different. Wu Huanhuan wanted to call Qingke down for support, but unfortunately Qingke was entangled by Snowball. In order not to reveal the form of the Xianyang cat, Snowball has not yet displayed any other abilities. As the face of Tingwang No. 1 Middle School, Wu Huanhuan has received a lot of training since childhood. She seized the opportunity and kicked Song Niannian away. Song Niannian flipped over in the air and was caught by Xiaotu before landing. Rock Python, Petrifying Ray. A gray-black light shines from the eyes of the rock python, and anyone hit by it will have their body stiffened. Song Niannian reacted quickly and directed Xiaotu to avoid the light. However, it still had a certain impact on Song Niannian's attack. We need to find a way to solve it. Xiaotu, Hosond. Wu Huanhuan had watched the replay of Song Niannian's semi-final match, so she naturally knew how proficient Xiaotu was in throwing sand. So she got ready early in the morning. Rock Python, Earthquake. The rock python raised its tail high and slammed it hard into the ground. A crack soon appeared in the ground. Bluebird Rain. Qingke, who was fighting with Snowball, also used a skill, and soon a light rain fell in the area where Song Niannian and the others were fighting. However, the price Qingke paid was that one of his eyes was seriously injured by Snowball. Hey, nice response. But do you think that's it? Song Niannian's original plan was not to kill the rock python. But it's the bluebird. Xiaotu. After receiving the order, Xiaotu teleported behind Qingke in midair. Not good, Qingke. Get out of the way. It's too late. Several earth walls suddenly appeared around the bluebird, blocking its path. When it turned around, Snowball was already in front of it. A steel claw. Greenbird. Wu Huanhuan had no choice but to put Qingke into the beast controlling space. But it's not over yet. Snowball took Xiaotu and Song Niannian and flew to the top of the rock python, aiming the earth spikes and steel claws at its eyes. I give up. Wu Huanhuan screamed with gritted teeth. Her Qingke was seriously injured. If the rock python's eyes were injured again, the loss would be too great for her. Song Niannian stopped and looked at Wu Huanhuan. A scoring ball was thrown towards Song Niannian. There are 500 points of Wu Huanhuan in it. Song Niannian looked at Wu Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Thank you." "Haha, you're welcome." Song Niannian got 500 points and was ready to run away. She had no intention of crippling all of Wu Huanhuan's pets for the time being. With only a rock python left, she posed no threat to herself. At this time, the light spot belonging to Song Niannian on the locator became brighter and brighter. In the uninhabited woods, a simple and honest boy was looking at the locator. "Oh my god, this guy has so many points. Lihua, shall we go check it out?" On the grassland, a man and a woman had just finished examining a group of examinees. "Dongwu, it seems that this number 1 on the Western Province top 5 list has something special. Should we take her down?" The boy looked at the red light on the locator and asked the girl, "How are the scores divided?" "Naturally, you're half and I'm half." Song Niannian didn't know that she was about to face pursuit from highly ranked players from the eastern and northern provinces. She casually dispatched several examinees who teamed up to ambush her. "Only 100 points." She curled her lips. The people whose points were taken away. Song Niannian moved to another place to ponder. "Why don't many people look for me?" Song Niannian naturally didn't know that none of those who could enter the finals were fools. High investment also means high risk. Only someone who is absolutely confident in himself dares to challenge her. For example, Wu Huanhuan, who had already received points from her. Now he is looking for someone to make up the points with a grim face. In a place Song Niannian didn't know, Fengchen was confronting a man. A vacuum zone was formed around them due to their fighting. Most people just took a look and hurried away. Qian Doduo and Song Mimi had the good fortune to meet each other, and the two of them worked together to achieve considerable points. Song Niannian, who was a little bored, looked at the locator and suddenly found that there were more than a dozen light spots rushing towards her position frantically. Her beautiful eyes twinkled and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. He shouted to Xiaotu and Xueqiu, who were eating nearby, "Hey guys, here comes the life." Then when those light spots came closer, Song Niannian's face turned a little green. After all, more than a dozen extraordinary pets are rushing towards you from all directions. Visually, it's still very shocking. Then she took off running. In the live broadcast room. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. 1 second, I'm grabbing my weapons. The next second, I'm running away first. Good fellow, you are so arrogant. I just saw that the top 2 masters of the East Province's 3rd and 2nd rankings are coming to find you. If you don't understand, just ask. She is not the number 1 on the top 5 list, so why would she be afraid of them?" The above comment, how can the Western Province, as a region with underdeveloped educational resources, be compared with the Eastern Province and the Southern Province? The local dog is embarrassing himself again, right? What I said was the truth. Otherwise, why did she run away? It was because I couldn't beat her. At this time, the contents of more than a dozen screens on the teacher's display screens were flashing. There is a battle between Fengchen and Sun Feng, as well as a scene where Song Niannian is chased by 7 people. "Do you think Song Niannian can break out of the encirclement?" A female teacher asked. "It's difficult. Many of the people chasing after her are at the top of the provincial rankings, and they are not much different from her. Alas, it seems she won't be able to make it into the top 1,000. The teacher from Jingbei University looked at the teacher who had just spoken speechlessly. "It doesn't matter. We'll take her in whether she's in the top 1,000 or not." The female teacher choked and wanted to take advantage of the situation. At this time, Song Niannian was riding on Xiaotu. She had been chased all day, ever since she was spotted by the top few in the so-called East Province and North Province. Like a dog smelling a bone, only more exaggerated. Don't they have anyone else to chase? What she didn't know was that in the eyes of outsiders, she is from the Western Province and ranked first in the top 5. Her score is full of water, and it is so high. "If I don't chase you, who else should I chase?" "Meow meow, master. Why don't you do anything about them?" Snowball uttered a cry. Song Niannian, who understood what Xueqiu meant, pondered for a moment. "Yes, how can you become the strongest person if you always run away? Since she wants to be the strongest, then we should move forward courageously." The people chasing her found that the girl, who was as slippery as a loach, actually stopped. I was happy in my heart. "Are you finally tired?" The audience also looked at the scene in front of the screen with surprise. The fight is finally about to begin. She is not afraid of being eliminated. She has 14 extraordinary pets. She's just floating. I bet she will lose. Chapter 7. Oh, she actually chose to fight? In the observation room, a teacher exclaimed. Song Niannian looked at the 7 people and 14 extraordinary pets in front of her. There was a strong confidence in his eyes. I even dare to attack the monarch's pet. So why would I be afraid of you? Shout to Snowball, fight. As her voice fell, Snowball, who was standing on her shoulder, jumped down lightly, and Xiaotu also walked in front of her. The wind blew down the leaves, moving Song Niannian's hair. She looked at the crowd not far away. She took out the scoring ball from her arms, tapped it lightly, and projected all her current scores in the air. 3,500 points? The people who followed him suddenly began to breathe rapidly. The white light shining under the night sky made her fair face look particularly beautiful, and everyone could only see her revealing a mouthful of shiny white teeth. Hey guys, you want to do it? Come and get it if you can. In the live broadcast room. Oh my God, she is so handsome. Read the mind, read the mind. She's really good at pretending, overestimating her own abilities. How could she be 1v7? As soon as Song Niannian finished speaking, an insect pet took the lead in attacking them. The man and two beasts disappeared in an instant. Everyone was shocked. In midair, Song Niannian's body fell downwards. Two earth walls sealed off the surroundings of the insect extraordinary pet. Snowball wrapped its tail around the opponent from above, kicked its limbs in the air, and an inky lotus blossomed in the air. With a roll, the insect-like creature's body fell suddenly, and Xiaotu's two earth thorns pierced its wings, making it unable to dodge. 8 deafening blows rang through everyone's ears. With the last sound, the insect pet was smashed to the ground and fainted. Snowball then came to Song Niannian's side and landed accurately on Xiaotu with her. Song Niannian straddled Xiaotu. Her hair was a little messy, but her expression was provocative. Hey, it seems like you guys aren't that great either. The field was silent for a moment. Dong Wu looked unpredictable, with a hint of seriousness. 1 minute. She actually killed an extraordinary pet in just 1 minute. The 7 people looked at each other. A boy in a leather vest said in a deep voice, "She is very strong. We attack together, and the points are distributed according to work." The 7 seemed to be led by him. 13 pets surrounded Song Niannian. She looked around. Clown puppet, giant willow vine, sonic boom monster, giant tooth crocodile. There are quite a few rare pets. There were many people secretly watching the fight. A simple-minded boy hid in a tree. Oh my goodness, this woman is quite strong. Shall we go later? The fiery lion on the side looked at his master speechlessly. It doesn't matter, I will take action anyway. The 7 people, led by the leather vest, looked at Song Niannian warily. The battle is about to begin. Someone moved. It's Song Niannian. With shadow escape at full power, within just 10 seconds, everyone saw hundreds of dark cloud troopers surrounding them, unable to tell the real ones from the fake. Shadow clone. Someone recognized it. Hundreds of vines quickly flew towards Song Niannian in the center of the crowd. Xiaotu used his limbs to jump high. The vine seemed to have eyes, and it turned and continued to chase Song Niannian. Suddenly, hundreds of shadow balls hit the ground. Hundreds of snowballs ran around the crowd, making it impossible for them to tell who the real body was. A blazing flame swept towards Song Niannian. She appeared in the sky in an instant, and the sonic boom monster in the air raised its hammer and smashed it hard at them. Space displacement. In an instant, Song Niannian and Xiaotu exchanged positions with a beast that was restraining Snowball in midair. The teachers in the observation room exclaimed, "Space attribute. This coyote dog actually has space attribute." 12. Song Niannian laughed provocatively. Remind them of the number of pets left. Sonic boom monster, gravity field. A gravity 10 times heavier than Song Niannian and Xiaotu's weight descended upon them. Press them to the ground. Then, 5 pets attacked Song Niannian and Xiaotu on the ground. The earth walls and earth dungeons rose up, protecting them from the crucial blow. The space was replaced again, and Song Niannian and Xiaotu appeared next to a girl. She reached out and grabbed the girl's hair fiercely. "Ah!" The girl cried out in pain. But soon, the gravity field descended upon Song Niannian again. This time, Xiaotu was hit by a rattan whip and was thrown to the side before he could react. Its body flew away uncontrollably, leaving a long claw mark on the ground. A tail stretched out towards Song Niannian. She pulled the girl's hair and pulled her in front of her, using her to block. She rolled on the ground, and the ground cracked, and a ground-type pet rushed towards her. "Xiaotu, Snowball." 2 figures came up to her, take her a few meters away. Dozens of air blades cut towards Song Niannian, resolved by Xiaotu and Snowball. on the live streaming platform. Oh my god, this is so exciting. So fast, I can't see clearly anymore. It should be said that she is quite something. She has been able to hold out for so long under so many people. What's the point of holding on for long? You'll lose anyway. Is this really a high school student? To answer the above question, I'm a college student, and I fight just like elementary school students. The leather-armored man said, "Don't struggle. We respect your strength and admit that you are strong. We are indeed no match for you in 1v1. But unfortunately, now it's 7 against 1. Song Niannian never expected that the trick she often used would one day be used by others against her. What if I say no? The girl whose hair was just pulled by Song Niannian spoke angrily. Hui, don't waste time talking to her. Just take her points away. As soon as she finished speaking, several fierce attacks came towards Song Niannian. Snowball took her, and Xiaotu to dodge again. I wonder how long you can hide, the girl gritted her teeth. Song Niannian raised her eyebrows. Thank you for your concern. You should still worry about your hair. What? She turned around suddenly, and Xiaotu appeared behind her. He stretched out his sharp claws, but they were caught by the giant crocodile's palms. Xiaotu teleported back to Song Niannian's side and looked at them warily. Hui spoke expressionlessly. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for not giving you face. Sonic Boom Monster, control the gravity field. Everyone else prepare to attack. This time, Song Niannian was pressed down by 15 times the gravity. If it were in her previous life, she might have died by now. However, Song Niannian, who had been strengthened by the beast taming in this life, just found it difficult to move. Someone in the live broadcast room was making sarcastic remarks. It's over, my goddess is going to G. I said she could win. In everyone's sight, more than a dozen powerful attacks struck towards the location of Song Niannian and Snowball Xiaotu. By now, Hui looked at the girl indifferently. The girl whose hair was pulled looked very happy and seemed to be looking forward to Song Niannian's defeat. But Song Niannian, in everyone's sight, just raised her head with difficulty. There seemed to be stars in my eyes, showing an uninhibited smile. Chapter 80. The Birth of Xinyan Cat. A bad thought flashed through Hui's mind. I saw the dark cloud stepping beside Song Niannian below. With its head raised high, there seemed to be faint starlight shining on it from the air. A milky white halo appeared on its body, and finally turned into a milky white ribbon hanging behind it. The white dots on its 4 claws turned into winding patterns engraved on its limbs, as if it were given life. It raised its eyes, one eye reflecting the moonlight. One eye carves out the scorching sun. Boom! More than a dozen powerful attacks came in front of them. She didn't hide away. Hui and the other 7 people looked down anxiously. Everyone in the live broadcast room and the observation room held their breath, staring intently at the battle on the screen. A milky white light broke through the mist and pierced the moonlit night, rushing towards the densely packed beasts. Oh no! Get out of the way! Hui and others shouted. But as soon as they finished speaking, 3 pets were quickly knocked down by the snowballs and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they secretly looked at the beast in front of them that they had never seen before. In the live broadcast room. Oh, what kind of pet is this? What is this? Tell me, please. Elegant, so elegant. Mom, I want to contract Dark Cloud. Damn, she still has this trick? This seems to be the previously undiscovered advanced form of Dark Cloud Step, right? I was wondering why her Dark Cloud Ta is still in the newborn stage, even though she is super extraordinary. It turns out that I am ignorant. Don't stop me, go by the Dark Cloud tread now. 9. Song Niannian's voice came from below. The girl sat on the ground in a mess, but the brilliance in her eyes was unmatched. Hui frowned and said, Everyone, spread out, don't get affected. Song Niannian watched the remaining pets disperse and looked at Snowball warily. She shook her head. It's no use. Snowball used the escape technique to jump between several pets. The fluttering white ribbons behind it make it look like a colorful butterfly playing. Boom! Another pet was knocked unconscious by the snowball. 8. Song Niannian immediately followed the counting. Hui looked at the scene in the field seriously. The new evolution of Dark Cloud in front of him was simply ridiculously strong. It even had a healing skill. They finally managed to injure it a little, but it bounced back into life after a healing treatment. Coupled with its elusive shadow escape skill, it was simply impossible for them to defend themselves against it. At this point, he had already given up. If he kept wasting time, they would only be harmed, so he shouted, Let's retreat. A hint of indifference flashed in Song Niannian's eyes. If you can't win, just run away. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Xiaotu. A 5-meter-high earth wall rose from the ground, blocking their escape route. Snowball jumped into the air, with a mysterious look in his eyes. It opened its mouth slightly, and the moonlight and energy around it gathered together like crazy, forming an extremely huge ball of light in a short time. It swung towards the remaining pets. Before they could escape from the attack range, after just breaking through the earth wall, they were blocked by the huge ball of light. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately lost consciousness. 0. Song Niannian walked slowly to the bottom of the snowball and caught it when its energy was exhausted. By the way, he took out 2 energy potions, fed one to it, and threw the other to Xiaotu. Then she held out her hand, integrating ball. Hui and the other 7 people looked at their unconscious pets and threw them at her with gnashed teeth. This time we are outclassed, so we admit defeat. I just hope you won't kill us all. Song Niannian nodded. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of whipping corpses. Everyone, God whip the corpse. The simple-minded boy who was secretly watching from the side swallowed his saliva, then laughed perversely. Oh my God, this is a bit too intense, but it's getting somewhere. When he turned around, his 2 pets had already run about 10 meters away, with resistance written all over their faces. Feng Chun, who was sitting on the winged emperor eagle in the distance, looked at the white ball of light in the distance. It looks like you don't need my help. Well, it's you after all. He patted the Feng Wang eagle and said, let's go and grab some more points. I don't want to be too far behind her in the rankings. Feng Huang Diao. Another day of being brain-destroying due to love. Qian Duo and Song Mimi stood on the treetop and looked out for a long time. Oh, you are worthy of being my boss. He jumped down from the treetop. Xiao Song, we as younger brothers can't be too embarrassed, right? Song Mimi touched her chin and said, that makes sense. At this time, everyone outside the screen. What is this pet? Is it really Dark Cloud Ta? This strength is way too high. I would even believe it if someone said it was at the commander level. You don't have to believe it. The strength of her attack is definitely at the commander level. This year's college entrance examination is so exciting. In the observation room, the old man in northern Beijing coughed. I'm old, and sitting for too long is a bit uncomfortable. You guys watch first, I'll go get some fresh air. The gentle middle-aged man who had been advising everyone also smiled and said, Mr. Wu, I'll go with you. The rest of the people. That's not what you two said when you were killing each other on the battlefield. Just as Elder Wu was about to step out of the door, a voice message reached everyone's ears. Before the final exam is over, no one is allowed to contact any candidate in any form. Mr. Wu's expression changed, and he sat back with a wry smile. Everyone understood that this voice should be a teacher from the 5 Grey Dao Academy. Everyone, you liar. You said you wouldn't interfere in the final exam. However, they also understood that with the talent Song Niannian had shown so far, it was a foregone conclusion that she would become an emperor-level beastmaster in the future. But I am so unwilling to accept this. Woo. Song Niannian was sitting on a big tree, counting her points. 6,500 points. She couldn't help but crack her mouth. What a great harvest. They are fat sheep indeed. I love fat sheep. Well, but to be on the safe side, it's better to collect a few more points. Once it reaches around 10,000, you should be able to advance, right? But things didn't go as she expected. The locator that was originally used to locate high-scoring candidates has now become a tool for candidates to avoid her. They are not stupid. How can they defeat this huge red mass? So every time the 1-hour locator is turned on, people around Song Niannian will run around at the speed of light, for fear that this evil star will find them. Song Niannian was helpless. She slurped a mouthful of hot pot vermicelli and sighed. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Many viewers. She is so greasy, I'm not clean anymore. In a hotel room in Guangnan, the black-robed man watching the live broadcast murmured. It turns out that it can really succeed. There was a frenzy in his eyes. Song Niannian, Song Niannian. Chapter 81. The eve of the qualifying tournament. The college entrance examination finals have come to an end. But the discussion about the college entrance examination is getting more and more intense. Many remarkable talents emerged among them, such as the Fenghuang eagle, whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral lineage, and the telekinetic duck with super telekinetic power. Lu Ergu of Bei Province defeated the top 10 in Bei Province with a fiery lion. Of course, the most eye-catching one among them is Song Niannian, who ranks first among the top 5 in Western Province. Both of her pets attracted the attention of the world. Dark Cloud steps into a new evolution. a coyote dog with space attributes. Chin Duo lazily lay on the sofa. Boss, this news report said that you are a rare genius among ordinary beast masters in 10 years. I think they're talking nonsense. Feng Chen, who was training silently on the side, weighed the stick in his hand. You are obviously a once-in-a-century talent. He saw Feng Chen's actions and immediately tried to make amends. Song Niannian glanced at him speechlessly, concentrating on giving Shueqiu a full-body massage SBA. She scooped up a large amount of massage cream, specially for pets, spread it evenly on Snowball's back, and rubbed it carefully from top to bottom according to the techniques she learned from the book. Meow. Snowball purred comfortably, his little tail wagging in the air, and he looked extremely happy. I don't know where Xiao Tu and Feng Huangjiao ran off to. Song Niannian thought to herself, they have a really good relationship. They don't even need a massage and just want to go out and play. It's coming out. Song Mimi took the projector and projected the rankings onto the big screen. The first place is Song Niannian with 6,500 points. That's great, boss. Qian Duo went up to look for his name. Hey, I'm ranked 89th, which is a good ranking. I'm going to go find my dad to tell him the good news and ask for some money. Song Niannian looked at the ranking on the leaderboard. I didn't expect to get first place with 6,500 points, but after thinking about it, not every pet has the same healing ability as Snowball, and long-term battles place high demands on them. Song Mimi is ranked 99th. Feng Chen is in third place. He was looking unhappily at Chen Yin, who came in second. At this time, the principal's office of Guangnan No. 2 Middle School, Li Huda's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Hey, Lao Lei, you don't have to be so polite. I just have a student who ranked first in the finals, and 3 others who made it into the top 100. Lei Tian, fuck you. After the final rankings of the college entrance examination were announced, Song Niannian's phone was flooded with calls. Basically, 14 colleges and universities called her and asked her if she had considered studying at their school. But Song Niannian declined all of them, as her target was the 5 major Taoist temples. At this time, the central region. The children of the 4 great families sat neatly in a huge conference hall. There were 4 people sitting at the round table in the center. They were the most talented young people of this generation from the 4 major families. There were more than a dozen servants and pets around. Everyone knelt on the ground and served them tea and water tremblingly. Suddenly, a short girl spilled a little water on the legs of the girl in white stockings because of nervousness when pouring tea. She was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground. Ms. Bai Yin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please let me go. The girl named Bai Yin calmly wiped it with a napkin and said with a smile, It's okay. Your clothes are wet too. The housekeeper will take her down to deal with it. Thank you, Miss Bai Yin. The girl replied gratefully. The girl was taken away. What were we just talking about? For this year's enrollment of the 5 major academies, our Bai family needs 100 places. Jiang Liang said impatiently. Bai Yin, don't go too far. There are only 500 places in total. The earrings on his ears glowed with a different light under the light. Our Feng family wants 150 places. As soon as Feng Huang's voice came out, the other 3 people looked at him. Ji Xing, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Impossible. The 5 academies will reserve some places for this year's college entrance examination candidates. Bai Yin sneered. A bunch of bugs in the mud. Are you worthy enough to go to the same school as me? Feng Huang continued. That's right. The 5 academies have lost their minds this year. Although there weren't many civilian students in the past, there were always some lucky ones. This year, using this method, the 500 admission places can be divided equally among our 4 great families. Jiang Liang laughed out loud. Come on, you talk as if it's easy for you. I heard that your Feng family has another guy who has returned to his ancestral family. His bloodline is not much inferior to yours. It's a question whether you can keep your current position. Feng Huang's expression remained unchanged. It's just a branch that was exiled for 100 years and had some luck. At this time, a butler in a white suit came to Bai Yin and said respectfully, Miss, the person has been dealt with. Bai Yin stretched and continued. I thought it was a small matter. Anyway, I won't give up any of these 500 spots this year to those bugs. After saying that, she left her seat, and a group of young boys and girls in white clothes left the meeting room under her leadership. Feng Huang also left with his people. Jiang Liang looked at Ji Xing curiously. Brother, what exactly is the reason for you to hold this meeting? If I were to ask you, even though those 2 people are not very smart, they are right. None of these civilian beast masters are our opponents. Ji Xing put a strand of long hair behind his head. I see. What did you see? He pondered for a moment, an inexplicable force preventing him from speaking, and he sighed. At this time, Song Niannian and 3 others were sitting on the ground playing poker. Big shot. Hey, give me money. Song Niannian extended her hand towards Qian Duoduo and Feng Chun. Qian Duoduo looked at Feng Chun speechlessly. Brother, do you think I can't see you letting the game go? But he still took out 100 and handed it to Song Niannian. Song Mimi looked helplessly at her 3 childish companions. My ancestors, the rules for the qualifying tournament have been announced. Would you like to take a look? Song Niannian finally pulled herself away and looked at her eagerly. After a while, Song Niannian understood the rules of this year. In short, there are no rules. The top 1,000 students in the college entrance examination and the 500 contestants selected by the noble families through various means. The competition for places will be held within the scope designated by the 5 major academies. There are 500 tokens scattered around the area. The last 500 people holding tokens will be admitted. There are no rules except that the use of noble phantasms and killing are not allowed. It should be noted that this assessment is not held in Daxia. Instead, it is in a small secret realm jointly controlled by the 5 major Taoist temples. The entire process will also be broadcast live. Song Niannian frowned and thought for a while. Make up your mind quickly. She needs to fill up Snowball's light therapy before starting. She turned her gaze to the most prosperous hotel where she lived. A thought came to my mind uncontrollably. Chapter 82, 5 Phases Realm. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The teacher leading the team from Guangnan was very excited. He never dreamed that the children from Guangnan would be able to climb such a big stage one day. Not only will you get first place in the college entrance examination, you will also have the opportunity to enter one of the 5 major academies. That's the 5 Great Dao Yuan. But he was happy, while the other candidates in the hotel were not so happy. Someone walked and cursed. Damn, I don't know what that kid is doing. Eating snail noodles late at night every night. I've been eating it for 3 days in a row, and now I almost have a stress reaction when I hear about snail noodles. Yeah, it really stinks. I didn't even get enough rest. Feng Chun and Qian Duoduo looked at Song Niannian, who was whistling in a relaxed manner. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should ask. Why are you looking at me? Song Niannian glanced at them. The people from the 5 Daewons have arrived. Do you want to leave? The 2 looked at each other and hurried to catch up. There was a train parked in front of them. It looked very small. Song Niannian couldn't help but feel curious. Can this room accommodate so many people? The appearance of the train is full of technological atmosphere, but what is strange is that it has no wheels. After she entered, she found a different world inside. Looking at the train that can only accommodate dozens of people, it's actually so big that it can hold thousands of people. It is also divided into a dining area, a fighting area, a rest area, a game area, etc. Xiao Tu, who was following behind her, had shining eyes. He ran to the dining area. Snowball in her arms saw the play area not far away and shook his tail excitedly. But still no action. Song Niannian saw its little thoughts. Go ahead. There are teachers from the 5 Taoist colleges guarding here. Nothing will happen to us. Meow meow, then please be careful. Song Niannian understood the message from the beast taming space and nodded with a smile. She and Feng Chun and the other 2 randomly found a seat by the window and sat down. The train had already started at this time, and Song Niannian was surprised to find that it was actually flying in the air. At this time, 5 people walked to the front of the train carriage. One of the girls in a pink tight dress clapped her hands, and the entire train car suddenly became quiet. Hello everyone, welcome. I am Li Mushing from Ruoshui Taoist Academy, a sophomore student. The people behind her also sat down and introduced themselves. Tian Gong Dao Zuan, Sofu Mo Chu Xiong, Bujun Dou Yuan, Supumura Zauli. Bath of Fire Taoist Academy, sophomore Li Huojun. Kinglan Dao Yuan, sophomore Zhu Sha. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Li Musheng continued. During the entire 5 Academy selection period, you can contact any of us at any time if you have any questions. By the way, this bus is one of the school buses that enter the 5 Great Dao colleges. Please cherish this opportunity to ride on it, because this could be your first and last ride. Her voice fell. Many candidates looked at each other with a hint of indignation. Li Mushing was aware of their unhappiness, but as a student who was lucky enough to be admitted to the 5 Great Dao Academy, he was all too aware of the influence of the aristocratic families on the 5 academies in recent years. Bai Yin from the Bai family has already made it known that these people dare not offer help casually. So she could only give these people some subtle reminders. I hope someone can pay attention to it. Wow! Someone among the students screamed. Song Niannian looked out the window, following the sound. The first thing that caught my eye was the majestic and retro building in the distance. Then there was a large erupting volcano in front of us. The red flames lit up her face. Many pets were playing in the hot magma. There were also students taking notes. The train sped forward, passing through a waterfall that reached the sky. The ceiling of the train suddenly became transparent. Raindrops fell on the transparent glass, splashing water. Suddenly, it was dark, and they entered a vast expanse of blue water. There were fish-like creatures chasing the train, spraying water on the glass. The train sped past, and the scene in Song Niannian's eyes changed again. It is a world made of steel. Trees as sharp as blades, houses as sharp as thorns. Even many of the students were holding sharp weapons. The train passed through a steel house, towering mountains and earth-colored houses. Finally, the train shot up into the sky. Enter the retro building complex that Song Niannian first looked at from afar. We are here, candidates. Welcome to the exclusive secret realm of the 5 Taoist academies, the 5 phases. Li Mushing stood at the door. You should have a good rest today. A teacher will take you to the examination room tomorrow. After saying that, the 5 of them left the car. Song Niannian stood in front of this retro building. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak for a moment. She finally understood why the 5 great Daewons were the places that everyone dreamed of. Just now, she saw many high-quality pets on the road. None of the students' pets were lower than A level, and she even saw an S-level pet. She swallowed. Snowball in her arms was also staring at the huge building in front of her in amazement. How long will it take me to dominate this place? You haven't seen the world. Just as they were shocked, a mocking voice came from the side. They are all gifted children and have never been ridiculed like this before. Immediately, a college entrance examination candidate attacked the girl. But Song Niannian didn't expect that with just one move, the boy's pet was defeated. It seemed to be the person who had besieged her before. The girl in the white skirt smiled and slapped him. Don't look at me with your dog eyes, you dirty thing in the mud. I am from the Bai family, and our Miss Bai Yin is a genius. What do you think you are? You. The boy roared. But he was soon kicked to the ground by another teenager in white trousers. He just tried to kick me? I'll break his legs. Song Niannian frowned and was about to step forward. A person in a purple skirt has already held the hand of the girl in the white skirt. Ah, who allowed you, a lowly person, to touch me with your hands? I'm going to chop your hands off. The girl in the purple dress raised her eyebrows and broke her hand. Then I'll wait for you. Then he walked straight to the reception desk. The girl in the white dress behind her was still screaming. Untouchable. Just wait for me. I will let Miss Bai Yin kill you. When she turned around, Song Niannian saw a red teardrop mole under her right eye. She felt strangely familiar. Where have you seen him before? Nian. Song Mimi's voice brought her back to reality. What's wrong with you? We just happen to be assigned to the same room. Let's go and have some rest. Oh, okay. Song Niannian responded and followed her. The forbidden area of the 5 Taoist temples. 5 figures sat opposite each other, with a water mirror in front of them. Inside is the whereabouts of 1,000 college entrance examination candidates. Chapter 83 Qualifying Tournament begins. The next morning, Song Niannian once again experienced what luxury was. The 5 major academies provided these college entrance examination candidates with spiritual food that was expensive in the outside world. Even if Song Niannian had Junie's 1-year pet food card, the food she could customize was limited. But that was enough for Xiao Tu and Snowball to get enough energy to grow. Xiao Tu was sitting on a stool, concentrating on eating. He pointed at a dish with his paw, indicating that it was delicious. Let Song Niannian get some more for it. She held her forehead helplessly and looked at Snowball, who was also eating happily. Do you want anything else to eat? I'll get it for you. Meow. Snowball pointed at a certain spirit fish with his tail. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Song Niannian looked up and saw a dozen boys and girls approaching them. The boys all wear white suits. Girls all wear white pleated skirts. Song Niannian was a little speechless. These people must love white so much. A long-haired girl asked the leading boy, "What are we doing here? Don't you think it's hilarious that these civilians have never seen the world? Such ordinary food is also regarded as treasure, and I ate it with gusto." Hearing his words, many high school students who were eating with their beasts put down their plates awkwardly. Song Niannian didn't care about what he said. She happily brought a few more dishes to the table and even considerately brought some juice. Look at that girl and her pet. They are so unsophisticated. Song Niannian looked at herself. How could that be? Sweatpants with short sleeves, YYDSOK. Let's go. There's nothing good about civilians, it's disgusting. Song Niannian frowned. Why does this person from the Bai family seem to have no brains? She gave Xiao Tu a look. Xiao Tu understood immediately. At the moment when the group of people stepped out of the door, the original threshold suddenly grew a lot longer. They fell flat on their faces because they were not paying attention. Who? The leading boy looked back, but no one answered him. He had no choice but to leave angrily. Song Niannian looked at their backs as they walked away, raised her hand, and high-fived Xiaodu and Xueqiu. Well done. I'll get you some food. She happily ran to the buffet counter again. Little did she know that her movements and actions were clearly seen by Jiang Liang and Ji Xing, who were hiding in the dark on the second floor. Brother, you dragged me here early in the morning just to watch the Bai family embarrass themselves? Jiang Liang yawned and looked at Ji Xing. My Ling Long horse has seen her in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liang's eyes became sharp, and he looked up and down again at Song Niannian, who was still feeding his pet. The space-attributed coyote dog and the newly evolved dark cloud steppe are indeed stronger than the others. But it shouldn't be a threat to you or me. Ji Xing shook his head. It's blurry. I can't see clearly, but I just have a very strong feeling. He wanted to continue speaking, but he felt an unknown force blocking him. After breakfast, Song Niannian prepared to go back to the dormitory to pack up her things. The qualifying competition would not start until the afternoon. She could take a break. Who knew that once the door was opened, 3 figures dressed in the same black clothes turned around and looked at her. Song Niannian? What are you doing? Playing with uniform temptation here. Qian Duoduo looked at her with a smug look on his face. Yesterday I saw that these noble families seem to like wearing uniform clothes and so on. When our ex-organization goes on an expedition, it has to be something cool. As he spoke, he took out 3 sets of clothes. I also prepared some for Snowball and Xiaotu. Song Niannian looked at Snowball's eyes that suddenly lit up. Oops, it's over. Finally, she changed into a black combat skirt out of despair. Fengchen looked at Song Niannian, who had changed her clothes for a long time, then moved his eyes away with difficulty, his ears turning red. Song Niannian usually wears pants. This was her first time wearing a combat skirt. The tight skirt just revealed her slim waist and a pair of dazzling white long legs. A custom X emblem is worn on the chest. She looked at the happy Snowball and Xiaodu. They both have black capes with an X sewn on them. There was a circle of white fluff sewn on Snowball's cloak. Forget it, Song Niannian sighed. As long as our ancestors are happy. It's 2 p.m. now. All the high school entrance exam candidates and the participating students from the 4 great families gathered in the huge square of the Tianxiong Daoyuan. There are 5 long pillars around it, each carved with intricate patterns. If you look closely, you will find that these patterns seem to be some kind of beast. Welcome to the 5 Great Daoyuan. We will soon begin the 5 Academy Freshman Selection Competition. Please welcome the deans of the 5 academies. As soon as the host finished speaking, 5 streams of light of different colors landed in front of everyone. Song Niannian looked at the 5 powerful beasts. The aura they exuded just by standing there made everyone on the field tremble. Welcome. I am the dean of Ruoshui Taoist Academy. The only female among the 5 deans spoke slowly. I want to explain the rules. There are only 2 points. The use of treasures is not allowed. Killing is not allowed. When she said this, she emphasized the word kill, and her threatening eyes slowly swept over the children of the 4 major families present. The dean of Pijuan Taoist Temple is a middle-aged man who looks elegant and amiable. Haha, Dean Li, you're worrying too much. They know their limits. Dean Li glanced at him meaningfully with her beautiful eyes. It would be better this way. She threw her hand, and a 3-story tower floated in the air, emitting a little light. This tower is the secret place for this assessment, the Tower of All Living Beings. There are a certain number of admission tokens placed on each of the 3 floors, with the 3rd floor having the most. The assessment will take 1 day, and at this time tomorrow afternoon, those holding the tokens will be eligible to enter any of the 5 academies. Song Niannian's eyes flashed. The 5 Daewons were really rich. These are 2 secret realms. However, within 1 day, she could already imagine how fierce the competition would be. At this time, Dean Li bowed gently to the Tower of All Living Beings. 1,000 high school entrance exam students and 500 children from aristocratic families will be taking the 56th entrance exam in your body. Please allow me to do so. The tower of all living beings emitted a soft light, and an entrance appeared in front of the students. Enter, Dean Li shouted. The children of the four great families entered first. Song Niannian looked at the others who were rushing in. She held Fengchen and Song Mimi's hands. Fengchen, his face flushed red. Song Niannian said, "Sorry, please pull down Qian Duo and see if we can be teleported together." Having experienced the Moonlight Secret Realm, she knew that some secret realms had no rules for teleportation. But if they could be together, that will undoubtedly be of great help in this qualifying tournament. Chapter 84 Cheating Snowball. Song Niannian only felt a white light flowing in front of her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the tower of all living beings. Sure enough, Fengchen and others were standing beside her. She stroked her chin and thought, the ability to combine transmissions is both an advantage and a disadvantage. This is very convenient for the children of wealthy families. This should be the first floor of the tower of all living beings, right? Song Mimi looked around, a hint of curiosity showing on her cold face. Well, it should be. Song Niannian returned. Qian Duo released the Gemflower Dragon to stand guard in the air. Only Fengchen was still looking at the hand that Song Niannian had just held with a lonely look on his face. Feng Huangjiao, let me out. I want to kill my love brain master. Thornsea Dragon, boss, calm down. Qian Duo, we have to find a way to get the token. Yes, but where can I find this token? You just talk nonsense all day long. Song Mimi glanced at him. Song Niannian raised her hand. Maybe I have a solution? She touched the snowball. Use the eye of delusion. If she was right, the token must have been hidden somehow. Meow. Snowball's eyes sparkled. Soon, she jumped off Song Niannian. He dug out a token emitting a milky white glow from the pile of gravel beneath her. Qian Duo. Song Mimi. Fengchen. At this time, outside the tower of all living beings, the contents of the entire secret realm were projected into the air above the Sky Dome Taoist Temple. The actions of Song Niannian and others were naturally seen clearly. The Dean of Pujuan Taoist Academy's eyes flashed. I didn't expect that there is a kid who has mastered the skill of breaking illusions. This is unfair to others. Before Dean Li could speak, the Dean of Tianxiong Daoyuan said calmly, "It's the child's ability to master this skill, Bai Li if you insist on saying so. Is the Linglong Horse Club Tiannian technique of the Ji family also considered cheating?" Bai Li snorted coldly and stopped talking. The deans of the other three hospitals looked at each other. They didn't expect Chu Jing to speak up for others. Song Niannian relied on Snowball's eye of illusion seeing. In just 30 minutes, 3 tokens were successfully harvested. She smiled happily and said, "Great. We only need one more and we can all get into school. However, we have been wandering around the first floor for so long and haven't found anything else. Why not go directly to the 3rd floor?" The Dean of Ruoshui Daoyuan also said that the 3rd floor has the largest number of tokens. The others also nodded. So Song Niannian took Fengchen and others to the 3rd floor. Not long after she left, Ji Xing brought people from the 4 major families to the place where Song Niannian and the others had just settled. "Where's the token?" "Ji Xing, can you do it?" Feng Huang looked at him. Zhang Liang said nonchalantly, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, don't rely on Linglong Ma's Tiannian technique." Ji Xing looked at the Linglong horse under his crotch. It let out a long breath, shook its head at Ji Xing, and then its eyes became blank. After a long time, it uttered a cry. Ji Xing turned around and said, "Let's go to the 3rd floor." Linglong said he saw a lot of tokens there. "What are you waiting for?" Bai Yin, who was wearing white stockings, said immediately. This layer of sand area was unbearable for her. How could there be such a dirty place? At this time, Song Niannian had successfully reached the 3rd level. She looked at the endless black water in front of her. It was so calm without any ripples that it made people feel depressed. But at this moment, she couldn't care about those feelings, because she was drooling at the large white token floating in the air above the water. Fengchen and others were also stunned. The audience watching the live broadcast at this time were shocked. Her Dark Cloud Step is so awesome, it explodes. Is the 5 Dao Academy qualifying tournament so easy? I could do it too. You are nothing. If you can't even make it into the top 1,000, don't dream about it. Is it possible that I am a student of the 5 Great Dao Academy? Ha! Didn't the Bai family say that they wouldn't give any quota to college entrance examination candidates? Let her come in and get beaten. The internet is not an illegal place. Be careful of the Bai family members knocking on your door. Song Niannian and the others collected the token that was half hanging in the air. There are about 150 of them. There are about 60 left. Don't ask her why she put it away. Can't she give it to charity? Give one to anyone you like. Oh, Snowball threw a shadow ball over. The intruder dodged easily. Don't do it, he's not an enemy. A girl in a purple skirt raised her hands. Is it you? Song Niannian had some impression of her. Wasn't she the good girl who bravely stood up for justice that day? So she took out a token and threw it at her. For you. The girl in the purple skirt took the token and looked at her in surprise. My name is Chun Yin. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard her name. Qian Duo said in surprise. So you were Chun Yin who ranked second. I thought you were a boy, but I didn't expect you to be so good-looking. Song Mimi rolled her eyes at him, speechlessly. It's me. Chun Yin nodded slightly and looked at Song Niannian. Are you the number one? Song Niannian imitated her and nodded slightly. It's me. They were chatting happily. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared in front of them. The faces of Song Niannian and others quickly darkened. When Bai Yin saw the token on the water, she was delighted at first, but her face soon darkened again. She glanced at Song Niannian and the others and spoke elegantly. What about the other tokens here? What token? Song Niannian played dumb. Feng Huang narrowed his eyes and suddenly attacked Feng Chun. The two Wind Emperor Eagles collided in the air and then quickly separated. Song Niannian looked at Feng Huang's Wind Emperor Eagle in surprise, then looked at Feng Chun, whose face was ashen. But she summoned Xiaodu without hesitation and stood beside Feng Chun. The same goes for Qian Duo and Song Mimi. When Chun Yin saw their actions, he raised his eyebrows and summoned two insect pets to stand with them. Feng Huang's eyes swept over Song Niannian and the others. You are a member of the Feng family. You've been in a small place for a long time. Don't you know what the right choice is? You mean to say that being a borer like you guys is the right choice? Song Niannian said sarcastically. She has learned about the four major families these days. Naturally, I know the character of these self-proclaimed nobles. As soon as Song Niannian finished speaking, more than a dozen bird pets attacked her. Little soil. A 5-meter-high earth wall blocked their attack. But it was soon broken by a white cat-like extraordinary creature. That was Bai Yan's pet, gazing at them hungrily, and everyone in the Bai family also summoned their own pets. Song Niannian narrowed her eyes. This fight is not going to be easy. Chapter 85, First Confrontation. Song Niannian looked at the pets of the four leaders of the four great families. The Lion of Justice, the Linglong Horse, the Wind Emperor Eagle, and the Sky Shield Turtle. The key point is that these four pets have reached the commander level. He reached leadership in high school. Song Niannian finally understood why they were called the best of the younger generation of the four great families. She looked at the lineup on the opposite side. I looked at my own lineup again. I made a decision immediately. We are all classmates. Don't be so nervous. We do have a few of the tokens you mentioned just now, but we only took the corresponding amount of shares and did not take more than your share. Bai Yin smiled innocently. Really? It seems we have misunderstood you guys. She waved her hand, signaling the Bai family to leave. You can go now. Song Niannian and the others looked at each other. So, easy to talk to? She rode on Xiaodu and retreated to the second floor cautiously with Feng Chen and others. At this moment, she saw the mocking smile on Jiang Liang's face. Snowball, little dirt, guard with earth wall. Even when facing a monarch-level pet, Snowball's protection and Xiaodu's earth wall could hold out for a few seconds. However, under the attack of Bai Yan's Justice Lion, it shattered in an instant. Song Niannian was knocked to the ground by a huge impact. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked up at the girl standing in midair. Bai Yin raised her head proudly. A white dress wrapped around her perfect body. The expression on her face was as pure as a daisy blooming on the ridge of a field. Oh, sorry, I didn't tell you that you could walk out safely, she said, pretending to be surprised. Then he tilted his head and said, Also, who the hell are you to be my classmate? The pure daisy tears off the mask of hypocrisy. It turned out to be a poppy flower growing on the bones. Snowball's light therapy shines on everyone. Song Niannian felt that the pain in her body disappeared. She helped Xiaodu to stand up and looked at Feng Chen and the others inquiringly. They shook their heads at her, indicating that it was all right. Song Niannian looked back at the people from the four great families. They are no match in terms of quantity and quality. although I have had experience fighting against monarchs before. But it was only a B-level monarch, and it was wild. It had no training from a beastmaster, and its skills were a mess. But now it was different. The person standing in front of them was the most outstanding young person in Dacia. Both the beast taming and skill configuration are top-notch. She thought for a moment, then raised her head with a smile. Don't you just want tokens? Yes, I admit. I took a lot before you came in. Bai Yin showed a look of as expected. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Song Niannian narrowed her eyes. Your arrogance is so annoying. Okay, thank you then. She signaled to Snowball and shouted with her eyes and pretended to take something out of her backpack. Suddenly, dust filled the air. Song Niannian threw out a handful of white signs. I'll give it all to you, just take it. The white cards fluttered in her hands, and the Wind Emperor Eagle flapped its wings wisely, making it seem like a rain of white cards. The children of the noble families went to receive the tokens. It turned out that they were actually white playing cards. Song Niannian. Bai Yin made an angry sound. Song Niannian and the others were already standing at the portal on the second floor. The girl's black hair was flying, and her pretty face was full of innocence. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Since you're so pretty, this one is for you. Song Niannian threw out a white object. Bai Yin caught it with her hands before she could react. Pa! Unexpectedly, this thing exploded in her hand. The yellow soup flowed down her fair arms, staining her pure, white clothes. Song Niannian, how dare you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Liang laughed rudely. You, a germaphobe, have finally come to this day. I am dying of laughter. No one in the Bai family dared to speak. A young girl stepped forward, took off her clothes without hesitation, folded them, and handed them to her respectfully. Bai Yin just glanced at it calmly. Chase her. I want her to pay the price. Afterwards, everyone in the Bai family followed in the direction of Song Niannian and others. Feng Huang's eyes flashed, and he also led everyone in the Feng family to chase after them. Zhang Liang stood there and asked Ji Xing, who was standing beside him. That civilian seems to have a lot of tokens on him. Should we chase him? Ji Xing said calmly. No, the lake water here will attract the token here. We just need to wait. That's so boring. He looked at the people in the Zhang family. You stay here, I'll go join in the fun. After saying that, he left the third floor. Dean Li from outside the secret realm said, I didn't expect that the Ji family kid's Linglongma has already mastered the Tianyin technique to such an extent that he can calculate this. The people in Daxia who were watching the qualifying rounds were all staring at the screen intently. When they saw Song Niannian and others being hunted down by the Bai family and the Feng family, they rarely refrained from making mockery. They don't have the courage to challenge the people from the four major families. Even if they are beastmasters, the pride of heaven, and have been adored by everyone since childhood. But those are the four great families. They have neither the courage nor the ability. Compared with those who are born at the top of the pyramid, so be it their half-hearted life. Song Niannian and others were running in the Tower of All Beings. Her goal is the first floor, where the yellow sand is everywhere. Xiao Tu and Feng Huang Jiao can be of great use on the first floor. The people from the Bai family and the Feng family followed closely behind. There are many smart people who speculate that Song Niannian and others may have a large number of tokens in their hands. This led to the Bai and Feng families chasing after them. They wandered around in the secret place and found nothing, so they decided to follow them and see if they could fish in troubled waters. As a result, more and more ordinary college entrance examination candidates followed suit. Suddenly, the first floor of the Tower of All Beings became the most popular place. Song Niannian stood in the center of the first floor and stopped running. But wait quietly. She looked back at Feng Shun and the others. My next actions may make me enemies with the Bai family. Are you sure you want to join us? I will give you the token. Feng Shun took a step forward and stood beside her. When the boss is in trouble, the younger brother must take over. Qian Duoduo looked at him speechlessly and took a step forward. Can you please stop stealing my lines? Song Mimi said nothing, but just walked to her side. Chen Yin looked behind them for a while, as if he was looking at himself through them. She smiled wantonly and took a step forward. Facing Song Niannian's clear eyes, she said, I have done many wrong things in my life, but sometimes I want to do the right thing. Qian Duoduo gave her a thumbs up. Then together, Song Niannian said with a smile. Chun Yin said silently in his heart, yes, together. Chapter 86 Blue Wolf Dog. When Bai Yin and Feng Huang arrived, they saw 5 people standing in a row. Song Niannian smiled and greeted her. Hey, here I am. How does the snail noodle soup taste? I let it go for 3 days. She looked relaxed, as if she was chatting with a good friend she hadn't seen for years. Bai Yin suppressed her anger and smiled quietly. I don't like this kind of garbage, and I don't like garbage like you. Song Niannian still smiled. But I just like the look on your face where you want me dead but can't do anything about it. Bai Yin put away her smile and said, I don't know whether you are ignorant or stupid. Don't you know the influence and power of my Bai family? How dare you challenge my bottom line again and again? You can't kill people in the secret realm, so I will tear your mouth and cut your hand and foot tendons. Song Niannian's smile became even more unbridled. There was once a woman called Scorpion who wanted to kill me, but then she was bewitched by me. There was also an emperor-level double-pupil lion that wanted to kill me, but it was killed by a thunderbolt. Chun Yin, do you want to take a look at what you said? Bai Yin, do you think you can resist so many people? Song Niannian looked at the Bai family and the Feng family, which together numbered about 150 people. Oh, isn't this just right? Of course I can't do it alone, but... She took out a bunch of genuine tokens. He said it all around him at the top of his voice. I finally got the chance to enter the 5 Great Taoist Academy, but these arrogant guys in front of me, to take away your dreams, to take away your hopes, to take away your lives. Do you choose to keep silent and keep your head down and continue to live the life that you can see the end of at a glance? Or stand up here and slash the obstacles in your way with your sword? The people from the Bai and Feng families looked at her as if she were a madman. She must be a fool. How could anyone dare to go against the Bai and Feng families? My dear mother, you are right. I have long wanted to fuck the people from these 4 great families. Their nostrils are like they are in the sky. Lu Ergu was eating an apple in one hand and holding a basket in the other. I also want to try to see how the so-called children of noble families are better than us. He Hui led Dongwu out and nodded to Song Niannian. Soon after, more and more people came out from all directions, both men and women. There are people from the 2 economically developed southeastern provinces. There are also 2 northwestern provinces that are mocked for their lack of educational resources. At this moment, they put aside their regional prejudices and competitive relationships, became comrades in arms. Song Niannian looked at the 100 people. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but crack. She looked at Bai Yin, whose face was livid. Isn't someone coming? Superior. I don't know who said this, but the flames of war were ignited. A battle of several hundred people began. The various pets, the overwhelming skills, and the gorgeous attacks made the audience in front of the screen feel extremely satisfied. Fengchen rode the Wind Emperor Eagle towards Feng Wang. He gave it to me. Song Niannian and Bai Yan's eyes collided in the air. Unicorn, go and deal with that dog. Xiao Tu and the unicorn quickly separated after colliding on the ground. Song Niannian didn't wait any longer. Defense has never been her style. Snowball suddenly appeared behind Bai Yin. But the skill was interrupted by the tail of the Justice Lion. The snowball transformed into the form of a Xinjiang cat in midair. Attacked the Lion of Justice again. White lotus flowers bloomed at the foot of the snowball. It quickly approached the Lion of Justice, but was burned by the flames of the Lion of Justice. The 2 pets collided in the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. There was a rumbling sound of battle. Song Niannian was not idle either. She quietly approached Bai Yin and wanted to attack her. But Bai Yin avoided him. Song Niannian, you're not the only one who can fight in close combat. Bai Yin said and ran towards her quickly. Song Niannian picked up a handful of sand from the ground and sprinkled it on Bai Yin when the time was right. Taking the opportunity, he rolled on the ground to avoid Bai Yan's kick. Pulling Bai Yan's hair from behind, she pulled it down hard. Ah! Bai Yin was not willing to be outdone. She turned around and kicked, spinning backwards and grabbing Song Niannian's hair. Good guy, you learned from me. For the first time, Song Niannian felt the pain of having her hair grabbed. Soon the 2 of them were wrestling on the ground. Snowball in midair wanted to come over to help her, but was held back by the Lion of Justice. With Shadow Meld and Light Healing, the Justice Lion cannot defeat Snowball directly. But again, Snowball has no way of defeating it. The 2 pets are equally skilled in their skills, but the Justice Lion has much more energy in its body than her. This was the first time that Xiao Tu encountered such a tough opponent as the unicorn since he was born. No matter what skills it uses, the opponent can resolve them well. It watched Song Niannian being knocked to the ground. Bai Yin kicked down one after another, and every move was fatal. There was a trace of pain in its eyes. Xiao Tu was accidentally attacked by the unicorn. Several spikes burst out from the ground. A big hole was stabbed in Xiao Tu's abdomen. Xiao Tu. Song Niannian felt the pain of Xiao Tu in the beast taming space and couldn't help but look over. When she saw this, she felt a pain in her heart. The little dog who usually only smiles foolishly is now fighting with blood all over his body. I saw her looking at it and giving it a soothing smile. Hiss! Song Niannian felt something sharp stabbing her back. It turned out that Bai Yan had stabbed her abdomen with a hairpin. Bai Yan's eyes were full of bloodlust. How dare you be distracted during a fight? As she spoke, she poked the hairpin inside. Song Niannian gritted her teeth and hit Bai Yan's head with her head. He snatched the hairpin from her hand and threw her to the ground before she could react. He clamped his legs around her body and stabbed her in the abdomen with a hairpin. You can't kill anyone in the qualifying round. Otherwise, she will stab her directly in the heart. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. Bai Yan screamed in anger, and her attacks became more fierce. Song Niannian was careless and was thrown to the ground again. Seeing Bai Yan snatching the hairpin away, he was about to stab her in the heart. There was a lot of noise outside at this time. Li Qing looked seriously at Bai Li, who was standing in front of him. Get out of the way. I told you not to kill anyone in the secret realm. Don't worry, Dean Li. It's just a fight between kids. No one will die. Get out of the way, or I'll be rude to you. Chu Jing stood up and looked at Bai Li coldly. Bai Li narrowed his eyes. Just then, a cry of surprise came from below, and everyone looked towards the secret realm. Green and transparent light emanated from Xiao Tu's body. Song Niannian suddenly felt her body sinking, and the hot and humid sand separated her and Bai Yan. She sank into the gravel, and when she resurfaced, she was lying on soft fur. Xiao Tu. Chapter 87 Attack and Defense Switch. Ouch! A loud and long roar resounded throughout the first floor of the Tower of All Beings. Everyone in the battle couldn't help but look towards it. A 2-meter-long, white giant wolf appeared in Song Niannian's eyes. Its white fur looked like a golden gauze in the sunset, and its ears, nose, and eyes were light blue. It was no less beautiful than the finest jade. Its long tail was raised upwards, protecting Song Niannian. The 4 claws were covered with shimmering scales, reflecting Bai Yan's ugly expression. Its cold eyes stared at the unicorn as if it was facing a formidable enemy, and only when it glanced at Song Niannian and Snowball did a hint of honest tenderness appear in its eyes. Meow. While everyone was looking at Xiao Tu, the Snowball landed next to Song Niannian. It nodded its head to Song Niannian in worry. An array of light descended. Her injuries were healed quickly. Song Niannian touched Snowball and rubbed Xiao Tu's head. Xiao Tu rolled his eyes at her helplessly and said, "Please don't ruin my image." Song Niannian jumped off Xiao Tu. Looking at Xiao Tu's current data panel. Master. Song Niannian. Level. Xiao Tu, Blue Wolf King. Attributes. Earth Space. Level. Extraordinary. Beast Taming Qualification. A+. Evolution Path. Pastoral Dog, Coyote Dog, Blue Wolf King, Summer Blade, Jade Dragon Horse. Bloodline unlocked 20%, reaching 50% to update to the next stage. Skills. Earth Wall, perfect. Sand Throwing, perfect. Concealment, great success. Earth Spikes, perfect. Earth Prison, great success. Vortex, perfect. Severance, proficient. Crushing, proficient. Blessing, proficient. Teleport, great success. Spatial Replacement, proficient. Usable skill points, 5W. She raised an eyebrow at Bai Yan. What should I do? The situation has reversed. Live broadcast audience. Wow. Is this Qingling? Why is it different from the others I saw before? I have a blue wolf. I can testify that it is not as big as hers, nor as pretty as hers. This is so funny. Aren't you afraid that your wolf will bite you? Ah, the blue wolf is so handsome, but the coyote dog is really a bit rustic. She is so brave. She dares to provoke the Bai family at this time. I also feel that those who had provoked the Bai family before seemed to have disappeared. I hope these children are okay. Outside the secret realm, in the Tianqiong Taoist Square, a dragon under Chu Jing's seat raised its eyes and stared at the small piece of soil on the screen in midair for a long time. It blew a breath towards Chu Jing. Chu Jing looked at Xiao Tu and Song Niannian in surprise. Could it be that Long Jiao felt a similar bloodline in this green wolf? Inside the Tower of All Beings, Song Niannian attacked Bai Yan without hesitation. This time the attack and defense switched. It's our turn. Snowball blocked the righteous lion who wanted to rescue him. Xiao Tu blocked Unicorn and Bai Yan who were trying to escape with a single teleport. A dungeon separated Bai Yan and the Unicorn. After a cut, the Unicorn let out a wail and was forced to return to Bai Yan's beast-controlling space. When the other college entrance examination candidates saw this scene, Their suppressed arrogance was rekindled, and their offensive against the Feng and Bai families became more fierce. Fengchen's Wind Emperor Eagle also successfully advanced during the attack and became a commander-level Wind Emperor Eagle. The feathers all over its body match the colors of the sunset, and the crown on its head is even more dazzling. Feng Huang bit his lower lip in jealousy. How could it be possible? The concentration of his Wind Emperor Eagle bloodline is actually higher than mine. How is it possible that a branch crawled out from a shabby place? Xiaodu is already in midair to help Snowball attack the Justice Lion. I have to say that Bai Yan's Justice Lion is indeed very strong. It can hold on with the dual cooperation of Xiaodu and Snowball. Song Niannian grabbed Bai Yan's hair and pulled it upwards, forcing her to look at herself. Miss, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Bai Yan gritted her teeth and said, You'd better not have any bad thoughts. Otherwise, my Bai family will not let you go. Pa! A loud slapping sounded. The lively battlefield even paused for a moment because of the slap. All the children of the Bai family went crazy and swarmed towards Song Niannian. Chun Yin took out a flute, and the melodious sound of the flute rang out on the first floor of the Tower of All Beings. Suddenly, countless bees and insects swarmed out of her hair and blocked Song Niannian. If you get close to her, you will die. She waved, and a purple butterfly landed on her hand, making the red teardrop mole under her right eye look particularly bright. There is a kind of weird beauty on the bloody battlefield. Bai Li in the secret realm had a stern look in his eyes. Gu tribe, they are not. Li Qing smiled and said, I didn't expect that there would be children from the Gu tribe this year. They disappeared 100 years ago. I thought something had happened to them, but I felt much more relieved when I saw the child. Bai Wuxiang, who was watching the live broadcast, saw this. He suddenly stood up and looked at Chun Yin in disbelief. Song Niannian looked at the overwhelming swarm of insects. She smiled at Chun Yin and said, Thanks, sister. Then he turned his gaze to Bai Yin, who was stunned by Song Niannian's slap at this time, and looked at her in disbelief. Song Niannian slapped him again. As I recall, you wanted to kill me just now, right? What else did you say? You pull my tendons? As she spoke, the hairpin passed over Bai Yan's tendons in her hands and feet. Bai Yan was horrified. Song Niannian, how dare you? I am a member of the Bai family. If you dare to do this, the Bai family will not let you go. Song Niannian smiled and said, If I let you go, will your Bai family let me go? Since I have offended you, I should be more straightforward. Anyway, she has no good feelings towards these big families. In the live broadcast room, the number of people watching Song Niannian's live broadcast reached a new high. This is data that has never been seen before. I think Niannian is really brave. She is really brave. I am really worried that she will be retaliated against. Well done. My sister's hands and feet were broken by the Bai family. Without a professional-level healing beast, there is no way to cure it, but my family can't afford a professional-level healer. This comment was like a switch, and everyone started to denounce the Bai family. Me too. My brother went to work for the Bai family, and I haven't heard from him since. It's the same in my family. My grandfather worked for the Bai family for 10 years, but he was blinded because he put an extra plate in the house. Our students in the central region dare not argue with the people from the major families. They will threaten us with death if we disagree with them. My friend was beaten severely by several people from the Bai family because he talked back. Oh my God, I suddenly feel that the other provinces are pretty good. I don't envy the central region anymore. Song Niannian was unaware of these remarks. She was thinking about how to make this girl suffer more. She stepped on Bai Yan's madly twisting right hand. The hairpin stabbed down fiercely. Bah! Song Niannian dropped her hairpin in pain and looked at the person coming not far away. Chapter 88 Sky Shield Turtle. The visitor sat lazily on the back of a turtle-like extraordinary creature. The diamond stud on the left ear is particularly eye-catching. He sneered. Hey, why is Miss Bai so embarrassed? Hope burst out in Bai Yan's eyes. Zhang Liang, help me kill her. I'll give your Sky Shield Turtle a chance to enter my Bai family's bone pool. Zhang Liang's eyes flashed when he heard this. Oh my, I'm also tempted, but it's a pity that killing is not allowed in the Tower of All Living Things. Then teach her a lesson. Cut the tendons in her hands and feet. Song Niannian was speechless. How could he think of torturing me right in front of me? She stepped hard and broke Bai Yan's right hand. Ah! Song Niannian, I'm going to kill you. Song Niannian looked at Zhang Liang. You want to help her? Although I don't like her very much, she is from one of the 4 great families. It is not your turn to trample on it at will. Zhang Liang rarely looked serious. So, There's nothing to talk about? Song Niannian raised her eyebrows and asked. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Tu has teleported behind the sky shield turtle. A series of attacks continued. But to Song Niannian's surprise, the sky shield turtle was unexpectedly unharmed. Niannian! Song Mimi shouted behind her. She turned back. A poisonous fog snake suddenly emerged from the soil and came behind her. Bare his fangs at her. At the critical moment, a large jade-colored centipede blocked the attack for her. Chun Yin licked her lips. Leave this little snake to me. After saying this, her pet attacked the poisonous fog snake. But no matter what, it was impossible to attack the poisonous fog snake. This situation not only happened to Chun Yin. The same is true for other college entrance examination candidates. The situation was originally very good, but suddenly it started to turn one-sided. The pets of the noble family's children suddenly seemed to be immune to their pets' attacks. Song Niannian's eyes narrowed as she looked at Zhang Liang. What did you do? Oh, you are ignorant. Do you know why the four great families have a special status? Of course, Song Niannian didn't know. Just seeing their arrogant and annoying faces makes people uncomfortable. Who would bother to understand? The reason why the four great families are so highly regarded is because of their unique pets. The Sky Shield Turtle of the Jiang family, the Wind Emperor Eagle of the Feng family, the Linglong Horse of the Ji family, and the Justice Lion of the Bai family. These four pets have a certain chance of returning to their ancestral bloodline and gaining the innate magical skills of ancient mythical beasts. If I'm not mistaken, your Sky Shield Turtle should have awakened its innate magical skill, Absolute Defense. Chun Yin answered while directing his pet. Hyogo. Zhang Liang snapped his fingers. He crossed one leg and said, Unfortunately, I am not like that loser from the Bai family. She can never awaken her innate magical skill. If the Bai family didn't have many talented people in this generation, she wouldn't be able to be on equal footing with me. Shut up. Bai Yan's reaction was even greater at this time, and she stared at Zhang Liang with red eyes. Tisk, TSK, look at how you look now. There is no trace of the usual dignity. It is really no different from these dirt dots. Zhang Liang. Song Niannian frowned. She really didn't expect that Zhang Liang had such a skill. With so many pets present, can his absolute defense protect so many people? She looked at the many students taking the college entrance examination because the attacks did not work. From active offense to passive defense. If this continues, everyone's physical strength will be exhausted. Don't waste your time. I have the energy you need. The Sky Shield Turtle can continuously provide them with barrier protection. You can't win. More and more college entrance examination candidates are being captured. Song Niannian closed her eyes and opened them again. It was she who had urged them to join this battle, and she couldn't just ignore it. What do you want? Well, it's very simple. Everyone, cease fire and hand over all the tokens in your hands. I've been watching it 155 pieces. Not one less. Also, I promise, Miss Bai, why don't you cut the tendons of your hands and feet yourself? While Song Niannian and Zhang Liang were talking, the people of the Bai family, rescued by Yin. The Bai family brought Bai Yin to Zhang Liang's back. They took out advanced healing potions. After Bai Yin drank it, the wound on her body healed immediately. Even the severed hand was healed by her without a word. Then she clapped her hands, and everyone from the Bai family brought someone up. Song Niannian's eyes narrowed. Mimi. Snowball, little dirt. The two pets received the order from their beastmaster and rushed towards Song Mimi quickly. But it is isolated by a thin protective film. Song Niannian's face darkened. Bai Yin, what do you want to do? Bai Yin washed her face with water and regained her elegant look. She smiled and said, I see she's wearing the same uniform as you. So, she must be from your clan? Bai Yin said as she raised Song Mimi's face. Well, it turns out that he has a pair of annoying eyes just like you. Pa! He slapped Song Mimi twice on the face. Bitch! Qian Duo saw this scene while dealing with the enemy and let out an angry roar. Song Niannian's eyes turned cold. Whatever you want to do, you can do it to me instead of to innocent people. Bai Yin smiled and said, Of course I will pay you back tenfold for what you did to me. Now it's just collecting interest. She waved her hand. Song Mimi was pinned to the ground, and the Bai family's pet stepped on her left and right hands and broke them. But Song Mimi was so stubborn that she didn't say a word. She just forced herself to say to Song Niannian, I've fine. Advancing is more important. There were two more crisp sounds, and her legs were broken. The X badge on her chest fell to the ground, being trampled into the dust. But Song Mimi forced herself to pick up the badge. Song Niannian stared at Bai Yin indifferently, her eyes as calm as a lake without a single ripple. But from the crazy attacks of Xiaotu and Snowball, and the protective shield erected between everyone, her inner anger could be seen. Angry? Haha. Song Niannian, do you want to take a look at your expression now? So funny, ha ha ha. Bai Yin laughed out loud. How can I stop? Song Niannian didn't even blink. Niannian, don't, advance. Song Mimi's consciousness was blurred, but she still spoke. I'll stop. Cut off one of your legs first, and show me. Bai Yin sneered. Can. But what she didn't expect was that Song Niannian actually agreed. There was a crisp sound. Song Niannian broke her left leg. Bai Yin looked at her in surprise, then looked at Song Mimi. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and laughed for a long time. It turns out there are really fools in this world. At the same time, there was silence on the live streaming platform. I really feel sorry for her. The Bai family is too much. How could an ordinary person possibly defeat the Bai family? I won't watch this anymore. I'm upset. Chapter 89, All Living Things Suffer. Bai Yan's laughter became louder and louder. She was angry that a bug like Song Niannian dared to go against her. At the same time, deep in my heart, I felt jealous. Jealous of something she could never get in her life. Others can easily have it. Born in the Bai family, she was lucky. She is unfortunate again. When she was young, she would be severely beaten if she did not obey her parents' wishes. Everyone knows about the glory of the four great families, but no one knows how she, who was born in the Bai family, spent her childhood. How many corpses have I stepped on to climb to my current position? She was tired of laughing. What she couldn't get, no one else could have it. She picked up the dagger from the person next to her and walked towards Song Mimi. Zhang Liang frowned. Are you crazy? I am a member of the Bai family. Who dares to do anything to me? Outside the secret realm, Bai Li and Zhao Wang are confronting Li Qingjing. Lu Xiang sat aside and practiced Tai Chi calmly. At this time, I was in a small dark room with only a small window on the ceiling. A thin girl was lying on the bed. There were shocking whip marks all over her limbs, and the tendons in her hands and feet were severed. She stared motionlessly at Song Niannian's live broadcast on TV. From hope at the beginning to despair now. She just accidentally spilled water on Bai Yin, and it turned out like this. The girl on TV is probably even more miserable than her. But she couldn't help but feel a hope in her heart. If there is a God in this world, I sincerely pray to you. I will give you my loyalty, body, soul, everything I have. I just ask you to look at this world. This hypocritical, dark, and hopeless world. She opened her eyes. Nothing changed. She laughed at herself and said, how could there be a God in this world? God must have died long ago. Bai Yin. Song Niannian cried out. Bai Yin looked back at her, but her hands did not stop. She smiled and inserted the dagger into Song Mimi's abdomen. Song Niannian looked at her steadily. It's like looking at a dead person. The college entrance examination candidates were pinned to the ground one by the people from the aristocratic families. There was a bloody scar on Lu Erga's abdomen. He Hui and Dong Wu were also covered in wounds. The situation of other candidates was not much better. There was an atmosphere of despair among them. So, these are the four great families? Just a commander-level skill left them completely powerless to fight back. Song Niannian looked around, her eyes full of madness. Chun Yin, I know you have an extraordinary background. You must have a way to break this absolute defense, right? Chun Yin looked at her and raised his head to look at the dark sky. Why is the sunrise so late today? She spoke slowly. Any skill has its limits. There is no such thing as absolute defense in this world. If it can't be broken, it's just that the attack power is not strong enough. I understand Xiaotu blessed Snowball. Xiaotu responded, and a soft light fell on Snowball. Song Niannian opened Snowball's skill panel and looked at Snowball's 19% bloodline. All the skill points were piled into it. The bloodline has just reached 19.9. Is it still not enough? Hey, stop struggling. Zhang Liang leaned his head on the back of the Sky Shield Turtle and looked at Song Niannian. Of course, the Sky Shield Turtle's absolute defense has weaknesses. In addition to what Chen Yin just said, the most important thing is that once the absolute defense is broken, all attacks sustained during the period when the absolute defense is activated will be returned to the Sky Shield Turtle at once. However, he was not worried about this problem at all. Below the monarch, no pet could break the absolute defense of the Sky Shield Turtle. People from the other three great families could not do it either. People from the Bai family might have a chance, but their generation was all trash. The girl outside the screen looked at Song Niannian. Stop struggling. There is no God in this world. How can you challenge such a huge monster by yourself? Snowball, light therapy. The snowball landed lightly beside Song Niannian. Tears welled up in her eyes. A ray of light fell, and Song Niannian quickly stood up. She picked up Snowball and touched Xiaodu's paw. What I'm going to do next will be very dangerous. Are you afraid? Snowball rubbed her face, showing his position with his actions. Xiaodu pretended to be cool and snorted, I'm very strong, just do it. Qian Duo and Fengchen stood beside her. He tapped the badge on his chest. Chenyin also walked up to her. Everything is implied. Zhang Liang looked at their actions and couldn't help but sneer. Don't play tricks on me. You can't break my absolute defense. Song Niannian turned a deaf ear to his words, signaling Snowball to take out the broken spirit fruit. At that time, they got 2 pills in Yuewa's secret realm, and only Xiaodu took one. She never gave the other one to Snowball. As soon as the soul-breaking fruit appeared, the sky shield turtle stared at the fruit intently. Zhang Liang was naturally not someone who didn't know what was good. His eyes were red. Give me that fruit, and I'll ensure that the 5 of you advance. Zhang Liang, get lost. You are not qualified to order me around. Song Niannian smiled and handed the fruit to Snowball's mouth. Under the angry eyes of Zhang Liang and Sky Shield Turtle, it was fed to Snowball. Okay, very good, Song Niannian. Zhang Liang was angry. At this time, the Snowball bloodline column finally reached 20%. The people who were facing each other outside the secret realm suddenly raised their heads and looked into the sky. Lu Xiang rarely became serious. There's a very strong force coming here. Bai Li's eyes lit up. It looks like a sign that a genius treasure is about to be born. He immediately took out his cell phone and called everyone in the Bai family. Only Chu Jing's eyes were fixed on the girl on the screen. He passed a message to one of his pets that was in training. Let it invite that being. It was the night sky. Some people in various parts of Daxia were surprised to find that there was a stream of light quickly passing through the night sky, heading somewhere. The girl lying on the bed didn't want to watch Song Niannian's miserable appearance any longer, and was about to ask her brother to turn off the TV. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the night sky in front of her window, and dots of light fell down. She felt an inexplicable impulse in her heart, and she stretched out her hands. A little light fell and merged into her body. On the rooftop of a certain college in the central region, a young man stood on the edge, looking at the dark night below. The live broadcast of Song Niannian was playing on the phone. His body was covered with scars. One of his eyes was gouged out, and his white school uniform was covered in blood. He sneered. This world is already beyond salvation. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and looked up at the light that passed by him. He subconsciously stretched out his hand. A drop of light fell into his hand. This stream of light appeared in the territory of Daxia, rushing towards someone with an unstoppable momentum. Yet, he mercifully allocates some of his power to the human world. Song Niannian and Shueqiu sensed it. Snowball, who was standing on her, raised his head and looked towards the dark night sky. Finally, the man and the pet looked at each other, smiled, and opened their arms. Chapter 90 God does not save people. Bai Li, who was outside the secret realm, summoned his emperor-level pet beast. Want to intercept that stream of light. The dragon under Chu Jing stopped him in time. Dean Bai, don't be anxious. How about we fight for a few moves? Bai Li stared at him coldly and said with a fake smile. The two of them actually started fighting in midair. As the deans of the 2 academies, of course, it is impossible to fight directly with the beast. Bai Li could only watch the streak of light fall into the tower. Inside the Tower of All Beings, the people from the noble family looked at Song Niannian's actions with ridicule. Are you crazy? What are you pretending to be? The college entrance examination candidates also fell into despair, and for a moment they couldn't help but regret why they were so impulsive at that time. Suddenly, everyone stopped and looked at the light in the dark night sky. Everyone in the live broadcast room also held their breath and stopped shouting and cursing. Those are 2 shooting stars, one black and one white. In the dark night sky, only white light can be seen. But it doesn't mean that the thick black doesn't exist. No one knows where those 2 meteors came from or why they came. But they knew who it was for. The 2 intertwined meteors were getting closer and closer to them. All that was left in everyone's eyes was the black and white that cut through the night sky. An astonishing heat burst out from Chun Yin's eyes. Closer, closer, closer. Song Niannian and Shueqiu stood under the shooting stars with a smile on their faces. Thank you for being willing to come for us. The meteor hit them, but the tragedy that everyone imagined did not happen. Instead, they all merged into the snowball's body. A blinding light appeared in the tower of all beings. Then there was endless darkness again. A black and a white light flickered on the snowball. Everyone looked at them in amazement. The only ones who remained calm might be Song Niannian, Shueqiu, and Xiaotu. Song Niannian looked at the snowball with a smile on her face. Snowball's black eyes also looked at her. She reached out and touched Snowball's head. Congratulations, you've done it. I'll be grateful for your guidance in the future. Meow. Snowball made a happy cry. Then its body slowly changed. Snowball's body became more slender and full of strength. There seemed to be great potential hidden under that elegant body. The patterns on his limbs climbed upward and finally formed a complex black and white pattern between his eyebrows. His chubby little face also grew a little bigger and became more delicate. A pure white hair stretched out from behind him, entwined with, and then separated from his black tail. The only thing that seems to remain unchanged is the attachment to Song Niannian in its clear eyes. Song Niannian stared blankly at the snowball. What a nice view. This is also what everyone is thinking at the moment. Zhang Liang looked at the evolved snowball seriously. His sky shield turtle felt a great threat from it. Snowball landed beside Song Niannian, and its elegant tail wrapped around her arm. But his eyes were fixed on the sky shield turtle and Zhang Liang. Song Niannian, you don't think that evolving into a commander can break the sky shield turtle's absolute defense, do you? Bai Yin sneered, but found that Zhang Liang beside her looked more serious than ever. Sky shield turtle, absolute defense, focus back. Many suppressed college entrance examination candidates suddenly found that the protective film on the noble family's pets had disappeared. I was happy at first, but soon felt disappointed again. What if it disappeared? As long as they don't break the protective shield, all of them will still be eliminated, and they still won't be able to enter the 5 Great Tao Academy. He even offended several major families. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged into everyone's hearts. They really still can't do it. Song Niannian, who was confronting Zhang Liang, suddenly spoke. You know, a long time ago, I thought that as long as I could make a lot of money and live happily in a small house with my grandma. Later, I had Shueqiu and Xiaotu, got to know everyone and experience some things. I just want to have the power to protect everyone. But seeing you, I suddenly understood a little bit why I came here. Everyone listened to Song Niannian's words quietly. The live broadcast platform was also quiet, with countless people remaining silent. I thought I understood the cruelty of this world, but I didn't expect that in the eyes of you. The word life is so frivolous. Song Niannian's eyes slowly swept over the many people who were pinned to the ground, passing across the proud and domineering face of the young man from an aristocratic family, passing by the dust and waiting for the trustful expression of friends. It finally stopped on Song Mimi, who was lying in a pool of blood. I heard that no one has ever been able to challenge the authority of the 4 great families, right? Song Niannian stood in the dust, looking up stubbornly at the people from the aristocratic families standing in the air. Bai Yin remained silent for a rare time. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "It didn't happen before, it doesn't happen now, and it won't happen in the future." Song Niannian nodded. I once read a sentence in a book. She touched Snowball's head and slowly stepped aside. As she moved, starlight gathered into streams and flowed into Snowball's body. It crouched on all fours, staring at the sky shield turtle in a hunting posture, with bright starlight in its eyes, and its tail blended into a straight line as its body moved. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different races? Snowball, Starbreaker. As her words fell, Snowball's body turned into a dense light, and everyone only felt a gust of wind blowing. The dazzling light turned into a perfect straight line in the air and hit the protective shield directly. Song Niannian, it's impossible. No one has ever been able to break the absolute defense of my Jiang family at the same level. As soon as Zhang Liang finished speaking, his eyes were filled with disbelief. That absolute defense that he was so proud of, the snowball started to crack in all directions. No, impossible. Crack. A soft voice sounded. The Jiang family's absolute defense cracked open. He spat out a large stream of blood, his eyes fixed on the broken protective shield. Suddenly, I remembered Ji Xing's hesitant look before he came down. So, is this what you saw? Then he completely fainted. The Tower of All Beings was completely quiet. Song Niannian looked back at everyone and chuckled. Look, isn't it broken? The girl in black uniform was so beautiful at that moment that the heaven and earth were eclipsed by her. The rising red sun cast a warm shadow on her profile. This scene has become a moment that many people will never forget in their lives. The girl in the dark room looked at Song Niannian on the screen with burning eyes. I drew an X across my chest and prayed silently. Then she opened the door and walked out, comforting my brother, who was crying out of self-blame. The young man on the rooftop looked at the rising sun. 2 lines of tears slid down from my eyes. Similar scenes happened to many people who were blessed by meteors. Bai Li, who was outside the secret realm, had an unpleasant expression on his face. However, Chu Jing and Li Qing looked at the girl with burning eyes. God does not save people. Everyone has to save themselves.